Chapter 1. In the primeval wilderness, near the majestic Kunlun mountain, lies a dense forest where towering trees reach for the heavens, brimming with spiritual energy. The vast expanse of the forest resembles an endless ribbon of dark green silk stretching towards the horizon, teeming with various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, evoking a sense of ancient wilderness. At the forest's edge, imposing mountains rise majestically, forming a colossal range that is utterly beyond the scope of the naked eye. Halfway up the mountainside, the gathering aura of spiritual energy manifests as a mist, indicating that this is indeed a blessed land of immortals. Perched atop a towering tree in the forest, a monkey clambers to the treetops, gazing into the distance. This monkey, standing less than 4 feet tall, possesses a frail physique covered in fur, with a sharp beak and sunken cheeks, appearing quite peculiar. Even more astonishing are its ears, 3 on each side, totaling 6. This is none other than the legendary Six-Eared Macaque, renowned in later generations. The Six-Eared Macaque is one of the 4 legendary monkeys, gifted with the ability to hear sound from afar, comprehend the principles of existence, and possess profound insight into all things. Its most celebrated talent is its extraordinary hearing, said to enable it to perceive all sounds within the primeval world. However, this unique ability foreshadows the tragic fate that awaits it, as it audaciously listens to the teachings of sages, only to be directly exposed by the venerable Hongjun, who proclaims, "The law does not pass to the six-eared." Of course, that is a tale for the future, yet it has not yet transpired, and, indeed, cannot occur, for the six-eared macaque had already met its demise a century prior. Although the newly born six-eared macaque possessed celestial cultivation, it was ignorant of spells and supernatural powers, and in a state of confusion, it was relentlessly pursued by wild beasts. After narrowly escaping with its life, it succumbed to its grave injuries, fortuitously paving the way for the soul from our blue star to occupy its place. One must question why one would choose to reincarnate as a six-eared macaque. According to the ancient tales of the primeval world, the six-eared macaque was born in a time long past, hence its act of eavesdropping during Hongjun's teachings. The repercussions were indeed grave, as the period from a lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace to the events of the journey to the west spanned countless epochs and tribulations. Yet, no one dared to impart any teachings to the six-eared macaque. It wasn't until the era of the journey to the west that the six-eared macaque's martial prowess barely matched that of Sun Wukong, a fact that evokes deep lamentation. This time, it must not act foolishly again. As for the standard equipment of a reincarnator, that was entirely absent, leaving only a shard in its mind, resembling a piece of jade. Upon concentrating, the six-eared macaque sensed information emanating from the shard, which turned out to be a fragment of the creation jade plate. Regrettably, the shard contained no teachings of the 3,000 Great Tao, only a chaotic map indicating not only the primeval world, but also the locations of countless other realms, with directions indecipherable amidst chaos. In essence, without this map, even a sage would find it impossible to navigate to these worlds through mere exploration. Thus, although the shard seems useless at present, it harbors immense potential. Who knows, perhaps the opportunity for its own ascension to sainthood lies within. Yet, given its current abilities, such aspirations feel distant for now. It must focus on more tangible matters. The six-eared macaque, endowed not only with keen hearing, but also with an understanding of the past and present, comprehended after digesting its original memories that it now existed in a rare period of peace following the calamities of the primeval dragon and phoenix, a time before Hongjun attained sainthood. Reflecting on the history of the primeval world, anyone from later generations would have encountered at least a couple of tales concerning it. While the specifics may be uncertain, the general timelines are known. At this juncture, Hongjun had yet to attain sainthood, and as an infant six-eared macaque, possessing only celestial cultivation, it faced immense struggles to survive in the perilous primeval world. Upon introspection, it found itself devoid of possessions. Not only was it lacking in innate spiritual treasures, but it also had no cultivation methods. It possessed 2 innate supernatural abilities, one being the power to hear sounds from the 3 realms, allowing the six-eared macaque to selectively listen to any sound it desired within the three realms, provided it remained calm. However, any entity stronger than the six-eared macaque could potentially detect its presence. The other ability, All Things Are Clear, proved useful, as invoking it would reveal much common knowledge and locations within the primeval world. Nonetheless, it also had its limitations. The information obtained was rudimentary and vague, leaving uncertainty regarding whether its understanding would evolve with an increase in cultivation. Consequently, the best course of action would undoubtedly be to seek a powerful ally during this period of peace, ensuring its survival through the repeated tribulations of the primeval world. Although, according to ancient lore, the six-eared macaque survived until the journey to the west, in this life, with a new essence, who can predict what changes may arise? When it comes to the mightiest ally in the primeval world, the venerable Hongjun Daozu naturally comes to mind, yet apprenticeship under such a figure is evidently unrealistic. Thus, the next best option would be the three pure ones. Despite their incessant conflicts during the investiture of the gods, the direct disciples of the Taoist ancestor, with the essence of Pangu, undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of power. As long as one survives the investiture of the gods, eternal life and freedom will surely follow. Resolute in this decision, the six-eared macaque wasted no time. Utilizing its innate talent, it vaguely discerned the direction of Kunlun Mountain and set forth, a journey that spanned over a century. At last, I see Kunlun Mountain. After over a century of travel, this primeval wilderness is truly vast. Once I secure a master, I must first master the art of escape. Not to say I could traverse 100,000 miles in a single leap, but at the very least, I shouldn't be reduced to walking, lacking both vision and efficiency. Indeed, the primeval wilderness is immense. A century of travel at celestial cultivation has barely brought it to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Another 5 years passed before the six-eared macaque finally stood at the base of Kunlun Mountain. Gazing at the magnificent and imposing Kunlun Mountain, the six-eared macaque felt a swell of emotion. According to records from the Han Dynasty's prophetic texts, Kunlun Mountain was described thus. The land stretches 235,500 miles from north to south. Among the great peaks, Kunlun Mountain rises high, spanning many miles and reaching an elevation of over 11,000 miles, the birthplace of divine beings, a gathering place for sages and immortals. It emits 5-colored clouds and 5-colored flowing waters, with its white waters flowing southeast into China, known as the river. In the heart of the mountain, it connects to the heavens, situated at the center, surrounded by 80 cities. The Kunlun Mountain of the primeval world is even more colossal, its sprawling range impossible to gauge with the naked eye. The six-eared macaque suppressed its sentiments and memories, taking its first steps up the mountain. Filled with hopes and aspirations for the future, it also carried a hint of trepidation. Atop Kunlun Mountain, on the expansive platform of Qian Cliff, stood only a few humble straw huts. On the open ground outside the huts, the three pure ones were engaged in leisurely discourse when suddenly, Tai Shang felt a stirring in his heart, directing his gaze toward the foot of the mountain. With a smile, he said to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, "A little one has come to seek apprenticeship." I did not expect such resolute determination. Having journeyed over 100 years to reach us, it seems we share a certain affinity. Unaware of the significance, Yuan Shi also realized the situation, glancing toward the mountain's base and silently acknowledging the depth of his elder brother's cultivation. Previously indifferent, Tong Tian now took an interest, rising to observe Tai Shang and Yuan Shi, saying, "The six-eared macaque, a rare being of the primeval world, possesses profound fortune. I wonder if you two brothers would be interested in taking him under your wing?" Yuan Shi, dismissive, replied, "A creature covered in fur, born from the moist earth." Tong Tian, undeterred, remarked, "If my brother has no interest, then I shall take him. I am fond of being a teacher." Tai Shang cautioned, "He may be accepted as a named disciple, but for now, we should prioritize our cultivation. That is the foundation of our existence." Without delving into the differing attitudes of the three pure ones toward the six-eared macaque, at this moment, the macaque was still struggling to ascend Kunlun Mountain, and given its height, it would likely take a year and a half to reach the summit. Along the journey, It encountered numerous celestial treasures, and though it occasionally wished to collect them, it ultimately refrained. Who could say whether the three pure ones were watching? Better to remain prudent. One cannot afford to lose sight of the greater goal while chasing after trifles. After a year, the six-eared macaque finally reached the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Looking upon the humble straw huts and the three individuals engaged in conversation, it realized it had indeed encountered the true masters. A century's worth of hardships surged forth, and it promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Six-Eared pays homage to the three great beings. A humble little demon from the countryside, I yearn for the Tao. I hope the great beings will show mercy." Tai Shang regarded the six-eared macaque with a slight shake of his head, finding the creature rather to his liking steadfast in spirit, composed in action, and not lacking in potential, yet lamentably devoid of the bond of master and disciple. He then stated, "We are the three pure ones of Pangu. I am Tai Shang, this is Yuan Shi, and that is Tong Tian. Meeting is indeed a matter of fate, but if you wish to become a disciple, there is no bond between us." Yuan Shi remained silent, while Tong Tian, observing the reactions of his two elder brothers, smiled at the six-eared macaque and said, "You little monkey have traversed over 100 years to reach Kunlun Mountain. With unwavering resolve you may become my named disciple." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque suppressed its overwhelming joy and bowed once more, saying, "Disciple pays homage to the master and bows to the two uncles." Tai Shang smiled faintly, although he had not taken a disciple. He felt reassured about Tong Tian's choice of a student with such exceptional character. Yuan Shi remained silent, feeling somewhat uneasy about the first disciple of the three brothers being a creature of fur and shell. However, seeing that both Tai Shang and Tong Tian held the six-eared macaque in high regard, and that it would be a named disciple, he refrained from voicing any objections. Thus, the six-eared macaque set up residence beside the straw huts of the three pure ones. That day, after imparting the upper clear celestial method to the six-eared macaque, Tong Tian resumed his secluded cultivation. At this juncture, the three pure ones remain at the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, and the upper clear celestial method does not possess the formidable power it would later exhibit. As Tongshan's cultivation deepens, the techniques he practices will naturally be refined and enhanced over time. However, the three pure ones, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possess exceptional roots and comprehension, and the current upper clear celestial method is certainly commendable. The term upper clear celestial method serves merely as an umbrella designation, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. Besides the pivotal cultivation techniques of the upper clear celestial method, it also includes alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, and other related disciplines. The arts of Tao and divine abilities are myriad, essentially encapsulating the entirety of the three pure ones' accumulated wisdom over the years. Aside from the fundamental cultivation methods, all other knowledge is shared among the three pure ones. Presently, Lu Er primarily focuses on cultivating the upper clear celestial method to enhance his abilities, leaving the pursuits of alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations for future consideration. As for the arts of Tao and divine abilities, the later developed 36 heavenly methods and 72 earthly methods are just beginning to take shape, albeit still lacking in refinement. Lu Er intends to prioritize a few combat-enhancing techniques for initial study, such as the method of law heaven and earth, mountain bearing, flying body and tracing, and the shadowless stance. In terms of evasion techniques, naturally, he will adopt the Primordial's earth-traveling golden light, known for its remarkable speed. Having undergone the trials of society in his previous life, Lu Er, faced with such a monumental opportunity, dares not to be negligent. After constructing a humble straw hut, he promptly commences his cultivation of the upper clear celestial method. If one were to reflect on Lu Er's past, it could be said that every misstep led to further errors. As a unique entity among the primordial beings, Lu Er the macaque, one of the four mischievous monkeys, possesses an acute auditory sensitivity, able to discern principles and foresee outcomes, with an innate clarity regarding all things. Coupled with his exceptional comprehension and fortune, his cultivation progresses at an extraordinary pace. In merely a decade, He transforms the spiritual energy within him into upper clear celestial energy, tripling the total amount of spiritual energy he possesses. The upper clear celestial method is indeed remarkable. Subsequently, he begins to follow Tong Tian in his practice. As Tong Tian initially takes on the role of a mentor, he is genuinely devoted, frequently imparting teachings to Lu Er. With Lu Er's heightened comprehension, his cultivation continues to ascend. At this moment, the relationship among the three pure ones remains harmonious, far from the conflicts that would later arise during the period of the investiture of the gods. Taishang and Yuanshi exhibit no reservations towards their first disciple, even if merely an honorary one, guiding him with utmost sincerity. In this mutual exchange, Lu Er harbors a profound respect for the three pure ones. After all, they are beings of sentiment regardless of his past impressions of them. It is evident that the three pure ones are utterly benevolent towards him, generously imparting their wisdom without reservation. Moreover, Lu Er discovers that his mentor, Yuanshi, possesses a seemingly cold exterior, yet a warm heart. While he appears to harbor no fondness for Lu Er and maintains high expectations, his guidance is the most meticulous and rigorous. Taishang, by nature, is indifferent and non-interventionist. Although he appreciates Lu Er, he does not delve deeply into the intricacies of teaching. Tong Tian, with his flamboyant and free-spirited demeanor, similarly overlooks details. Ultimately, Lu Er realizes that Yuanshi has become his most diligent instructor. Yuanshi presents a facade of a stern father while genuinely being attentive and thorough in his teachings, demanding strict adherence to high standards. Even when Lu Er performs admirably, he receives no praise, only an escalation of expectations. As for the three pure ones, later on, Taishang has but a single disciple, the master Xiandu. Although Tong Tian welcomes countless disciples from all corners, his approach is largely laissez-faire. Only Yuanshi demonstrates unwavering dedication to his disciples, advising them to take on students to avert calamities and personally intervening during the investiture of the gods for the sake of his products. Lu Er believed that the excessive care bestowed upon his disciples by Yuanshi resulted in a lack of capable individuals among them. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, he was determined to seize the opportunity and study diligently. Time, spanning countless years, seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and Lu Er's cultivation steadily advanced to the realm of perfect celestial immortal. Just a step away from achieving the status of an immortal golden immortal that in terms of cultivation realms, beings with a solid foundation, such as the three purities, began their existence at a lofty starting point. For instance, the three purities were born with the cultivation of golden immortal, existing alongside the cosmos. Lu Er, in contrast, was born as a celestial immortal, whose lifespan amounted to 1 yuan hui, or 129,600 years. At this time, the universe had only recently come into being, and even saints had yet to emerge. Life was generally long for sentient beings. Beyond celestial immortal lay true immortal and mysterious immortal, each with progressively increasing lifespans. Only upon reaching golden immortal did a fundamental transformation occur. Once one attained golden immortal status, they could share the same lifespan as the cosmos, possessing powers that fundamentally distinguished them from mysterious immortals. Elevating their life essence to a new zenith, in the current primordial world, a golden immortal held considerable prestige. Even during the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, golden immortals were regarded as key figures, not to be underestimated. Over the course of millennia, Lu Er's relationship with the three purities gradually deepened. Employing insights gleaned from future generations, he crafted some quaint pavilions, stone tables, and stone chairs, which were quite to the liking of the three purities. On this particular day, the three purities engaged in leisurely discourse within a wooden pavilion, with Lu Er attending closely. Their conversation turned to spiritual treasures, prompting Tong Tian to enlighten Lu Er. Lu Er. In this primordial realm, cultivation is of utmost importance. Without a cultivation level, how can one pursue the Great Way? However, mere cultivation is insufficient. One must also possess means of safeguarding the Tao. The law of the jungle prevails here. The strong dominate, and this world is far from tranquil. The most effective means of safeguarding the Tao is none other than spiritual treasures, which are classified into innate supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures. Acquired spiritual treasures, and the exceptionally rare merit spiritual treasures to at this juncture, Yuan interjected, nodding slightly. Innate supreme treasures and innate spiritual treasures are born of heaven and earth, each possessing unique functions due to a spark of innate spiritual essence. Exhibiting extraordinary characteristics that in contrast, acquired spiritual treasures are crafted postnatally and possess limited capabilities, unless one encounters extraordinary fortune to revert an acquired treasure back to innate status. It remains just that as for merit spiritual treasures. It is best for my elder brother to elucidate further that in that moment. The Taishang made a slight motion, and a golden tower gradually materialized above his head, radiating countless golden rays. This was the first innate merit supreme treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. A fusion of the primordial yellow aura of the Great Way and the merits of Pangu following the creation of the heavens, comprising 49 layers, in accordance with the celestial order. This treasure boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rendering it nearly invincible. Once summoned, it established an unassailable position, serving as Taishang's accompanying spiritual treasure at this site. Lu Er was thoroughly captivated. He had heard of this treasure's renown in his previous life, and today he was finally able to behold it. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing the awestruck expression of the monkey. Disciple, your cultivation has barely reached an acceptable level. Today, my elder brother and I shall bestow upon you 2 spiritual treasures for your protection on the Tao, Tong Tian declared, as 24 round, luminous pearls appeared in his hand, emitting a 5-colored radiance. These were the 24 sea-stabilizing pearls. A complete set of treasures, classified as top-grade innate spiritual treasures, obtained by the master during his travels in the Eastern Sea, and now gifted to Lu Er. With immense joy, Lu Er accepted the sea-stabilizing pearls. These pearls were no ordinary treasures. In later times, they belonged to Zhao Gongming, who shone brilliantly during the investiture of the gods using them. Unfortunately, they eventually fell into the hands of the golden money, ultimately becoming the foundation of Randeng's enlightenment. After Randeng embraced Buddhism, they were combined with the Qian Kun ruler, transforming into the 24 heavens, aiding him in becoming the past Buddha. There were also rumors that a complete set of sea-stabilizing pearls should consist of 36, which would be classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures, capable of transforming into 36 heavens. When deployed, if the wielder could endure it, they could harness the strength of 36 heavens, embodying unparalleled power. Before Lu Er could fully savor his joy, Yuan Shi presented him with a stick-like acquired spiritual treasure. My elder brother may be more affluent, but I could only forge this staff for you as a means of safeguarding your Tao. Remember to practice diligently and uphold the reputation of the 3 purities, he advised. This acquired spiritual treasure was less than a meter long, gleaming silver, with intricate patterns carved at both ends. Not only did it possess postnatal restrictions, but it also enhanced physical lethality. Lu Er grasped the staff and found it surprisingly suitable. With a few casual swings, it felt as if the monkey was destined to wield a staff as a treasure. At this time, the 3 purities had merely attained the cultivation of Great Luo Golden Immortal, and indeed, their resources were limited. It was only after Hongjun's 3rd lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace that they received the Tai Chi diagram from Taishang, the Panga banner from Yuan Shi, and the 4 swords of extermination from Tong Tian, along with the extermination array diagram. During the distribution of treasures at the Treasure Division Cliff, they were discreetly favored. And only then did the 3 purities begin to prosper. Presently, they possessed only a crutch, a jade rui, and the Qingping sword, 3 innate spiritual treasures, while Taishang had an additional accompanying heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. The sea-stabilizing pearls were likely the last remaining innate spiritual treasures in Tongtian's possession at this moment. Taishang also produced 3 porcelain vials and handed them to Lu Er. These are a few bottles of 7-turn golden elixir that I refined during my leisure time. They can enhance your cultivation or heal injuries. However, the essence of cultivation lies in the process. One must remain grounded to achieve lasting results. Lu Er gazed at the treasures and elixirs in his hands, feeling genuinely moved. Regardless of how the 3 purities might scheme or contend in the future, their intentions towards Lu Er were undoubtedly sincere at this moment. He carefully stowed away the treasures and expressed his gratitude once more to his 3 mentors. In the ensuing years, Lu Er diligently studied the celestial arts of the upper clear, simultaneously refining his treasures and training in combat techniques under Tongtian's guidance. the 24 C-stabilizing pearls, being top-grade innate spiritual treasures, possessed 36 layers of restrictions. Lu Er dedicated a millennium to successfully refining merely 10 layers, not even a third of their full potential. The process of refining innate spiritual treasures was akin to a test of patience. Yet the restrictions were naturally bestowed, and the process of refining also served as a lesson from heaven and earth, imbued with the laws of the universe, significantly aiding Lu Er's elevation in realms. As for the acquired staff, Yuan Shi had indeed invested considerable thought into Lu Er's training. The materials used in its forging were of the highest quality, and the treasure achieved the pinnacle of acquired spiritual treasures. Through Yuan Shi's unique methods, it was easily and completely refined, and Lu Er named it the Lu Hepangguan staff. When it came to combat, Tong Tian was a veritable warrior. He had once single-handedly wielded a sword, cleaving his way from Mount Buzhou to Kunlun, earning a formidable reputation. Few could stand against him, whether they were innate powerhouses, remnants of dragons and phoenixes, or the emerging tribes of witches and demons. Naturally, Lu Er, as his disciple, was expected to inherit this legacy. Having reached middle age in his previous life, Lu Er's character had matured into one of composure and grace. Yet, inexplicably, upon grasping the staff, he felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through him. His mind remained lucid and calm, yet his body was overwhelmed by an irrepressible desire for battle. This instinct for combat must have been a vestige of the four great monkeys of chaos. In this harmonious blend, clarity of mind prevented recklessness, while a fervent desire for battle maximized his combat potential. Days flowed by, and Lu Er, relying on his innate combat instincts, swiftly absorbed combat techniques, his prowess steadily climbing. Among his interests, aside from the various powerful innate spiritual treasures, was an insatiable curiosity for diverse supernatural abilities. He had heard of the 36 heavenly strongmen techniques, the 72 earthly fiends techniques, and the sleeve universe, all of which wielded immense power. Regrettably, the three purities had yet to fully catalog these abilities. They had only managed to create a few practical techniques, such as law of heaven and earth, mountain lifting, and wind and rain summoning. Moreover, mastering these supernatural abilities was notoriously difficult. Nevertheless, Lu Er, undeterred by such challenges, relied on his exceptional comprehension and the strength of his three mentors to learn nearly all the techniques possessed by the three purities. Lu Er even sought to merge close combat with magical techniques and spiritual treasures. While it was true that in the primordial world, spiritual treasures were overwhelmingly powerful, Lu Er firmly believed that there was still much potential left to be explored. However, close combat and magical abilities are by no means without merit. For instance, the technique of law of heaven and earth can be employed to strike foes, while flying body technique allows one to approach stealthily for a surprise attack. And the shadowless stand can be utilized in conjunction with the clone technique for a timely escape. The interplay of these abilities, along with Taoist arts and spiritual treasures, undoubtedly makes the dynamics of battle more varied and the tempo swifter, requiring considerable combat intelligence and innate talent. Even the battle fanatic Tong Tian found inspiration from this, engaging in relentless combat with the Six-Eared Macaque for over a month. Disciple, once you mature in this style of fighting, few of the same cultivation level will stand a chance against you. But remember, there are always greater mountains beyond the hills. Do not become arrogant or reckless, for the essence of battle lies in transcending oneself amidst extremes. Upon hearing Tong Tian's guidance, the Six-Eared Macaque was deeply moved. It is undeniable that the three purities possess a certain pride, as they are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit with extraordinary origins. Yet, the vision of the three purities is indeed lofty, which explains why they ultimately attained sainthood. Disciple humbly adheres to your teachings, Master. May I inquire, Master, I have been at the pinnacle of the Xinxian realm for some time now, but I lack any inkling on how to break through to the Jinxian level. Tong Tian burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this, exclaiming that having no inkling is precisely correct. How could one expect improvement by merely shutting oneself away? Take your staff and journey from Kunlun Mountain to Buzhou Mountain, and then return. Naturally, your cultivation will break through. The Six-Eared Macaque was left speechless, pondering why Master always exuded the air of a ruthless underworld figure. Observing the macaque's embarrassment, Taishang smiled and explained, Six-Eared, do you know your origins? The macaque nodded. I am the six-eared monkey, one of the four mischievous monkeys, adept at discerning sound, understanding principles, knowing the past and future, and comprehending all things. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Aside from the six-eared monkey. The other three spiritual monkeys are the Lingming stone monkey, who can transform, recognize celestial timings, and know the advantages of the land. The Tongbi ape, who wields the sun and moon, compresses mountains, discerns fortunes, and manipulates the cosmos. And the Zixiao horse monkey, who understands yin and yang, is skilled in human affairs, adept at entering and exiting, and evading death to prolong life. The four mischievous monkeys are of the bloodline of the chaos demon ape, which was one of the 3,000 chaos demons governing the laws of battle. Its accompanying treasure is a massive staff. During the creation of the world, the chaos demon ape was slain by Pangu, its physical form obliterated, and its primordial spirit erased of intelligence by the Tao, splitting into four and reincarnating in the primordial realm. Yuanshi nodded slightly, saying, for the four mischievous monkeys, the breakthrough in realms begins at the Xianxian level, with each battle accelerating the process of transcendence. While this is not a secret, few are aware of it this moment. The six-eared macaque suddenly understood, envisioning Sun Wukong, Wu Zhiqi, and Yuan Hong, each possessing extraordinary combat prowess and a fierce disposition. Reflecting on his past life, the six-eared macaque realized he was born quite early, yet only managed to contend with Sun Wukong during the journey to the west, the reason being quite clear. The disciple comprehends now. Since battle is indispensable, let us fight fiercely and turn the heavens and earth upside down, the six-eared macaque declared resolutely. Haha, excellent. You are indeed my disciple of Tongtian. Go forth in battle. I shall bear any great troubles for you. After Tongtian spoke this, he waved his sleeve, and the six-eared macaque felt a moment of confusion. Upon regaining clarity, he found himself in a forest 1,000,000 miles away from Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, Yuanshi watched Tongtian's actions with dissatisfaction, remarking, how can one be so reckless? With a mere wave of the hand, you dispatch your disciple for training. When will you learn to be prudent? Yuanshi observed Tongtian repeatedly pleading for forgiveness before finally relenting. Speaking of the six-eared macaque, having been flung 1,000,000 miles away by Tongtian's sleeve, where to next? The macaque had no plan. Pondering if he should truly follow his master's suggestion and journey from Kunlun Mountain to Buzhou Mountain, perhaps it would be better to take it step by step. Despite possessing an innate combat gene, the six-eared macaque was self-aware enough to recognize that his modest Xianxian cultivation was still insufficient for grand battles. Instead, he decided to travel and explore the Buzhou Mountain, formed from the spine of Pangu, in hopes of encountering opportunities for breakthroughs along the way. Thus, the six-eared macaque ambled along. Now that the calamity of dragons and phoenixes had passed, the world was in a relatively peaceful phase. And he gathered numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, various rare ores, and spiritual items for spiritual herbs. He only sought those over 10,000 years old. Anything younger was no different from roadside weeds in the current primordial realm. Regrettably, he had yet to discover any spiritual treasures. He was still quite impoverished, with only the sea-calming pearl and the Panlong staff to his name. Should he wait for the Tao ancestor to distribute treasures for a windfall? In the primordial realm, there are indeed very few treasures that are well known and currently unclaimed, with the falling treasure gold being one that, however, he was not in a hurry. Time was still on his side. And the innate gourd vine counted as one. Nevertheless, this item would eventually be encountered, and it was not yet mature. Never mind, fate would lead him to it. If worse comes to worst, he could always cling to the thigh of his master and uncle, who would likely not forget him when they prospered in the future. Thus, the six-eared macaque proceeded in the direction indicated by the all things clear divine ability, making his way toward Buzhou Mountain. One day, the six-eared macaque encountered a great river. This river was of unknown length and width, its waters raging like a ferocious dragon, crashing through mountains and walls with an imposing force. Such a majestic river is indeed rare, even in the primordial world, with great potential for opportunities. Thinking of this, the six-eared macaque leaped into the surging waters. To speak of a monkey's swimming skills, they are not particularly commendable. Yet, at this level, the impact is negligible. Sun Wukong often claims to be poor at swimming, mainly as an excuse to be lazy or to tease Beiji. Upon entering the river, he continued to dive, reaching a stable area of the current, and then released his divine sense to explore gradually. Before long, he sensed a group of small demons passing by, and the six-eared macaque concealed himself, swiftly moving closer. He saw 7 or 8 small demons led by a turtle spirit, seemingly searching for something. The six-eared macaque pointed with his hand, employing the stillness technique, which directly immobilized the small demons. Seeing the small demons suddenly frozen in place, the turtle spirit was taken aback, quickly bowing its head and exclaiming, "Unaware of which celestial being we have offended, please forgive us." The six-eared macaque revealed himself, observing the turtle spirit, which was only half transformed, with a large turtle shell swaying comically as it bowed. "You may rise. I bear you no ill will. What are you searching for? Whose territory is this?" The turtle spirit dared to raise its head and look at the six-eared macaque, only to see a celestial being covered in fur. With a thunderous mouth, 6 ears, a gaunt face, a pointed beak, and a slender body resembling a squirrel monkey, all clad in a Taoist robe, giving off a rather odd impression. Regarding this appearance, the six-eared macaque felt quite helpless. Since the inception of the innate powers, they have always been the innate Tao body, resembling Pangu. Later, Nuwa also fashioned humans based on the innate Tao body. Common small demons, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, have a chance to transform, and those who transform will take on the form of the innate Tao body. However, despite his extraordinary origins, the six-eared macaque fell short of the likes of the 3 purities or Zhenyuanzi, only able to reshape his form upon reaching the Daoyuo level, which was indeed a source of frustration. The six-eared macaque speculated that this might also be one of the reasons why the 3 purities only accepted him as a nominal disciple. Setting aside his frustrations, the six-eared macaque fiercely declared, "You little demon, why are you dawdling? Speak clearly, or I shall stew you." The turtle spirit quickly came to its senses and hurriedly replied, "Do not be angry. Celestial being, I am the chancellor of the Longping River Dragon Palace. 2 years ago, a vile guest suddenly arrived, capturing our dragon king and imprisoning him, forcing us to seek treasures for him. Please, celestial being, save our dragon king, and there will surely be great rewards." "Oh, what treasure is it you seek?" The turtle spirit replied, "I do not know. I only know it is somewhere within this Longping River. We have searched for 2 years without any success, and this vile guest has placed restrictions upon us, preventing us from seeking aid from the dragon clan. What is the cultivation level of this vile guest? What is their origin?" The turtle chancellor hastily responded, "For your knowledge, our dragon king is no weakling, being at the mid-Xuanxian level. Although he is burdened by karma, he is not easily matched by an ordinary Xianxian. From my estimations, this vile guest is at most at the peak of Xianxian. When he fought with our dragon king, he inadvertently revealed his true form, which seems to belong to the 9-headed serpent clan." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque fell into deep thought. The dragon clan had suffered greatly from the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, with their strength diminished to a fraction, and they were entangled in karma. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. While the demon clan was rising, there was no need to completely sever ties with the dragon clan just yet. Perhaps there was indeed some truth to this treasure. I shall observe the stars and calculate. This treasure is fated to be mine." With this thought, the six-eared macaque decided to intervene, believing that as long as the 9-headed serpent was not of Jinxian level, he had no fear of it. For now, he would remain still and ascertain what treasure was being sought. "Old turtle, you may return for now. I will consider how to rescue your dragon king. You should remain still and wait for the opportune moment." Upon the completion of his words, Lu'er untied the immobilizing spell on the little demon and subsequently vanished without a trace. Aware that the situation could not be altered, Minister Gue led his entourage back to the Dragon Palace. However, he failed to notice that the last member of his retinue, a catfish spirit, had been replaced. Lu'er, now transformed into the catfish spirit, followed Minister Gue back to the Dragon Palace. Once there, Minister Gue disbanded the group and inquired about the search results from each team before heading to report to the 9-headed serpent. Meanwhile, Lu'er employed a transformation spell, morphing into a small fly, and stealthily perched upon Minister Gue's shell, intending to probe the depths of the 9-headed serpent's intentions. Upon entering the main hall of the Dragon Palace, Lu'er beheld a figure seated upon the throne, an enigmatic man clad in a fitted black robe, his face obscured by a hood, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Upon spotting Minister Gue, the man impatiently demanded, "Still no news of the treasures? What use are you to me? If there is no word within a month, you shall all perish." The impending threat of death sent the timid Minister Gue into a frenzy. causing him to kneel and repeatedly bow his head, pleading for mercy from the king. Unbeknownst to him, this sudden display of submission caught Lu Er off guard. In his haste, he inadvertently let slip his aura. The figure in the black robe was immediately startled, sensing an intruder had breached his domain. With a surge of energy, he forced Lu Er out and drew forth a crescent-shaped shovel to attack. In the face of this onslaught, Lu Er could only hastily defend himself, raising the Panlong staff to parry the nine-headed serpent strike, and thus began a fierce clash, neither party yielding an inch. The nine-headed serpent, vexed by his circumstances, recalled how he had stumbled upon this place while inadvertently passing through, only to discover a spiritual treasure manifesting, its light flickering and then vanishing. Greed had compelled him to imprison the River Dragon King. Hoping to seize the treasure and flee, yet 2 years had passed with naught but shadows of the spiritual artifact. It was worth noting that the current dragon lineage was far from the feeble remnants of the past. Many ancient beings from the calamities of dragon and phoenix still roamed. His actions against the dragon kind could easily incite their wrath. Now, a formidable monkey had appeared, radiating potent magical energy, with a profound mastery of martial arts, his only shortcoming being a lack of combat experience. The nine-headed serpent could only rely on his seasoned expertise to suppress his adversary. As he pondered this, the nine-headed serpent unleashed his full might, executing precise and interconnected strikes with his shovel. Moving with fluid grace and overwhelming force, truly embodying the essence of the crescent shovel. However, Lu Er's lack of combat experience soon became apparent, though he wielded his staff with remarkable skill. Harmonizing body and weapon, the nine-headed serpent's lethal blows forced Lu Er into a defensive position, quickly growing agitated. Realizing he could no longer afford to remain on the back foot, Lu Er, despite the unfavorable circumstances, maintained clarity of mind. Seizing the moment while the nine-headed serpent took a breath, Lu Er executed a sweeping strike that pushed the serpent back while discreetly tossing an object with his left hand. He then invoked the spell of heaven and earth, causing his form to swell dramatically, piercing through the Dragon Palace's ceiling until he halted at a height of over 100 feet. The river water only reaching his knees. Upon emerging above the surface, Lu Er called out, "Come forth, if you dare, and face me in battle." At this juncture, the nine-headed serpent, unwilling to back down, utilized the same spell of heaven and earth, soaring into the air to engage Lu Er in combat. This spell, categorized as a major divine ability, was not merely about enlarging one's physical form. The corresponding magical prowess varied based on one's mastery. In this contest of divine abilities, given their notorious difficulty to learn and perfect, Lu Er's previous disadvantage in combat experience was now offset by his extraordinary enlightenment. Mastery over the spell of heaven and earth afforded him magical enhancement at least threefold greater than that of the nine-headed serpent, allowing him to dominate the confrontation. With his right hand wielding the staff, Lu Er relentlessly suppressed the nine-headed serpent, while simultaneously summoning a towering peak with his left hand, crashing it down upon his foe. Subsequently, he invoked the spell of flying traces, merging with the fabric of the universe, and instantaneously appeared beside the nine-headed serpent, delivering a powerful strike that sent the serpent reeling, blood spraying as he sustained significant injuries. The nine-headed serpent, in distress, lamented his failure to locate the treasure, now besieged by a formidable adversary wielding various divine abilities with remarkable proficiency, evidently a disciple of some innate power. Resigned, he resolved to flee. Should the battle persist and his opponent produce a primordial spiritual treasure, escape would become impossible. Seizing the opportunity as he bled, the nine-headed serpent revealed his true form, a colossal serpent, 100 feet long, with 9 heads simultaneously exhaling toxic mists and corrosive acids, forming a noxious barrier to temporarily halt Lu Er's advance. He then hastily employed his most potent escape technique and fled at full speed. Lu Er, however, merely smirked, relieved he had not shown his full hand that a radiant multicolored beam erupted from the river, striking the nine-headed serpent's head with a resounding impact, causing one of his heads to explode like a rotten watermelon. Gore scattering in all directions, the nine-headed serpent felt a sharp pain and, realizing one of his heads was gone, could think of nothing else but to burn his vital essence and hasten his escape. Watching the nine-headed serpent flee in terror, Lu Er chose not to pursue further. He raised his hand and retracted the sea-stabilizing pearl he had secretly summoned at the outset. It was indeed true what they said. no matter how skilled one may be. One must still fear the cleavered I in the world of the primordial, spiritual treasures reign supreme. Having secured the treasure and the divine ability, Lu Er returned to the ravaged dragon palace, where he found Minister Gui. The minister, now regaining his composure, approached Lu Er with trembling steps and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, noble immortal. I have nothing to offer in return, but I am willing to serve you. I beseech you to assist me in breaking the seal and awakening our Dragon King." Lu Er gestured for him to rise, glancing at the ruined remnants of the Dragon Palace, and replied, "For now, let your Dragon King endure this plight a while longer, that I shall search for treasures myself, and regardless of my findings, I will release him in due time." Hearing these words, Minister Gui could only acquiesce, retreating to organize the cleanup of the devastated palace. Once Minister Gui had departed, Lu Er seated himself upon the ground, pondering the vast expanse of the Longping River. Where could the treasure be hidden? The little demons had searched for 2 years without finding even a trace. It seemed that the task of locating the treasure would ultimately fall to him. Resolute, Lu Er soared into the sky. Skimming the water's surface, releasing his consciousness to scour the area, he then summoned the sea-stabilizing pearl, expanding his awareness. Shortly after releasing the pearl, a burst of light shot skyward from the depths of the river. Lu Er rushed towards it, seizing the radiant treasure, only to find it was a shaped magical artifact. The Qian Kun Chi. This discovery made sense. In later years, the enlightened lantern would utilize the Qian Kun Chi in conjunction with the sea-stabilizing pearl to forge the 24 heavens. Clearly, the Qian Kun Chi and the sea-stabilizing pearl were intrinsically linked. Thus, when he summoned the sea-stabilizing pearl, the Qian Kun Chi appeared as well. The Qian Kun Chi was said to be the first ruler of measurement in existence. A top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, embodying the virtue of measuring and bestowing merit upon the world. An exceptional treasure indeed. Elated, Lu Er secured the Qian Kun Chi. Previously, he had pondered how to acquire it from the enlightened lantern. Yet here he was, having intercepted the treasure directly. Truly, it seemed to be fate's design. With such a treasure in hand, Lu Er felt confident that few could withstand his evolution into the 24 heavens. With the treasure acquired, Lu Er dared not linger. After unbinding the Dragon King's seal, he planned to make a swift exit before the king regained consciousness. After all, having just pilfered a treasure, staying any longer would lead to an awkward situation. Emerging from the Longping River, Lu Er flew several 100,000 miles before finally alighting in a cave, establishing a temporary sanctuary to attempt the refinement of the Qian Kun Chi. The Qian Kun Chi was similarly bound by 36 layers of restrictions. Complete refinement within a short span was impossible. Lu Er aimed only to imprint his essence upon 1 or 2 layers. The initial process of refinement proceeded smoothly, but unexpectedly, upon completing the first layer, the sea-stabilizing pearl within him began to vibrate, resonating with the Qian Kun Chi and accelerating the refinement process. Lu Er then realized that the sea-stabilizing pearl and the Qian Kun Chi surely contained secrets yet to be uncovered. But his current cultivation was insufficient to explore them. Perhaps when he reached the great Luo realm and attempted to evolve the heavens, he would discover the truth. At least for now, it seemed promising. While Lu Er diligently refined the Qian Kun Chi, the 9-headed serpent, in a pitiful state, had managed to flee back to the domain of the Jiu Ying demon tribe, where he finally dared to halt and recuperate. Upon hearing the news, the Jiu Ying, witnessing the deplorable condition of his offspring, the 9-headed serpent, was engulfed in a furious rage. Yet, the extensive experience gained over the years in the vast and chaotic wilderness compelled him to suppress his fury. After administering a miraculous elixir to the 9-headed serpent, he inquired, "My son, who is responsible for this? I shall ensure his demise." A burly figure, possessing a face resembling that of a thunder god, wielded a staff with remarkable skill. Adept in various divine arts, unable to contend with him, as he fled, he was ambushed by this individual wielding a divine treasure, likely a congenital artifact. "Father, please remain calm," the serpent remarked. "I suspect this individual hails from an extraordinary lineage." Upon hearing the words of the 9-headed serpent, Jiu Ying also regained his composure. In the current expanse of the wilderness, the calamity of dragons and phoenixes had only recently passed, leaving a plethora of endeavors awaiting revitalization. The Wu and Yao clans had only just begun to emerge prominently. The remnants of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans, along with the disciples of congenital powers, were too numerous for the demon clan to offend. As one of the 10 demon saints of the demon clan, Jiu Ying was far from foolish. Once calm, he reassured the nine-headed serpent, "Do not fret, my son. Given his noble origins, there will undoubtedly be an opportunity for us to meet again. I shall avenge you." The nine-headed serpent nodded in silence, focusing on gradually healing its wounds that a century later, Lu Er concluded his retreat from a temporary cave, yet he showed no signs of breaking through to the golden, immortal realm. Nevertheless, he had made significant progress, successfully refining the Qian Kun scale to the 10th restriction and the Ding Hai Pearl to the 18th. He was one step closer to mastering these two congenital treasures. Following the battle with the nine-headed serpent, Lu Er felt a glimmer of hope regarding his breakthrough to the golden immortal stage. As the bottleneck seemed to have loosened slightly, it appeared that the 4 mischievous monkeys indeed thrived through combat. Lu Er remained patient, having only just emerged, and continued towards Mount Buzhou. As he journeyed through the scenic wilderness, absorbing the primal beauty of the vast expanse, he also gathered various heavenly materials and treasures. One day, Lu Er reclined upon a fluffy white cloud, his hands serving as a pillow, legs crossed, swaying gently with the wind, reveling in blissful leisure. Suddenly, the cloud shattered, and in an instant, Lu Er brandished the Panlong staff. Swinging it forcefully downward, a resounding clang echoed as Lu Er was propelled nearly 1,000 meters upward. Ignoring the pain in his injured hand, he peered down to see a group of towering men, each over 2 meters tall, surrounding their leader. The leader, standing at a height of 3 meters, with long flowing hair and a robust physique, was clad only in a tiger skin belt. The faces and bodies of the men were adorned with peculiar tattoos. The leader, astonished and enraged that his arrow had not slain Lu Er, lifted his massive stone bow, knocking another arrow, preparing to shoot once more. In a flash, Lu Er, unwavering, held his staff and dove in an S-curve downward. With the enemy armed with ranged weaponry, the best strategy was to close the distance, rendering their long-range attacks ineffective. Judging by the power of the previous arrow, it was clear that this formidable man possessed strength far beyond his own. If he chose to flee, he would surely be shot down. Engaging in close combat was his only hope. Lu Er approached rapidly in an S-curve. The leader, realizing that his bow could no longer be effective, discarded it and swiftly drew a 3-meter-long giant wolf-tooth club, effortlessly parrying Lu Er's downward strike. Lu Er was propelled back by the recoil, and on guard, inquired, "Who are you? Why do you attack me without cause?" Upon hearing Lu Er's question, the leader glanced at his subordinates, and they erupted into laughter. "Attack! You are merely our meal. Brothers, watch as I capture this monkey and take him back to the tribe to feast on his brain." Ha. Realizing from their attire and demeanor that these individuals were undoubtedly from the Wu clan, Lu Er recalled his fondness for the Wu clan from his previous life, admiring their fearlessness in battle against formidable foes. However, it dawned on Lu Er that this was the wilderness, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. As one of the key players in the ensuing calamity, the Wu clan would surely not cause turmoil without reason. Observing the Wu clan leader, it was evident that he was comparable to a golden immortal, marking Lu Er's first encounter with a formidable opponent since his emergence. The fierce battle spirit ignited within him, and he charged forward, wielding the Panlong staff with fervor. Employing every ounce of strength, Lu Er, with his agile form and swift speed, unleashed a flurry of strikes with the Panlong staff. Yet, the Wu clan leader remained composed, effortlessly blocking all of Lu Er's attacks with the giant wolf-tooth club, as if it were a mere sewing needle. The Wu clan, living in the wilderness, faced daily challenges of hunting and combat with other races. Even engaging in conflicts among different tribes, their wealth of combat experience was unparalleled. Despite feeling a wave of frustration at being toyed with by the Wu clan, Lu Er's fervent fighting spirit blazed even brighter. Such an opponent was the perfect sharpening stone for him. Recognizing that close combat yielded no results, Lu Er summoned his divine strength, enhancing himself and creating 2 clones. With a swift leap, Lu Er and his 2 clones appeared beside the Wu clan leader, all wielding their staffs simultaneously. The Wu clan leader, witnessing the clone's sudden appearance, remained unfazed, swiftly discerning Lu Er's true position. Ignoring the attacks from the 2 clones, he aimed his wolf-tooth club directly at Lu Er, intending to withstand the clone's assault while targeting Lu Er's real body. One could not help but admire the Wu clan's innate combat prowess. making the most accurate choice in such a brief moment. With the Wu clan leader's golden immortal cultivation, even with Lu Er's enhancement, the clones were unlikely to inflict significant damage. However, if Lu Er were struck, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury, if not death. Yet Lu Er was no easy prey. He had his own trump card. As he launched his attack, he employed the shadowless technique, swapping positions with one of his clones. The wolf-tooth club struck only the clone, while Lu Er's true self unleashed a powerful blow to the Wu clan leader's side. Even a being of immense strength and one realm above Lu Er could not withstand such a targeted attack on a soft spot. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Er unleashed a relentless barrage, the Panlong staff dancing through the air, raining strikes upon the lower body of the Wu clan leader. The Wu clan leader, battered by Lu Er's fierce onslaught, endured the strikes and retaliated with a powerful swing of the wolf-tooth club, forcing Lu Er back. He then created distance, raising his hand to halt the approaching Wu clan warriors, assessing his injuries and testing his mobility. He addressed Lu Er, "I underestimated you, monkey." Seeing that his flurry of attacks had not significantly troubled the Wu clan leader, Lu Er realized that this opponent was unlike the nine-headed serpent. Not only was he a skilled fighter, but he also possessed a cultivation level above Lu Er, coupled with the Wu clan's inherent physical strength. Faced with such an adversary, the prospect of victory was indeed slim. However, Lu Er was resolute. Knowing that only through challenging opponents of higher realms could he truly hone his skills, with this thought in mind, Lu Er steeled himself, preparing for the inevitable storm of battle ahead. The Wu clan leader, acknowledging his previous underestimation of Lu Er, grew serious and charged forward, swinging the wolf-tooth club with ferocity. The massive weapon whirled through the air, striking, sweeping, stabbing, and thrusting with precision. A heavy weapon wielded with such grace that it appeared effortless. In contrast, Lu Er found himself in a precarious position, as even a slight collision with such a weapon could prove fatal. He could only rely on his agility to evade and navigate around the attacks. Suddenly, taking advantage of Lu Er's sidestep, the Wu clan leader raised the wolf-tooth club high and brought it crashing down. Lu Er, left with no choice, retreated once more, but the leader's club slipped from his grasp, hurtling toward Lu Er's face. Realizing he could not avoid it, Lu Er braced himself and met the strike with the Panlong staff, the enormous wolf-tooth club, infused with the full might of the Wu clan leader, collided with Lu Er's staff, sending a shockwave through him. Lu Er immediately coughed up blood, hurtling backward for over 1,000 meters, feeling as though his very organs had shifted. The Wu clan leader, recovering the club, pursued Lu Er with the intent to finish him off. Yet, Lu Er, leveraging the momentum of his backward flight, executed a somersault to change direction and fled desperately. Now was not the time to hesitate. This boss was far too powerful, and his defenses were insurmountable. The Wu clan leader, unwilling to let Lu Er escape, rallied his warriors and gave chase. In terms of combat capability, Lu Er was yet unable to challenge opponents of a higher tier. However, when it came to evasion, even a mere golden immortal could not hope to catch him. Mastering the zombie gold light technique created by the primordial celestial master, Lu Er swiftly distanced himself from the pursuing Wu clan. Only the leader, with his formidable strength, managed to keep up, albeit barely. The chase continued, spanning millions of miles, until the Wu clan warriors were completely left behind. During his escape, Lu Er consumed a 7-turn golden elixir. Not only did he immediately recover from his injuries, but his body also retained a significant amount of unabsorbed medicinal power. Suddenly, Lu Er came to a halt, gazing at the Wu clan leader, who was relentlessly advancing like an avalanche, wielding a Panlong staff. Without hesitation, he charged forward, engaging in a direct confrontation. The Wu clan leader was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the monkey, who had been fleeing for so long, had abruptly turned back. However, he thought little of it and clashed with Lu Er, brandishing his wolf-toothed club. At that moment, Lu Er seemed transformed, no longer evasive, but rather recklessly exchanging injuries for injuries. Although he endured several brutal blows, the medicinal power quickly healed his wounds. Observing this, the Wu clan leader understood that Lu Er had likely consumed some miraculous elixir or rare treasure, yet he remained unconcerned, pondering how much more Lu Er could possibly consume. The Wu clan leader intensified his assault, each strike more ferocious than the last. Unless he struck a vital point, his attacks posed little threat to Lu Er. In this primal wilderness, they exchanged blows, the battle escalating into chaos. Ultimately, amidst the increasingly frenzied strikes from the Wu clan leader, Lu Er's hands were bloodied, his arms exposed to the bone, rendering him unable to grip the Panlong staff. As he sensed his weapon slipping away, the Wu clan leader, for once, revealed a gleam of satisfaction, slightly lowering his guard. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Er wore a cunning smile, invoking the divine power of his three-headed, six-armed technique, one arm brandishing the Qian Kun ruler. Drawing on the medicinal power of the seven-turn golden elixir, Lu Er had been biding his time for this moment, having held his ground against the Wu clan leader for so long. Although the innate spiritual treasure was formidable, Lu Er's strength was insufficient, and he had not fully refined to unleash its true potential. He needed a single decisive strike, catching the enemy off guard at this very instant. The Qian Kun ruler landed squarely on the Wu clan leader, unleashing the immense power of the innate treasure, which struck him unprepared that it was a blow that even a primordial ancestor would find intolerable. The Wu clan leader was hit by the Qian Kun ruler, and his torso was nearly cleaved in two, a gaping wound spilling forth blood and exposing various organs. Lu Er was well aware that one should seize the opportunity to strike when the enemy was down, preparing to deliver another blow to finish off the Wu clan leader. However, in that critical moment, the Wu clan leader spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a desperate effort, activated a secret technique. Vanishing from sight in an instant in Lu Er's perception, the enemy's presence disappeared just as quickly, prompting him to expand his spiritual awareness. Given the stability of the primordial space, instantaneous movement was impossible without a high level of cultivation. The Wu clan leader's disappearance undoubtedly came at a great cost, and he likely could not teleport far. Sure enough, as Lu Er expanded his spiritual awareness to 100 zhang radius, he detected the Wu clan leader's aura. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Zondi golden light and charged at the Wu clan leader, who was attempting to cover his wound with herbal medicine and a secret technique to promote healing. Yet, the injury inflicted by the innate spiritual treasure was far too severe to heal easily. Without dispelling the power of its rules, the herbs would have little effect. Seeing this, Lu Er swallowed another seven-turn golden elixir to heal his own injuries. Armed with the Panlong staff and the Qian Kun ruler wielded by his three-headed, six-armed technique, he engaged the Wu clan leader once more. The Wu clan leader, having just been struck by the innate treasure, no longer underestimated Lu Er and was particularly wary of the Qian Kun ruler, making it difficult for him to unleash his full potential. In contrast, Lu Er had gained considerable combat experience from his previous encounter with the nine-headed serpent and had just survived a near-death experience. Employing both wit and courage at that moment, he found himself fighting increasingly effortlessly, managing to suppress the equivalent of a golden immortal level Wu clan leader with his peak Xianxian cultivation. The power of the seven-turn golden elixir surged within him. Lu Er grew more invigorated, his injuries healing rapidly. Meanwhile, the Wu clan leader became increasingly despondent, the severity of his wounds taking a toll, compounded by the erosion of the power of the innate treasure's rules. Leaving him far from his earlier vigor, realizing the unfavorable turn of events, the Wu clan leader gritted his teeth, seemingly making a momentous decision. Lu Er watched as the Wu clan leader's entire left arm exploded in a grotesque display of bloodshed, the shattered tissue launching toward Lu Er like hidden weapons with tremendous force. Fortunately, Lu Er had anticipated the Wu clan's hidden techniques and remained vigilant, narrowly avoiding the attack, seizing the opportunity created by Lu Er's evasion. The Wu clan leader rapidly healed his wounds, drawing on the power gained from sacrificing his arm. Witnessing this, Lu Er quickly grasped the Wu clan leader's intentions. This sacrificial method allowed for a temporary surge of power and rapid healing of wounds. Albeit at a significant cost, as the injury began to mend, Lu Er wasted no time in charging forward again, intent on interrupting the Wu clan leader. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. Despite losing an arm, the Wu clan leader's strength surged, and his wounds gradually healed, nullifying Lu Er's hard-won advantage. With the Wu clan leader regaining the upper hand, he unleashed a relentless onslaught. Although he remained cautious of the Qian Kun ruler, the overwhelming force of his attacks inflicted tremendous damage on Lu Er with each blow he blocked. The disparity in their cultivation levels rendered it a life-and-death struggle, even with the D-High Pearl as a hidden card. Lu Er felt hopeless. While the D-High Pearl was indeed powerful, it required the ability to strike effectively. Facing an opponent with extensive combat experience, Achieving a successful ambush was already a stroke of luck. Was today truly the day he would meet his end? Frustrated, Lu Er resolved to take a chance, thinking, if I fight hard enough, I might turn this bicycle into a motorcycle. Sensing the loosening of the bottleneck within his golden immortal cultivation, he felt as if a breakthrough was imminent. Breaking through during battle was a perilous endeavor. Such a transition would trigger a transformation of his magical power, but in the heat of combat, he was continuously expending his magical energy in a volatile environment. Losing control of his power could spell disaster. Yet, Lu Er found himself with no other options. To fight was to live, while inaction meant certain death. He concentrated his magical energy into the Panlong staff, executing a sweeping strike that momentarily repelled the Wu clan leader, then resolutely pushed through his bottleneck. The breakthrough allowed his magical energy to begin its transformation, and the signs of elevation in his realm became evident. Gradually, golden light emanated from Lu Er, growing ever more radiant, visible from afar and drawing the attention of a distant Taoist. This individual, adorned with a purple gold crown and a carefree crane cloak, stood poised in elegant attire, his youthful appearance and enchanting visage strikingly beautiful. With 3 whiskers flowing beneath his chin and raven feathers adorning his hair, the Taoist observed the distant golden light with intrigue. Riding the clouds to investigate, upon arriving, he beheld the disheveled Lu Er seated cross-legged and the lifeless body of the Wu clan leader beside him. The Taoist stroked his beard with a smile, remarking, "To break through one's realm during battle is indeed quite fascinating." Suddenly, the Taoist's expression shifted as his consciousness detected peculiar fluctuations emanating from the collapsed stones nearby, interweaving 3 distinctly different forces that bore an uncanny resemblance to a rare celestial treasure he sought. With a swift flourish of his sleeve, countless stones were swept aside, revealing a concealed cavern. The Taoist promptly entered the cave, discovering that it was not large. He could see the far end at a glance. Near the cavern's terminus, there lay a small pool of water, no larger than a basin. Yet, within this pool resided 3 colors of divine water, entwined with one another. Witnessing this scene, the Taoist could hardly contain his joy. The 3 light divine water. After over 10,000 years, he had finally found it. At that moment, he glanced back at the 6-ear outside the cave, pondering deeply. Lured by this young man, he had unexpectedly discovered the 3 light divine water. This favor was indeed considerable. With another wave of his sleeve, the 3 light divine water was collected, no longer in haste. The Taoist seated himself beside 6-ear, crossed his legs upon the ground, and took out a stone book. Perusing it without turning a page, time passed without notice until 6-ear finally awakened, feeling the distinctly different energies coursing through him. He had narrowly escaped death, not only vanquishing a formidable foe, but also breaking through to the golden, immortal realm. Rising to survey his surroundings, he was startled to find a Taoist sitting nearby. His recent breakthrough had severed his connection with the outside world, and had this Taoist harbored ill intentions, he would have been utterly annihilated. Moreover, the Taoist's flowing beard and hair, along with his ethereal demeanor, evoked a sense of familiarity akin to that of his master and grandmaster, indicating he was no ordinary figure. With this realization, 6-ear hastily rose, bowed respectfully to the Taoist, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your protection. 6-ear shall forever remember this kindness." The Taoist smiled and nodded. "There is no need for such formality, my young friend. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is I who must thank you. I am known as Zhenyuanzi, in search of the 3 light divine water, and by chance, your presence has led me to fulfill my long-held wish." It turned out this Taoist was none other than the renowned ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhenyuanzi, also known by the grand title One who shares the world with kings, one of the 3,000 earthly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Born with the Earth Book and possessing an innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree, through their conversation, 6-ear learned that over 10,000 years prior, Zhenyuanzi's ginseng fruit tree had been harmed by a rival, damaging its foundation. Only the 3 light divine water could perfectly restore the ginseng fruit tree and mend its roots. The 3 light divine water consisted of 3 types: the golden sunlight divine water, the white moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water. When combined, they formed the most potent healing elixir of the primordial era. In later generations, it was said that only his grandmaster, Yuan Shi Tianzun, possessed this divine water, which explained Zhenyuanzi's favorable relationship with him. How could one who nurtures flowers and plants lack such a treasure? From birth, Zhenyuanzi had been with the ginseng fruit tree. After countless years of companionship, their bond was undeniably profound. Thus, for over 10,000 years, Zhenyuanzi had been tirelessly seeking the three-light divine water. Now, due to Six-Eared's influence, he had found it, and given Zhenyuanzi's innate power, he felt no need to be deceitful. This favor was one he could accept with ease. Upon understanding the context, Six-Eared could not help but feel a wave of apprehension after defeating the leader of the witch clan. He had found it impossible to complete his subsequent breakthrough elsewhere. Fortunately, it was the esteemed Zhenyuanzi who had been drawn to him, a kind-hearted and Tao-oriented individual. Had it been someone else, he might have met with an untimely demise. With this in mind, Six-Eared felt a surge of gratitude towards Zhenyuanzi. Esteemed elder, I am deeply appreciative of your protection. As for the favor, let us not speak of it further. Acquiring this three-light divine water is also a result of your karmic connection. Having finally found the long-sought three-light divine water, with hope of restoring the ginseng fruit tree to its former glory, and having made the acquaintance of such an open-hearted elder, Zhenyuanzi could hardly contain his excitement. My young friend, do not be modest. Without you, where would I have sought this three-light divine water? And do not refer to me as elder. Let us be peers. Come, let us visit the five. You have aided me greatly, and I must treat you well. With jovial banter, Zhenyuanzi took it upon himself to escort Six-Eared to his abode. The five on Mount Wanshou. Six-Eared, eager to forge a connection with Zhenyuanzi, did not hesitate to follow his lead. Before departing, he remembered to collect his spoils. Alas, he found nothing but a wolf-toothed club and an identity tag inscribed with the character Lu. Throughout their journey, Six-Eared recounted his grievances with the witch clan to Zhenyuanzi, who expressed indignation upon learning that Six-Eared had nearly been made into a meal. Although the primordial world operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest, the witch clan's indiscriminate slaughter of sentient beings would inevitably lead to their own downfall. While agreeing with Zhenyuanzi, Six-Eared also assessed his own condition. After breaking through to the golden immortal realm, not only had his cultivation and consciousness been enhanced, but he had also experienced an elevation in his life essence that in his perception, the world seemed transformed, and his connection to it had become more intimate. The remainder of the journey passed without further encounters or obstacles. Relentlessly riding the clouds, he continued onward, finally returning to Kunlun Mountain after 20 years. The vastness of the primordial world was astounding. Journeying could take decades or even centuries, which was quite disorienting for Six-Eared, who had traversed from later generations. The inefficiency was troubling. Once his cultivation improved, he would need to devise a means to hasten his travel speed. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain and inhaling the familiar aura, Six-Eared felt as if he were a wayward child returning home. Having spent the longest time at Kunlun Mountain, he ascended to its peak, where the four familiar thatched cottages remained unchanged. The three pure ones were seated in a small pavilion, smiling warmly at Six-Eared. Seeing this, he rushed over to pay his respects to his master and grandmaster. Tai Shang gazed at Six-Eared and nodded. You ventured forth, and your cultivation has indeed risen to the golden immortal realm. Could it be that you truly heeded your master's advice and made your way to Buzhou Mountain? Hearing Tai Shang's teasing, Six-Eared's heart swelled with joy. His master, who espoused non-action and simplicity, was now playfully bantering with him, which indicated genuine acknowledgement of his progress. Before he could respond, Tong Tian interjected with a laugh. With his small stature, it would be remarkable if he could even reach Buzhou Mountain. Unlike Tai Shang and Tong Tian, Yuan Shi inquired earnestly. During your travels, how did you elevate your realm? What did you gain? At this, Six-Eared eagerly recounted his adventures, from battling the nine-headed serpent at the Longping River to acquiring the Qian Kun ruler, and then fighting against the witch clan Zhou Wu, where he broke through his realm amidst battle and successfully retaliated. He then recounted his chance encounter with Zhenyuanzi. While his experiences may not have been grandiose or tumultuous, they were nonetheless filled with peril. Ultimately, he had successfully broken through to the golden immortal realm, thereby achieving his anticipated goal. Listening to Six-Eared's narrative, the three pure ones expressed their approval of his various responses to challenges. Finally, Six-Eared produced the Qian Kun ruler and the Ding Hai pearl. Inquiring of the three pure ones, Master, Grandmaster, upon acquiring the Qian Kun ruler, I found that it resonated with the Ding Hai pearl within me, as if they complemented one another. Is there a secret to this? Yuan Shi, intrigued, took the two treasures and began to sense their energies. After a moment, he returned the treasures to Six-Eared, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, they complement each other. I had not realized this when examining the Ding Hai Pearl alone. Do you know why the Ding Hai Pearl is exceptionally heavy? Six-Eared shook his head, gazing at Yuan Shi in confusion. Such a query seemed beyond his current understanding. Master, I am but a golden immortal. Must I comprehend the principles of innate spiritual treasures? Yuan Shi, observing Six-Eared's bewilderment, continued. There are 24 Ding Hai pearls, each containing a small world filled with water. Thus, each one is incredibly heavy, making them ideal for striking others. In ordinary circumstances, the small worlds remain stable, simply filled with water. However, the Qian Kun ruler seems capable of invoking the power of the small worlds, allowing them to transform into a medium-sized world, evolving into a complete world. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's explanation, Six-Eared nodded in understanding. It appeared that this was how the future figure of Ran Deng evolved into the 24 heavens. Gazing at the two treasures in his hands, Six-Eared felt a surge of determination to refine them thoroughly. Once fully assimilated, the power of the 24 heavens would surely elevate his combat prowess to new heights. Suddenly, Six-Eared recalled the innate pure yang energy he had acquired on his return journey and hastily produced it. Inquiring of the three pure ones, Taishang, taken aback upon seeing the innate pure yang energy, looked at Six-Eared with a smile. Little Six-Eared, you truly are the six-eared monkey among the four mischievous monkeys. Your fortune is indeed profound. This innate pure yang energy has various applications. It can be integrated into oneself or used for refining tools and concocting elixirs. However, I have just created a powerful technique that requires this pure yang energy. It is called One Qi transforming the three pure ones. Would you be willing to learn it? While others may have been ignorant of the technique One Qi transforming the three pure ones, Six-Eared was certainly well aware of its significance. This is indeed the ultimate secret of the Taishang. The manifestation of the three pure ones is not merely a single entity accompanied by two simplistic avatars, but rather true avatars possessing strength that is entirely consistent with the original form, akin to the three corpses that have been severed. Only thus can it be regarded as the supreme art of the Taishang. Otherwise, who cannot master the technique of creating avatars? One could easily create hundreds, yet they would merely be pale imitations, utterly ineffective. Lu'er eagerly nodded, expressing his desire to learn. I wish to learn. I wish to learn. Taishang continued, the most challenging aspect of the Qi Hua Sanqing divine ability lies in this Qi. It must be the innate Qi. I once stumbled upon a strand of innate gung metal Qi on Shouyang Mountain, which enabled me to create this divine ability. Yuan Shi Tongtian began to understand. It turned out that the eldest brother was not withholding the new divine ability from them, but rather, they were incapable of mastering it. However, Yuan Shi Tongtian did not fully comprehend the extraordinary nature of Qi Hua Sanqing and did not pay it much mind. Subsequently, under the guidance of Taishang, Lu'er began to cultivate the Qi Hua Sanqing divine ability, first absorbing the innate pure yang Qi into his body. Due to limitations in strength, he could only rely on Taishang's assistance to manifest two avatars from the innate pure yang Qi within him. Lu'er gazed at the two avatars of Lu'er the monkey that had formed. Although they moved as if an extension of himself and shared a deep connection, their cultivation level was merely that of a Xianxian. What could be the reason for this? Lu'er looked at Taishang in confusion. Upon seeing the expression in Lu'er's eyes, Taishang understood his thoughts. After all this effort, expending innate Qi, he had only managed to create two avatars of Xianxian. Taishang could only manage a wry smile and said, My dear monkey, as a novice, you still aspire to reach the heavens in one leap. As you deepen your understanding of this divine ability, the cultivation level of your avatars will eventually align with your original form, and they may even cultivate independently, nurturing the original body in return. Lu'er then experienced a moment of enlightenment, and he returned to the days of diligent training. He solidified his golden immortal realm, practiced divine abilities, honed his martial skills, and refined spiritual treasures. The three pure ones took turns imparting teachings to Lu'er, truly offering their all. During this time, the bond between the three pure ones was exceptionally strong. Any significant discord would only arise after attaining sainthood, when the three would part ways due to their differing paths. Moreover, at present, they had only Lu'er as their sole disciple, so their fervor naturally poured into him, even though he was merely a nominal disciple. Thus, time flew by, and 6,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 millennia, Lu'er refrained from traveling. He was still in the phase of accumulating strength, having learned sufficiently, yet possessing only a limited mastery of what he had studied. he had not encountered any bottlenecks, rendering further travels of little significance. Additionally, Lu'er was concerned that if he journeyed outside, it would coincide with Hongjun attaining sainthood and beginning his teachings, without the three pure ones accompanying him. Reaching the Zixiao palace would be impossible. Should Hongjun commence his lectures without his attendance, it would be akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. Over the course of these 6,000 years, Lu'er made abundant gains. In terms of divine abilities, he had already made substantial progress in Qihua San Qing. The strength of his two avatars was now equivalent to that of his original form. Henceforth, the concept of one-on-one battles would no longer exist in Lu'er's lexicon, replaced instead by the notion of group confrontations. His sleeve universe and other divine abilities also showed remarkable advancement. Concerning spiritual treasures, the Dinghai Pearl had been refined to 30 layers of restrictions, with just 6 more needed to fully master this innate spiritual treasure. The refinement of the Qian Kun ruler was also progressing swiftly. Having reached 20 layers of restrictions, Lu'er eagerly anticipated the evolution of the 24 heavens. His martial skills had not progressed significantly. In truth, Lu'er's martial prowess was commendable, merely one realm away from the pinnacle experts like Tongtian. Currently, Lu'er's primary shortcoming was experience. Needing a qualitative transformation born from quantitative accumulation, his cultivation remained unremarkable in the absence of fortuitous encounters through diligent practice. Lu'er's cultivation still lingered at the early golden immortal stage, far behind the extraordinary traversers who had gained remarkable advantages. Nevertheless, Lu'er felt no anxiety. His cultivation had reached this level purely through his own hard work and the teachings of the three pure ones. Each step he took was grounded and assured, leaving him untroubled by concerns regarding his foundational stability. Lu'er understood well the importance of establishing a solid foundation. Soaring to great heights also depended on the strength of that foundation. One ordinary morning, Lu'er was listening to Yuanchi's teachings in a pavilion atop the mountain when, suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed across the sky, a purple aura emerging from the east for 30,000 miles. Celestial melodies cascading down, resonating throughout the heavens. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and countless rare birds and beasts soared through the skies and raced across the ground. As the celestial phenomena grew increasingly magnificent, countless beings were stirred. Sensing the emergence of a great power, they instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground, not in worship of the saint, but to express their reverence for the sages who had paved the way and their innate longing for the primordial path. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the ears of the beings of the Hongwang. "I am Hongjun. Today I attained sainthood." Sensing that the beings of Hongwang possess only innate legacies and no means of transcendence, "I will hold a lecture in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens in 100 years. Those fated may come to listen." The three pure ones in Lu'er, atop Kunlun mountain, gazed at the celestial phenomena before them. Filled with emotion, the three pure ones had been trapped in the great Luo golden immortal realm for many years, uncertain of what lay ahead. Now that someone had attained sainthood and was willing to share, they were filled with hope for the future and aspirations for the road ahead. Lu'er lamented that Hongjun had achieved sainthood. The grand tapestry of the Hongwang was about to unfold. With the Zixiao Palace's 3 lectures and the return of the saints, along with the impending cataclysm of the Wu and Yao. After a while, the phenomena subsided, yet Hongjun's words seemed to linger in the air. Tongtian, in a state of urgency, spoke. "Brother, when shall we set forth?" Taishang and Yuanchi exchanged a glance, and Yuanchi, with a wry smile, admonished Tongtian. "Third brother, why are you so restless? I believe you are even less composed than young Lu'er." Taishang replied calmly, "The chaos beyond the 33 heavens is not easy to traverse. That realm is filled with chaotic energy, immensely powerful, and devoid of discernible directions. Even a great Luo golden immortal, without a spiritual treasure for protection, could easily become lost and fall." Yuanchi nodded in agreement. "With the Jade Rui and the Chimping Sword, Tongtian and I can protect ourselves, while elder brother possesses the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda to safeguard Lu'er." Tongtian concurred. "Lu'er, this journey is fraught with peril. You must closely follow your master uncle." Lu'er nodded, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, Taishang led Lu'er, with Yuanchi and Tongtian closely following, as they ventured towards the chaotic realm. Upon leaving the Hongwang continent, they entered the vast expanse of the Hongwang starry sky. It is said that 365 ancient stars and 480 million ordinary stars comprise this celestial tapestry. Beyond the Hongwang starry sky lies the realm of chaos. The chaotic realm is indeed fraught with danger, with rampant chaotic energy capable of easily shredding any material, and this is still in proximity to the Hongwang world. As one moves farther away from the Hongwang world, the chaos becomes increasingly perilous. Taishang summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, enveloping the four in a golden light. This treasured artifact of merit truly lived up to its reputation. Allowing them to navigate the chaos with ease, Lu'er gazed out at the chaos beyond the golden light, deep in thought. This chaos was exceedingly treacherous, even with the remnants of the creation jade played in his mind to guide him. He dared not venture forth recklessly. Until one reaches the quasi-saint stage, the chaos remains a forbidden zone. This journey to the Zixiao Palace was, in essence, guided by Hongjun's unseen hand, ensuring that they would not lose their way. Within the chaos, there is no sense of time, no discernible direction, and it was impossible to ascertain how long had passed. Suddenly, Lu'er spotted a landmass suspended within the chaos. It was a continent featuring towering mountains, lush forests, and vast oceans, at the center of which stood a grand palace. Without doubt, they had arrived at the location of Hongjun's lecture. As the four approached the palace, they found the grand doors firmly shut. With a plaque above them inscribed with the words Zixiao Palace, Taishang calculated with his fingers and realized that only 60 years had passed, leaving ample time until the 100-year mark. Thus, the four were not in a hurry and chose to sit on the platform before the doors, silently awaiting the moment. As time flowed gradually, many others began to arrive. Lu'er observed the gathering of powerful beings, each possessing at least the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, most of whom were alone. After all, few had the capacity to escort others through the chaos. Lu'er dared not stare too intently at the formidable beings, uncertain if he might inadvertently offend some taboo. However, even a fleeting glance allowed him to recognize several individuals. The being with a human body and a serpent's tail was undoubtedly Nuwa. Standing beside her was Fushi. The figure with a dark complexion, carrying two treasured swords, was likely the ancestor of the River of Souls. With the swords being the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan 2 and Abi.As for the rest, Lu'er could not deduce their identities. It was said that the Zixiao Palace hosted 3,000 worldly guests. Yet very few remained active in later generations. Others may have perished or chosen to retreat into seclusion. Thus, the depths of the Hongwang were unfathomable. On this day, as Lu'er sat cross-legged, silently cultivating his techniques, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Young friend, we meet again." Lu'er opened his eyes to find it was one of the few acquaintances he had in the Hongwang, prompting him to rise swiftly and greet Zhenyuanzi. Upon seeing Zhenyuanzi's arrival, the three Pure Ones also offered their respects, as they were familiar faces, having interacted previously. Moreover, Zhenyuanzi is a person of profound roots and formidable strength, possessing a character that is both candid and upright. Leveraging the connection between Lu'er and Zhenyuanzi, the three Pure Ones do not hesitate to deepen their ties with him. The four individuals engage in conversation before the Zixiao Palace, patiently awaiting the moment. At long last, the century has come to pass. The gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly swing open, causing a ripple of tension among the gathered crowd. The three Pure Ones exchange a glance with Zhenyuanzi and nod in unison. Subsequently, Lu'er receives a message from Yuan Shi. "We shall enter with Zhenyuanzi to investigate shortly. As your strength is insufficient, remain behind and enter at a measured pace." Lu'er nods in acknowledgement, understanding that while the great beings may not discern the distinction between entering first or last, they certainly wish to vie for any potential opportunities that may arise. Lu'er, however, remains unperturbed, as he is merely here to observe. As the grand doors open, a host of powerful beings prepare themselves. At that moment, two young disciples, one male and one female, emerge from within the gates, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The century has arrived. May those fated enter the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings." No sooner do the words leave their mouths than the crowd hastens towards the Zixiao Palace. Lu'er follows suit, and upon reaching the entrance, he gazes at the two disciples and muses, "These must be the future Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. It is wise to foster a good relationship in advance." Reflecting on this, Lu'er pauses and greets the two young disciples. "I am Lu'er, a disciple of the three Pure Ones, and I pay my respects to you both." The two disciples, whose cultivation is modest, being merely the two acolytes enlightened by Hongjun, have never encountered such politeness before, and they quickly return the gesture, stating, "We cannot accept such a title from a fellow cultivator." Although they feign humility, they cannot help but feel a sense of joy, for in the primordial chaos, strength reigns supreme, and there is no hierarchy akin to that of mere officials before a prime minister. Being respected naturally brings happiness. Lu'er exchanges a few pleasantries with the disciples, then presents them with a number of spiritual fruits before stepping into the Zixiao Palace. upon entering the grand hall of the Zixiao palace. Just as anticipated from previous knowledge, the three pure ones seize the prime meditation cushions, while Zhenyuanzi simply sits upon the ground. Lu Er hastily positions himself behind the three pure ones. Awaiting the arrival of Hongjun at this moment, a commotion arises outside the hall as two Taoists make their entrance. Arriving at this time, they must be the ones responsible for guiding the others. The customary scramble for seating ensues, and regarding the plight of Hongjun, Lu Er finds himself powerless to intervene. Once the farce concludes, a meditation cushion abruptly materializes before the assemblage, upon which sits a Taoist of ethereal presence, who waves a whisk and announces, "I am Hongjun. The teachings within the Zixiao Palace shall be delivered in 3 sessions. Thereafter, seating shall remain fixed, and no changes are permitted." Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Dian, transformed from the essence of Pangu, may be considered disciples of my mystical sect. The three pure ones quickly suppress their inner excitement and nod in agreement. Nuwa, Jane, and Zhuanti are acknowledged as my named disciples. Although Nuwa is perplexed as to why Hongjun accepts her as a named disciple but not her brother Fushi, she dares not voice her questions before the sage and suppresses her doubts. Jian and Zhuanti, naturally, are elated. Having arrived late, they still manage to secure a meditation cushion and attain the status of a disciple of a sage. What more could they desire, following the acceptance of his disciples? Hongjun promptly begins his teachings. Lu Er quickly gathers his thoughts, focusing intently on the discourse. Striving to elevate his 6 ears, Lu Er endeavors to commit Hongjun's teachings to memory. However, the profundity of a sage's teachings is not so easily grasped. While the words resonate in his ears, they slip away without retention, leaving him to seek personal enlightenment. Fortunately, during this inaugural lecture, the teachings do not delve too deeply into esoteric matters, primarily addressing concepts suitable for those below the level of a sage. Since the emergence of the mighty ones, none have provided guidance on the path of cultivation. All have relied solely on their own explorations and interactions with fellow Taoists, for instance, the three pure ones. Despite being golden immortals since their inception, have derived their subsequent methodologies through gradual trial and error. In the face of an uncertain future, they have forged a path through countless tribulations. Yet, as they venture further, the challenges escalate, potentially consuming countless epochs without yielding any progress. Moreover, some may have strayed onto the wrong path from the outset. How then can they reach their destination? The reverence accorded to Hongjun by the myriad saints of the primordial chaos stems not solely from his power, but also from his role as a guide, illuminating the way for all. The first lecture at the Zixiao Palace may seem insignificant, as the attendees are all at the Deluo level. What use is there in revisiting the past? Yet, this is a misconception. A towering edifice rises from the ground up. Without a solid foundation, how can one hope to ascend further? The brilliance of Hongjun's teachings lies not in expounding his own methods or paths, but in directing others toward the correct orientation and trajectory. Each individual's insights are unique, allowing them to rectify shortcomings and refine their own methodologies, ultimately grasping their unique path. Lu Er is acutely aware of the importance of foundational knowledge. Thus, he abandons rote memorization in favor of introspection and comprehension. As the discourse deepens, the great beings exhibit a spectrum of reactions. Some furrow their brows, others appear enlightened, some feel regret, and some smile. The Zixiao Palace becomes a stage upon which the myriad facets of life unfold. At this juncture, Lu Er possesses only the cultivation of a golden immortal, the lowest among them, yet he is most suited for this inaugural lecture. Immersed in the teachings, Lu Er's cultivation does not elevate, nor does his realm expand. From the outside, it seems he has gained nothing. Yet Lu Er knows that he has indeed reaped significant rewards. Not only has he clarified the foundational aspects preceding the golden immortal stage, but he has also addressed many of his own deficiencies. Furthermore, he has gleaned insights regarding the realms beyond the golden immortal stage, which will undoubtedly expedite his future advancements. This is the fortuitous opportunity presented by the Tao ancestors' teachings. At first glance, it appears to defy reason, yet upon reflection, it is entirely logical. The Tao ancestors' discourse is inherently aimed at the assembly of Deluo golden immortals. Time flows unceasingly, and a millennium passes in the blink of an eye. Hongjun concludes his entire exposition on the golden immortal level. Upon finishing, the attendees gradually awaken from their contemplations. Hongjun then states, "This session of teachings has concluded. We shall reconvene in 10,000 years." With that, he does not linger, but vanishes into thin air. Observing their teacher's departure, the crowd rises one by one to leave. This immensely significant first lecture has yielded substantial insights for all. It is certain that in the coming 10 millennia, they will each immerse themselves in seclusion. Lu Er departs alongside the 3 Pure Ones and Zhenyuanzi, the 4 of them traversing the chaos to return to the primordial world. Zhenyuanzi speaks first. 3 Pure Ones and young friend Lu Er, I had initially intended to invite you all to Wuzhuang Temple for a taste of the ginseng fruit after the teachings. Yet now, having heard the Master's discourse, I realize how many misconceptions I held in the past. I now fervently wish to retreat for a time that I hope you will forgive my abruptness. The 3 Pure Ones, upon hearing Zhenyuanzi's words, burst into hearty laughter, with Taishang remarking, Zhenyuanzi, you truly share our sentiments. Once our seclusion is complete, we shall certainly visit Wuzhuang Temple and disturb you. Yuan Shi and Tog Tian nod in agreement, and soon the 5 part ways, Zhenyuanzi returning to Wuzhuang Temple while the 3 Pure Ones escort Lu Er back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon returning to the familiar surroundings of Kunlun Mountain, the 3 Pure Ones and Lu Er eagerly enter seclusion to digest the teachings from the Zixiao Palace. Lu Er, relying on his insights, meticulously re-examines the cultivation process from celestial immortal to golden immortal. Deriving immense benefit from this endeavor, he then begins to contemplate the subsequent stages of cultivation. Presently, he stands at the golden immortal level, and to break through to the Taiyu realm, he must not only reach the requisite cultivation level but also achieve the convergence of the 5 Qi returning to the origin. To ascend from Taiyu to Deluo, one must gather the 3 flowers atop the head. Through the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, Lu Er not only comprehends the realms of Taiyu and Deluo but also experiences an ineffable understanding during the discourse. This understanding is difficult to articulate, yet once grasped, it is firmly held. In future breakthroughs, he can avoid many unnecessary detours. Moving forward, his task is to accelerate the accumulation of his cultivation, allowing progress to occur naturally. It is no wonder that later generations speak of the teachings at the Zixiao Palace as a grand opportunity. After completing his reflections, Lu Er emerges from seclusion and, seeing that the 3 Pure Ones are still engrossed in their meditation, he does not rush but begins to refine the Dinghai Pearl. Previously, the Dinghai Pearl had been refined to 30 layers. Only 6 layers remained before completion, and thus it would be prudent to push through and entirely master it. The teachings at the Zixiao Palace have commenced, and the tumultuous primordial world will soon be upon them. Through Lu Er's relentless efforts, he ultimately completes the refinement of the Dinghai Pearl a millennium later, achieving a preeminent innate spiritual treasure with 36 prohibitions, which he has fully mastered. Moreover, due to the inexplicable connection between the Dinghai Pearl and the Qian Kun ruler, the refinement of the Qian Kun ruler progresses more swiftly as well. 800 years after completing the Dinghai Pearl, the Qian Kun ruler also reaches completion. Thus, Lu Er has fully mastered both of his innate spiritual treasures. With both treasures summoned, Lu Er takes a deep breath and attempts to control them to draw near one another. As they are on the verge of contact, the 2 treasures shake violently before rebounding away from each other. It appears that his strength is still insufficient. Evolving the 24 heavens is no simple feat. However, Lu Er remains unflustered. If uniting them in one motion proves impossible, perhaps he can separate them. He then focuses on one Dinghai Pearl, guiding it to approach the Qian Kun ruler, perhaps sensing the presence of the Dinghaizu. The Qian Kun ruler emitted beams of radiance that enveloped the Dinghaizu. Under the influence of the Qian Kun ruler's brilliance, the 5-colored glow of the Dinghaizu vanished, and the jewel gradually became transparent, resembling a glass sphere filled with water. Suddenly, the interior of the glass sphere underwent a cataclysmic transformation, as if the very fabric of creation was being unfurled, giving rise to continents, forests, towering mountains, and flowing rivers. At that moment, the magical power within Lu Er was swiftly siphoned away, and the sudden pull nearly rendered him as thin as a monkey stick. In a state of panic, Lu Er hurriedly swallowed a bottle of Qijuan Jindan, which rapidly transformed into magical energy upon entering his body. Yet it still could not withstand the incessant suction. Just as despair began to set in, a continuous influx of Shangqing magical power surged into his body, fulfilling the demands of the Dinghaizu. At this juncture, Lu Er realized that it was Master Tong Tian who was lending him a helping hand. After a whole incense stick's worth of time, the Dinghaizu gradually stabilized and the suction ceased. Before Lu Er lay a Dinghaizu that had been utterly transformed. The transparent jewel now appeared to contain a miniature model of a world, complete with oceans, land, mountains, rivers, deserts, forests, and an array of flora and fauna. Apart from the absence of sentient beings, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a normal world that in an instant, a vast world emerged. Moreover, this world was intricately linked to Lu'er, for he was its deity. Once he regained his composure, Lu'er noticed the three pure ones beside him and humbly expressed, "Thank you, Master, for saving your disciple. A mere golden immortal aspiring to manifest the myriad heavens, you wish to run before you can walk?" Yuan chastised without reservation. Lu'er contemplated that a singular manifestation was indeed feasible. However, he had not anticipated the immense magical power required for such an endeavor. Taishang nodded thoughtfully. "It is worth a try. At the very least, you will gain clarity on the specific requirements. Judging by the previous circumstances, you may commence gradual manifestations once you reach the Tai realm." This proved true, as Lu'er sensed that his current primordial spirit could only accommodate one transformed Dingzhu. Further manifestations would necessitate an elevation in his realm. Noticing that Lu'er was unharmed, Tongtian relaxed, his curiosity piqued. "What effects will the manifestation of the myriad heavens yield?" Lu'er replied, "I believe I can harness the power of the world to enhance myself. At my current level, I should be able to withstand 50% of the world's power." Upon hearing this, Tongtian sighed. If the 24 heavens are successfully manifested, this spiritual treasure may very well be second only to the innate treasures. Lu'er felt an overwhelming sense of aspiration. Was this not akin to possessing an extraordinary external aid? How utterly remarkable! Subsequently, the three pure ones and Lu'er resumed their seclusion to continue their cultivation. Time in the primordial chaos is unmeasured, and it is unclear how long has passed. With the opening of the three thatched cottages, the three pure ones concluded their retreat in succession, observing the joy on his master's faces. Lu'er understood that he had reaped considerable benefits. Indeed, Taishang smiled. "I have perfected the Yuqing celestial arts, and the past afflictions have vanished. From now on, you need only focus on exploring the path ahead." "Lu'er, my disciple, I have further refined the transformation of the one into three pure ones, and I shall impart this to you." After speaking, he pointed at Lu'er, completing the transmission of teachings. Yuan Shi, rarely seen with a smile, added, "What my elder brother says is true. We only await your earnest pursuit of the path ahead. I have also created a cultivation method designed specifically for the physical body. Lu'er, this technique shall be passed on to you, bestowing you with an additional means of protection." He too pointed his finger, imparting the technique. Lu'er, feeling the method within his mind, recognized it as the foundational work of the 8-9 profound arts, later practiced by Yang Jian, also known as the 9-turn Yuan technique. However, it was still in its nascent form, with the maximum potential limited to the Deluo realm, as Yuan Shi himself had only attained that level. According to future descriptions, upon completing the 9 turns, one could attain sanctity in the physical form. Of course, this was merely theoretical. The ranks of saints in the primordial chaos are finite, and the emergence of additional saints is inconceivable. Yet the power of this technique should not be underestimated. For Lu'er, although he possessed a talent for close combat and his practical abilities were formidable, his physicality remained a shortcoming. A robust physical form would undoubtedly elevate his prowess in close quarters. Lu'er swiftly reviewed the two techniques before expressing his gratitude to Taishang and Yuan Shi. Remarkably, Tongtian, usually the epitome of carefree demeanor, was unusually reticent today, wearing a slight frown. Noticing this, Yuan Shi inquired with curiosity, "Has the third brother encountered any uncertainties in his cultivation?" Tongtian shook his head. "The cultivation is progressing smoothly, yet there is one matter that remains unclear. Lu'er has been under my tutelage for tens of thousands of years. Although he is but a named disciple, he has received the true teachings of the three of us. I intended to formally accept Lu'er as my chief disciple, but suddenly, I felt an unexplainable sensation. As if in the cosmic design, Lu'er is not meant to be my chief disciple. Another is destined for that role. Now, I find myself at a loss." Taishang and Yuan Shi exchanged glances. Hesitant in their response, Lu'er, reflecting deeply, recognized that Tongtian's chief disciple should indeed be Dao Ren Duobao. Perhaps this was the corrective force of the heavenly Dao at play. Regarding the title, Lu'er felt indifferent. The three pure ones had treated him exceedingly well, and there was no need for them to be put in a difficult position. Thus, Lu'er composed himself and sincerely addressed Tongtian at such a high level of cultivation. "Master, any instinctive sensation must be accurate. My 3 masters have guided and cared for me with great diligence. How could I allow the triviality of a title to cause you distress? Moreover, does my status as a named disciple imply that the 3 masters will withhold their teachings from me? Let me be a special named disciple." Upon hearing Lu'er's words, the 3 pure ones were deeply moved. After tens of thousands of years of companionship, even stone could harbor feelings, let alone their own disciple. Taishang shook his head. Very well, let little Lu'er remain a special named disciple. Additionally, Lu'er shall serve as a protector of the Qian men. Yuanshi nodded in agreement, responsible for safeguarding the Qian men and overseeing the disciples. In the future, if any of the three Pure One's disciples violate the rules, you may execute first and report later. Taishang and Tongtian both nodded in affirmation, with Tongtian particularly elated. According to Taishang and Yuanshi's words, the protector of the Qian men holds significant power, somewhat alleviating his guilt towards Lu'er. In truth, Lu'er was indifferent to the role of protector. In the primordial chaos, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, everything is but an illusion. Lu'er's sole desire was to strive diligently in his cultivation and enhance his strength. Should the opportunity arise to become a saint, it would be nothing short of perfect. The ensuing days were a lengthy journey of cultivation. After their retreat, the three Pure Ones had a more systematic understanding of their paths and generously imparted their knowledge to Lu'er. Lu'er cherished this greatly, knowing that once the three Pure Ones attained sanctity and branched out, such opportunities would be scarce. The incomplete version of the 8-9 profound arts imparted by Yuanshi was swiftly grasped by Lu'er. However, this technique not only demanded exceptional talent and comprehension, but also required an extensive duration to accumulate magical power and temper the physical body. While Lu'er was not lacking in talent, he found himself truly deficient in magical power. His own cultivation required it, and so did the 8-9 profound arts, even though the primordial chaos was rich in spiritual energy. And Kunlun Mountain was an unparalleled celestial paradise. A prolonged passage of time was still necessary. Before long, after a break of approximately 10,000 years, Lu'er's realm steadily advanced to the mid-golden immortal stage. Yet he had only just scratched the surface of the 8-9 profound arts. The pressing matter remained. Elevating his realm was of utmost importance, and the 8-9 profound arts would have to wait. As the second lecture approached, the three Pure Ones and Lu'er returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. Prior to entering, Lu'er took a moment to converse with the two attendants, gifting them some spiritual fruits. Lu'er's reasoning was simple. Though they were mere attendants now, they would eventually become the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, rulers of the heavenly realm. If he did not seize the opportunity to cultivate a good relationship now, when would he? Having experienced the intricacies of human relationships in his past life, he could not behave like the disciples of the three teachings, who had little skill yet looked down on others. As the various powerful beings arrived in succession, Hongjun Laozu appeared punctually, surveying the assembly before him and nodding as he commenced his lecture. Lu'er could not shake the feeling that the Tao ancestors' gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, as if he had been singled out. Observing that everyone was engrossed in the Tao ancestors' teachings, Lu'er dared not dwell on it further and entered the state of learning. Time flew by. And after a millennium, the Tao ancestor concluded his lecture. As the 1,000 years elapsed, the second lecture came to an end, with the final lecture set to take place a millennium later. After delivering his words, he paid no heed to the audience's reactions and vanished without a trace. Following the conclusion of the second lecture, the crowd did not exhibit the same urgency as they had after the first. After all, after an extensive discussion spanning countless years, the necessary summaries and revisions have been largely accomplished. The 3,000 earthly guests of the Zixiao Palace, in a certain sense, are all fellow students. It is of utmost importance to foster connections and deepen mutual understanding. One could observe the great beings rising in unison, engaging in idle chatter with the companions that piqued their interest. Enhua was the first to pay her respects to the Sanqing, addressing them graciously. Enhua has come to see the three senior brothers. I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come. The Sanqing returned her greeting with smiles, with Taishang responding amiably. To guide is a daunting task. We are all disciples of the mystical gate and should support one another. Upon hearing Taishang's words, Jiu Ying and Zhenyuanzi, who had drawn closer, nodded in agreement. The young figure known as Lu'er, unable to interject, observed the interactions among the great beings within the Zixiao Palace. As conversations deepened, the great beings gradually formed several small circles. The Sanqing and Enhua were engaged in their discourse, while Fushi, Kunping, and two haughty gentlemen appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation. Judging by their demeanor, it was likely Di Juan and Dong Wangtai. Both members of the demon clan, naturally finding common ground. Zhenyuanzi and Hongjun were discussing something animatedly. It had been said in their previous lives that Zhenyuanzi and Hongjun shared a close bond, evidently forged during this very moment. The remaining individuals also clustered in pairs, with Lu'er not being particularly acquainted with them. After exchanging pleasantries and agreeing to convene for further discussions in the future, The Sanqing departed with Lu'er. After all, they had only just made each other's acquaintance and were not yet close. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Zhenyuanzi and Hongjun, who, upon spotting the Sanqing and Lu'er, happily approached them. Come, 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 you must try my fruits. They have been ripe for quite some time. Seeing Zhenyuanzi's enthusiasm, the Sanqing did not feign reluctance. Subsequently, the group departed from the Zixiao palace, heading towards Wuzhuangguan. Along the way, Zhenyuanzi introduced Hong into the Sanqing and Lu'er, explaining that Hongjun was said to be transformed from the very first red cloud that emerged at the dawn of creation. Naturally fond of freedom and camaraderie, it was said that his friendship spanned the vast wilderness. Upon arriving at Wuzhuangguan, Zhenyuanzi warmly welcomed everyone, whether new friend Hongjun or old friends the Sanqing and Lu'er. They were all cherished companions of Zhenyuanzi, thus the hospitality was of a high standard. Before them lay a platter with 10 ginseng fruits, alongside an abundance of various spiritual fruits and exquisite wines. The sight of the ginseng fruits, resembling children yet to reach their 3rd birthday, complete with limbs and features, emanated a faint, enticing fragrance that whetted one's appetite. Is this indeed the fabled ginseng fruit? Lu'er inquired, feigning ignorance of its nature. Meanwhile, the Sanqing and Hongjun gazed at the childlike fruits in wonder. Zhenyuanzi proudly declared, "This is indeed the ginseng fruit borne by the primordial ginseng fruit tree. This tree flowers once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to ripen, meaning it takes a full 10,000 years before it can be consumed. In such a span, it produces merely 30 fruits." He continued, "Consuming this ginseng fruit not only extends one's lifespan but also significantly enhances one's cultivation, saving countless years of arduous training." Upon hearing Zhenyuanzi extol the rarity and value of the ginseng fruit, everyone eagerly picked up the fruits and began to savor them. Lu'er took a bite, relishing the sweet and delectable flavor, and within a few mouthfuls, he finished one fruit. To his surprise, upon consuming the fruit, he felt a substantial surge of spiritual energy gradually releasing within him, merging with his own essence. Lu'er quickly sat cross-legged to absorb it. Just as he was prepared to utilize the ginseng fruit's spiritual energy to further enhance his cultivation, he suddenly heard the voice of Yuanshi by his ear. "Lu'er, remember that cultivation should be pursued steadily, accumulating over time. The fruit's spiritual energy can be employed to refine the 8-9 mystical art." Yuanshi's words enlightened Lu'er. Indeed, it was unwise to hastily elevate his cultivation realm in such a short span. Instinctively drawn to the spiritual energy, he had momentarily forgotten about the 8-9 mystical art. Once clarity returned, Lu'er activated the 8-9 mystical art and began to absorb the spiritual energy diligently. Presently at the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, his cultivation was not insignificant, and he was rapidly progressing through the earlier stages of the 8-9 mystical art. As the ginseng fruit continued to release its spiritual energy, Lu'er's advancement in the 8-9 mystical art accelerated remarkably, and by the time the energy was fully released, his cultivation reached the 4th transformation, equivalent to the realm of Xianxian. After digesting the spiritual energy, Lu'er stood up, realizing he had underestimated the ginseng fruit. The power derived from a single fruit had propelled his 8-9 mystical art to the 4th transformation. Assessing his body, he found that this 4th transformation was extraordinary. Coming from the lineage of the 4 monkey kings, his physique was already robust. Yet, even at just the 4th transformation, he felt his physical strength and potency had increased at least tenfold. This was merely the 4th transformation. He sensed that he could now contend with the former leader of the Chaos Witches solely through his physical prowess, observing that Lu'er had successfully absorbed the ginseng fruit's spiritual energy. Zhenyuanzi smiled and inquired, "How does the ginseng fruit taste, young friend Lu'er? I have wished to offer it to you for a millennium, yet regrettably never had the chance." Lu'er jested in response, "The fruit was too few. I couldn't truly savor its flavor. Do bring another 2 baskets, dear friend." Laughter erupted among the group, playfully chiding Lu'er for his greed. For the Sanqing and Hongjun, the ginseng fruit had little effect, serving merely as a delightful treat. Thus, the remaining 5 ginseng fruits were naturally entrusted to Lu'er. After enjoying the fruits, the group began to discuss their philosophies. Lu'er was most familiar with the teachings of the Sanqing and had also heard Zhenyuanzi's discourse. Taishang's philosophy revolved around non-action, abstaining from unnecessary deeds, and aligning with nature. Yuanshi's doctrine entailed acting in accordance with the heavens, expounding upon the celestial principles and categorizing all beings into tiers, guiding each according to their inherent qualities. Tongtian's path was that of the Great Way, encompassing 50 principles with celestial transformations, ensuring that all beings possessed a thread of opportunity for survival. Zhenyuanzi's philosophy was rooted in the ways of the earth, embodying broad-mindedness and inclusivity. Nurturing all without contention. As Lu'er listened to Hongjun's teachings, he felt the essence of freedom, transformation, and unrestrained existence. The great beings of the wilderness each possessed their own path. The so-called path, in many respects, was an amalgamation of character, lineage, ideology, and doctrine. The notion of 3,000 paths was a mere abstraction. In reality, each individual had their unique path. Lu'er found himself pondering. What is my path? The path of combat for the chaos giant ape, or the path of civilization from my past life? Lu'er could not ascertain, leaving the quest for understanding to unfold in due course. After the philosophical discussions concluded, everyone departed separately, and Lu'er accompanied the Sanqing back to Kunlun Mountain to continue his arduous training. On this day, as Taishan was instructing Lu'er in the art of transforming Qi into the three Sanqing divine powers, an epiphany struck. A fortuitous opportunity has arisen. Observing Lu'er's bewilderment, Yuanshi chuckled and remarked, "It seems a primordial treasure is about to emerge. And it is fated for us three." Upon hearing the mention of a primordial treasure, Lu'er instantly perked up, realizing that the Sanqing and he had very few treasures. "Masters, there is a primordial treasure. Let us hasten, lest it be snatched away by others." The Sanqing, not daring to delay, followed the sensation and swiftly flew towards the source. They soon arrived at a valley in the Buzhou mountain, where they halted. Spotting a gourd vine climbing up the mountain wall, Lu'er immediately understood. This was the primordial gourd vine. 7 gourds of different colors hung from the vine: red, gold, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each radiating distinct glimmers. Before the Sanqing could act to harvest the gourds, they noticed others approaching. It was Enhua, Hongjun, and Zhenyuanzi. The 7 exchanged glances. And Red Cloud spoke first. "Dear friends, there are exactly 7 of us, and precisely 7 gourds. Shall we each take one?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhenyuanzi let out a cold snort, with 4 of the Sanqing's disciples taking the lion's share. "Do you presume we are weak and easily bullied?" Tong Tian chuckled disdainfully, brandishing the Qingping sword and flicking it with his fingers. "Would you care to test the sharpness of my treasured sword?" Sensing the tension in the air, Enhua, who shared the same demon clan with Zhenyuanzi and also regarded the Sanqing as her nominal seniors, felt compelled to mediate. "We all gathered in the Zixiao palace to share our insights. Why must we stand at odds? The spiritual treasures are governed by fate. Since there are 7 of us, it must be the will of heaven." Although Zhenyuanzi remained displeased, he recognized that he was outnumbered and, with Enhua extending an olive branch, he refrained from further remarks. After claiming 1 yellow gourd, he departed directly. Following suit, Enhua took the golden gourd, while Hongjun selected the red one. The supreme one chose the purple. The primordial one selected the green. The celestial one opted for the azure, while the Six-Eared took the final blue gourd. As the last blue gourd was plucked, the gourd vine lost its luster and withered instantly. Upon witnessing this, the Red Cloud Enhua discerned that the opportunity lay within the gourd. With the vine now desiccated, the possibility of it bearing fruit anew was extinguished. After exchanging greetings with the 3 pure ones, Red Cloud and Enhua departed from the place in succession. Observing that everyone had left, Six-Eared hurriedly approached, uprooted the gourd vine, and collected it. The primordial and celestial ones, seeing Six-Eared gather the gourd vine, assumed he was merely curious about the primordial spiritual root, and paid it no mind. Only the Supreme One regarded Six-Eared's actions with a contemplative gaze. With the opportunity in hand, the group did not linger. Returning to Kunlun Mountain to enter seclusion, awaiting the 3rd lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. On Kunlun Mountain, Six-Eared pondered the blue gourd in his possession. The gourd wielded by Emperor Jun must have later transformed into the celestial slaying flying blade, which refined the essence of the Great Witch into this enigmatic treasure. The Supreme One's purple gold gourd was used to contain elixirs, while Red Cloud's was the 9-9 scatter spirit gourd. The others had not been heard of, perhaps due to their rather mundane functions, which was a possibility. What then, one might wonder, was the supernatural power of his blue gourd? Six-Eared, using his spiritual sense to probe the gourd, attempted to refine it, only to be astounded by the results. This blue treasure gourd defied convention, lacking the prohibitions typical of primordial spiritual treasures, and was effortlessly refined by Six-Eared. He soon understood the gourd's usage. It housed a primal essence. This primal essence could transmute into any primordial mid-grade spiritual treasure. Moreover, the user could unleash their imagination and conceive treasures at will. Of course, such transformations must not exceed the gourd's capacity limit, which was that of a mid-grade primordial treasure. Just as he grasped its application, Six-Eared mused whether this gourd was excessively extraordinary. Eagerly, he set about experimenting, and soon, a stream of white vapor emerged from the gourd's mouth, coalescing into a palm-sized golden flag. This was indeed the Wuji Xinghuang flag, one of the top-tier spiritual treasures. With a casual toss, the flag expanded in midair and began to orbit around Six-Eared. After a brief assessment, he realized that while it appeared impressive, it fundamentally remained a mid-grade primordial treasure, still far from being invulnerable or impervious to all forms of attack. Nevertheless, this artifact could enrich his combat capabilities without transcending reason. Six-Eared aptly named it the Rui treasure gourd as for the gourd vine. It indeed had lost its utility, and the discerning eyes of the powerful beings had not erred. Yet, Six-Eared understood that this object would serve another purpose in the future. After the three Pure Ones returned, they entered seclusion to assimilate the gains from the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. In a state of quiet contemplation, Six-Eared resolved to embark on a journey of exploration. Upon leaving Kunlun Mountain, he found himself without a destination, and his only friend, Zhenyuanzi, was likely in seclusion as well. Thus, Six-Eared chose a random direction for his travels, devoid of any specific objective, simply to behold the vast wilderness. Days turned into nights as he relished the rare tranquility of the primordial world, occasionally admiring the natural beauty that surrounded him, finding great pleasure in it. One day, lounging upon a fluffy white cloud, Six-Eared drifted aimlessly through the sky. Suddenly, his nose twitched, catching a whiff of a salty scent reminiscent of the ocean from his past life. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself at the seashore. The vast expanse of azure ocean stretched infinitely before him, waves crashing against the rocks and leaving behind frothy white circles, as if adorning the coast with a delicate jade trim. Elated by the sight of the sea, Six-Eared dove down from the cloud, eager to immerse himself in its splendor. Upon resurfacing, he clutched a sizable octopus measuring nearly a meter in length. Thrilled, he made his way to the shore and began to cook over an open flame. The grilled octopus was tender and exquisite, its flesh springy and succulent. After years of surviving on the elements, Six-Eared found it impossible to stop feasting. After relishing a delightful meal, he employed the all-encompassing clarity technique to ascertain his location. Discovering he was by the Eastern Sea, this Eastern Sea would one day become the stronghold of with Golden Tortoise Island and the Three Immortals Island, not to mention the legendary Pudalai and Fazhang Islands. All brimming with great opportunities. It was imperative that he explore this place thoroughly. In the future, when settled here, he would need to find an island to establish his cave abode, having resolved to find a celestial island as his future dwelling. Six-Eared ascended to the clouds and soared deeper into the Eastern Sea. The vastness of the primordial realm was truly astounding, as was the ocean. After searching for over a century, all he encountered was the endless sea. Occasionally, he stumbled upon an island, yet they were all rather ordinary, devoid of any intelligent beings. This relentless pursuit gradually extinguished his fervor for settling down. One day, just as he began contemplating a return, he suddenly sensed a nearby island. Could it be yet another deserted isle? As Six-Eared continued to probe with his spiritual sense, more islands began to materialize within his perception. To his astonishment, he realized he had discovered an entire archipelago. Curious, he approached the first island he had found to investigate. Why was the spiritual energy here so thin? Was this truly the primordial realm? At a rapid pace, he circled the island, observing that it boasted forests, rivers, mountains, and living beings. Everything appeared entirely normal, yet the spiritual energy was strikingly sparse, which was exceedingly rare in the primordial world. Suddenly, Six-Eared detected a group of sentient beings near the foot of a mountain by the sea. Filled with curiosity, he decided to gather information. As he descended near the mountain's base, he discovered a primitive marketplace bustling with various creatures. Some were plant spirits, others stone spirits, collectively known as Jingguai. There were also animal spirits, referred to as Yaogu, alongside aquatic beings. Just as Six-Eared was about to approach the marketplace, a thought struck him. With his 6 ears and the visage of a thunderous figure, he stood out too much. Thus, he employed a transformation technique, disguising himself as an ordinary monkey, albeit one standing 2 meters tall. It is well known that the more one lacks something, the more they desire it. His Pandergong staff transformed into a mundane stick. Striding confidently into the marketplace, he wandered about. It was evident that the inhabitants were impoverished, their trading methods were primitive, relying solely on barter, and the value of their goods was exceedingly low. In a place devoid of spiritual energy, the conditions for the emergence of rare materials and treasures were simply non-existent. This marketplace appeared to be a spontaneous gathering, with no visible management. As Six-Eared approached a stall run by a stone spirit, he raised his eyes to scrutinize the vendor. The stone spirit stood 5 meters tall, robust, and composed entirely of massive black-brown stones, clearly lacking in proficient techniques. He seemed oblivious to the art of transformation and was far from attaining immortality. Before him lay a large leaf, upon which sat several unidentifiable metallic pieces. Squatting down, Six-Eared casually examined them and inquired, "Big Stone, how do you sell these items?" The stone spirit lowered his head, dully replying, "I am not called Big Stone. My name is Shirshan. I trade stones, various stones." Observing the stone spirit's dim-witted demeanor, Six-Eared pondered whether it was foolish to seek information from him. How intelligent could a stone spirit truly be? At that moment, a turtle spirit, carrying a shell on its back, ambled over and slyly addressed Six-Eared. "This fellow looks unfamiliar. Could you possibly be an outsider?" "Oh, how did you discern that?" "Just by looking at your attire and the way you scan your surroundings." It couldn't be more apparent. Upon glancing at his own Taoist robe, Six-Eared realized he had forgotten to change his clothes, a clear indication of his inexperience in the world. With his cover blown, he decided to drop the act and directly asked, "Dear turtle friend, may I inquire where this place is and what the situation is? Why is the spiritual energy so thin?" The turtle spirit, startled by Six-Eared's inquiry, promptly responded, "Are you, perhaps, someone who has crossed the sea?" Just as Six-Eared was preparing to engage in a more profound conversation with the turtle spirit, dark clouds suddenly rolled across the sky, and a horde of demons and monsters descended upon them. The various spirits and creatures selling goods in the marketplace hastily packed up their stalls and fled, their speed reminiscent of vendors evading city inspectors. As they fled, they shouted in alarm, "The Black Sea City is here. Everyone, flee for your lives." The turtle spirit and Shirshan hastily gathered their belongings, not forgetting to bring Lu'er along as they departed. However, Lu'er had no intention of leaving. Could mere demons from the celestial realm compel him to flee? After all, he was a disciple of the Three Pure Ones, one of the esteemed 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. As the demons drew nearer, a snake spirit, caught off guard, was seized by a demon with a fish head and a human body. Lu'er sprang into action, wielding his coiling dragon staff with a flick of his wrist. And in an instant, he was beside the demon, striking it down and reducing it to a mist of blood. While the snake spirit was still in shock, Lu'er vanished again, this time appearing amidst the dark clouds overhead, where he enlarged his staff and obliterated both the clouds and the demon, turning them into vapor. The weight of his strikes was considerable, but it mattered little. Observing the speed at which the locals fled made it clear that this was not their first encounter with death, and perhaps slaying them would even yield merit. Lu'er descended slowly from the sky, leaving the scene in profound silence. A group of spirits and creatures gaped in disbelief at the effortless defeat of the very demons that had once tormented them. The spectacle was truly astounding. As they regained their senses, cheers erupted, and the spirits danced with joy. Even Shirshan, usually so stoic, broke into a smile, wildly pounding his chest in celebration. Lu'er, moved by the scene before him, contemplated that perhaps the common folk desired little more than freedom from oppression and the simple assurance of life. After the jubilation subsided, the spirits and creatures encircled Lu'er, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The turtle spirit approached Lu'er and bowed deeply, saying, "We, the humble ones, are eternally thankful for your life-saving grace. Noble Immortal. We have nothing to offer in return, so we humbly await your command." Lu'er waved his hand dismissively. "Disperse, all of you. Stay behind and enlighten me about the situation here." The turtle spirit led Lu'er to a secluded spot and began to explain. "Noble Immortal, our island is called Immortal Island, part of the Starry Isles, which comprise over 30,000 islands, large and small. The Starry Isles lie far from the mainland, isolated in the depths of the East Sea, and only those with considerable strength can traverse these waters, rendering this place relatively secluded." Lu'er mused silently. No wonder he had traveled for 100 years only to find himself in the depths of the East Sea. "Why is the spiritual energy so sparse here?" he inquired. The turtle spirit replied, "Among the 30,000 islands of the Starry Isles, they are roughly divided into 3 factions and desolate islands. Our Immortal Island is one such desolate island, where it is said that powerful beings once battled, disrupting the spiritual veins of many islands, resulting in a severe depletion of spiritual energy here. Among the 3 factions, the most powerful is Dongwang City, ruled by the immortal subordinates of the Eastern King, who have formidable Tai Golden Immortal level experts stationed there, occupying over 10,000 islands with abundant spiritual energy, enslaving the native spirits day and night to harvest various resources. Next is Black Sea City, whose lord, the Black Sea Flood Dragon, is rumored to be the illegitimate son of the Dragon King, also possessing Tai Golden Immortal prowess, leading numerous aquatic demons and spirits, indulging in excess and mercilessly slaughtering the weaker spirits and demons, controlling over 8,000 islands. Lastly, there is a loose cultivator alliance led by the three evening fairies and their sworn brother Zhao Gongming, who have united the local loose cultivators for self-preservation and have committed no evil. Hearing the familiar names, Lu Er realized that the three evenings and Zhao Gongming had later joined the Jie sect, making them his future junior disciples. Lu Er pondered deeply after listening to the turtle spirit's account. Indeed, Lu Er had taken a liking to this place. Firstly, its geographical location, secluded deep within the East Sea, would serve as a strategic base for the Jie sect in the future. Why not claim it as his own? Secondly, he had set out for training, and with plenty of adversaries and villains around, he felt no psychological burden in dealing with them. Establishing a small faction or organization, without taking disciples or establishing doctrines, held no taboos. As for his ability to contend with them, it was a joke. Lu Er was no longer the inexperienced youth of yore. Resolute in his decision, Lu Er turned to the turtle spirit and asked, "What is your name? Do the demons from Black Sea City often come to capture you?" The turtle spirit quickly replied, "Noble Immortal, I am called Goeda, the eldest in my family. The demons of Black Sea City come to feast on us every few days, capturing us for their meals. Our lives are filled with hardship, living in constant fear." As he spoke, Goeda wiped his eyes, feigning sorrow. "Enough, enough. Who are you putting on a show for?" Lu Er scoffed at Goeda's theatrics. Goeda, appearing pitiful, simply sought Lu Er's assistance, which fortuitously aligned with Lu Er's intentions. Wiping away his tears, Goeda added, "To speak honestly, our lives are indeed grim. The three factions occupy the best islands, and we either find ourselves cast to desolate islands or escape from unbearable servitude. Isolated from the world, we cannot hope to flee with our cultivation level. We can only count each day as 2.5. We beseech you, noble Immortal, to be our advocate. We do not seek grandeur, merely a stable existence and a place to cultivate amidst spiritual energy." His heartfelt plea moved Lu Er deeply. Very well, he resolved to assist them. Lu Er feigned ignorance and asked, "How would you like me to assist you?" Well, Goeda suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Should he ask the Immortal to stay and protect them, or to confront the Black Sea City? The Black Sea Flood Dragon was a formidable Tai Golden Immortal. Even if they could defeat him, it would come at a cost. Lu Er observed Goeda's hesitation and sensed that the moment had come. "Goeda, have you ever heard the saying, 'It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish'? Today, I saved you, but I cannot save you forever. The crux lies in your own self-rescue." Goeda looked bewildered and asked, "Pray tell, noble Immortal, how can we save ourselves?" Goeda had a talent for playing the sidekick, and Lu Er spoke with unwavering resolve, "Unite, cultivate, and fight back. If you cannot defeat them, noble Immortal, the desolate islands are filled with the weak, those who have yet to ascend the immortal path. But do not forget, I am here, who can claim noble birth. I will impart to you cultivation techniques and lead you in reclaiming your territory." Even Goeda, though somewhat dim, understood Lu Er's intentions. This great immortal sought to leverage them to establish his foothold. However, Goeda felt elated, as being of use implied he still had value. No matter how dire, it could not be worse than their current plight. Goeda then bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Goeda pays homage to the great king and is willing to fight for you." Lu Er laughed heartily, rising to assist Goeda. "Join me, and I promise you a life of luxury and abundance. You shall remain by my side as an advisor." Perplexed, Goeda inquired, "Great king, what is an advisor?" An advisor is akin to a strategist or a chancellor, much like the turtle chancellor of the Dragon Palace. Do not dwell on such matters. Our Buzhou Island will be our starting point. How many sentient beings reside here? There are approximately 30 to 50,000 beings on this island, all of whom have yet to ascend the immortal path and are scattered. Goeda contemplated for a moment before responding. "Then, gather everyone for me. We shall establish our faction by the seaside. If anyone is unwilling, do not force them." Lu Er reflected. First, they needed to organize themselves. In his previous life, one would first form a guild in games. They would then seize an island rich in spiritual energy to serve as their stronghold. While Goeda went off to rally the people, the spirits and creatures in the market were the first to hear the news and were filled with elation. They would soon have a formidable protector, and with a stroke of luck, they might even find a new place to live, free from the worries of spiritual depletion. The spirits gazed at Lu Er with reverence. Yet none dared to approach for fear of offending the noble Immortal. Only the snake spirit, who had narrowly escaped capture before, slinked closer with a graceful sway, her demeanor captivating, bowing her head slightly. She addressed Lu Er, "I, Yujingzi, Express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace, noble benefactor, and I am willing to serve you as your maid." Upon concluding her words, Yujingzi lifted her gaze to Lu'er. Her eyes shimmering like rippling water, glistening with a myriad of colors, radiating brilliance. The corners of her eyes were slightly arched, cascading into her hair, revealing a pair of enchanting, flirtatious eyes. Lu'er observed Yujingzi's feigned allure with a faint smile, non-committally responding with a simple before resuming his meditation. Yujingzi, filled with delight, swayed her waist, her serpent tail undulating as she positioned herself behind Lu'er, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a devoted handmaid. As for Turtle Da's instructions to Lu'er, they were indeed executed with utmost diligence. Drawing upon his past connections, he managed to gather a significant number of spirits and creatures within merely 3 days. At the marketplace of that day, countless monsters congregated, spirits such as stone spirits and tree spirits, as well as serpent spirits and bird spirits. Naturally, the aquatic beings from the East Sea were not to be overlooked. A throng of tens of thousands, bustling and chaotic, with voices overlapping in a cacophony. Lu'er stood atop a high platform, surveying the disorder below, furrowing his brow. After all, these were lowly little demons, devoid of any discipline. He reached for the unremarkable Panlong staff and casually tossed it towards the distant mountain peak. The staff, still airborne, rapidly expanded, descending like a celestial pillar, shattering the mountain into fragments, reducing its height by 1/3. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the lesser demons instinctively fell silent. Lu'er nodded with satisfaction. "I am Jiu Ying, hailing from beyond the East Sea. You all are merely the most insignificant little demons, yet to attain the path of immortality, lingering on this desolate island, devoid of cultivation techniques and spiritual energy, you merely survive in a precarious existence, ever at risk of being devoured by monsters. I wish to inquire, how do you find such a life? Do you yearn to continue living in such a manner?" Upon hearing the inquiry from Lu'er, who had assumed the name Jiu Ying, whispers erupted among the crowd below. Lu'er, exasperated, prepared to restore order. Unexpectedly, Shirshan stepped forward, beating his stone chest and declaring, "Shirshan desires to live well." His sudden proclamation ignited enthusiasm among the gathered spirits. "Lord who desires to feast luxuriously." This was a gaunt tiger demon. "Old tree's lifespan is dwindling. If I do not strive now, death is inevitable." This was an ancient pine tree. Each spirit voiced their desires. Chaos ensued once more. With tens of thousands of demons gathered, the scene was hardly manageable. Nevertheless, Lu'er felt a sense of relief. Despite their dire circumstances, they were not desensitized, possessing the spirit to strive for a better fate, which was of utmost importance. Lu'er interrupted the tumultuous gathering. "All right. Then let us band together. We shall feast heartily. Let us seize the island's rich in spiritual energy. We will slay all the monsters in Black Sea City." Thus, the Starry Gang is hereby established. With that declaration, the first gang in the primordial realm, Starry Gang, was formed. The subsequent presence of the Starry Gang would greatly influence the primordial world. Lu'er's vision for the Starry Gang was not overly complicated. With Turtle Da serving as the chief strategist, he selected a group of highly intelligent, combat-inept spirits to form the intelligence department. The emaciated tiger demon, named Hu Li, was chosen to lead the combat department, composed of those with exceptional melee capabilities or promising talents. Although Shirshan was also formidable in strength, his intelligence was lacking, so Lu'er reluctantly appointed him as a bodyguard. The serpent spirit, Yujingzi, was tasked with leading the magic department, while the remaining spirits, lacking any special abilities or combat prowess, were temporarily grouped into the logistics department, entrusted to Old Tree, the eldest of the tree spirits. Thus, the Starry Gang began to take shape. Lu'er convened the heads of each department for the inaugural internal meeting of the Starry Gang. Gazing at Turtle Da, Hu Li, Yujingzi, Old Tree, and Shirshan, Lu'er felt a deep sense of sentiment. This was his core team. He intended to use the Starry Islands as a sharpening stone, not only to hone himself but also to cultivate a capable team, ensuring that in future endeavors, he would not be alone in his struggles. Clearing his throat, Lu'er commenced the first council of the Starry Gang. Now that we have established the Starry Gang, it would be an exaggeration to say we are impoverished, yet our resources are indeed scarce, that we face formidable external enemies, and internally, we lack a territory rich in spiritual energy. If anyone has suggestions or solutions, please share. The spirits exchanged glances, and finally, Turtle Da mustered the courage to speak. "We are in dire need of cultivation techniques. Aside from our instinctual breathing of spiritual energy, I possess a fragmentary technique that I can share for everyone's practice. Lu Er, nonchalantly smiling, replied, "You need not worry about the issue of techniques. As the leader, it is my responsibility to resolve that." The matter of techniques was not particularly daunting. Creating a pathway to the great Tao was impossible. But devising a technique for those below the Xianxian realm was well within reach. After all, he had listened to teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, was a disciple of the Three Purities, and shared a close friendship with Zhenyuanzi. Moreover, Lu Er planned to introduce the bar Jiu Xian Gong for his subordinates' training. This technique was a protective skill of the Xian men, not involving the fundamental teachings of the Three Purities. Lu Er would only reveal the first 4 levels, which would allow practitioners to reach the Xianxian realm at most. If he encountered exceptionally talented individuals, he would not hesitate to take them on as disciples. Casting a wide net in the process. At that moment, Lu Er produced a jade slip, inscribing the first 4 levels of Bar Jiu Xian Gong within using his spiritual sense. He handed the jade slip to Old Tree. This is a body refinement technique, capable of advancing up to the Xianxian realm. Once perfected, one's physical strength will be formidable, with unparalleled prowess in close combat. Old Tree, given your age and stability, I entrust this technique to you. As our gang is still in its infancy, anyone who meets the requirements may practice it. In the future, we will establish a transmission hall where contributions may be exchanged for techniques. Old Tree, upon receiving the responsibility of safeguarding the technique, was profoundly moved. After all, what time was it? During the period of Hongjun's teachings, not only they, but even many powerful beings were groping their way forward, with no systematic techniques available. Gripping the jade slip tightly, veins bulged on his bark-like face. Old Tree shall never betray the leader. No one shall take the technique from me. In this life, Old Tree will follow the leader without question, and should I harbor any treachery, may my soul be extinguished. In the heavenly Tao bear witness. This was a vow to the heavenly Tao. The world of the primordial realm was not like the later generations. If one made a vow to the heavenly Tao, it would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Turtle Da, Hu Li, and Yu Jingzi hurriedly followed suit, and even the foolish Sher Shan, under Turtle Da's prompting, made his vow. Although Lu Er was aware of the current scarcity of techniques, he still underestimated the importance of a complete technique. After all, his journey thus far had been remarkably smooth. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. His core team had already been secured, and as long as no extraordinary circumstances arose, they were unlikely to betray him. In addition to the body refinement technique, I will also create an official technique, allowing you to choose your primary focus based on your talents, ignoring the heartfelt gratitude of his subordinates. Lu Er turned his attention to the issue of territory. The spiritual energy in this place was exceedingly sparse, lacking potential for development. At this point, Turtle Da spoke up. Among the 3 major forces of the Starry Islands, none are to be trifled with, but if we must identify the weakest, it is undoubtedly the Loose Cultivator Alliance. How about we target them first? Lu Er shook his head in response. The Loose Cultivator Alliance bears no enmity towards us. They merely seek self-preservation. This is simply picking on the weak, lacking any sense of righteousness. Such actions are no different from those of Black Sea City. I am aware that Black Sea City and East King City are both protected by Tai Golden Immortals. You need not worry about my ability to confront them. Though I may only possess the cultivation of a Golden Immortal, in terms of battle prowess, I fear no ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Turtle Da felt a wave of shame wash over him, yet it also reassured the others. Hearing Lu Er's formidable battle power, Turtle Da quickly suggested, "Leader, if that is the case, let us first seize the territory of Black Sea City. We can develop gradually, as long as we withstand the initial waves of attacks. Once our cultivation improves, we will secure a foothold on the Starry Islands." Lu Er nodded at this proposition. Among the 3 forces, the Loose Cultivator Alliance was the weakest, but it had the potential for future alliances with the 3 celestial Zhao Goming. Even without that, Lu Er had no desire to bully them. Once he unified the Starry Islands, driving them out would suffice. The power of East King City appeared formidable, with a strong backing. However, if Lu Er recalled correctly, the East King was later eliminated by Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. With patience, East King City would inevitably collapse. The most troublesome was Black Sea City, where even the lowly little demon spoke of the Black Sea Flood Dragon as the illegitimate son of the Dragon King. Regardless of its veracity, it was clear that the Dragon Clan was backing the Black Sea Flood Dragon. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace would not permit anyone to act under its banner. It had been previously stated that the Dragon Clan was not so weak at present. In a reckless act, the flag of the Dragon Clan was brazenly struck down, yet the instigator remained unperturbed, for who does not possess a powerful backing? However, maturity has its demands. Calling for parental intervention when one cannot hold their own is indeed rather lowly. Nevertheless, if circumstances dictate, one might as well bide their time with the Black Sea serpent, allowing it to grow stronger until they are capable of obliterating the Black Sea city, with a plan firmly established. Lu'er began issuing orders. Old tree, prepare for the relocation. Ensure that our brethren are ready to pack their belongings and depart at a moment's notice. Shan will assist you. Gueda. Ready yourself. Shortly, we shall scout the territory of Black Sea City in search of a suitable island. Yu Jingzi and Hu Li, you two should commence training the brothers from the war and law departments. The multitude of demons responded enthusiastically, hastily setting about their preparations. Lu'er, riding the clouds with Gueda, proceeded to survey the domain of Black Sea City. The territory encompassed over 8,000 islands, constituting roughly 30% of the Starry Isles. Time was of the essence, and a meticulous reconnaissance was not feasible. Thus, they merely skimmed the area from above to gain a general understanding. Lu'er sketched a rudimentary map as they passed by Black Sea Island, where he sensed an astonishing aura rising from afar, unmistakably that of the Black Sea serpent. Numerous golden immortal demons were also present, utilizing his innate listening abilities. Lu'er overheard the revelry of the demons on the island, feasting and drinking with abandon. In stark contrast, many lesser demons were either enslaved or reduced to mere fodder, their cries echoing in a continuous lamentation, resembling a veritable hell on earth. Lu'er shook his head, acknowledging that the time for their annihilation had not yet arrived. Patience was key. Having completed the reconnaissance of Black Sea City, Lu'er took the opportunity to traverse the entirety of the Starry Isles. Refining his rudimentary map, the selection of an appropriate island was not a daunting task. He pinpointed a large island rich in spiritual energy, aptly named Whale Island, located on the outskirts, far from Black Sea City. On Whale Island resided a golden immortal demon in the form of a whale spirit, whose insatiable appetite had nearly decimated the local populations of lesser demons. Upon returning to Moku Island with Gueda, Lu'er discovered that tens of thousands of minor demons and spirits had completed their preparations, awaiting by the shore. In truth, there was little to organize. They were merely a ragtag assembly, each barely scraping by. Lu'er could not help but lament the daunting task ahead, recognizing the arduous journey of building an empire from scratch. Transporting tens of thousands of subordinates posed a significant challenge. After all, he would need to engage in battle, making it impossible to simply glide along the clouds with them in tow. However, Lu'er had already anticipated this predicament. During the return journey, he had conjured a flying vessel from his Rui treasure gourd. This innate spiritual treasure was not only swift but also possessed the ability to conceal itself and engage in combat. A truly extravagant asset. As he revealed the flying vessel, the throng of minor demons erupted in joyous exclamations. Once all were aboard, Lu'er took the lead, soaring through the skies, with the vessel following closely behind, marking the inaugural expedition of the Starry Gang. At this stage, the minor demons lacked any combat prowess. Lu'er brought them along to showcase his own formidable presence. It was not a matter of seeking attention, but rather ensuring that his subordinates recognized their leader's strength. The vessel, propelled by the power of a heavenly treasure, far surpassed Lu'er's own cloud-riding speed. Within just over an hour, they arrived at Whale Island. Lu'er concealed the vessel and ventured alone onto the island, intent on swift action to eradicate the threat. Drawing forth his unremarkable Panlong staff, he unleashed a formidable attack. The demons on the island stood no chance against his might. In an instant, he drew the attention of the whale demon, which emerged, towering at 5 meters tall, wielding a massive axe and sporting a whale-like visage, its maw dripping with viscous drool. As the whale demon surveyed the corpses of its fallen kin, its eyes narrowed, and its drool flowed more freely. Do you have any idea how hard I've struggled to refrain from devouring them? You've made them inedible now. As it spoke, it began shoving the carcasses into its mouth, chewing with a grotesque crunch. Lu'er frowned at the unsettling scene before him, suspecting deeper implications. Yet, time was of the essence. He raised his Panlong staff without hesitation and struck. Although the whale demon was preoccupied with its meal, it remained vigilant, using its axe to block Lu'er's strike. Though it was forced to take a step back, that retreat revealed the true nature of the whale demon's strength, empowered by divine might. Lu'er unleashed a flurry of blows, overwhelming the creature. Though the whale demon possessed formidable power, its cultivation was inferior, and each strike from Lu'er felt like a colossal force. It struggled to defend itself, sustaining numerous blows that elicited pained roars. While relentlessly attacking, Lu'er remained cautious. In these times, one must always be wary of hidden tricks. As expected, the whale demon, relying on its tough hide, braced against a strike and plunged into the sea. invoking a divine transformation that elevated it to a towering giant. The minor demons aboard the vessel, who had previously been elated at Lu Er's advantage, now found themselves filled with concern for their leader. Lu Er, however, scoffed at the demon's transformation. He had anticipated such an act. With a defiant leap, he plunged into the ocean, invoking the same divine transformation to match the giant's stature, and the battle recommenced. In this clash, the whale demon was utterly bewildered, realizing it had miscalculated the effectiveness of its transformation. Apart from size, every aspect of their abilities was drastically different. Previously, it had been on the receiving end of Lu Er's relentless assault. And now it found itself utterly powerless. Lu Er, having lost interest in a one-sided battle, continued to wield his pan-long staff, causing the whale demon to spew blood in its agony. As Lu Er observed the whale demon's deteriorating spirit, he prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped the whale demon, causing its body to swell rapidly, as if it were about to self-destruct. Lu Er hastily retreated, aware that the explosion's power was not to be trifled with. And he certainly did not wish to be splattered with its blood. To his surprise, the self-detonation was a ruse, and the whale demon dove into the water to escape. This act infuriated Lu Er. Did the demon think it could toy with him? Though he was indeed a trickster at heart, he would not be made a fool of. Channeling his divine transformation, Lu Er's form expanded to its maximum height. Towering above the waves, with a swift motion, he grasped the whale demon in his hand, slowly closing his fingers as if to crush it. The whale demon, no matter how formidable, was still a golden immortal beast and would not succumb easily. However, Lu Er disregarded any reservations. Summoning a fraction of the power contained within the Dinghai Pearl, his grip tightened. A resounding bang echoed through the air as the whale demon was truly crushed to oblivion. A mist of blood enveloped the area, and as the whale demon's essence attempted to flee, Lu Er's spatial control ensnared it without mercy. The minor demons aboard the vessel were left in stunned silence. They had just witnessed a golden immortal demon, a being capable of obliterating their very existence, being annihilated before their eyes. This spectacle would be forever etched into their memories, a testament to their leader's might. Akin to that of a war god. Yu Jingzi, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, her serpentine tail losing its strength to support her, observing the reactions of his subordinates from a distance. Lu Er silently commended himself for his performance. He had truly outdone himself, yet the task was far from complete, as many demons still lingered on Whale Island. Although their strength is not formidable, they have at least embarked upon the path of immortality. Posing a significant threat to their subordinates, with patience, I meticulously scoured the island, ensuring that not a single hidden foe remained. The flying vessel descended upon Whale Island, and my subordinates walked upon the spiritually rich land. As if reborn, Grand Turtle commanded the little demons to thoroughly cleanse the lairs of the monsters, after which Six Ears finally took residence in the lair of the whale demon. At the inception of the gang, everything was in utter chaos. My most trusted subordinates were competent in execution but lacked broader insight. They were even unclear about how the gang should operate, leaving Six Ears to shoulder the responsibility. The Starry Gang comprises the combat department, the magic department, the logistics department, the think tank, the guards, and peripheral members. Currently, the think tank and guards are merely figureheads, with Grand Turtle overseeing the peripheral members in addition to the think tank. For any gang or organization to function properly, it is essential to provide salaries to the subordinates to sustain them. Although those on the path of immortality can practice fasting, very few genuinely refrain from consuming anything. Even if food is unnecessary, the subordinates require resources for their cultivation. Spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs are indispensable. The combat and magic departments need armor and weapons for external battles. Eventually, as the gang grows, they will also require magical artifacts. Where will these necessities come from? They can only rely on peripheral members to cultivate spiritual fruits, grow medicinal herbs, mine minerals, and forge weapons and armor. The Starry Gang's plight is even more dire. Not only did they start from scratch, but the foundational skills of the members are remarkably lacking. With hardly anyone achieving immortality, Six Ears had to juggle various responsibilities while simultaneously creating cultivation techniques. The members chosen for the combat and magic departments possessed some degree of talent, allowing Six Ears to designate a piece of land as the encampment for the two departments. The logistics department bears the heaviest burden, overseeing the construction of the encampment, food preparation, weapon and armor forging, and alchemical processes. They also need to establish medicinal gardens and orchards, among other tasks. However, in reality, many of these endeavors have only been roughly planned and cannot yet be implemented. Yu Jingzi, how do you feel? It's amazing, boss. I've never experienced anything like this. Six-Ears shook his head helplessly. Such ambiguous words made it sound as if they were engaging in mischief rather than experimenting with cultivation techniques. After a year of effort, Six-Ears finally devised the cultivation method named Starry Technique. This ordinary method could only cultivate one to the level of mysterious immortal, which ideally shouldn't have taken so long. Yet, a flash of inspiration struck Six-Ears as he recalled his initial visit to Zixiao Palace. Why not develop it in that direction? It could be a promising path. Thus, Six-Ears created the Starry Technique. Capable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, and also harnessing stellar power for practice. Even in areas devoid of spiritual energy, as long as one can connect with the power of the stars. Cultivation would proceed uninterrupted. After the technique was established, Yujingzi volunteered to experiment, willingly becoming a test subject, which led to the earlier ambiguous conversation. After finally managing to send Yujingzi away, Six-Ears sighed. While Yujingzi possessed admirable qualities, strong work ethic, and decent cultivation talent, she had unfortunately fallen for a monkey. Six-Ears, residing in the primordial chaos, had several calamities looming ahead, focusing solely on enhancing his strength, with little interest in romantic entanglements. Moreover, the crucial point was that he was currently a monkey. To further transform, he must reach the Great Luo stage, which could take an eternity. Yujingzi's affections were destined to be misplaced. Subsequently, Six-Ears summoned Old Tree, who appeared weary. Six-Ears felt somewhat guilty. For the past year, his primary attention had been on creating cultivation techniques, leaving Old Tree to handle most matters. Old Tree, have you arranged the orchards and medicinal gardens? Are all the planted ones thriving? Boss, everything is set. The orchard spans over 3,000 acres, all planted with the Bixian fruit trees. Although the quality is somewhat low, they are easy to nurture and suitable for the current cultivation levels of the brothers. Once we develop further, we can replace them. The medicinal garden covers over 5,000 acres, planted with common herbs, which will suffice for crafting basic healing elixirs and enhancing cultivation. Six-Ears nodded. Well arranged. Old Tree, you've worked hard. What about the forging hall and alchemy hall? Old Tree promptly replied. The forging hall has commenced weapon crafting. Following your instructions, the brothers are first learning to forge simple broadswords. The alchemy hall is attempting to concoct elixirs based on your formulas, but the brothers lack experience and are still exploring. Six-Ears frowned at this, but then relaxed. It has only been a little over a year. Things must progress gradually. Observing Old Tree, who appeared increasingly aged, Six-Ears feared his lifespan was limited. Now that the cultivation technique was complete and many matters were gradually being implemented, it was time to elevate the cultivation of his trusted subordinates. Over the past year, there had been no activity in Black Sea City, as if no one was aware of the whale demon's demise. However, Six-Ears knew this was impossible. The Black Sea Flood Dragon was a Tai golden immortal. How could it ignore the death of its underling, a golden immortal? Perhaps the Flood Dragon was preoccupied with other matters or gathering intelligence on him. Yet, revenge was inevitable. It could happen at any moment. Thus, Six-Ears remained vigilant, unconcerned for himself but worried for the brothers of the gang, who had yet to mature. He instructed Old Tree to summon Grand Turtle, Yujingzi, Tiger Power, and Stone Mountain. With a smile, Six-Ears addressed the group. Thank you all for your hard work this past year. The affairs have been executed commendably. However, your cultivation progress is too slow, with some even lagging behind the younger subordinates. Do not look around. I am speaking to you, Yujingzi. Upon hearing this, Yujingzi could no longer feign ignorance and merely stuck out her tongue in a playful manner. With her captivating beauty and alluring figure, complemented by her adorable expression, the others were momentarily mesmerized. Six-Ears shook his head helplessly and stated plainly, your cultivation indeed requires enhancement. Otherwise, you cannot maintain authority over the younger subordinates, especially since Old Tree's lifespan is limited. Then, Six-Ears produced a fruit shaped like an infant, exuding a celestial aura, unmistakably extraordinary. The group gazed at the fruit, feeling a profound sense of at that moment. Grand Turtle's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the legendary ginseng fruit? Six-Ears smiled. Indeed, it is the ginseng fruit. Grand Turtle's knowledge is remarkable. Have you perhaps tasted it? Grand Turtle quickly shook his head. Boss, do not jest. I lack such fortune that I only heard my distant relative, who works in the Dragon Palace, mention it. They say it blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 in a span of 10,000 years. It only produces 30 fruits. Those destined to receive it can live for 360 years just by inhaling its aroma. Consuming one grants a lifespan of 47,000 years. Tiger Power, however, was skeptical. Does it truly possess such miraculous effects? Could it be a primordial spirit root? Grand Turtle shot a disdainful glance at Tiger Power. The tree that bears ginseng fruits is the legendary 10 great primordial spirit roots. Tiger Power, feeling belittled, was about to retort further when 6 ears silenced the group. This is indeed the ginseng fruit. I fortuitously obtained one, and it shall be divided among you to enhance your cultivation. The others were genuinely astonished. Could they, mere lowly spirits, truly consume the legendary primordial spirit root? 6 Ears ceased his chatter, waved his hand, and divided the ginseng fruit into 5 portions, which then flew directly towards their mouths. Upon his command of open your mouths, they reflexively complied, swallowing the ginseng fruit. They sat cross-legged, fully focusing on the starry technique or the 8-9 profound art to absorb the essence, ensuring no spiritual energy was wasted. Watching the 5 diligently engaging in their cultivation, 6 Ears nodded with a smile. They would be the backbone of his future endeavors. Starry Archipelago is essentially isolated from the world, with 3 factions serving as sharpening stones. Given time, if his starry gang could unify the archipelago, it would undoubtedly prove useful during the calamities of gods and demons, particularly. The plight of the human race during the calamity of gods and demons left 6 Ears deeply unsettled. According to historical accounts, the human race faced near extinction, with only 1 in 10 surviving. 6 Ears would never allow such a tragedy to occur again. There was no point in arguing that he was not of the human race in this life. Even as he traversed this realm, he always perceived himself as a human. The individuals who consumed the ginseng fruit experienced rapid advancements in their cultivation. The first to break through the path of immortality was the old tree. In truth, the old tree had long accumulated enough power, but had remained on a desolate island starved of spiritual energy. With the recent acquisition of ginseng fruit, coupled with the star technique, his cultivation surged remarkably, propelling him to the late true immortal realm in one fell swoop. The great turtle, who also practiced the star technique, broke through to the early true immortal stage. Although, as an ancient turtle, his practice of the 8-9 mysterious arts was commendable, his lack of interest in battle was rather unfortunate. Most astonishing of all was Jiu whose cultivation even surpassed that of the old tree, reaching the pinnacle of true immortal. The innate talent of this serpent demon was indeed extraordinary. Huli and Shirshan practiced the 8-9 mysterious arts, a divine skill of the mystical sect that required far more spiritual energy than the star technique. Thus, they only advanced to the peak of celestial immortal. Yet their combat prowess exceeded that of ordinary true immortals. After breaking through the path of immortality, the group encountered a significant transformation. This metamorphosis, if not deliberately restrained, could have resulted in them assuming the complete form of their innate Tao body. Unfortunately, Lu Er, being born as a monkey and already at the celestial immortal stage, missed this opportunity. To fully transform into an innate Tao body, he would have to wait until reaching the Great Luo stage. The great turtle cast aside his shell, transforming into a dashing middle-aged gentleman with a 3-foot beard, fluttering majestically in the wind. Huli transformed into a robust middle-aged man, somewhat plump, a stark contrast to his former lean appearance. Shirshan morphed into a young man with a simple and honest demeanor, displaying a muscular build. The old tree, true to his name, took on the appearance of an elderly man, exuding an air of fragility as if he might pass away at any moment. Lu Er mused that now at the late true immortal stage, lifespan was no longer a concern. Was it really necessary to transform in such a manner? Jiu underwent only minor changes, maintaining her upper body as before. Yet her serpentine tail morphed into long, elegant legs. Despite still possessing her original essence, she insisted on adopting a feminine guise, exuding both charm and allure, which explained why everyone desired to emulate Xiao Zai. A few flirtatious glances sent Lu Er's way became increasingly unbearable, and this individual, who habitually shied away from Lu Er, was growing ever bolder. Lu Er coughed lightly to draw everyone's attention away from their new appearances. Deftly avoiding Jiu's advances, a year had passed, and it was likely that the Black Sea Flood Dragon had completed its reconnaissance and could strike at any moment. What are your thoughts? The old tree expressed his concerns. We are outnumbered, and my brothers have only just begun to practice the 8-9 mysterious arts and the star technique. The gap in cultivation is still considerable. The great turtle stroked his long beard, feigning nonchalance as he stated, "This matter is not difficult. I am 80% confident I can repel the enemy." He then nodded and shook his head, refusing to elaborate. This fellow had become quite arrogant. Lu Er delivered a swift kick, prompting him to behave, and he quickly confessed, "Boss, I was wrong. Let me explain. From what I understand, the Black Sea Flood Dragon has dominated the Starry Isles for many years. Accustomed to tyranny and arrogance, at that time, If the boss mocks him a bit and challenges him to a duel, he will undoubtedly accept. If the boss can deal with him, then it will be of no concern. If not, then there is nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed they would not engage in a group fight, but rather duel one-on-one. Lu'er was indifferent during the last encounter with the whale demon. He had barely exerted himself and had yet to unleash his full potential. However, the absence of retaliation for such a prolonged period piqued Lu'er's curiosity, prompting him to unleash a long-dormant talent, listening. Within the palace at the center of Black Sea City, a voice resounded. My king, you may emerge from your seclusion. The leader of the black whale has been slain, and the giant whale island has been seized. Who dares to lay a hand on my people? Is it those women from Sanxiao, or the Eastern King City? Neither, my king. According to our reconnaissance, it was an unfamiliar monkey spirit with golden immortal cultivation who forcefully crushed the leader of the black whale. Several commanders are too afraid to act rashly, waiting for your emergence to make further plans. The Black Sea Flood Dragon was instantly consumed by rage, bellowing, "Bring me my weapon. Let us set forth to slay this monkey spirit." Lu'er then realized that the dragon had just concluded its seclusion, and it was the perfect opportunity to engage in combat. Challenging someone of a higher rank was not a first for Lu'er. However, this time he felt more assured and would not find himself in a life-threatening situation as he had previously. Knowing that the Black Sea Flood Dragon was approaching, he decided to confront them in order to avoid any mishaps near Giant Whale Island that might endanger his subordinates. With this thought in mind, Lu'er commanded his followers and ventured alone to the vicinity of Black Sea City. After waiting for more than half a day, he finally observed the Black Sea Flood Dragon gathering its subordinates. A formidable force emerging through the clouds, dark clouds rolling ominously, obscuring the sun. Lu'er brandished his unremarkable panlong staff, boldly blocking their path, and shouted, "Halt! You are surrounded. Surrender your treasures, and I may spare your lives." The previously boisterous black clouds fell silent as the demons looked around to discern which divine being had encircled them. Upon spotting Lu'er standing alone with his staff, a chorus of laughter erupted. One demon with an octopus head doubled over in mirth, exclaiming, "This fellow thinks he can surround us all by himself. Ha ha." Lu'er, observing the demon before him, could only shake his head in exasperation at their low sense of humor. Disregarding further banter, he issued a challenge. "Black Sea Flood Dragon, come forth. Dare you engage in single combat with me?" The Black Sea Flood Dragon stepped forward, suppressing a laugh, and said, "So you are the monkey spirit who killed the black whale? You are truly ignorant of the heavens and the earth. Today, let me teach you a lesson." As Lu'er assessed the Black Sea Flood Dragon, he had to admit, the dragon had quite an impressive appearance, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Clad in black armor, wielding a formidable halberd, with sharp features and a single horn jutting from his forehead, Lu'er glanced at himself. Despite his transformed Jiu Ying standing 2 meters tall, he still resembled a monkey. Wearing a Taoist robe that seemed rather out of place, perhaps it was time he acquired a suit of armor for himself. Lu'er raised his panlong staff, pointing it at the Black Sea Flood Dragon, declaring, "Words are futile. Let us see the true measure of our strength." Without further ado, he infused his staff with the power of the great strength divine technique and charged forward. The Black Sea Flood Dragon, unwilling to back down, brandished his halberd and engaged Lu'er in combat. After exchanging only a few blows, both combatants recognized they had encountered a worthy opponent. Lu'er was elated at the prospect of a thrilling battle. The Black Sea Flood Dragon, however, held a dismissive attitude, considering the disparity in their realms. After all, what could a mere golden immortal do? Yet, as the battle progressed, the dragon realized that this monkey spirit was not easily dealt with. Not only was he remarkably strong, but his martial skills were also exceptional. Once the Black Sea Flood Dragon chose to take the fight seriously, he transformed entirely. Every strike was infused with immense force. As his Tai golden immortal level magic surged into the halberd, showcasing tremendous power. Yet, the disparity in realms was undeniable. As the Black Sea Flood Dragon unleashed his full strength, Lu'er deemed it unnecessary to hold back any longer. Utilizing the 1 Chi becomes 3 pure ones technique, he shifted from a 1-on-1 duel to a 3-on-1 brawl. Initially, the Black Sea Flood Dragon was unconcerned, believing Lu'er's technique to merely be a splitting spell of minimal threat. However, upon engaging, he realized his grave miscalculation. These two avatars, despite their golden immortal cultivation, were genuine manifestations of power, bolstered by the 8-9 mysterious arts, rendering Lu'er's physical form immensely resilient. The Black Sea Flood Dragon found himself in a precarious situation. As he faced the relentless assault of 2 golden immortal level avatars while his true form lay in wait for an opening, he endured several punishing strikes, which only served to awaken the dragon's ferocity. compelling him to unleash all his abilities without reservation. The halberd danced through the air, momentarily pushing back the three monkeys. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Sea Flood Dragon produced a palm-sized blue orb and hurled it at one of Luer's avatars. The avatar instinctively attempted to evade, but alas, the orb traveled too swiftly and struck true, transforming into a plume of azure smoke that surged back into Luer's body. This marked Luer's first experience of having an avatar extinguished since he had begun practicing the One Chi becomes Three Pure Ones technique. This revelation startled Luer. He had underestimated the Black Sea Flood Dragon, becoming somewhat complacent due to his previous victories, aware that this creature likely had ties to the dragon lineage. He should have been more vigilant against spiritual treasures. Luer sensed that the state of his avatar was stable and that it would simply require nurturing for a while. Having reached this stage of combat, Luer resolved to conclude the encounter swiftly. He had no intention of eliminating the dragon that day. After all, sharpening one's skills required facing formidable opponents. Without adversaries, how could his subordinates grow? Observing the Black Sea Flood Dragon's smug demeanor, Luer inhaled deeply and summoned 50% of the power of the celestial world, which was the utmost he could currently wield. Luer had once demonstrated to Tong Tian that with 50% of the celestial world's power, he was on par with the Tai Golden Immortal. Direct and decisive, Luer unleashed his most potent attack. His staff aimed squarely at the dragon's vulnerabilities. Faced with Luer's sudden surge in strength, the Black Sea Flood Dragon found himself momentarily dazed. To speak candidly, his strength is not particularly formidable. However, within the Starry Isles, as long as he does not provoke the denizens of Dongwang City, he can navigate with impunity. The inhabitants of Dongwang City seldom engage with the outside world, focusing solely on gathering various resources, which has inadvertently led to the expansion of the Black Sea Serpent. Who could have anticipated that this time he would encounter a formidable obstacle under the relentless assault of the Black Sea Serpent? Luer suddenly struck with his staff, landing a direct blow upon the serpent's back. Following this hit, Luer pressed his advantage, launching a continuous barrage of attacks, leaving the Black Sea Serpent with little hope of turning the tide. Subsequent strikes caused the Black Sea Serpent to spew blood uncontrollably. This series of events unfolded too rapidly, leaving the Black Sea Serpent utterly bewildered. Wasn't he the one in command? Hadn't he just vanquished a doppelganger? Wasn't this monkey spirit purportedly of golden immortal caliber? He was an entire realm above Luer. How could he have been so thoroughly bested? What had transpired? Not only was the Black Sea Serpent questioning his existence, but the demons of Black Sea City were equally perplexed. How had their king suddenly begun to bleed? Luer, oblivious to the inner turmoil of the demons, would probably be indifferent if he were aware. He continued to rain down blows upon the Black Sea Serpent, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Thankfully, as a member of the dragon lineage, the Black Sea Serpent possessed a robust physique. Otherwise, he would likely have succumbed by now. Enduring excruciating pain and the humiliation of defeat, the Black Sea Serpent retrieved a blue orb from his bosom and hurled it at Luer. Luer had long anticipated this maneuver. 23 sea calming pearls erupted from his sleeve, colliding with the blue orb. The violent clash momentarily halted the blue orb in midair, allowing Luer to exploit the opportunity, employing his skill to draw the blue orb into his grasp and subsequently seal it away. The Black Sea Serpent was left utterly dumbfounded. He could not overpower Luer, nor could he match him in terms of spiritual treasures. Just as he contemplated surrendering, Luer advanced, delivering blow after blow, tormenting the Black Sea Serpent to the brink of despair. While striking, Luer taunted, "You were quite arrogant just now, were you not?" The Black Sea Serpent hastily pleaded for mercy. "I dare not be arrogant again, I promise." Luer showed no signs of relenting. "Who is the Grandmaster here?" The Black Sea Serpent discarded his Fangtian Huaji and covered his head with his hands, exclaiming, "The monkey spirit is the Grandmaster. I was wrong. Please spare me." Only then did Luer cease his assault, picking up the Fangtian Huaji and pointing it at the Black Sea Serpent, declaring, "Remember, my name is Jiu Ying, and from now on, when encountering the Starry Gang, you shall keep your distance." After compelling the Black Sea Serpent to dispel the spiritual imprint on the blue orb, Luer departed. Once again, Luer had triumphed in an uphill challenge, not only subduing the Black Sea Serpent but also acquiring a finely crafted Fangtian Huaji, quite the achievement. Delighted, he returned to Whale Island, carrying the weapon. Although the members of the Starry Gang were aware of their leader's prowess, they were astonished to learn just how formidable he truly was, having decisively defeated the Black Sea Serpent, a tyrant who had loomed over them for countless years. Luer casually handed the Fangtian Huaji to Huli, reasoning that such a complex weapon was beyond Shirshan's capabilities. elated with his new weapon. Huli insisted on demonstrating it alongside Shirshan. Lu Er intervened, summoning several core members for a meeting. Having just bested the Black Sea Serpent, he feared potential repercussions from the dragon lineage, so he spared the creature's life, believing it would not dare to cause trouble in the near future. Seizing this opportunity, he urged rapid development. As we grow stronger, what does it matter if the dragon lineage poses a threat? They have yet to experience the taste of dragon flesh. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Er then proceeded to assign various tasks. Guida, your responsibilities are significant. The intelligence department must be established, including the mapping of the Starry Isles and the surveillance of the three factions. I need you to have a comprehensive understanding of their movements. Additionally, we shall absorb the more amiable spirits and creatures from the other uninhabited islands into our gang. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, no matter the cost. Guida, upon transforming, began to adopt a more scholarly demeanor. You Kingzi, Huli, as members of the combat and legal departments, you must elevate your cultivation levels swiftly. All resources will be directed toward you. I expect all members to ascend to the path of immortality within 10 years. Huli voiced his agreement loudly, while Yu Kingzi cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Er, responding sweetly. Lao Shu, your duties are equally pressing. The cultivation of medicinal gardens and orchards, the crafting of weapons and armor, and the refining of elixirs must be prioritized. Following this, Lu Er announced, I will seclude myself for a period of time. Do not disturb me unless there is an urgent matter. Manage things on your own. Meanwhile, in Black Sea City, within the Lord's residence, the Black Sea Serpent was wreaking havoc, shouting at the top of his lungs, I will kill him, eat his flesh, drink his blood. His loyal subordinates exchanged glances. And one, sporting a swordfish head, suggested, My lord, should we seek assistance from the Dragon Palace? Upon hearing this, the Black Sea Serpent was incensed, replying vehemently, I would rather die than seek their aid. After uttering these words, he recalled the spatial rift below, as if resolving to act, and dismissed his subordinates. On Lu Er's side, he prepared for seclusion to further enhance his cultivation. From the initial encounter with the demons of Black Sea City to the whale demon, and finally the Black Sea Serpent, Lu Er felt a distinct discomfort. Typically, in the primordial realm, the wanton slaughter and consumption of sentient beings is shunned, for it invites karmic retribution. Over time, such actions may lead to divine punishment. Yet, the demons of the Starry Isles displayed no such reservations. Showing neither fear of karma nor any signs of suffering divine retribution, this led Lu Er to contemplate some ominous possibilities, making it imperative for him to elevate his cultivation. Currently, he found the bottleneck in his mid-golden immortal stage loosening. He estimated that within a few years, he would achieve the late golden immortal stage, but that could not be rushed. Lu Er sought to refine his mastery of the 8-9 profound arts. Previously, at Wuzhuang Temple, he had consumed a ginseng fruit, propelling him to the fourth transformation, comparable to the cultivation level of a Qian Immortal. Lu Er still possessed 4 ginseng fruits, intending to use them all to enhance his proficiency in the 8-9 profound arts and bolster his combat strength. Upon consuming the first ginseng fruit, his cultivation progressed smoothly to the 5th transformation, equivalent to the golden immortal realm. The second and third fruits yielded the same 5th transformation. It was not until he consumed the last ginseng fruit that the 8-9 profound arts finally broke through to the 6th transformation. Elevating Lu Er's physical form to the Tai golden immortal realm, this breakthrough in his physical cultivation shattered the previously loosened bottlenecks, allowing Lu Er's cultivation to successfully ascend to the late golden immortal stage. Observing that the time was still early and that there appeared to be no pressing matters outside, Lu Er decided to reconstitute the avatars of his One Qi, transforming 3 purities technique. Thanks to the enhancement of his physical cultivation, the 2 avatars of One Qi transforming 3 purities also achieved golden immortal cultivation levels. Finally, he retrieved the blue orb he had taken from the Black Sea Serpent. Previously, Lu Er had compelled the Black Sea Serpent to dispel the spiritual imprint, making it convenient for him to refine now. After a brief period of refinement, Lu Er discovered that this was a spiritual treasure. The 5 spirit pearls, which consist of the gold spirit pearl, with spirit pearl, water spirit pearl, fire spirit pearl, and earth spirit pearl. Each individual pearl could be classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. However, collecting all 5 would constitute a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, though Lu Er was unclear about its precise functions. The pearl in his possession was the water spirit pearl, not only capable of being wielded as a heavy weapon but also enhancing the water attribute talents of its owner imperceptibly, making it quite a remarkable spiritual treasure. Lu Er, recognizing the value of such an item, unhesitatingly claimed it as his own. Time passed quietly, and Lu'er finally concluded his over 100 years of seclusion. During this period, he had been undisturbed, leading him to wonder if the Black Sea Serpent had truly been cowed by his display of power. Upon emerging from his secluded chamber, he was greeted by Qingzi, who exclaimed, "My lord, you have finally emerged. I have missed you dearly these past 100 years." Lu'er gazed at Qingzi, noting her ethereal appearance in a white gauzy dress, cinched at her waist with a soft water blue ribbon tied into a delicate bow. Her inky hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a wispy spirit hairpin. Her skin gleamed like jade, and her figure was alluringly curvaceous. Her large, doe-like eyes gazed intently at him, causing Lu'er to feel somewhat overwhelmed. He hastily replied, "Please summon Guida, Lao Shu, and the others for a meeting." Qingzi, resigned, turned and went to call the others. Once the assembly of demons was complete and after a round of pleasantries, Lu'er eagerly inquired about the state of the gang. "In these 100 years, no one has sought me out. It seems the gang has developed quite well." The great tortoise proudly straightened his chest, one hand resting behind him while the other stroked his beard, declaring, "Master, our Starry Sky gang now boasts a formal membership of 100,000, with nearly 1,000,000 peripheral members, spread across more than 50 surrounding islands." Lu'er promptly interrupted the tortoise. "Wait, have you expanded your territory? Have you engaged in battle with Black Sea City?" No, the tortoise replied. "Master, you have only just emerged from seclusion, and we have already observed that Black Sea City has withdrawn the demons from the nearby islands, likely intimidated by your formidable reputation." Upon hearing this, Lu'er instinctively sensed something amiss. He had dealt a harsh blow to the Black Sea Dragon, and, instead of seeking revenge, it appeared they were exhibiting weakness. Did they truly lack a powerful ally? Suppressing this doubt, he gestured for the tortoise to continue. With 100,000 formal members, the War Department has 50,000, the Magic Department 20,000, and the Logistics Department 30,000. All of whom are at the Celestial Immortal and True Immortal levels. Lu'er nodded, as these figures significantly exceeded his expectations. The proactive withdrawal of Black Sea City had afforded the Starry Sky gang ample opportunity for growth. Seeing Lu'er nod, the tortoise felt a surge of delight and continued, "In terms of the overall situation of the Starry Sky Islands, following the withdrawal from the surrounding islands, Black Sea City has been contracting for over a century, continuously relinquishing its territory. Currently, only 1/3 remains, with most of the abandoned land now occupied by East King City and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Our Starry Sky gang has caught the attention of these three factions. East King City has sent envoys to inform us that they wish to keep to themselves. The Loose Cultivator Alliance, however, has sent representatives numerous times, expressing a desire to form an alliance and wishing to meet with you. But you have remained in seclusion. If Lu'er had previously sensed something was amiss, now it was abundantly clear. There was no reason for Black Sea City to fear him to such an extent. To put it plainly, the Starry Sky gang was formidable on its own, while others currently played a minimal role. Considering his earlier doubts and speculations, it was evident that Black Sea City harbored significant issues, and he deemed it necessary to uncover the truth. Once the tortoise finished speaking, Lu'er signaled for the old tree to continue. Ever since consuming the ginseng fruit tree, Old Tree had experienced a breakthrough to the late true immortal stage. In just a century, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. Master, the logistics department currently has 30,000 formal members and around 100,000 peripheral members. The medicinal and fruit gardens of the planting hall are now distributed across more than 50 islands, managed by formal members with peripheral members handling the planting, sufficient to meet the needs of all members while still yielding a surplus. In the forging hall, the War Department's weapons and armor have been fully equipped, while the Magic Department's magical artifacts are crafted from materials we provide. Regarding the Alchemy Hall, based on the formulas you provided, we are currently able to consistently produce gathering essence pills and enhancing essence pills suitable for celestial and true immortals. Listening attentively to Old Tree's orderly report, Lu'er nodded, recognizing the competence of these individuals, especially Old Tree, who had managed the vast logistics department with remarkable efficiency. He had merely shared some management experiences. Yet in just a century, the embryonic form of a significant power had emerged. The War Department, under Hu Li, currently had 50,000 members, with the initial batch and subsequent members selected from peripheral ranks. Their cultivation levels were primarily at the second transformation, equivalent to the Celestial Immortal realm. Hu Li himself had progressed from the peak of the Celestial Immortal stage to the mid-true Immortal stage. Advancing rapidly with the 8-9 Profound Arts' third transformation, Yu Jingzi's cultivation had not progressed significantly, but Lu Er observed that she was on the verge of breaking through to the profound immortal realm, showcasing remarkable talent. Although the magic department comprised only 20,000 members, this was a normal phenomenon. For lower-tier demons and spirits lacking techniques and heritage, utilizing their formidable physical strength in battle was the optimal choice. What Lu Er regretted most was not having learned formations. Otherwise, he could have devised suitable formations for the war and magic departments to fully exploit their numerical advantages. However, time was on his side, and he could gradually remedy this shortcoming. Lastly, there was Sher Shan, a simple fellow who remained oblivious to the world outside, wholly devoted to mastering the 8-9 art, currently at the third transformation in the true immortal realm. Having grasped the recent developments, Lu Er began imparting teachings to the group as a means of rewarding their years of hard work, given that he had been largely absent as a hands-off leader for over a century. Though not particularly eloquent, Lu Er, as a disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace and possessing cultivation at the late Golden Immortal stage with a physical body at the early Tai stage, was more than capable of sharing his insights. As he commenced his teachings, Lu Er was taken aback by the talent of the individuals he had casually gathered. Yu Jingzi even managed to break through to the profound immortal realm during his discourse. After her breakthrough, her gaze fixed upon Lu Er with an intensity that suggested she was utterly captivated. Others also made notable advancements. Lu Er instructed everyone to take their time to digest the teachings, while he himself departed from Giant Whale Island to survey the situation across the Starry Sky Islands. Indeed, as the tortoise had indicated, the influence of Black Sea City was rapidly diminishing, with its current territorial holdings amounting to less than 1/3 of its former glory. Lu Er casually selected a mountain peak on one of the islands and sat cross-legged. To unravel the underlying reasons, he employed his innate divine ability, listening. Since his arrival in this realm, Lu Er had refrained from using this ability, wary of attracting the attention of powerful beings. Yet now, he could no longer afford such concerns. If his speculations were accurate, he would be facing considerable trouble upon his initial use of the listening ability. He found it to be quite extraordinary. After focusing his mind, a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Patiently filtering out the noise, the voice of Black Sea City was discerned. After further refinement, he finally caught the sound of the Black Sea Dragon. Coincidentally, the Black Sea Dragon was in the midst of a discussion with his trusted subordinates. Jian, how is the preparation for the blood sacrifice progressing? My lord, we are almost at 1,000,000 souls. But do we truly need to proceed with this? The Black Sea Dragon impatiently waved his hand, interrupting. What do you know? This summoning of the demon realm is essential for my ambitions. Once achieved, all will be forced to bow before me, whether they be Jiu Ying or of the dragon lineage. Ha ha ha. Listen closely. Lu Er listened intently until the meeting concluded, finally piecing together the situation. It turned out that the Black Sea Dragon was indeed of dragon lineage, a bastard child of the East Sea Dragon King. However, he had been deemed unworthy due to his lackluster aptitude and reclusive nature, earning him little favor among the dragons. By chance, the Black Sea Dragon had stumbled upon a spatial rift on a certain island within the Starry Sky Islands. Although small, this rift connected to the demon realm. In his ignorance, the Black Sea Dragon discovered that cultivating near the rift accelerated his progress significantly. He seized this opportunity, establishing Black Sea City in that very location. As time passed, the demonic energy seeping from the rift was entirely absorbed by the Black Sea Dragon, gradually transforming him into a demonic cultivator. Since then, his temperament had drastically changed, becoming cruel and bloodthirsty. He discovered that the more he killed, the faster his cultivation advanced, and unlike ordinary individuals, he faced no repercussions from karmic retribution or divine punishment. With the Black Sea Dragon's burgeoning power, the influence of Black Sea City grew exponentially. Eventually, he led all his trusted subordinates to cultivate near the spatial rift, resulting in their complete descent into demonic madness. As the number of those corrupted increased, the rift itself began to expand. This caught the attention of the demon lord Qi Ming, who contacted the Black Sea Dragon, attempting to persuade and manipulate him into quickly enlarging the rift through blood sacrifices to facilitate an invasion of the primordial world. However, the Black Sea Dragon was not easily fooled, engaging in mere pretense until Lu Er's overwhelming assault completely broke his spirit, compelling him to proceed with the blood sacrifice without hesitation. Regarding the demon realm, Lu Er was somewhat knowledgeable. Although the events were ancient, his transmigration had preserved his awareness. The great battle between Hongjun and Luoho occurred long before the calamity of dragons and phoenixes. leaving the West in ruins. Hongjun bore some responsibility for this, which is why he took Jiu Ying and Zhenyuanzi as his named disciples. Light and darkness, though opposites, are interdependent and cannot be wholly eliminated. With the defeat and death of Luo Ho, the remnants fled into the demon realm, biding their time for an opportunity, a part of the vast world coexisting with the primordial realm. The existence of spatial rifts between the demon realm and the primordial world was, in fact, quite normal. Unfortunately, the leaders of the demon realm lacked the necessary intelligence. The current Hongjun was a sage. And the times had changed. Lu'er resolved that the enemies of his master were his enemies, and he could not coexist with the demon realm. After clarifying the situation, Lu'er returned to Giant Whale Island, preparing to gather troops for an expedition. At that moment, within Black Sea City, after the Black Sea Dragon concluded the meeting and prepared to resume his cultivation, a jade pendant at his waist suddenly vibrated. The Black Sea Dragon hastily seized the pendant, and as soon as his consciousness made contact, a stream of information surged in. "You fool, someone has been eavesdropping. Begin the sacrifice ahead of time. This individual is not simple." "Eavesdropping? Surely, that cannot be. Not a single fly can penetrate the defenses of my Black Sea City." The Black Sea Serpent exclaimed in astonishment. "Must eavesdropping necessitate your physical presence? Enough of this idle chatter. Commence the sacrifice at once." Initially reluctant to believe, the Black Sea Serpent reconsidered. It was rumored that the mighty Qiming Demon Lord's cultivation surpassed even that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Being referred to as a quasi-saint, could it be that he truly had been eavesdropped upon? With this thought, the Black Sea Serpent no longer hesitated and, accompanied by his loyal subordinates, made his way to the blood pool to begin the sacrificial rites. Meanwhile, upon returning to Whale Island, Lu'er informed everyone of the situation, prompting the entire Starry Sky gang to mobilize for an expedition to Black Sea City. Observing the fervent resolve in the eyes of his comrades, Lu'er sighed inwardly. Time was far too short. Given a millennium or more, these disciples who had cultivated the Starry Sky technique and the 8-9 profound arts would effortlessly crush Black Sea City. He pondered the potential casualties in this venture, yet hesitated to withdraw, for inaction would only result in a greater loss of life. As Lu'er contemplated this, Guidu approached, announcing, "Leader, the leader of the Loose Cultivator Alliance." Zhao Gongming seeks an audience. Taken aback, Lu'er thought, Zhao Gongming, that name resounded like thunder. The eldest disciple of the outer sect of the, sworn brother to the three Shaos, and the god of wealth after the calamity of the investiture of the gods. He was also destined to be Lu'er's future peer. Initially, upon learning that the Loose Cultivator Alliance was founded by the three Shaos and Zhao Gongming, Lu'er had considered introducing himself beforehand. However, realizing he was using the alias Zhu Yin and had altered his appearance, he deemed it prudent to withhold his identity, as it might prove advantageous in the future. There was a possibility he might need to take decisive action against them and drive them from the Starry Sky archipelago. With these thoughts in mind, Lu'er gestured for Guidu to admit Zhao Gongming, a robust man with a dark complexion and beard, clad in golden armor and green boots, wearing an iron helmet and wielding a silver whip. Approached under Guidu's guidance. Upon reaching Lu'er, he clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Zhao Gongming of the Loose Cultivator Alliance pays his respects to leader Zhu." Zhu Yin, intrigued, mimicked the gesture and replied, "Zhao Alliance leader, a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Zhao Gongming, with a serious expression, responded, "To be candid with leader Zhu, I have come bearing matters of utmost importance. As you may know, our Loose Cultivator Alliance was originally established to prevent oppression. When my three sisters and I arrived at the Starry Sky archipelago, we could not abide the tyranny of Black Sea City. Thus we organized the Loose Cultivators into the Alliance. Consequently, we place great emphasis on intelligence regarding Black Sea City. We have been monitoring the unusual activities of Black Sea City over the past century, and it is confirmed that the Black Sea Serpent intends to summon something through blood sacrifice. To avoid a calamity that would affect us all, the Loose Cultivator Alliance has already contacted Dongwang City to join forces against this threat. We hope the Starry Sky Gang will also join us in thwarting Black Sea City and disrupting their summoning." Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's account, Lu'er mused that they were quite well informed. In light of this, he felt no need to conceal any longer and spoke plainly. "Indeed, I possess reliable information indicating that Black Sea City harbors a spatial rift connected to the demon realm. The Black Sea Serpent intends to expand this rift through sacrifice, seeking to summon the Qiming Demon Lord to the primordial chaos. I have already mobilized my men for battle to prevent the Black Sea Serpent from succeeding. Will you join us?" Although Zhao Gongming had limited knowledge of the demon realm, He grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder Whale Island was in a state of preparedness. He quickly replied. Naturally, we must intervene. If that wretched demon lord were to arrive, we would be the first to suffer. What are your plans, Leader Zhu? Lu'er nodded. Prepare within 3 days. We shall gather at noon 3 days hence on Whale Island and depart for Black Sea City together. Zhao Gongming affirmed. Very well. We shall reconvene in 3 days. Farewell. After bidding Zhao Gongming farewell, Lu'er continued to oversee the preparations of the Starry Sky Gang, hopeful that the inclusion of the Loose Cultivator Alliance would mitigate the casualties among his subordinates. At Black Sea City, the so-called blood pool was, in fact, a massive mountain that had been hollowed out, filled with the corpses and flesh of various beings, over the course of a century of slaughter. The majority of the islands belonging to Black Sea City had seen all living beings brought here, killed, and cast into the blood pool. Millions had perished, and had they not already fallen into madness, they would surely face divine retribution 1,000-fold. Atop the mountain, the Black Sea Serpent stood at the center of the altar, surrounded by 18 loyal followers, all possessing golden immortal cultivation. They channeled their power through the altar. As the Black Sea Serpent consolidated this power, the blood pool came to life, enveloped in swirling crimson mist that gathered above Black Sea City. Within a day, the blood mist expanded to encompass thousands of miles, even blotting out the sun, plunging the vicinity into darkness. The power emanating from the blood mist directed itself toward the spatial rift below the blood pool, which began to swell at a visible rate, as if consuming a potent elixir. Meanwhile, on Whale Island, Lu'er was still orchestrating the preparations for battle, organizing various teams and logistics, which required time. Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him. At Lu'er's level of cultivation, such feelings and premonitions were seldom unfounded. He immediately employed his listening technique and, indeed, discovered that the blood sacrifice had commenced. Without hesitation, Lu'er ordered his subordinates to mobilize and simultaneously dispatched messages to the Loose Cultivator Alliance in Dongwang City. With no time to waste, Lu'er produced a flying vessel transformed from a precious gourd, instructing everyone to board. This vessel was indeed a divine artifact for large-scale journeys, featuring a collapsible interior capable of accommodating countless individuals. Its speed was unmatched, its durability remarkable, and it could conceal its presence. A vessel of innate spiritual treasure caliber was truly a strategic weapon of mass destruction. In the waters near Black Sea City, a colossal white cloud bore over 100,000 members of the Starry Sky Gang, with Lu'er and Gui standing at the forefront. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, save for the pale crimson glow emitted by the blood mist above. Casting an eerie and foreboding atmosphere, troops from the Loose Cultivator Alliance and Dongwang City arrived in succession. The latter numbered only in the thousands, all of whom were above the true immortal realm. The Loose Cultivator Alliance boasted a larger contingent of around 500,000, albeit with varying levels of cultivation. Zhao Gongming led 3 female cultivators before Lu'er, and upon gazing at the 3 enchanting beauties, he surmised they must be the renowned 3 Shaos. The foremost figure donned a light blue garment adorned with silver patterns depicting butterflies, her sleeves slightly wider than usual, billowing elegantly in the wind. Her waist was cinched, and she wore a long skirt of pale yellow embroidered with white magnolias. With a demeanor both dignified and composed, she was truly deserving of her status as one of the foremost cultivators in the celestial Yin Xiao. Behind her, Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao possessed a touch of whimsy, yet in terms of grace, they paled in comparison to Yin Xiao. The envoy from Dongwang City was an elderly figure known as Luo Gu Xianwan. A Tai golden immortal, leaning heavily on a cane, his frail appearance suggesting he was no adept in combat. Time was of the essence, so Lu'er wasted no time on pleasantries and stated directly, "I will confront the Black Sea Serpent. You shall deal with the remaining golden immortals and their minions. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, adapt accordingly." Is that acceptable? Having accepted the most formidable challenge, the others nodded in agreement. Lu'er, not wishing to prolong the discourse, retrieved his unassuming Panlong staff and soared into the sky, heading straight for Black Sea City. Within Black Sea City, a multitude of demons and monsters had gathered. Summoned back from various islands by the Black Sea Serpent, they noticed Lu'er approaching. They rose to confront him. However, Lu'er disregarded them entirely, relying on his speed to bypass their ranks and head directly for the site of the blood sacrifice. In Lu'er's wake, the forces of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Dongwang City, and the Starry Sky Gang engaged the demons. Upon reaching the site of the sacrifice, Lu'er found the Black Sea Serpent and his 18 golden immortal subordinates standing ready. Upon seeing Luer's arrival, the Black Sea serpent laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! You latecomers, you've arrived just in time to witness the beginning of the sacrifice. There is no need for my guidance. In just 3 to 5 days, the Qiming demon lord shall descend, and that will spell your doom. With 6 ears, the creature bore a perplexed expression, utterly speechless. How isolated must you be to remain unaware that Hongjun has attained sainthood? That so-called Qiming demon lord, even if he is a quasi-saint, is no match for Daozu's single strike. Observing the triumphant demeanor of the Black Zixiao, 6 Ears could not bring himself to strike him down and instead engaged him in combat. Wielding his staff with fervor, the remaining golden immortals sought to assist, but Zhao Gongming and his companions arrived just in time, with Sanshao and Zhao Gongming each taking on 2 golden immortals. The venerable Luogu fought valiantly against 5 golden immortals, while the last 2 were handled by the inhabitants of Dongwang City. 6 Ears recognized the urgency of the situation and unleashed all his might, employing the great strength divine ability, transforming into the 3 pure ones, and channeling 50% of the power from the myriad worlds, all while breaking through his physical limits as soon as he clashed with the Black Zixiao. The latter was left in despair. This was no mere golden immortal. Even a Delua would be hard-pressed against him. This fellow is even mightier than last time, in less than 30 exchanges. The Black Zixiao could no longer endure, succumbing to a strike from 6 Ears that sent him spewing blood. 2 of his avatars seized the opportunity to land additional blows. The Black Zixiao, bewildered by the relentless onslaught, found his temporary weapon, a large blade, unwieldy. He contemplated fleeing but realized that if he abandoned the fight now, he could never summon Qiming Demon Lord again, sealing his own doom. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and resolved to continue battling 6 Ears, determined to buy time. At that moment, the spatial rift, having been nourished by blood sacrifices, gradually opened wider, allowing weaker demons to cross into the primordial world. Waves of demons surged forth, overwhelming the Starry Sky Alliance and the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Witnessing the dire situation, 6 Ears felt a surge of anxiety and, wielding the Pan Longstaff, unleashed a tempest of deadly strikes. However, the Black Zixiao, being a formidable Tai Golden Immortal, was tough-skinned and not easily defeated. As the approaching demons reached the celestial immortal level and continued to pour in, 6 Ears lost all patience and summoned the sea-stabilizing pearl. A radiant flash of 5 colors illuminated the scene as he aimed to capture the Black Zixiao. To his surprise, the Black Zixiao, suddenly inspired, raised a hand to deflect the attack. The sea-stabilizing pearl struck the left arm of the Black Zixiao with tremendous ferocity, obliterating it into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The Black Zixiao, terrified by the power of this spiritual treasure, broke into a cold sweat, wondering where this monkey had come from, hiding such a trump card. Undeterred by the initial failure, 6 Ears prepared for another strike. However, the Black Zixiao experienced an unexpected turn of events. The jade pendant at his waist began to tremble violently. Fool, if you continue like this, you will surely perish. Open your mind and let my true self control your body. This was undoubtedly the voice of Qiming Demon Lord. To prevent any complications, 6 Ears promptly launched the sea-stabilizing pearl once more. Yet, the Black Zixiao merely tilted his head slightly, evading the attack. But the sea-stabilizing pearl was a congenital spiritual treasure. Its effectiveness depended on the user's cultivation. 6 Ears, refusing to be dissuaded, launched 2 more attacks, both of which the Black Zixiao effortlessly sidestepped. In desperation, 6 Ears retracted the sea-stabilizing pearl, twirled the Panlong staff, and abandoned his intention for a swift resolution. The true test had arrived. The Black Zixiao transformed into a being entirely different from before, executing moves that were ancient and majestic. His strength now contained. If the Black Zixiao had previously exerted only 50% of his power, he was now wielding an astonishing 15%. The disparity was unmistakable. Despite the multitude of enhancements at his disposal, 6 Ears felt an overwhelming pressure. Was this the gap between himself and the pinnacle of power? Qiming Demon Lord was at least a Deluo, possibly even a quasi-saint. Yet, 6 Ears was not easily discouraged, as long as he could control the Black Zixiao's body, even with extraordinary performance. The Black Zixiao's capabilities alone would not suffice to subdue him. 6 Ears began to study the combat style of the Black Zixiao, honing his mastery over bodily control. The Black Zixiao secretly reveled in this, thinking to himself, "Foolish child, learn away. Mastering it will only aid your journey. As long as time is on my side, once my true form descends, I shall deal with you at my leisure." Throughout the battle, 6 Ears absorbed knowledge bit by bit, seemingly lost in the experience. Even as the spatial rift expanded further, revealing several true immortal-level demons. Yet, the Black Zixiao remained unhurried, content to prolong the encounter. Suddenly, the Black Zixiao deftly sidestepped, evading the sneak attack of Six-Eared stabilizing pearl. "Fool, do you think you can deceive me?" he taunted. No sooner had he spoken than his head rolled from his shoulders. His soul extinguished. Six-Eared scoffed, deriding, "Your cleverness is quite limited. The ruse of the stabilizing pearl had been a feint. The true lethal strike was the Qian Kun ruler." Both of these congenital spiritual treasures had been fully refined by Six-Eared. As if they were extensions of his own body, when raw strength fell short, stealth became his weapon, and this tactic had saved him on several occasions to eye in the demon realm, the Qi Ming demon lord. Furious at the loss of the Black Zixiao, erupted in rage, his massive form shaking the ground like an earthquake, causing his minions to tremble in fear. "You wretched child, I will not forgive you," he bellowed, swatting aside the demons in front of the rift and forcing his way through, disregarding the fact that the rift had yet to fully open, seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos of the Black Zixiao's demise and the fate of his minions. Six-Eared swiftly destroyed the blood pool. Channeling the divine ability of transforming heaven and earth, he expanded to his utmost size, fist clenched, and smashed the blood pool and altar into 1,000,000 pieces. The results were immediate. The spatial rift ceased to expand, maintaining its current state. The blood mist in the sky began to dissipate. Just as everyone believed the crisis was averted, a colossal demon surged forth from the rift. Its skin, a deep purple-black, adorned with twisted horns atop its head, bore a terrifying visage that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Fortunately, the rift had not opened wide enough for the demon to fully emerge, allowing only its upper half to break free. The demon furiously pounded the ground, attempting to fully cross over, but it was a futile endeavor. "You have thwarted my grand plans, but do you think I am powerless against you?" The Qi Ming demon lord roared. He then raised his arm, extending a finger towards Six-Eared, and a beam of light shot forth, striking Six-Eared squarely in the chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The situation was dire. Six-Eared responded with remarkable speed, producing a bottle of 7-turn golden elixirs and swallowing its contents, simultaneously shouting without hesitation, "If the Daozu does not appear, the demon realm shall descend upon the primordial world." After his proclamation, Six-Eared plunged into the sea, hoping to evade the Qi Ming demon lord's second strike. That moment, the Qi Ming demon lord, seeing Six-Eared attempt to flee, launched a follow-up attack. Six-Eared sensed the impending danger and thought in despair, "Am I to die again? I wonder if I can traverse the realms one more time." The Qi Ming demon lord, witnessing Six-Eared's imminent demise, could not help but smile. Yet, just as the attack was about to strike Six-Eared, it simply dissipated. Six-Eared felt no pain, realizing his words had borne fruit, granting him a reprieve. Subsequently, time itself froze. Aside from Six-Eared and the Qi Ming demon lord, all others were rendered immobile. Without warning, an elder seated on a mat appeared in the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Daozu. Upon his arrival, Daozu waved his whisk, sending the Qi Ming demon lord crashing back into the demon realm as if struck by a powerful blow. Another flick of the whisk caused the spatial rift to rapidly contract. Though it did not vanish entirely, Daozu turned to Six-Eared, silently acknowledging, "Well done, my child. You have performed admirably this time. The third lecture at Zixiao Palace shall not neglect you." Hearing these words, Six-Eared's mouth stretched into a wide grin as he proclaimed, "The enemies of my master are my enemies. I share a blood feud with the demon realm." Daozu's voice resonated once more. "Is that so?" "Precisely. If the spatial rift is repaired, it shall simply reappear elsewhere. Why not leave it be, and you shall be tasked with guarding it? How does that sound?" Six-Eared, upon hearing this, felt an urge to slap himself. What a mess he had gotten into. Though reluctant, how could he dare defy Daozu's words? He could only grit his teeth and accept. Observing Six-Eared's unwillingness yet undeniable compliance, Daozu could not help but chuckle, extending a hand towards him. "You shall not labor in vain. I have perfected your transformation into the 3 pure ones, allowing your 2 avatars to exist independently, assisting you in guarding this place. Do not let this knowledge spread." Lu Er hastily perused the cultivation method transmitted by Hongjun, and joy immediately illuminated his face. Defying the heavens, it was truly astonishing. This perfected version of one Qi transforming 3 pure ones, with its 2 avatars, was scarcely distinguishable from the 3 corpses severed by a quasi-saint. Their cultivation was on par with the original, capable of independent cultivation and existence. Henceforth, it would suffice to leave an avatar on this star island. Subsequently, the voice of the Tao ancestor resonated in the ears of everyone present. "The matter here is concluded. The Star Alliance shall guard this space rift, while the rest shall seek other spiritual locales. With that, a wave of his sleeve, and the Tao Ancestor along with the members of the Eastern King City and the Loose Cultivator Alliance vanished without a trace. Lu'er found a stone in his hand. The crowd regained control over their bodies. Observing the remaining demons and the few lingering monsters, Lu'er swiftly organized the members of the Star Alliance to eliminate them completely. Fortunate that most of the formidable ones had already perished, after tidying the battlefield, Lu'er finally had the opportunity to contemplate. His suspicions were correct regarding the invasion of the demon realm. The Tao Ancestor could not have been oblivious. He had been watching over this place all along. It was merely that Lu'er had performed commendably, thus the Tao Ancestor refrained from revealing himself. Later, when Lu'er called out, claiming to have summoned the Tao Ancestor, it was in truth the Tao Ancestor deciding it was time to intervene. Nevertheless, Lu'er's performance during this episode was commendable. The Tao Ancestor promised that the teachings of the Zixiao Palace would not slight him, with the most likely rewards being enhancements to his cultivation or spiritual treasures. As for Lu'er's guardianship over this space rift, his compensation would be the unique 1 Qi transforming 3 pure ones. Such a remarkable effect, Lu'er was certain that the future Taishang would undoubtedly fall short of this level. From the moment he first set foot on Buzhou Island, when he exterminated the demons of Black Sea City, he sensed a trace of demonic energy, leading him to surmise a connection to the demon realm. The battle between the Tao Ancestor and Luo who may be unclear to others, but Lu'er was certainly aware of it. In essence, Lu'er was merely taking advantage of the situation, hoping to align himself with the Tao Ancestor. Although there were some dangers during the process, the outcome was fortunate and flawless. He had gained a Star Alliance, a Star Island, the enhanced version of 1 Qi transforming 3 pure ones, and, most importantly, the favor of the Tao Ancestor. Once the battlefield was cleared, the entirety of Star Island, aside from the minor creatures who had yet to ascend to immortality, was devoid of any significant forces. The Star Alliance could unreservedly flex its muscles. Lu'er established the main base on the island where Black Sea City was located, naming it Star Island. This was primarily to oversee the space rift, which, after the Tao Ancestor's sealing, could only accommodate those of celestial fairy cultivation to enter and exit. Indeed, the demons of the realm could traverse here, and the Star Alliance could also venture into the demon realm. Lu'er understood the Tao Ancestor's intent. Once his cultivation advanced, he would naturally seek out trouble daily, reiterating, I, Lu'er, hold an irreconcilable enmity with the demon realm. It was unclear what methods the Ancestor employed, but the entire Star Island had become concealed, and upon the Tao Ancestor's departure, the stone that inexplicably appeared in Lu'er's hand was the key. Lu'er tossed the stone, and upon hitting the ground, it transformed into a massive rock, controlling the ingress and egress of Star Island. Indeed, if this place were not concealed, those who departed might return, or others might come. After arranging the general affairs, Lu'er commenced closed-door cultivation. He needed to quickly master the enhanced version of 1 Qi transforming 3 pure ones. Otherwise, he could not leave Star Island with peace of mind. 3,000 years later, Lu'er awoke from his meditation, once again employing 1 Qi transforming 3 pure ones. Suddenly, 2 Lu'ers appeared in the vicinity, and the 3 Lu'ers exchanged smiles. One of the avatars transformed into Jiu Ying. Greeting. Jiu Ying pays respects to the 2 fellow Taoists. Ha ha. Lu'er shook his head, remarking, how dull it is to converse with oneself. Retrieving his avatar, Lu'er donned Jiu Ying's persona and summoned the core ministers of the Star Alliance. Over the span of 3,000 years, Old Tree had steadily broken through to the Xianxian realm, while Yu Jingzi was at the early Xianxian stage, poised to advance to the mid-stage. The trio of Guida, Hu Li, and Shi Shan had all reached the pinnacle of true immortal, on the verge of breakthrough. Observing the steady improvement of his core team, Lu'er felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Guida was the first to speak, Alliance leader. Over these 3,000 years, we have completely integrated the Star Alliance's governance. All 31,000 islands have been developed, and all beings of the Star Islands are under our management. Currently, the Star Alliance boasts over 150,000 official members and nearly 200 million peripheral members. Among the official members, the military department comprises 600,000, the legal department 40,000, the think tank 50,000, the logistics department 45,000, and the security department 1,000. As for the space rift, during the 1st century, demons appeared quite frequently. However, due to the rift's narrowness and the fact that only celestial fairy-level beings could pass through, we handled them with ease. Later, the demons diminished in frequency, appearing roughly once every few hundred years, seemingly just to check the situation. Currently, Shirshan oversees the security department guarding the rift. Hearing the numbers reported by Gueda, Lu'er was not at all surprised, as they aligned with his expectations. Lu'er required a powerful and combat-ready team, hence the military and legal departments were fully dedicated. There was no need for alchemy, weapon forging, or farming. All resources were provided by peripheral personnel. Their sole task was to cultivate and practice combat techniques. At present, the military and legal departments consisted entirely of celestial fairies, with a few true immortals. Given a few thousand more years, their combat prowess would undoubtedly strengthen. As for the space rift, it would remain as is for now. That would naturally deal with it in due course. After Gueda's report, Lu'er signaled for Old Tree to speak. Alliance leader, as Gueda mentioned, the logistics department currently has 45,000 members, primarily divided into the Alchemy Hall, Forging Hall, and Planting Hall. The Planting Hall has the largest number of members, dispersed across each island. They are responsible for guiding peripheral members in cultivation while also managing the islands. Currently, the Forging Hall is attempting to enhance its forging techniques after completing the equipment for 1 million military and legal members. Although progress has been relatively slow, the Alchemy Hall, aside from its regular elixir production, is also researching the crafting of Xuanxing-grade elixirs. Lu'er remained silent after hearing this, prompting Hu Li to begin speaking. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Li's cultivation had also progressed, and he led the largest contingent within the Star Alliance. Alliance leader, at present, the military department consists of 600,000 brothers, all at the celestial fairy level, with excellent weapons and armor. The only issue is that once the brothers pass their cultivation growth period, due to a lack of combat, their training progress has slowed. In essence, it boils down to the fact that the 8-9 mysteries are born from battle. Only through repeated combat can one progress more swiftly. Yu Jingzi nodded in agreement. Our legal department also requires combat. Merely practicing spells and techniques holds little significance, the earnest Shirshan added. Shirshan wishes to fight. Lu'er nodded. As the alliance expanded, naturally, more issues would arise. Not only the problems they mentioned, but also others unaddressed. Without formations, 1 million combat elites devoid of a cohesive strategy would be a significant loss. The star formula was previously only developed to the Xianxian realm, and now that Yu Jingzi and Old Tree had reached Xianxian, the subsequent content needed to be expedited. These challenges were either not Lu'er's forte or beyond his capabilities, compelling him to seek assistance from more experienced individuals. After all, with such capable mentors, there was no reason not to leverage them. It was time to return to Kunlun. Leaving Zhu Yin to guard the Star Islands sufficed. The enhanced version of Wen Qi transforming 3 pure ones was indeed extraordinary, and Zhu Yin would be more than adequate to oversee it. Having made his decision, Lu'er did not linger. Leaving behind his avatar Zhu Yin while he himself concealed his form and departed Star Island. Traveling tirelessly, he pressed onward, pondering the whereabouts of San Shao and Zhao Gongming. After a century of relentless travel, Lu'er finally returned to Kunlun Mountain. Gazing upon the familiar landscape of Kunlun, he felt a wave of nostalgia. After 3,000 years, he wondered how his 3 masters fared, though he suspected little had changed. It was still the period when the Tao ancestor imparted teachings, and the 3 pure ones likely had no time to accept disciples. Upon reaching the summit of Kunlun Mountain, he found the thatched cottage and pavilion unchanged from before his departure. The 3 pure ones sat in the pavilion, smiling as they regarded Lu'er. The 4 members of the Xianmen engaged in conversation, with Lu'er recounting his experiences on Star Island. The establishment of the Star Alliance elicited little reaction from them. The 3 pure ones were wholly focused on the Tao, having no interest in accepting disciples or establishing organizations. They had merely taken him on as a nominal disciple. As for the external transmission of the 8-9 mysteries, Yuan Shi shared Lu'er's perspective. If there truly exist individuals within the Xingqian gang who have attained the 7th and 8th transformations, serving as guardians of the Xuangu sect would indeed be a commendable pursuit. What took Lu'er by surprise was the self-created Xingqianju, which was thoroughly criticized by the Sanqing, leaving it utterly flawed. Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian personally intervened to assist him in revising it, propelling it to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a remarkable leap forward. Lu'er was elated, his joy evident as he resolved the Xingqian gang's issues regarding their martial arts. However, possessing a faction comes with its own set of complications, necessitating vigilance in every aspect. Fortunately, Lu'er is supported by 3 formidable mentors. The intricacies of formations are naturally entrusted to Tong Tian, while the alchemical recipes are directed to Taishang, and the forging of artifacts falls to Yuan Shi. When it comes to learning these disciplines, Lu'er finds himself quite pressed for time. Being merely a nascent golden immortal, and the hours for cultivation seem insufficient. Thus, he opted to compile the materials and send them en masse to his avatar, Jiu Ying, allowing his subordinates to study independently, with the understanding that the master opens the door, but the cultivation must be undertaken by the individual. It must be noted how remarkably effective this enhanced version of the Qi Hua Sanqing is. The connection between himself and his avatar is seamless, allowing for immediate transmission of techniques, alchemical formulas. In forging secrets, Taishang, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of inadequacy. However, due to the Daozu's admonition against dissemination, Lu'er remained uncertain whether this applied to Taishang as well and resolved to inquire with the venerable Daozu at a later date. Unexpectedly, Taishang outright declined. Taishang is, in essence, a proud individual. The ensuing period saw Lu'er entering a phase of seclusion. While the Sanqing were engrossed in their own cultivation, Lu'er too required ample time to advance and break through. Over 6,000 years later, a golden beam of light shot up into the heavens from the peak of Kunlun Mountain, lingering for an extended period. Lu'er opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Having finally achieved a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal. He had taken yet another solid step on the path of enlightenment. Lu'er's ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal realm was devoid of peril or hindrance. His cultivation had naturally reached this stage due to sufficient prior accumulation. With Lu'er's breakthrough, the third lecture at the Zixiao Palace was fast approaching, with only a few hundred years remaining. The Sanqing were still in seclusion, and judging by the current circumstances, it seemed they would not emerge until the third lecture. Lu'er decided to visit the Xingqian archipelago, now that his cultivation had advanced. It was necessary to recall Zhu Yan's avatar and subsequently release him anew. The initial journey had taken over a century, but now, with familiarity, he managed it in a mere decade, once a thriving expanse. The location of the Xingqian archipelago was now desolate, reduced to an endless sea. Lu'er surmised that the Daozu had folded this space, thus concealing the Xingqian archipelago and the spatial rift leading to the demon realm. Zhu Yan's avatar dispelled the barriers, revealing a portal, through which Lu'er stealthily entered. Upon entering the Xingqian archipelago, he was met with a scene bustling with activity. Various types of flying vessels soared through the skies, while boats of all sizes traversed the waters, with streaks of light darting overhead, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a peach blossom spring. It had been over 9,000 years since the Xingqian gang had fully dominated the Xingqian archipelago. Throughout these 9,000 years, the region had been in a state of rapid development. The diverse techniques, alchemical knowledge, and formation insights provided by Lu'er had played a pivotal role in this progress. However, the most significant contribution was Lu'er's vision, which offered numerous ideas for the development of the Xingqian archipelago. Some of these ideas flourished, while others faltered, yet they collectively propelled the island years ahead of rival factions. Owing to the isolation of the Xingqian archipelago from the outside world, free from conflict and external disturbances, the members of the Xingqian gang enjoyed a life of tranquility. Yet, this very isolation had led to a developmental bottleneck. In terms of economy, population, and military, further breakthroughs seemed unattainable. Lu'er found himself powerless to alter this situation. In the grand scheme, stability outweighed development. For this was the primordial chaos, where a mere sneeze from a top-tier being could obliterate the Xingqian archipelago. Currently, the situation was satisfactory, with hundreds of millions of peripheral members and 200,000 official members composing the present-day Xingqian gang. Notably, the combined total of the war and law departments still amounted to 100,000. This was a demand set forth by Lu'er, who believed that quality surpassed quantity in martial forces. This 100,000-strong standing army consistently improved their cultivation. Currently, they were all at the true immortal level, with some reaching the profound immortal stage. This figure is indeed formidable. 100,000 immortals trained in the most elite techniques, equipped with standardized weapons and magical artifacts, combined with Tongtian's formations, presented an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Given time, if 100,000 golden immortals were to rise, who could withstand them? Yet, such a scenario remained a distant prospect. Over the past 6,000 years, the demon realm had not been at peace either. Restricted by the dimensions of the rifts and the limitations on their cultivation, the demons that ventured forth were swiftly vanquished. It was not until over 2,000 years ago that a group of demons, armed with explosives, crossed the rift to launch a suicidal assault. Coincidentally, Zhu Yan's avatar was patrolling other islands, and the demons seized the opportunity to slay the guards of the Xingqian gang. Subsequently, an unending tide of demons invaded. Though their cultivation was merely at the celestial immortal level, their explosive devices wreaked havoc upon the Xingqian island. The weaker members of the Xingqian gang were swiftly eliminated, and upon receiving the news, Zhu Yan's avatar was incensed, commanding the members of the law department to execute indiscriminate attacks on Xingqian Island, unleashing a barrage of spells. Only then were the invading demons eradicated. Later, when Lu Er examined the confiscated explosives, he discovered they were unstable products composed of various demonic energies, prone to detonation under slight pressure, akin to grenades or landmines from later eras, whimsically dubbed Mo-Lazy by the demons. This piqued Taishan's interest, and after spending 3 precious months, he successfully replicated the Lazy using and surpassing the original's potency. Thus, the once bustling Xingqian Island, reduced to a desolate expanse by the spells and the Mo-Lazy, became the front line for confrontations between the demon realm and Xingqian Island. Although only celestial immortal demons could traverse, they were plentiful. Chiming Demon Lord, though merely ranked 3rd among the demon lords, was nonetheless a quasi-saint in cultivation. Employing a plethora of cunning strategies, the Mo-Lazy, various toxic gases, plagues, and disposable magical artifacts served as formidable offensive weapons. Meanwhile, the members of the Xingqian gang, facing a myriad of demons and diverse tactics, experienced rapid growth. Today, the 100,000 soldiers of the Xingqian gang are all seasoned veterans. Upon arriving at the new base, the Zixiao Island, Lu Er recalled Zhu Yan's avatar at the golden immortal level, subsequently employing the Qi Hua Sanqing divine ability to create a new avatar of Zhu Ying. He did not meet with the core members, as the connection between the avatar and the main body rendered the 6,000-year separation negligible. Yu Jingzi remained as enamored with Zhu Yan as ever. This serpent spirit, appearing as a captivating woman, had become increasingly alluring, leaving Zhu Yan's avatar often feeling overwhelmed and seeking refuge in feigned seclusion. Of course, Yu Jingzi's innate talent was exceptional. She had now reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage and was working towards breaking through to the golden immortal level. The cultivation of Laoshu had also advanced to the late profound immortal stage, while Guida, Huli, and Shan were at the mid-level profound immortal stage. In truth, Lu Er had long wished to find an opportunity to reveal his true identity. Initially, it was merely a habit formed from wandering the world and keeping a low profile. Thus, he adopted a different identity, and as time passed, he found himself either engaged in conflicts or preoccupied with development, leaving no room for disclosure. Perhaps he would address it at a later time. Without lingering excessively, Lu Er, after switching avatars, departed from the Xingqian archipelago, intending to pay a visit to his ageless friend, the immortal Zhenyuanzi. Before leaving Kunlun Mountain, he had left a message indicating that he would attend the 3rd lecture alongside Zhenyuanzi. With the enhancement of his cultivation, Lu Er's speed in traversing distances had undergone a qualitative leap. Arriving at the familiar entrance of the Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Lu Er descended from the clouds, prepared to knock on the door. Despite being his elder brother, it was only polite to knock. It would be ill-mannered to barge into someone else's home unannounced. To his surprise, as soon as he landed, Qingfeng and Mingwei stood at the entrance to greet him. True to their names, Qingfeng was like a refreshing breeze in the mountains, while Mingwei embodied the essence of moonlight. Though their origins were humble, they remained untainted and pure. Under Zhenyuanzi's guidance, they had become 2 young attendants. Currently, they appeared no older than 5 or 6 years, their cherubic faces endearing. Lu Er approached them, playfully pinching their plump little cheeks and casually handing them a few heavenly fruits, a specialty of the Xingqian archipelago, while smiling and asking, "Did my elder brother send you two to welcome me upon hearing of my arrival?" Qingfeng, rubbing his sore cheek, gazed in awe at the heavenly fruits in his hand, replying, "The elder instructed us to wait here for you since early morning, saying that Lu Er, the immortal, would be coming today, that we've been waiting here for most of the day." Upon hearing these words, Lu Er couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary prowess of these innate beings. Noting that Zhenyuanzi's cultivation seemed to have advanced significantly, Lu Er, well acquainted with the path, made his way to the ginseng fruit tree in the backyard. As he entered, he was greeted by Zhenyuanzi's warm smile. Lu Er quickly approached, wrapping his arms around Zhenyuanzi in a jovial embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, it has been many years since we last met, and I have missed you dearly." Zhenyuanzi, with a hint of exasperation, pushed Lu Er's arms away and chuckled, "You little monkey, you've not visited me in over 10,000 years. Do you truly hold any regard for your elder brother?" Lu Er, with a carefree demeanor, plopped down onto a stone bench, picked up a celestial fruit from the stone table, and wiped it on his chest before taking a bite. As he savored the fruit, he continued to chatter animatedly, "Brother, you have no idea how busy I have been these past years. I have established quite a remarkable enterprise." He then proceeded to enthusiastically recount the happenings of the Starry Islands, leaving Zhenyuanzi in a state of awe. Who would have imagined that a mere island could intertwine with the demon realm and the Tao ancestor? Whenever Lu'er found himself in the company of Zhenyuanzi, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Unlike the formality he experienced with the three pure ones, where the generational gap loomed large, even Tong Dian, who was least concerned with the hierarchies of the master-disciple relationship, still had to consider his image in the eyes of his students. In contrast, Zhenyuanzi and Lu'er shared a genuine camaraderie, transcending age. Zhenyuanzi, well-versed in the ways of the earth and flora, possessed a gentle disposition and an open heart. Their interactions were delightful as they munched on fruits and exchanged stories. Zhenyuanzi also presented Lu'er with a cultivation technique meant for the outer disciples of Wuzhuang Guan, which was particularly suitable for the disciples of the Starry Gang, and Lu'er graciously accepted it. The visit to Zhenyuanzi was incomplete without indulging in ginseng fruits, such rare treasures that others had scarcely laid eyes upon. Yet Lu'er had savored many. Having not tasted them for many years, he felt a pang of nostalgia. However, having reached the Tai realm, the efficacy of the ginseng fruit had diminished, serving merely to satisfy his taste buds. Naturally, Lu'er also produced several unique celestial fruits from the Starry Islands. Though he felt there was little worth in presenting gifts, as they relished the fruits and conversed, Lu'er's thoughts drifted to the exquisite tea of his past life. A truly remarkable brew. The later Taoist traditions were deeply intertwined with tea culture. Tea clears the mind, sharpens the senses, and instills tranquility, aiding practitioners in maintaining simplicity and connecting with the divine. The founder of the Qianjun sect, Qiu Chuji, composed a verse, "With a humble heart and a full belly, I seek only food. To host guests, I do not serve tea." The renowned founder Ma Danyang also penned a beloved poem titled "Longing for Tea." Tea embodies a state of mind. It purifies the body and spirit, filtering out restlessness and fostering profound contemplation. It represents an aesthetic, a silence laden with unspoken words, a solitude that follows the clamor of merriment. Lu'er was certain that once tea made its appearance, it would undoubtedly sweep across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Fortunately, the Wui Mountains lay in this realm, and after the 3 lectures, he intended to seek out some tea leaves, while also retrieving the fallen treasure. Unbeknownst to him, the time for the 3 lectures at Zixiao Palace had arrived. Zhenyuanzi and Lu'er made their way to the palace. With Zhenyuanzi possessing a divine script that allowed them to traverse the chaos with ease, they arrived at Zixiao Palace without incident, and Lu'er, not rushing to enter, engaged in conversation with 2 young disciples, generously offering them an abundance of celestial fruits. This opportunity to foster connections could not be missed, as the future of Haotian extended beyond merely being the Jade Emperor. He was also a formidable figure of quasi-saintly stature. Closely associated with the Tao ancestor, they entered Zixiao Palace. Numerous mighty beings had already gathered. They settled behind the 3 pure ones, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the lectures. Before long, the Tao ancestor appeared unexpectedly. Offering no superfluous words before directly beginning his teachings, Lu'er had anticipated. The discourse centered upon the realms beyond the great Luo, addressing the quasi-saint and the saintly existence, illuminating the path for many powerful beings. The Tao ancestors' teachings never included specific techniques, spells, or divine powers. Rather, they served as guidance towards the right path and direction. The Tao is profoundly enigmatic, observing the seriousness of the assembled mighty beings. Lu'er instinctively straightened his posture, listening with heightened attentiveness. Time seemed to fly during these moments of learning, and before he knew it, a millennium had passed, signaling the conclusion of this final lecture. Hongjun paused, announcing, "The millennium has come to an end. The 3 lectures are concluded. I shall merge with the heavenly Tao. Feel free to pose any questions." The first to inquire was Taishang. "Master, what defines a saint? How does one attain sainthood?" Hongjun smiled gently. "To attain the state of primordial unity is to become a saint. A saint perceives the myriad affairs of the world, the vast cosmos, witnessing the past, present, and future, orchestrating time and space, life and death, and the cycles of rebirth with a mere thought. In that instant, the heavenly Tao shifts, boundless and infinite, neither born nor extinguished, returning to the void, capable of gathering or dispersing, existing beyond birth and death, impervious to the trials of time, eternally enduring. Hearing this, the assembly was filled with joy. Having previously only perceived the might of saints, they were astonished to realize the extent of their power. Strictly speaking, those present were the closest beings to sainthood. After allowing the gathered individuals a moment to absorb this profound insight, Hongjun continued, there are 3 methods by which one may attain sainthood among the myriad paths. Firstly, emulate Pangu and witness the Tao through strength. Secondly, sever the 3 corpses to become a saint. The 3 corpses represent good intentions, malevolent thoughts, and the self by using innate spiritual treasures to sever them. One achieves the quasi-saint state, with each corpse attaining primordial unity to realize the saintly fruit position. Thirdly, one may achieve sainthood through merit. I possess the Hongming Purple Qi, a manifestation of the heaven and earth's response. Known as the foundation of the Tao, obtaining this can lead to sainthood. Within my following, there are 7 positions of sainthood. The 3 pure ones are transformations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing the merit to open the heavens. Thus able to attain sainthood. With a wave of his hand, 3 streams of Hongming Purple Qi flowed into the bodies of the 3 pure ones. Lu Er, positioned behind them, witnessed this spectacle clearly. Filled with envy, Hongjun paid no heed to the anticipation and envy of the crowd, continuing, Enwa has a merit to fulfill, which can lead to sainthood. As the Hongming Purple Qi entered Enwa's body, the mighty beings were again struck with envy. Observing the unfolding events, Lu Er found the situation rather amusing, akin to a teacher distributing test papers, with the first 100-point score being eagerly anticipated by all. Everyone hoped to see their names on the list of perfect scores, while Lu Er, having seen the list, knew who had achieved it. Watching the gathered mighty beings hold their breath, their faces flushed with the desire to ascend. Lu Er's state of mind inexplicably elevated. Without any pretense, Hongjun continued, Jiu Ying, a quasi-saint from the West, shall one day revitalize the West and can attain sainthood. At this moment, the mighty beings comprehended the situation. Those seated on the mats were all destined to receive the Hongming Purple Qi. Had they known this, they would have fought tooth and nail for a spot as the last stream of Hongming Purple Qi remained. All 6 individuals on their mats had received it. Hongjun appeared somewhat hesitant, letting out a soft sigh. Very well, I shall bestow this final stream of Hongming Purple Qi upon Hongyun. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in Zixiao Palace shifted palpably, with the gazes of the gathered beings directed at Hongyun, filled with intrigue. The first 6 had either been disciples or named disciples, each possessing a mat. However, Hongyun was neither a disciple nor did he possess a mat. What justified his receiving this last stream of Hongming Purple Qi? The powerful beings in Zixiao Palace were no pushovers. Not only were they deeply skilled, but many were also leaders of significant factions. Hongyun's future appeared rather precarious. After distributing the Hongming Purple Qi, the atmosphere in Zixiao Palace grew somewhat oppressive. Yet, Hongjun seemed oblivious to the palpable tension. Continuing to speak, I have some spiritual treasures to bestow today as well. Taishang, this is the Taijutsu, capable of stabilizing the earth, fire, wind, and water. As the Taijutsu radiated countless rays of brilliance, adorned with auspicious colors. The words Taoist prophecy encircled its periphery, while within, symbols of the heavenly Tao shimmered. Its 5-colored brilliance illuminated the mountains and rivers, with 9-colored auspicious energy shaking the heavens and the universe. It possessed the power to pacify the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, transforming the forces of yin and yang, and unraveling the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, encompassing countless phenomena. After Taishang received the Taijutsu, Hongjun produced another treasure, Yuan Shi. This is the Panga banner. Not to be easily summoned, the Panga banner, rumored to be a fragment of Pangu's axe, wielded the power to rend the primordial chaos, shattering the forces of time and space, embodying the limitless Tao of creation, and commanding the profound mysteries of myriad laws, capable of opening up the universe. Tongtian. This is the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. Combined, they form the first killing formation of the heavenly Tao since the dawn of creation, the extermination sword array. Only the 4 saints can break it. A sage meticulously arranged a formation, impervious unless 4 great sages convene together. Within this sword formation, the aura of death was boundless and perilous beyond measure. Should a heavenly Tao saint step into this array, they would instantly be reduced to ashes. A poem extols. Neither copper nor iron, nor steel does it bear, once concealed beneath the Mount Sumi's glare. No need for yin and yang to be reversed in its forging. How could it lack the cauldron's fire to sharpen its edge, to vanquish gods and obliterate immortals? A crimson light rises wherever immortals fall. The transformation of the immortal is endlessly wondrous. The blood of great Luo immortals stains their attire. Point 3 Supreme treasures. Truly, the Tao ancestor is generous. The assembly within the grand hall gazed upon the Sanqing, with eyes brimming with envy and anticipation. As for any sinister thoughts of murder or treasure theft, such notions were non-existent. The Sanqing were not akin to Hongjun. They bore formidable origins, transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu, with deep-rooted backgrounds as direct disciples of the honorable ancestor Hongjun. Their own powers were indeed peerless. Subsequently, Hongjun continued to bestow treasures, albeit at an accelerated pace and with notably diminished quality. Niwa, I grant you the map of rivers and mountains and the red embroidery ball. Jane, I bestow upon you the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the azure lotus treasure flag. Zhenyuanzi, I present you with the empowering divine pestle, observing that the treasures allotted to them paled in comparison to those of the Sanqing, especially Zhenyuanzi, who received but a single empowering divine pestle. Both prepared to voice their grievances, hoping for a hint of mercy from Hongjun. Yet, before they could utter a word, Hongjun spoke again. Lu'er has rendered service. I grant you the Wui apricot yellow flag. At this, all eyes in the hall converged upon Lu'er. Service? What service? Aside from the Sanqing and Zhenyuanzi, who were privy to the matters of the Starry Island. The others were utterly perplexed, having heard of no significant events in the wilderness recently. Without giving the crowd time to ponder, Hongjun continued. The remaining magical artifacts shall be placed upon the treasure distribution rock. You may take what you are fated to obtain. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, 5 figures surged forth from the hall, dashing towards a distant high mountain. The numerous powerful beings were not dull. Upon realizing the situation, they showcased their abilities and rushed out. However, a moment's delay equated to a step behind, and by the time they reached the mountain's summit, they found the Sanqing and Zhenyuanzi Lu'er smiling at them. With no recourse left, they hastily began to collect the treasures, employing various means to seize the innate spiritual treasures that appeared in succession. In no time, the treasure distribution rock lay barren. As Lu'er observed the cessation of the others' actions, they began examining the treasures they had just acquired. With a wave of his sleeve, he executed the sleeve universe technique, swiftly drawing the treasure distribution rock into his sleeve. At that moment, the nearly 3,000 Deluo golden immortals could only feel 2 words resonate in their hearts: speechless. Especially Zhenyuanzi, whose gaze was sharp as a knife, wishing to rend Lu'er into pieces. In truth, Lu'er was well aware of the distribution occurring at the treasure distribution rock. The crux lay in how to maximize benefits without arousing suspicion. Thus, on the way there, Lu'er had seized the opportunity to inquire about the surrounding environment while chatting with Haoyan at the Yaoqi, learning of a scenic spot nearby called the treasure distribution rock. With this pretext laid down, the remainder flowed naturally. In actuality, the treasure distribution rock imposed limitations on the quantity of treasures each person could take, yet one could still select first. Ultimately, this was a windfall. After securing their treasures and returning to the Zixiao palace, the grand doors were already tightly shut. Understanding the Tao ancestors' intent, the assembly departed in droves. After all, the profound content encapsulated in the 3 lectures of the Zixiao palace bore significant implications for their future paths. And the newly acquired treasures also required refinement. Lu'er initially intended to invite Zhenyuanzi to Kunlun Mountain to refine the treasures, lest others covet them. However, upon reflection, he realized that Zhenyuanzi could escape the monk but not the temple, as the ginseng fruit tree was located on Mount Wanshou. Moreover, Zhenyuanzi was not easily amenable. Once the Earth Book was produced, his defensive prowess ranked among the foremost in the wilderness. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, the Sanqing immediately entered seclusion. Standing atop Kunlun Mountain, Lu'er gazed at the distant sea of clouds, lost in thought. Treasures, cultivation, while significant, their importance seemed relative. It depended on what one compared them against. This 3rd lecture left Lu'er in a state of confusion. What is his own Tao? Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, coupled with enlightenment, such questions would inevitably arise. Lu'er had perused the Tao Te Ching in his previous life, and it was likely that even now, Taishang Shibua had yet to distill its essence. The non-action of Taishang, the elucidation of Yuan Shi, the interception of Tongtian, the creation of Niwa, the earth of Zhenyuanzi, the sovereignty of Emperor Jun, and the hegemony of Dongwang Tai. All renowned powers of the wilderness possessed their own Tao. Yet, what was his own Tao? Lu Er could not ascertain, nor find the way in. However, he understood that he was already treading the correct path, and that he was now worthy of being called a seeker of the Tao. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, Lu Er began to assess his gains. The apricot yellow flag bestowed by the Tao ancestor in the Zixiao palace served as a boon against evil, not bad. Lu Er's offense was bolstered by the sea calming pearl and the Qian Kun ruler. In terms of defense, he had lacked considerably. Now, with the apricot yellow flag, an innate supreme spiritual treasure, his defensive capabilities soared to their zenith. At the treasure distribution rock, Lu Er acquired 3 spiritual treasures: the Fengdian Huaji, the demon-slaying armor, and the purple lightning hammer. Each of these treasures had automatically flown into Lu Er's hands, leaving him no opportunity to choose. However, upon further reflection, one could not fathom how the distribution of these artifacts could lack the Tao ancestor's intent. Thus, why did the Tao ancestor specifically grant him these 3 treasures? The demon-slaying armor, an innate middle-grade spiritual treasure, was a blatant indication. Yet what of the Fengdian Huaji? Was it meant for him to change weapons, or to give to another? As for the purple lightning hammer, Lu Er was aware it was an innate supreme spiritual treasure, originally belonging to Tongtian and wielded with immense power during the Fengshan calamity. Before the array of myriad immortals, Tongtian had struck Taishang Laojun with the purple lightning hammer. Regardless of the outcome, it at least demonstrated that the purple lightning hammer was a saint-level artifact, one that saints could wield without hesitation. First, he would refine the apricot yellow flag, the demon-slaying armor, and the purple lightning hammer. As for the Fengdian Huaji, Lu Er found it cumbersome to wield, so he would set it aside for now. The refining of spiritual treasures required patience, a slow and steady endeavor. Lu Er spent 100 years merely initiating the refinement of the 4 spiritual treasures before emerging from seclusion. Lu Er resolved to visit Wui Mountain to procure tea leaves and the falling treasure coins. After the completion of the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace, the grand upheaval of the Wu and Yao calamity would unfold. With the saints returning to their positions, it was prudent to retrieve the items as soon as possible to avoid unforeseen complications. Channeling the all-seeing divine power, Lu Er confirmed the location of Wui Mountain and swiftly set off, flying towards it without pause. This all-seeing divine power served as a veritable navigation system in the wilderness. As long as one knew the name of a place, one could discern its whereabouts, proving immensely practical. 30 years later, Lu Er finally arrived at Wui Mountain. Before him lay the undulating mountains set against the horizon, reflecting the golden glow of the setting sun, creating a breathtakingly majestic spectacle akin to a beautiful painting. Gazing at the seemingly endless Wui Mountain, Lu Er felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Even with prior mental preparation, the wilderness was vast, and Wui Mountain here was of an entirely different magnitude than that on Blue Star. It was the difference between an ocean and a pond. To seek out a few plants in such an expansive area was no simple task. Fortunately, Lu Er was not one to abandon hope easily. He had a solid understanding of tea from his previous life. The regions where Dahongpao tea thrived typically boasted a mild climate, devoid of frost, with balanced temperatures throughout the year and ample sunlight. The soil was generally acidic, rich in organic matter, and possessed good moisture conditions, with the tea trees primarily relying on rainfall for their water supply. Thus, Dahongpao tea usually flourished in hilly mountain areas to absorb the rainwater. No matter how vast Wui Mountain was, the geography of its hilly regions was finite. With a bit of patience, he would surely find it. Henceforth, Lu Er transformed into a monkey, wandering daily among the hills of Wui Mountain, until he spotted a cluster of diminutive plants. Lu Er felt compelled to exclaim, "Do you know how I have endured these past 20 years?" Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that they were indeed Dahongpao tea trees, with 3 larger specimens being the mother trees. Surprisingly of innate origin, although they were merely innate lower grade, they were nonetheless innate spiritual roots. As for the subsequent 100 or so offspring, they belonged to the postnatal category. After locating the tea trees, Lu Er did not dare act rashly, primarily because he still needed to find the falling treasure coins and could not transplant them immediately if they were to be removed from the soil for too long. They might perish, which would be a grave misstep. Therefore, Lu Er merely set up a formation, planning to return for transplantation when he departed. As for the tea leaves, naturally, he would indulge first a tea this moment. Spring has arrived, marking the season for the harvest of spring tea. Lu Er, adhering to the standards of Dahongpao, has plucked a bud and 3 leaves from both the mother plant and its offspring. The traditional handcrafting method of Dahong Pao involves 13 intricate steps: sun withering, air withering, shaping, including shaking, handcrafting, and resting, frying, rolling, refrying, re-rolling, primary firing, winnowing, spreading, sorting, secondary firing, and final firing. Lu'er possesses only a rudimentary understanding of many of these procedures and cannot replicate them perfectly. Thus, he must make do with what he can manage. Whether it is due to the quality of the raw materials, Lu'er has, in any case, managed to produce a semblance of Dahong Pao. When asked about its taste, he can only remark that there remains considerable room for improvement. Lu'er pinched a handful of leaves from the mother plant and placed them into a hollow bamboo tube. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a stream of crystalline mountain spring water, which then inexplicably heated to a boil, flowing into the bamboo tube as if animated by some life force. As the tea leaves steeped in the scalding spring water, they unfurled into tightly bound strands, exhibiting a vibrant greenish-brown hue, with the undersides appearing soft, bright, and even. The tea infusion itself shimmered in a brilliant orange yellow. Resplendently vivid, Lu'er raised the bamboo tube to his lips and took a sip, instantly feeling a surge of robust flavor, rich and full-bodied, with an unmistakable floral aroma tinged with the essence of the rocks. Providing a satisfying mouthfeel, almost immediately, a wave of warmth emanated from the tea, soothing his spirit. Upon finishing the cup, Lu'er stretched languidly, only to realize that his spirit had quietly condensed significantly. The effects of this Dahong Pao were indeed extraordinary. He felt as though he had stumbled upon treasure. Eagerly, Lu'er decided to sample the leaves from the offspring plants. Although they fell significantly short, they still exhibited commendable effects that in this present age of chaos. With the vitality of the world pulsating, anyone with determination can enhance their cultivation, regardless of inherent talent. However, the refinement of one's spirit remains a formidable challenge, accessible only through a select few high-level techniques, which progress at an exceedingly slow pace. Most lower-tier techniques or beings devoid of any technique simply witness their spirits naturally elevate alongside their realms. Thus, it is evident that while the functionality of Dahong Pao may not be miraculous, it is indeed quite practical. Lu'er vaguely recalls that the primary method of propagating Dahong Pao is through cuttings, and that new shoots possess remarkable vitality, boasting a high survival rate. It is essential to cultivate a garden of Dahong Pao across the Star Islands. In the future, his subordinates need not drink water, for tea will suffice to quench their thirst for the 3 mother trees. One shall be planted on Kunlun Mountain, ensuring its safety beneath the watchful gaze of the sages. Another will be planted at Wuzhuang Temple, as his elder brother Zhenyuanzi has a fondness for flora. The remaining tree will, of course, find its home on the Star Islands, planted within Lu'er's own domain. After arranging these plans, Lu'er proceeded to enhance his formation arrays, adding dozens of them, stealthy, alarm-triggering, defensive, and a variety of others. His skills in array formation were lacking, forcing him to compensate with sheer numbers, a thought that struck him as somewhat tragic. His master was renowned across the realm for his array skills, while he himself barely qualified as a novice. Subsequently, Lu'er continued his quest for the elusive falling treasure coin for the tea trees. Lu'er could locate them based on their growing environments. But how could he possibly find this spiritual treasure, especially since the falling treasure coin had yet to manifest? It would undoubtedly be well concealed. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was unwilling to leave without a thorough search. Thus, Lu'er spent his days exploring every cave, gorge, and valley within Wui Mountain, leaving no secluded spot unchecked. A century later, Lu'er stood atop Wui Mountain, gazing at the ever-changing sea of clouds before him. Tumultuous and rolling, reminiscent of the waves surrounding the Star Islands. Frustrated, he murmured to himself, 100 years have passed, and I have scoured every inch of Wui Mountain. It seems I am destined to be without the falling treasure coin. Just as he uttered these words, an overwhelming force descended upon him, and he sensed himself being transported. When Lu'er regained his bearings, he found himself in a sealed space. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of the dim light was none other than the falling treasure coin, floating gracefully in midair. Emitting a soft glow, the coin was round, with a square hole in the center, adorned with wings on either side, and inscribed with faint celestial markings. According to later accounts, the falling treasure coin could summon all treasures beneath the innate supreme treasures and could decipher the mysteries of the heavenly path. Though it was incapable of summoning weapons, Liu Er calmed the excitement surging within him upon sighting this treasure. He pondered who had brought him here. What had he done to warrant such a transport? If it was indeed a deliberate act, only the Tao ancestor would possess such power. Yet, the Tao ancestor could not possibly monitor him constantly. Unless the ancestor was, in fact, his own father, it seemed improbable that a mere complaint would lead to his being transported beside a treasure. Could it be that his grievances had summoned the falling treasure coin? Was it possible that merely reciting the true name of the treasure could invoke such a phenomenon? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Given the unique nature of the falling treasure coin, which required no rituals for its use and possessed effects that defied common understanding, having pieced together some semblance of clarity, Liu Er felt reassured that he was unlikely to be in danger. He surveyed his surroundings. He appeared to be within a mountain's core, surrounded by solid rock. In a wonder he had been unable to locate it. It had been hidden deep within the mountain. Liu Er began to explore his surroundings. Finding the interior of the mountain empty save for the falling treasure coin suspended in the air, approaching the falling treasure coin cautiously, he employed various means to investigate, ensuring that there were no restrictions or formations in place. Only after confirming its safety did he extend his hand carefully to grasp the coin. However, the moment he made contact, he sensed something amiss. His physical body became immobilized, unable to move, his magical power inaccessible, and his spirit unresponsive. Apart from his thoughts, everything else about Liu Er seemed to vanish. A first since he had traversed into the primordial realm. Forcing himself to remain calm, he was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant light from the falling treasure coin. And a surge of information flooded into Liu Er's mind. Unraveling the entire sequence of events, it turned out that this was not the opportune moment for the falling treasure coin to manifest. After all, at this juncture in the primordial realm, only the most primitive barter system existed, and the concept of money had yet to emerge. After fruitlessly searching for treasures and lamenting his plight atop Wui Mountain, Liu Er had inadvertently uttered the words falling treasure coin. Not only had he invoked the true name of the treasure, but he had also mentioned the concept of money. Responding to the cosmic laws, the heavens granted the falling treasure coin the chance to emerge prematurely. Liu Er was now tasked with articulating his understanding of money. Should he succeed, the falling treasure coin would manifest ahead of time and could be refined for his own use. Failure, however, would mean waiting until the circumstances were ripe for its emergence. Upon grasping the situation, Liu Er felt overwhelmed. This innate spiritual treasure was indeed sentient. But could it truly comprehend the essence and concept of money? After much contemplation, Liu Er resolved to convey his understanding through two stories, hoping to achieve success. If not, he would simply have to accept his fate. Closing his eyes, Liu Er began to construct the narrative in his mind. In an unnamed dynasty, there existed a county town where a wealthy man named Wang held immense riches, with countless gold and silver and vast tracts of fertile land, making him the local tycoon. Yet, this Wang was a merciless tyrant, oppressing the common folk and earning their disdain. One day, a righteous official named Li arrived, incensed upon hearing of Wang's misdeeds and resolved to bring him to justice. After meticulously gathering evidence, the esteemed Li dispatched individuals to apprehend Wang, intending to subject him to rigorous interrogation to confess his crimes. To Li's surprise, upon confrontation, Wang offered no resistance and immediately confessed to his wrongdoings, listing the various atrocities he had committed over the years. This left Li momentarily bewildered. Having prepared extensively, he had not even begun the interrogation when Wang had already confessed. Was it possible he was attempting to conceal even greater transgressions? Pondering this, Li ordered Wang to be taken back to the dungeons to document his crimes in detail. However, the following morning, Li awoke to find a note and a package placed in his study. The note read, 3,000 coins are offered to my lord. I hope you will be lenient. Upon reading this, Li instantly recognized that Wang was attempting to bribe him with money and dismissed it without a second thought. Subsequently administering 50 lashes to Wang. To Li's utter astonishment, the next morning, he found yet another note and package in his study, with a similar message, but this time the offered sum had increased to 5,000 coins. Li remained unmoved by the bribe, growing even angrier and ordering another 100 lashes for Wang. Yet, on the fourth morning, the pattern continued, with a larger package awaiting him, still containing a note requesting leniency. But this time the offered sum had soared to 10,000 coins. This time, Li was not angry. Instead, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. With a deep sigh, he slumped into the chair as if his body had fallen apart. Subsequently, he accepted the sum of 100,000 coins. Lady Li, observing this situation, was utterly perplexed and inquired, "Did you not wish to eliminate Wang the Wealthy to prevent future harm? Why then do you accept this money? Have you been bribed by this sum?" With a grim expression, Lord Li explained to his wife, "You do not comprehend the intricacies involved. Once the amount reaches 100,000, it can connect one to the divine. If I refuse, Wang the Wealthy will simply present this sum to my superior, and while I cannot predict Wang's fate, I fear I would invite calamity upon myself." After narrating this tale in the constructed world, upon noticing the falling treasure coins remained unresponsive, Lu'er proceeded to the next story. In another unknown dynasty, in a humble town, there lived a young man of meager means who stumbled upon a copper coin while walking. At that moment, he overheard the gardeners in a nearby flower bed, toiling under the scorching sun, lamenting their thirst. Thus, he used the copper coin to purchase some water to quench their thirst. Grateful, the gardeners each gifted him a bouquet of fresh flowers. Carrying these blooms, he passed by a market where a group of young girls fretted over their lack of suitable attire for an outing. In a gesture of kindness, he bestowed the flowers upon them. The girls, delighted, adorned themselves and, in gratitude for his generosity, each presented him with a copper coin. Thus, he returned home with a total of 8 copper coins. The following day, after a fierce windstorm, the orchard was littered with fallen branches. The young man offered to assist the gardener in cleaning the orchard, and in return, the gardener permitted him to keep the dry branches for firewood. At that moment, he noticed a group of children quarreling over candies by the roadside. Using his 8 copper coins, he purchased some sweets for them, teaching them the values of sharing, unity, and camaraderie. Realizing his efforts to gather the firewood were limited, the children rallied together to help him. Swiftly clearing the debris, while dragging the firewood home, a cook from a wealthy household paid him 16 copper coins for it. With this newfound wealth, the young man resolved to perform further acts of kindness. He established a modest tea stall, offering free refreshments to 500 nearby grass cutters. Soon after, a benevolent passerby informed him that a caravan of horse traders would be passing through the next day, advising him to prepare ample tea for their arrival. Contemplating the needs of the traders, who would surely be hungry, he decided to procure some fodder as well. He shared this idea with the grass cutters, who generously gifted him bundles of hay, resulting in a stockpile of 500 bundles. On the following day, the horse traders indeed arrived at the tea stall. After refreshing themselves with tea, the caravan leader expressed a desire to purchase the 500 bundles of hay. The young man responded, "These bundles were intended for you. I incurred no expense, so please take them." The leader, amused, tossed him 1,000 copper coins and departed with the hay. These two stories convey distinct messages. One illustrates the notion that money can bridge the divine, while the other reveals the underlying logic of wealth manifestation. All things are interconnected. The more one gives, the more one receives. The heart is inherently rich, and wealth arises from within. After the tales were recounted, the falling treasure coins emitted a dazzling light, and Lu'er regained his freedom. At that moment, the falling treasure coins had been fully refined, and Lu'er was their sole master. Others may wield the coins, but, as in their previous life, they could not refine them. Lu'er pondered for a moment and finally grasped the truth that in the past, no one could refine the falling treasure coins because they were born from nature. Thus, anyone who possessed them could use them, but not to their full potential. To attain the benefits of the falling treasure coins, one must pay a price, which is the user's merit and fortune. This elucidates why Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao met untimely ends, as well as why Ran Deng no longer utilized the falling treasure coins as the owner of the falling treasure coins. Lu'er's experience differed from that of ordinary users. If he dropped a postnatal spiritual treasure, it would merely require the expenditure of magical energy. However, if he dropped a congenital spiritual treasure, it would still necessitate the consumption of fortune and merit. Furthermore, after the falling treasure coins were completely refined, they acquired 2 additional functions. The first, money connects to the divine, allows the user to emit a crisp sound of clinking coins, intimidating the opponent's primordial spirit. This feature, while not extraordinary, is common among many spiritual treasures, such as the falling clock. The second, wealth arises from the heart, enables Lu'er to restore all his magical energy instantly after expending half of it. Usable once per day. These 2 functions correspond to the stories Lu'er recounted, suggesting the falling treasure coins possess remarkable significance. Having comprehended the essence of the falling treasure coins, Lu'er stored them within himself for nurturing. Raising his gaze to the mountain's interior, he activated the falling treasure coins and instantly appeared at the summit of Wui Mountain, precisely where he had vanished moments earlier, gazing upon the unchanged sea of clouds before him. Lu'er felt an uncanny sensation. Had it not been for the reminder of the falling treasure coins within him, he might have believed he had merely dreamt this experience, content and ready to depart. He intended to bring the Dahong Pao tea back home to cultivate tea trees. However, unexpectedly, the winds began to howl, and a colossal golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking Lu'er directly. In that moment, Lu'er understood the implications. His two stories had captivated the falling treasure coins, causing them to emerge prematurely, thereby introducing the concept of currency into the world. The heavenly Tao responded, bestowing merit upon him. This moment, Lu'er reveled in the merit he received, unaware that trouble was brewing. Far away, the Philian tribe's demon lord, engaged in seclusion, was abruptly awakened by the commotion at Wui Mountain. Gazing at the resplendent golden beam of light, which shone brightly even from a distance of 10,000 miles, he surmised that a congenital spiritual treasure had manifested. Philian, not daring to delay, hastily summoned a demon cloud. Neglecting to call upon his subordinates and rushed towards Wui Mountain in a frenzy. Upon arriving, he witnessed the beam dissipate, revealing Lu'er's figure. With a monstrous cry, Philian bellowed, "Monkey spirit, hand over the spiritual treasure, and I shall spare your life." Lu'er, having just received the merit, was startled by the sudden shout. Raising his gaze, he beheld a peculiar demon not far away, a creature with a bird's head, deer's body, horns atop its head, and a serpent's tail trailing behind, a veritable amalgamation of forms. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, Lu'er deduced that the demon's cultivation level was likely in the mid to late stages of Tai. Raising an eyebrow, Lu'er nonchalantly remarked, "What manner of wild demon are you? Who has unearthed you from the mass grave?" Philian, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage. His blood pressure soaring, he drew forth a long spear and charged at Lu'er. As the leader of his kind, commanding countless demons, Philian had never endured such humiliation. Were it not for Lu'er's considerable prowess, he would have dispatched him at their first encounter. Lu'er, unfazed, produced the Panlong staff, raising both hands to block the long spear. Observing his opponent's physique and stance, it was apparent that he was not adept in martial arts. This moment, the demon engaged Lu'er in close combat, either testing the waters or attempting underhanded tactics. Lu'er, while engaging in battle, did not exert his full strength, holding back a fraction in both offense and defense. Nevertheless, he maintained a distinct advantage, wielding the Panlong staff with remarkable skill. Showcasing the demeanor of a mastered, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Philian was already retreating in defeat. Unable to bear the pressure, Philian was inwardly astonished. From where had this monkey emerged, displaying such refined martial skills and formidable cultivation? As defeat loomed, Philian seized upon the momentum of Lu'er's staff, striking his spear to propel himself away. He then decisively discarded the spear and, seizing the opportunity while Lu'er was evading, produced a feather fan and waved it towards him. Lu'er, caught off guard by the unexpected appearance of the fan, found himself at a loss for how to defend against it as the fan was waved. A peculiar yellow wind, laden with sand, surged towards Lu'er. What should he do? Should he withstand it? Observing the fierce gusts of the yellow wind, it was evident that resisting it head-on would yield no favorable outcome. That in a state of resignation, Lu'er had no choice but to summon the Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, even though it had not yet undergone significant refinement. A flag of apricot yellow materialized above Lu'er's head, measuring 1 foot and 7 inches in length, its hue a deep yellow. From the flag, thousands of golden lotuses cascaded down, encasing Lu'er in a protective barrier. Upon witnessing the flag's formidable presence, Philian felt a surge of anxiety within. As the yellow wind collided with the golden lotuses, they were effortlessly blown away in an instant, and the golden flag could not withstand the assault, retreating with a swift whoosh back into Lu'er's being. Although the apricot yellow flag had only managed to deflect a single wave of the yellow wind, it afforded Lu'er a moment to react, prompting him to hastily retreat, leaving a doppelganger behind as his true form shrank and fled. Philian, seeing the yellow wind easily breach the defenses of the apricot yellow flag, momentarily froze. However, as one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon race. His combat experience was vast. He quickly discerned Lu Er's escape strategy and waved his fan with precision, completely blocking Lu Er's route of retreat. Realizing there was no way to escape, Lu Er decided to endure the onslaught. Confident that his 8-9 profound art, 6th transformation, was not for naught. Soon, the yellow wind, laden with yellow sand, enveloped him, causing Lu Er to lose his footing and be hurled over 200,000 miles. All the while being relentlessly pelted by the yellow sand. Despite the resilience of his 8-9 profound art, his body, as tough as rock, was still battered, his garments torn to shreds, and his skin marred with countless wounds. At this moment, Lu Er's mind was clouded. Sensing that the yellow wind harbored some peculiarities, Fei Lian, already anticipating Lu Er's flight, swiftly followed. Just as Lu Er came to a halt, Fei Lian struck him with another blow from his fan. Lu Er felt immeasurable humiliation. This was undoubtedly the most dismal encounter since his arrival in this realm. It wasn't that he was simply outmatched. Rather, the enemy, though slightly superior in cultivation, displayed a lackluster martial prowess, relying solely on a magical artifact to exert dominance. The most vexing aspect was that the apricot yellow flag could undoubtedly counter this crude fan, yet he had scarcely had the opportunity to refine it. Akin to an infant wielding a firearm against an adult armed with a knife, unable to fully exploit the flag's advantages, Fei Lian, experienced in combat, aimed to thwart Lu Er's escape by continuously directing him upwards with his fan. Lu Er's physical form could still withstand the onslaught, bolstered by his 8-9 profound art, 6th transformation. However, his mind remained in a haze, rendering effective counterattacks difficult. Gritting his teeth, Lu Er steeled his resolve, meticulously considering his options. The only artifact that could assist him now was the Rui treasure gourd. What magical artifact could save him? The calming wind pearl. Lu Er promptly dismissed that notion, as he had never encountered the calming wind pearl, its grade and efficacy unknown to him. Observing the demon's fan, it appeared to be a congenital spiritual treasure. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Lu Er's mind as he strained to summon the Rui treasure gourd. From the gourd, primordial essence erupted, instantly transforming into a golden flag, the very apricot yellow flag he had previously acquired. When Lu Er first obtained the gourd, he had already transformed it into the apricot yellow flag. Although it was a mid-grade congenital spiritual treasure, it should withstand the fan's assault without issue. More crucially, it provided Lu Er the opportunity to outmaneuver this demon. As Lu Er braved the yellow wind and sand, having just obtained the replica apricot yellow flag, he prepared to activate the spiritual treasure. However, Fei Lian struck again, sending Lu Er soaring another 200,000 miles into the air. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a sharp pain shot through Lu Er's back. As though he had collided with something solid, before him materialized an expanse of land, seemingly infinite, revealing that he had struck a barrier beyond the terrestrial realm. The abrupt turn of events left both Lu Er and Fei Lian momentarily stunned. But instinctively, Lu Er unleashed the replica apricot yellow flag. Fei Lian, not to be outdone, continued his assault. Undeterred by Lu Er's invocation of the flag, he felt a surge of joy, believing that Lu Er was out of options. Consolidating his entire magical power for a decisive blow, intending to eliminate Lu Er in one fell swoop. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated destruction of the flag did not transpire, although the yellow wind, mingled with yellow sand, shattered many golden lotuses. The flag remained steadfast, continuously showering down golden lotuses to shield against the incoming onslaught. This unexpected turn of events, even for the battle-hardened Fei Lian, left him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Er launched a counterattack, propelling himself toward Fei Lian with blinding speed. He infused his strike with immense force, channeling the power of 5 realms. With the Panlong staff raised high, he aimed a devastating blow at Fei Lian. Had Fei Lian not instinctively evaded, Lu Er's all-out strike would have obliterated his physical form. Nevertheless, even in dodging, the Panlong staff still struck Fei Lian's shoulder, leaving his entire right arm, shoulder included, a mangled mess of flesh and bone. Fei Lian gritted his teeth against the pain, striving to evade further, but Lu Er was relentless, resolute in his intent to bring Fei Lian to his demise. As the situation grew increasingly dire for Fei Lian, poised on the brink of death beneath the Panlong staff, an unexpected development occurred. Lu Er, having raised the Panlong staff for a decisive strike, was interrupted by a resounding clang. accompanied by a distant, melodious chime of a bronze bell, evoking a sense of transcending time. Momentarily distracted, Lu Er discovered that both he and Fei Lian were rendered immobile. Everything before them transformed into a tableau, a static image. The very air seemingly ceased to float in that vast expanse above. Three figures emerged amidst flashes of light. Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, and a demon sporting a tiger's head. Dong Huang Tai raised his hand, summoning Fei Lian back to his side. Then, the small bronze bell that floated above his shoulder began to chime once more. Releasing the two from their stasis, Lu Er shook his shoulders, gripping the Panlong staff tightly, not daring to lower his guard. Yet, fear was not in his heart. These individuals would not conspire to besiege him. Dijun, maintaining his regal demeanor, exuded an air of imperial authority. With a slight smile, he addressed Lu Er. "We are already aware of the circumstances. Let us put this matter to rest, shall we?" Lu Er gazed at Dijun's smiling face. And although his demeanor was benign, the words he spoke brooked no refusal. Having been inexplicably attacked and pushed to the brink of death, only to witness his imminent retaliation thwarted, Lu Er felt a surge of indignation. Yet, recognizing his disadvantage, he understood that either Dijun or Dong Huang Tai could easily dispatch him. He could only swallow his resentment, biding his time for an opportunity to avenge this day. Just as Lu Er prepared to acquiesce, a brilliant light erupted in the distance, accompanied by a mighty roar of thunder. A sword, infused with the sound of rolling thunder, streaked toward him. Lu Er instantly recognized it as the Qingping sword of Tongta. Upon its arrival, the sword assertively positioned itself in front of Lu Er, offering him protection. Subsequently, a golden bridge appeared out of thin air, stabilizing the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian made their way across the bridge. With a wave of his hand, Tongtian summoned the 4 extermination swords, subtly encircling the gathered individuals. Yuanshi, brandishing the Panga banner, demanded with authority, "Dijun, how dare you bully a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones?" Before Dijun could respond, a colossal illusory tree sprouted beside Lu Er, growing at an astonishing rate until it reached a height of 1,000 zhang. Beneath the tree stood a figure holding a stone book, who proclaimed, bullying a little monkey. "Have you consulted with me, Zhenyuanzi?" Lu Er, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these 4 figures, was momentarily bewildered. It was only natural that should he find himself in peril, his master and uncle would come to his aid. However, how could they have foreseen his danger, arriving with such timely precision? Only after Tongtian transmitted the events leading to the present did Lu Er grasp the situation. It turned out that during his absence of over a century, the 3 Pure Ones had ascended to the status of quasi-saints. This was not surprising, as the 3 Pure Ones had lingered in the Great Luo realm for countless years. And their recent teachings in the Zixiao Palace had catalyzed their breakthroughs. Not only the 3 Pure Ones, but many great beings from the Zixiao Palace, including Zhenyuanzi, had similarly advanced. Their rapid arrival was prompted by Lu Er's earlier collision, which had inadvertently breached the 33 heavens, leading to the emergence of the Heavenly Court. The advent of the Heavenly Court was a monumental event in the primordial realm, prompting many to gather and investigate, likely including Dijun and Tai Yi. Had the 3 Pure Ones not intervened, it might have been manageable, but upon witnessing their disciple being bullied by Dijun, they could not remain passive. The primordial realm was a place where the strong preyed upon the weak. Failing to demonstrate their might would only lead others to assume they were easy targets. Zhenyuanzi, too, as Lu Er's lifelong friend, could not stand idly by while Lu Er was wrong. Dijun found himself in a difficult position. Having initially bullied Lu Er, he had intended to compel him into submission, knowing that the 3 Pure Ones would hesitate to retaliate over such a trivial matter. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the 3 Pure Ones appeared, accompanied by Zhenyuanzi, presenting an overwhelming display of power. With no other option, he could only suppress his simmering rage, hurriedly restraining the furious Dong Huang Tai, and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ah, my dear friends, it has been many years since we last met. Tai Yi and I have missed you greatly. As a junior, how could Lu Er be subjected to humiliation?" Tongtian let out a cold laugh and said, "Dijun, do you not understand the sequence of events? It seems you were not attentive during the lessons taught by our master, Dong Huang Tai." Known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Tongtian's mockery of his elder brother. He grasped the Dong Huang bell tightly and warned, Tong Tian, do not overstep your bounds, or you shall bear the consequences. Tong Tian, unperturbed by threats, similarly gripped his Qingping sword and retorted, shall we settle this with a duel? Just as the two were on the brink of battle, Di Jun hastily restrained Dong Huang Tai Yi, conveying through thought, brother, we must not create enemies at this moment. The matters of the heavenly court take precedence. Only then did Dong Huang Tai Yi relent. Giving a cold snort and choosing to ignore Tong Tian at that moment, Yuan Shi stepped forward, brandishing the Panga banner with a flourish, and declared, Di Jun, your subordinate has attacked my disciples without cause. Revealing a character so lacking in virtue, it would be best to hand him over to me so that I may rid you of this nuisance. Di Jun, recognizing the aggressive stance of the three pure ones, understood that there was no way to resolve this amicably today. However, surrendering his trusted demon sage would jeopardize his ability to lead his forces in the future. Just then, a tiger-headed demon beside Di Jun bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, Buzhou believes that Fei Lian's unprovoked attack on Lu Er is indeed inappropriate. Yet, as Lu Er has not suffered significant harm, killing Fei Lian would merely be an act of venting frustration. Instead, let us impose a severe punishment on Fei Lian within our demon clan and offer Lu Er compensation. Would this not serve both parties well? Upon hearing Buzhou's suggestion, Di Jun nodded in agreement and turned to Lu Er and the three pure ones, inquiring, what do you all think? In truth, Di Jun had already considered these points, but since the other party provided no opportunity for retreat, he reluctantly allowed Buzhou to speak on his behalf. Lu Er recognized that escalating the situation would be absurd, and seeing the opportunity to resolve matters amicably, he decided to take a conciliatory approach, glancing at the three pure ones and Zhenyuanzi. Receiving affirming glances in return, Lu Er took the initiative to say, among those present, there are my elders from the sect, as well as my brother. Additionally, we have classmates from the Zixiao palace. Fostering harmony among us is far more important than anything else. However, I must express that I have suffered greatly from this ambush, and it may take millennia for me to fully recover. Buzhou gazed at Lu Er with a peculiar expression, clearly recognizing that he had endured substantial injury. Delaying any further would likely lead to his recovery. Yet, the circumstances dictated otherwise, and Di Jun could only helplessly acquiesce to Lu Er's demands. Lu Er, unreserved, stated, given the recent heat, I would like that fan. Di Jun, taken aback by the audacity of Lu Er, thought to himself that the 5-sand Immortal fan was a rare innate treasure of remarkable combat prowess. As more and more cultivators arrived to observe the heavenly court, only to be kept at bay by the 4 swords of extermination, Di Jun felt the urgency of the situation and decided not to linger any longer. He directly produced a pearl and proclaimed, This is the Earth Spirit Pearl, an innate middle-grade spiritual treasure. Lu Er realized he would not receive the fan, recognizing it as mere bargaining, and initially intended to prolong negotiations. However, upon seeing the Earth Spirit Pearl, he reconsidered, remembering that he had previously acquired a Water Spirit Pearl from the Black Sea Dragon and now had the opportunity to complete a set. Nodding, Lu Er begrudgingly stated, Very well, I shall give His Majesty Di Jun some face. He accepted the pearl, deliberately casting a disdainful glance before putting it away. When it comes to manipulating emotions, Lu Er truly excelled. With matters settled, Tong Tian sheathed the 4 swords of extermination, and the illusory tree behind Zhenyuanzi shattered with a thunderous crash. Di Jun offered a polite bow to the 3 pure ones and Zhenyuanzi before leading everyone towards the revealed entrance of the heavenly court. As Di Jun and his entourage departed, Lu Er cheerfully remarked, Congratulations to my master and uncle. My brother has ascended to the status of a quasi-saint. Tong Tian chuckled, Little monkey, you are quite cheeky, yet you have not tarnished the reputation of our 3 pure ones. Yuan Shi frowned and said, Once this matter is resolved, I shall retreat into seclusion. No1 is permitted to leave until the Xinghuang banner is fully refined, aware that Yuan Shi meant well. Lu Er could only nod in agreement. Zhenyuanzi, noticing Lu Er's predicament, swiftly changed the subject. Esteemed friends, let us first journey to the heavenly court. The group then proceeded towards the entrance of the heavenly court. Lu Er's incident was merely a prelude. The time for the heavenly court's emergence had come. The advent of the heavenly court further completed the Tao of heaven. Not everyone could claim dominion over the heavenly court, for it was not only a place of fortune but also bore the responsibility for the operation of the primordial world, sunrise and sunset, cloud formation, and rainfall, rewarding the virtuous while punishing the wicked. And so forth. To fulfill such a complex and vital duty, a formidable force was required. Thus, many powerful beings gathered out of curiosity. Among the current powers in the primordial realm, only 2.5 factions were deemed worthy, the Wu and Yao clans. And Dongwangong, and Shiwangmu were respectively the embodiments of primordial yang and primordial yin, presiding over the 3 islands and 10 continents, designated by Hongjun Daozu as the leaders of the male and female immortals. They represented the largest force in the primordial realm, aside from the Wu and Yao clans. At this moment, the heavenly court had yet to fully emerge, and the 33 heavens remained shrouded in restrictions. The 5 of them arrived at the entrance of the heavenly court, specifically at the southern heavenly gate. Numerous powerful beings had already gathered there, primarily familiar faces from the Zixiao palace, with groups forming circles for conversation as they awaited the unfolding events. Among these, the largest circle comprised Di Jun and his entourage, including Dong Huang Tai, Nuwa, Fu Shi, and other powerful demons, totaling over 100 individuals. Next was the circle of Dong Wang Gong, which included him, Shi Wang Mu, and a considerable number of immortals, with Lu Er even spotting Lao Gu Xian Wang. However, no members of the Wu clan were in attendance, likely due to their disinterest in the heavenly court. As they revered the earth, Lu Er animatedly recounted his experiences from Wui Mountain to the 3 Pure Ones and Zhenyuanzi, enthusiastically discussing tea leaves and the treasure known as Luo Bao Jinxian. Zhenyuanzi, particularly intrigued by tea trees, immediately expressed a desire to accompany Lu Er to transplant some. Thanks to Lu Er, Zhenyuanzi's relationship with the 3 Pure Ones had significantly improved. Although Zhenyuanzi was a solitary figure, possessing a ginseng fruit tree that could not be relocated, it was wise to cultivate good relations with the 3 Pure Ones, as their formidable support gave him confidence. Moreover, his bond with Lu Er was one of true camaraderie, transcending age differences that as time passed. The restrictions surrounding the heavenly court gradually weakened, causing Di Jun to become restless. He stepped into the center of the crowd and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, you have gathered here, and I trust you are all aware of the origins and responsibilities of the heavenly court that in today's primordial realm. It is the demon clan that holds the qualifications to govern the heavenly court. Once it emerges, I, Di Jun, shall represent the demon clan and extend an invitation to all of you to observe the heavenly court. I hope you will grant me this favor." Di Jun's words were tantamount to claiming the heavenly court in front of everyone. The gathered powerful beings took it in stride, as they were primarily there for the spectacle. They merely wished to satisfy their curiosity by entering the heavenly court. However, Dong Wang Gong was not pleased. Being an ambitious individual who leveraged his title of the male immortal leader, bestowed by Dao Zu, to rally support, Di Jun, your statement is misguided. I am the male immortal leader appointed by Dao Zu and thus should rightfully preside over the heavenly court. Di Jun remained unfazed, not considering Dong Wang Gong a threat, as the absence of the Wu clan meant no one could obstruct him. Dong Wang Gong retorted, "Do you comprehend the immense responsibilities of the heavenly court? The manpower and resources required for its proper operation may be beyond your capacity." This derisive remark left Dong Wang Gong feeling humiliated, implying that he lacked both resources and followers. The heavenly court represents the orthodox of the primordial realm. While your demon clan is merely a group of lowly beings, how can you claim dominion over it? Such an affront would surely offend the demon clan, and Lu Er was equally incensed. After all, he was a demon too. Inua's fury reached a boiling point as she brandished the map of mountains and rivers. Lu Er caught a glimpse of Yuan Shi, who looked at Dong Wang Gong with an expression of admiration. As if he had found a kindred spirit, it seemed that Dong Wang Gong had voiced Yuan Shi's sentiments, revealing the pervasive nature of racial discrimination. Realizing his blunder, Dong Wang Gong understood that he had crossed a line. Yet it was too late to retract his statement without losing face. Instead, he boldly continued, "Our debate here is futile. Let us summon Dao Zu to determine who is truly qualified to govern the heavenly court." At this moment, the advantage lay with the demon clan, and Di Jun would never agree to summon Dao Zu, as it could lead to unforeseen complications. He quickly countered, "Dao Zu is preoccupied with countless matters. How could we disturb him casually? Instead, let us determine the victor based on strength. The one who prevails in a best of 3 matches shall be deemed worthy. Are you willing to accept this challenge?" In the realm of power dynamics, it is often the case that individuals are driven by a desire for face, particularly in the presence of their subordinates. The provocative tactics employed by Emperor Jun directly targeted the vulnerabilities of Dong Wanggong. However, Dong Wanggong was no fool. Alongside Shi Wangmu, both had ascended to the quasi-saint realm. If they could secure victory, it would be a triumph indeed. The most formidable entity among the demon tribe was none other than Dong Huangtai. Wielding innate treasures at that moment, it would be a simple task to dispatch a subordinate to neutralize Dong Huangtai. Although Nu Hua was a designated disciple of Hongjun, her combat prowess remained shrouded in mystery. After contemplating the situation, Dong Wanggong laughed heartily. What is there to fear? Let all present witnesses attest to this. But Emperor Jun, do not shy away if you should lose that moment. The previously silent Hongyun stepped forward, declaring, Excellent, excellent. Allow me to serve as the judge. 6 ears regarded Hongyun with a knowing smile, recognizing the folly of his involvement. In such matters, victory would not earn him gratitude, and defeat might lead to blame. Emperor Jun exchanged a glance with Dong Huangtai, who then boldly stepped forth, raising his head and challenging, who dares to meet their demise first? To the astonishment of all, facing Dong Huangtai was not a powerful demon, but a Taoist immortal of the Tai realm, none other than Lao Gu Xianwang. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. With a subtle smile, 6 ears acknowledged Dong Wanggong's cunning. He had indeed employed the strategy reminiscent of Tianji's horse racing. Lao Gu Xianwang, grasping a cane, approached Dong Huangtai with a polite gesture, stating, I humbly request your guidance, Eastern Emperor. With an impassive expression, Dong Huangtai produced the Eastern Emperor bell, ready to strike down the elder. Yet, Lao Gu Xianwang hastily cast aside his cane, raising both hands in surrender, exclaiming, I concede. Dong Huangtai, silent, nodded and returned to Emperor Jun's side. Clearly, Emperor Jun and his allies had anticipated this outcome. After all, the innate treasures were formidable, and most would struggle to withstand their might. The best approach was to find someone to sacrifice. Emperor Jun remained unfazed. The first victory was firmly in their grasp, establishing their advantage. Hongyun declared the first victory for the demon tribe. Though he muttered discontentedly, lamenting the lack of a true duel, ignoring Hongyun's complaints, Emperor Jun boldly stepped forward and proposed to Dong Wanggong. How about you and I engage in battle? Dong Wanggong nodded in agreement. Emperor Jun was an unavoidable factor. He retrieved his dragon-headed cane and ascended into the sky. Emperor Jun brandished the He Tu and Luo Shu as they clashed in an intense confrontation. The power displayed by both combatants astonished the spectators. Though they exerted restraint to contain their residual energy, the sheer force was unbearable for those below the Deluo realm. Zhenyuanzi promptly intervened, unleashing a yellowish glow from the earth book, forming a barrier to shield the onlookers at that moment. The enigmatic Ming He Lao Zhu approached, disbelief etched across his darkened features, revealing surprise. Quasi-saints. Both are at the realm spoken of by the Tao ancestor. He turned to Zhenyuanzi, inquiring, Have you ascended as well? Zhenyuanzi nodded with a smile. Ming He then directed his gaze toward the Sanqing. As for the three of you, there is no need for further discussion. I find it utterly laughable that I remain behind while you all advanced. I shall take my leave. If I do not become a quasi-saint, I shall not escape the sea of blood. With that, Ming He departed, prompting 6 ears to reflect on the elder's strong sense of pride. With Ming He's departure, several other powerful beings followed suit, and 6 ears understood their sentiments. After all, they had all once been peers, trapped for countless years at the Deluo realm. Suddenly, breaking through to a higher level was a daunting prospect, and it left one questioning the joy of companionship. As Emperor Jun and Dong Wanggong engaged in a fierce battle, Dong Wanggong wielded the dragon-headed cane, an innate supreme spiritual treasure, exuding destructive attributes that a single strike shattered the primordial space, which swiftly mended itself. Fortunately, their battle took place high in the skies, where countless lives would have perished in the chaos. Emperor Jun, holding the He Tu and Luo Shu, unleashed a torrent of intricate patterns that countered Dong Wanggong's onslaught. After successfully parrying another strike from the dragon-headed cane, Emperor Jun halted and proposed, Dong Wanggong, this skirmish lacks satisfaction. Shall we continue our duel in the chaos? Dong Wanggong readily agreed, acknowledging, Indeed, it is not fulfilling that I await you in the chaos. As soon as the words left his lips, Dong Wanggong and Emperor Jun soared toward the starry seas. disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hongjun, as the judge, eagerly followed suit. The battle between two quasi-saint powers left 6 ears in awe, their every gesture exuding an apocalyptic force. This was still within the confines of the primordial realm. One could only imagine the intensity of their clash amidst the chaos. Regrettably, by the time he achieved the status of quasi-saint, these two might no longer be present, and he would miss the opportunity for such a confrontation. A day later, Emperor Jun tore through the fabric of space, returning to the southern heavenly gate, unchanged from his departure, exuding the same regal aura. Upon seeing Emperor Jun unscathed, Shi Wangmu understood the outcome and quietly departed with her retinue from the 3 islands and 10 continents. Shortly thereafter, the 33 heavens trembled violently as the outer prohibitions gradually weakened until they vanished completely. In the sky, a purple mist billowed forth as Hongjun abruptly appeared before the southern heavenly gate. Stating calmly, "The heavenly court has emerged. It concerns the operation of the primordial heavenly Tao. Who among you wishes to take the helm of the heavenly court?" Emperor Jun stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Tao ancestor." "The demon tribe is willing." After a moment of silence, as no one else spoke, Hongjun queried Emperor Jun, "Do you comprehend the responsibilities of the heavenly court?" Emperor Jun nodded. "To govern the rising and setting of the sun. To orchestrate the clouds and rain. To reward virtue and punish vice." Upon hearing this, Hongjun nodded approvingly and vanished. Seeing Hongjun's acknowledgement, Emperor Jun stifled his elation. The heavenly court represented legitimacy. With the heavenly court in place, it would facilitate the unification of the demon tribe and grant him the authority to command the primordial realm, heralding promising prospects. With a flourish, Emperor Jun addressed Buzhou. "Buzhou, make the arrangements immediately. The demon tribe shall assume control of the heavenly court." Buzhou smiled knowingly and replied, "Buzhou shall obey." Turning around, Emperor Jun gestured, "I invite all fellow Taoists to join me in witnessing the heavenly court." The assembly eagerly followed, entering the southern heavenly gate, where layers of verdant mountains enveloped them, shrouded in clouds and mist. The celestial garden boasted 9,900 pavilions and palaces, built around towering mountains. Alongside 6,600 celestial platforms and caves carved into cliffs, deep valleys whispering in tranquility, while high above, clouds swirled in a celestial embrace, with flocks of cranes soaring gracefully. Morning dew and evening bells resonated. As the sunset bathed the horizon in a golden glow, the heavenly court, with its 33 layers, sprawled magnificently, brimming with spiritual energy. The onlookers gazed in admiration at the boundless beauty, filled with envy toward Emperor Jun. Yet, in the primordial world, where everyone sought the Tao, the true aspiration of powerful beings lay in achieving sainthood, a genuine form of immortality. Power alone was not the ultimate goal. It was only those like Emperor Jun, who sought to unify the primordial realm and ascend through dominance, who would act in such a manner. Upon reaching the highest tier of the 33 heavens, known as the Deluo heaven, the atmosphere was thick with mist, evoking a dreamlike quality. Gradually, the hazy veil receded, revealing towering pillars etched with golden dragon motifs, as if alive. Twisting and coiling upward, it seemed they could spring forth and roar at the heavens at any moment. At the base of dozens of these pillars stood a colossal palace, partially concealed, radiating golden brilliance amidst the clouds. Before this grand structure, anyone would feel an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. This was undeniably the center of authority within the heavenly court, the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Even with 6 ears' vast experience and knowledge, he was profoundly impacted by the sight. Tong Tian could not help but exclaim, "Elder brother." "Second brother, our Kunlun mountain deserves similar embellishments." Lao Zi remained non-committal, while Yuan Shi notably concurred with Tong Tian. "It is indeed fitting. The heavenly court was vast, and 6 ears and his companions merely skimmed the surface." Reminiscent of the 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls that would emerge in later times. Presently, only a few halls like the Lingxiao Treasure Hall and the Tongming Hall existed, suggesting that the rest were constructed in subsequent eras. Having witnessed the emergence of the heavenly court, the powerful beings gradually departed. Emperor Jun, Dong Wanggong, the Sanqing, Zhenyuanzi, and others, all having transcended to the quasi-saint level, were unwilling to lag behind and naturally returned to seclusion for further cultivation. Yet, Six-Ears was acutely aware that among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, only a handful would truly break through to the quasi-saint level. As time passed, many powerful beings either perished in conflicts or succumbed to calamities. The assertion that all beneath sainthood were akin to ants was harsh, but undeniably true. For now, he would set a modest goal for himself, to achieve sainthood. After Lu Er followed the three pure ones back to Kunlun Mountain, he was ordered by Yuan Shi to enter seclusion, forbidden from leaving until he had thoroughly refined the Xing Huang flag. Lu Er understood that Yuan Shi's intentions were for his own good. Possessing the Xing Huang flag would significantly enhance his self-defense capabilities. He assessed his spiritual treasures, the already refined Ding Hai Pearl and Qian Kun Ruler, and the Shui Yuan Pearl, which he had no immediate plans to use, was set aside. The Wu Ji Xing Huang flag obtained from the three teachings of the Yu Shao Palace, the demon-slaying armor, and the purple lightning hammer all required refinement, with the Xing Huang flag taking precedence. The Fang Tian Hua Ji was not intended for use at present and would remain untouched. The Luo Bao Jin Qian had already been refined. Lastly, he had his trusted Lu Hu Pan Long Gun, which, compared to other spiritual treasures, was merely a top-grade postnatal treasure and somewhat outdated. However, parting with it was a difficult decision. It had been his first weapon, accompanying him for tens of thousands of years through countless battles. Fostering a bond, since he was reluctant to part with it, he decided to upgrade it. Naturally, this required consulting his master, Yuan Shi. Lu Er was quite ambitious this time, since the Pan Long Gun was already a top-grade postnatal treasure. Upgrading it without incorporating superior materials would be futile. After much deliberation with Yuan Shi, it was ultimately decided to fuse in the Funbao rock, the finest material at his disposal. After all, Funbao rock could only serve as a material. It was not meant to be used as a blunt object. The Funbao rock, having absorbed a plethora of innate spiritual treasures, had undergone a transformation through this infusion, significantly enhancing the power of the Pan Long Jiuan. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it the strongest postnatal spiritual treasure. Upon handing the Pan Long Gun to Yuan Shi, he transformed into his second avatar and set forth to explore the vast wilderness, gathering rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, the paramount task was to transplant the tea trees, as he had a host of individuals on the Starry Islands to support. Placing immense pressure upon him, his main body entered seclusion, refining the Xing Huang flag and various other innate spiritual treasures. The decorative aspects of Kunlun Mountain were not overseen by Tai Shang. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were greatly intrigued, even inviting Zhenyuanzi as an advisor, considering the considerable foundation of the Wu Zhuangguan, the three gradually constructed pavilions and towers atop Kunlun Mountain, creating a splendid atmosphere of celestial elegance. 3,000 years later, Lu Er remained in seclusion, during which Kunlun Mountain underwent a profound transformation. Apart from the unchanged thatched cottage where the four masters resided, the remaining areas exuded an air of celestial grandeur. The Yusu Palace atop Qian Cliff was surrounded by 99 smaller palaces, all radiating brilliance in the golden light of dawn. Behind the Yusu Palace, gardens, pavilions, and flowing spiritual springs harmoniously showcased a myriad of spiritual roots, with countless herbs aged over 10,000 years, and many even surpassing that, painting a scene of celestial splendor. In a pavilion within the garden, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Zhenyuanzi leisurely sipped tea and exchanged philosophical insights. Yuan Shi lifted the Master's cup, revealing golden yellow tea, clear and bright. After tasting it, he found it fragrant and rich, smooth and round, with a barely perceptible bitterness that accentuated the myriad flavors of life. Yuan Shi remarked thoughtfully, "The wisest act of that little monkey was to cultivate this tea. I cannot live without it now. Yet alas, the mother tree is too few, and the offspring lack some of its essence." Zhenyuanzi, well versed in the ways of flora, inquired, "Is there any method to increase its yield?" Looking at the bright yellow tea, Zhenyuanzi sighed. "After all, it is an innate spiritual root that I dare not exert my full abilities for fear of unforeseen consequences, hence the slow progress." Tong Tian, indifferent to tea, lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. Exuding a chivalrous demeanor, "Second brother, Zhenyuanzi, my quasi-saint realm has been solidified. In moments of stillness, I ponder the idea of traveling. Would you care to join me?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi furrowed his brow momentarily before swiftly recovering, saying, "Third brother, Be cautious not to provoke trouble while abroad that I have observed the swift development of the Wu and Yao clans. They are subtly vying for supremacy. You must remember to avoid entanglement. Tong Tian nodded knowingly. I understand your concern that I have experienced the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. I have witnessed the blood-soaked landscapes of 1,000,000 miles. However, he questioned, will the Wu and Yao clans truly precipitate a great calamity? Yuan sure shook his head. I do not know. I cannot calculate it, but I have an unsettling feeling. Perhaps the elder brother knows more. Zhenyuanzi shook his head, his expression grave that it is highly probable. My expertise lies in the ways of the earth, and based on my observations of the changes in the Book of Earth, the Wu clan's influence is expanding rapidly, while the Yao clan, due to its widespread distribution, is increasingly clashing with the Wu clan. If this continues, a great war is inevitable, potentially triggering a calamity. Yuan sure scoffed. Those with fur and horns, spawning in dampness apart from Lu air, are but shallow beings. Their demise matters little. Tong Tian felt compelled to retort, but, intimidated by his elder brother's authority, refrained, turning instead to Zhenyuanzi. Will you accompany me? Zhenyuanzi chuckled. I shall not join. The little monkey entrusted me with the care of a few mother trees and even conferred upon me the minor title of Tea Tree Administrator in the Starry Gang. It is truly taxing for my old bones to be running about in 3 places. However, these 3 innate spiritual roots, with their unique consumption methods and miraculous propagation, offer significant insights into my understanding of flora. Warranting further exploration, Tong Tian nodded, realizing he would be traveling alone, that he sensed that this journey would bring unexpected encounters. Upon departing Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian wandered aimlessly, witnessing the surging chaos of the wilderness, where the Wu clan hunted indiscriminately. Regardless of the tribe, regardless of whether they possessed wisdom, all were prey to them. The 12 ancestor witches divided their forces, leaving the weaker tribes utterly defenseless. The Yao clan, too, was not to be outdone. Having claimed dominion over the heavenly court, they now rallied firmly behind Dijun under the name of the Heavenly Emperor. Dijun waged war against the myriad tribes, both expanding his territory and training his forces. As the Wu and Yao clans rampantly expanded, conflicts arose, with both sides refusing to yield. Tong Tian, observing the murky chaos of the wilderness, was incensed. Yet, given the prevailing atmosphere, even a saint would find himself powerless in such tumult. One day, as Tong Tian wandered into a valley, he suddenly spotted a group of Wu clansmen pursuing a young man. Having witnessed the Wu clan's actions many times, he felt sympathy for the young man, whose prominent brows and large eyes conveyed a wholesome demeanor, prompting him to intervene. With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind swept through, sending the group of Wu clansmen sprawling 100,000 miles away. Unharmed, a mere group of common Wu clansmen, comparable to the Xian realm, were hardly worth his effort to slay. The wholesome young man, seeing his pursuers vanish in an instant, turned to face the young Taoist before him. Quickly realizing he had been saved, he hurriedly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, great Immortal, for saving my life." Tong Tian, observing the young man, found himself unable to discern his origins. Sparking his curiosity, he raised his hand and began to calculate. After a lengthy period, he remarked, "Get up. This is intriguing. You, a mere Xian, elude my calculations. I can only ascertain you are of innate origin. Allow me to set up a formation and calculate again. I must uncover the truth today." With that, he gestured with his hands, various unknown patterns shimmering in the air, reminiscent of the diagrams within the He Tu and Luo Shu. Tong Tian's talent for formation was astonishing. Able to utilize the insights gained from observing the He Tu and Luo Shu to create a formation that enhanced his calculation abilities, the wholesome young man stood in stunned silence. If only he had been asked about his origins, he would have revealed everything without so much effort. With the formation's enhancement, Tong Tian soon wore a delighted smile, exclaiming, "An innate spiritual treasure. You are indeed the incarnation of the multi-treasure pagoda. No wonder I struggled to calculate your origins." Suddenly, an idea struck Tong Tian as he regarded the young man, sensing his profound potential and exceptional talent, and considered him for his disciple. That he immediately asked, "Do you wish to become my disciple and cultivate under my guidance?" The young man, hearing this, nodded fervently. Yes, I am willing." Tong Tian smiled with satisfaction, stating, "I am one of the 3 pure ones, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. a direct disciple of Dao ancestor Hongjun, and a guest of the Yushao Palace. I am Tong Tian Daoist. Hearing such lofty titles, the young man felt somewhat dazed, yet recognized their significance. Tong Tian continued, "You shall be my foremost disciple, and you will have a senior brother as well." Duobao felt increasingly disoriented, beginning to question whether his hasty decision to take on a master was ill-considered. After a brief explanation from Tong Tian, he came to understand that although this senior brother was a named disciple, both the master and the grandmaster held him in high regard. Ultimately, he became a protector of the Xianmen. Not only safeguarding the teachings, but also enforcing the laws, that he bore the weight of responsibilities both internally and externally. When the mention of Lu Er arose, Tong Tian suddenly grew curious about Lu Er's starry isle and decided to accompany Duobao to the Eastern Sea. Intending to explore the constellation islands that in contrast to the chaos of Hongwang, the Eastern Sea appeared remarkably tranquil. The powers of the Wu and Lich races had yet to extend their influence over the ocean, and the Dragon clan had adopted a thoroughly low-profile demeanor, tucking their tails and submissively. A confluence of factors contributed to the current serenity of the Eastern Sea, where various wandering cultivators gathered to converse and debate profound truths. Enjoying a delightful existence. On one occasion, Tong Tian and Duobao arrived at an island known as Sanxian Island. A few individuals on the island were savoring fruits and engaging in philosophical discussions. Tong Tian seized the opportunity to request a drink and subsequently joined their discourse. After an engaging dialogue, the company was utterly captivated by Tong Tian's profound insights and expressed their desire to follow him in cultivation. Tong Tian welcomed all, accepting everyone present as outer disciples, including Zhao Gongming, Sanxiao, Qian Xianzi, Hanji Xian, Wuyun Xian, and Jinggu Xian. It was truly a case of welcoming all who came, marking the official commencement of the myriad celestial beings converging upon the Jia sect. After gathering his disciples, Zhao Gongming urgently reported the purpose of their gathering to Tong Tian. "Master, a colossal island has recently emerged above the Eastern Sea, abundant in spiritual energy, seemingly a rare paradise of cave heavens. We gathered today to explore this island together." Intrigued by Zhao Gongming's account of the immense island, Tong Tian pondered the possibility of establishing a true dojo in the Eastern Sea, thereby facilitating future visits. Subsequently, he led his disciples to explore Jiao Island, where he took the indigenous turtle spirit mother as his personal disciple, officially making Jiao Island his secondary abode. After erecting the Bayou Palace on Jiao Island, Tong Tian returned with his disciples to Kunlun. With so many disciples in tow, it was decidedly impractical to journey to the Starry Isle. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian settled his disciples comfortably, for Kunlun was vast, with countless mountain ranges and abundant spiritual energy. However, Duobao and Zhao Gongming, accustomed to hardships, found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to this new environment. Duobao had long endured a life of wandering, while Zhao Gongming and his companions had spent their days in the Eastern Sea, never having encountered a true paradise of cave heavens. Arriving in this unfamiliar setting, compounded by the presence of two unknown grandmasters, they dared not act out of line. They diligently remained within their cave dwelling, practicing their cultivation and occasionally listening to Tong Tian's teachings, thus leading a relatively pleasant life. Yuan Shi had no particular reaction to Tong Tian's acceptance of disciples. After all, this group of disciples had deep roots and were not of shallow character, conducting themselves with a degree of discretion at the same time. Witnessing Tong Tian's recruitment of so many disciples, Yuan Shi was also inspired to take on students. However, Yuan Shi's approach to accepting disciples was neither simple nor crude. He placed great emphasis on lineage, temperament, and comprehension, desiring nothing short of perfection. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi established 12 intricate formations, each nested within the other, covering various aspects. Only those who passed through all the formations would qualify to become disciples of Yuan Shi Tianzui. As soon as the formations were set, they ignited a commotion throughout Kunlun Mountain and its surrounding millions of miles. Who was unaware of the renowned might of the three pure ones? Who did not wish to take a great master as their teacher? The question was whether they had the chance. Aside from Lu Er, the three pure ones had never accepted disciples, and wandering cultivators could hardly even ascend Kunlun Mountain. Now, with Yuan Shi Tianzuan accepting disciples, regardless of whether one could become a student, it was worth a try. Thus, wandering cultivators within millions of miles fervently flocked to Kunlun Mountain, hoping to seek Yuan Shi's guidance. This uproar persisted for over a century before gradually subsiding. After countless attempts, Only 3 individuals successfully navigated the 12 trials to stand before Yuan Shi. Looking at the 3 before him, Nanji Xianwen, Guangchengzi, and Shi Jingzi, Yuan Shi nodded with satisfaction. Each of them was an exceptional choice in various respects, and given time, they would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Had Lu Er been privy to Yuan Shi's thoughts at that moment, he would have scoffed. After all, few of Yuan Shi Tianzuan's disciples had truly amounted to anything significant that Ian Hong Wang. There were countless individuals with talent and insight, yet how many truly persevered to the end? Yuan Shi had shielded them too well. During the divine calamity, nearly all of Yuan Shi's disciples had their 3 flowers atop their heads severed, and their 5 qi within their chests extinguished in the 9 curves yellow river formation set by Sanshao. What began as a conflict among disciples turned into a situation where the protective Yuan Shi resorted to personally intervening with his saintly status to eliminate Qiong Shao and Bai Shao. His protectiveness was taken to an extreme. Without experiencing storms, how could one witness a rainbow? Conversely, the Jie sect, though ultimately defeated, still had many outstanding disciples. This time, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's grand recruitment only yielded 3 disciples. While Tongtian, amidst the throng of wandering cultivators seeking to become his students, welcomed a considerable number, Tongtian had thoroughly unlocked the code for accepting disciples, regardless of background or character, as long as Tongtian found them agreeable. He accepted them all as disciples. As a result, Kunlun Mountain became quite lively, with Tongtian's disciples constantly calling upon friends, turning the once serene Kunlun into a chaotic hub. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's cherished cranes were nearly consumed. Not to mention the rare flowers, herbs, and spiritual roots of Kunlun Mountain. Initially, as an elder, Yuan Shi found it unseemly to confront the younger generation directly. Besides, it wasn't a big deal for his nephews to gather a few herbs and spiritual fruits to enhance their cultivation. However, when the number of cranes he had raised dwindled to merely 2 or 3 overnight, Yuan Shi truly became enraged. He summoned Tongtian and unleashed a torrent of reprimands. How do you discipline your disciples? Gathering a few herbs and spiritual fruits is one thing, but why must they devour the cranes? Are they not all cultivators above the immortal realm, still greedy for such base desires? What has become of Kunlun Mountain? Now shrouded in chaos? Is there still a semblance of a celestial paradise? How did you manage to attract such a motley crew of individuals? Observing Yuan Shi's furious demeanor, Tongtian remained somewhat unconcerned. Is it merely for gathering a few herbs and spiritual fruits? Is it really that serious to consume a few cranes? What about those with horns and fur? Lu Er is no different. Yet I have never seen you express discontent. Was it simply because my disciples outnumber yours? Tongtian's philosophy for accepting disciples embraced inclusivity, akin to the GSX principle of seizing opportunities for survival. The Tao has 50 principles, and heaven has 49. Every situation possesses a sliver of opportunity, and everyone harbors the potential for enlightenment. Thus, Tongtian's approach to accepting disciples was rather casual. He welcomed any who caught his eye, granting them a chance. Nevertheless, at this stage, the ideological clash between the 3 pure ones was not particularly severe, and after countless years of camaraderie, the bond among the 3 was profound. Tongtian held a degree of respect for his second brother. He called all his disciples together, delivered a stern reprimand, and ordered Duo Bao to exercise strict control over them, allowing the matter to pass. Time flowed swiftly in the realm of Hong Wang, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had elapsed. Kunlun Mountain, Yuzhu Peak. Brother Huanglong, is it true that the Jinshan Qiyu resides here? A young Taoist inquired of a middle-aged Taoist. Brother Yuding, you may not be aware, but beneath Yuzhu Peak lies a vein of underground fire, perpetually steaming, resulting in a scorching temperature. However, atop the peak lies a cold pool that, as the saying goes, Yang gives birth to Yin. And with the harmony of Yin and Yang, there must certainly be Jinshan Qiyu here. The young Taoist nodded, subsequently falling silent, quietly observing the middle-aged Taoist as he fished by the cold pool. These 2 individuals were none other than the Chan sects Huanglong Zhenren and Yuding Zhenren, seeking the Jinshan Qiyu to concoct elixirs. Over the past 3,000 years, the grand formation beneath Kunlun Mountain had remained intact, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan had gradually accepted numerous disciples. Zhenyuanzi, Nanji Xianwang, and the 12 golden immortals had all entered his fold. Meanwhile, Tongtian had thrived, adhering to the principle of inclusivity in teaching. With his disciples nearing 1,000, although Kunlun Mountain was vast, The paths of the two sects inevitably crossed, as the saying goes, wherever there are people. There exists a realm of rivalry. With allegiances to different masters, friction is inevitable. Moreover, Yuanshi Tianzuan looks down upon Tongtian for his seemingly casual approach to accepting disciples, which has bred discontent among Tongtian's students. This ultimately led to a gradual escalation of tensions between the two factions. It so happened that Huanglong and Yuding, who were peacefully gathering alchemical materials, caught the attention of Wangxian. The essence of Wangxian is that of a golden-whiskered Ao fish. And upon seeing the two fishing in the chilly pool, he felt a surge of irritation. Coupled with the existing discord between their disciples, he approached them to cause trouble. Wangxian quickly gestured with his hands, pointing at the cold pool, and instantly, the water's surface froze into solid ice, ensnaring even Huanglong's fishing rod. Observing this scene, Huanglong, realizing they were being disturbed, promptly discarded his rod and began searching for the source of the disruption. Wangxian, having no intention of hiding, incited Huanglong's ire, prompting him to sarcastically remark, "Is this what it has come to? Even fish can cultivate these days. How utterly ridiculous, a creature clad in fur and horns. Spawned from damp origins, how preposterous." As one of the 7 immortals serving Tongtian, Huanglong had never endured such an affront. Wangxian's fury reached its peak, and he brandished the Honyuan hammer, launching an attack against Huanglong. In a moment of anger, Huanglong had indeed spoken harshly, but seeing Wangxian's aggressive approach, he hastily drew his treasured sword to engage in combat. However, who was Huanglong? A renowned 3-No immortal. How could he withstand the assault of the innate spiritual treasure? The Honyuan hammer. Within just a couple of exchanges, he was struck, causing blood to spurt forth. Yuding, newly acquainted with the ways of the world and eager to assist, felt utterly powerless and was in a state of panic. Wangxian, taken aback by Huanglong's apparent weakness, recognized the gravity of his actions and swiftly retreated, realizing he had stirred a great calamity. Yuding, seeing Huanglong in critical condition, hurriedly took him to seek the aid of their senior brother, Guangchengzi. Without delay, Guangchengzi produced a healing elixir, and after much effort, they managed to stabilize Huanglong's injuries. It was then that Guangchengzi found the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances. How did Huanglong become so gravely wounded? At this moment, Yuding, with limited cultivation and experience, spoke with a sense of grievance. "I was fishing with brother Huanglong at Yuzhu Peak, when unexpectedly, we encountered Wangxian, a disciple of Uncle Tongtian, who disrupted us in a fit of rage." Brother Huanglong made a few sarcastic remarks, prompting Wangxian to retaliate with his spiritual treasure, injuring him. "Senior brother, you must avenge Huanglong. Wangxian is truly despicable." As the eldest brother and the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, Guangchengzi felt compelled to retaliate on behalf of his disciple, for if he did not, who would respect him in the future? Furthermore, Wangxian's brazen behavior had thoroughly incensed the disciples of Yuanshi, who began clamoring for revenge. Only Nanji Xinwing and Yunchangzi remained relatively composed, pondering whether there was a misunderstanding. Yet the collective outrage made it impractical to voice their thoughts at this juncture. The disciples of Yuanshi were still remarkably united, gathering together to confront Wangxian. Meanwhile, Wangxian, aware of the chaos he had caused, sought out Daobao Daoren. Upon hearing the scathing remarks directed at Huanglong, Daobao's countenance darkened, given the peculiar nature of the disciples under Tongtian. The phrase "creature clad in fur and horns, spawned from damp origins" was indeed intolerable. The crowd praised Wangxian for his prowess in battle and urged Daobao to seek redress from Guangchengzi. Yet, Daobao, having wandered the primordial chaos for many years before becoming Tongtian's disciple, was not one to act impulsively. Regardless of Huanglong's harsh words, it was clear that he was the victim in this scenario. Having come to this conclusion, Daobao calmed his fellow disciples, saying, "Brothers, do not fret. I will seek an explanation from Guangchengzi. We, the disciples of Tongtian, shall not be lightly insulted. Gongming, you shall maintain order here while I go." Zhao Gongming nodded, recognizing that as the eldest disciple of the outer sect, it was his duty to soothe the agitated disciples in Daobao's absence. However, unbeknownst to them, Daobao's visit to Guangchengzi resulted in a missed connection as Guangchengzi, accompanied by others, arrived at Tongtian's side. Upon arrival, they overheard the Tongtian disciples expressing their indignation, belittling and dismissing them. This incited Guangchengzi and his companions to fury. Tai Zhenren, in particular, was extreme in his response. Unleashing the 9-dragon divine fire shield upon Tongtian's disciples, the shield ascended into the sky. It rapidly enlarged, its opening facing downwards, spewing forth countless flames that rained down upon the disciples below. Caught unawares, some Tongtian disciples were unable to evade, resulting in them being singed and rolling in pain. Fortunately, Tai Jinren retained some semblance of reason, for the flames unleashed were not the true Samadhi fire. Otherwise, casualties would have surely ensued. Although the Tongtian disciples were left in disarray, they were not gravely harmed. Rather, they were thoroughly enraged and began to retrieve various spiritual treasures, unleashing their divine powers and spells. Tai Jinren had not announced his intention before attacking, and Guangchengzi and the others were unable to intervene in time, resulting in a fierce clash between the two factions within a thatched hut. Lu'er opened his eyes and stretched widely, reflecting on the 6,000 years he had spent in seclusion. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. Most notably, the Xinghuang banner had been successfully refined, with Lu'er's cultivation as a Tai golden immortal. He could now fully harness the banner's power. The Zixiao hammer was also completed, offering Lu'er a more diverse range of offensive capabilities. The demon-slaying armor was merely an additional piece, an innate mid-grade spiritual treasure, which Lu'er found unworthy compared to the Xinghuang banner. Nevertheless, it must be said that the black armor looked quite impressive when donned, enhancing Lu'er's stature of just over a meter. As for his previous treasures, the Dinghai Pearl had evolved into the 12 heavens, marking the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Previously, possessing just one heaven had enabled Lu'er to challenge opponents beyond his realm. Now, with 12 heavens, he felt capable of contending with those of the Deluo level. The Liuha Panlong staff had also been upgraded after being reforged by Yuanshi, maintaining its appearance while significantly enhancing its power. Most importantly, during his seclusion, Lu'er had ascended a small level in his cultivation, now standing at the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, which left him feeling quite satisfied. After taking stock of his possessions, Lu'er was about to stretch and venture outside when a tremendous force suddenly enveloped him, transporting him elsewhere. That a voice echoed in his ear. The guardian of the Xianmen has work to do. When Lu'er opened his eyes again, he found himself still within Kunlun Mountain, observing two factions engaged in fierce combat. With a quick mental assessment, he comprehended that the disciples of Yuanshi and Tongtian were in conflict. As they were all from the same sect, it was astonishing to witness such a brutal clash. Lu'er donned his demon-slaying armor, brandishing the Panlong staff, and surged into the fray, striking down anyone in his path. Among the third-generation disciples of the Qianmen, the highest cultivation level was merely that of the Golden Immortal. How could they possibly stand against Lu'er? Without subduing them, Lu'er knew his words would carry no weight. Within the span of a single incense stick, no third-generation disciple remained standing. Leaning on his Panlong staff, Lu'er remained silent, merely smiling at the sea of injured individuals before him. This moment, everyone wore a bewildered expression. Zhao Gongming gazed at the grinning figure before him, reflecting on the earlier chaos when an explosive monkey had stormed into the fray, striking down opponents with each swing of his staff. This reminded Zhao Gongming of the past, when he and the three knights had encountered a similar monkey on the Starry Island, who had single-handedly defeated the Black Sea Dragon. The image of that battle-hardened figure was etched into Zhao Gongming's and the three knights' memory. Alas, the four siblings had never been able to locate the Starry Island again, leaving them to wonder if they would ever see that monkey again. Lu'er, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the crowd. I am Lu'er, who predates your entry into the sect. Trusted by the Tao ancestor and my masters, I serve as the guardian of the Qianmen, tasked with safeguarding the Qianmen and overseeing the disciples. Should any disciple of the three pure ones violate the sect's rules, I possess the authority to act decisively. Now, I ask that the leader step forward as soon as Lu'er's words fell. The third-generation disciples of the Qianmen expressed their discontent. Having initially been caught off guard and unaware of Lu'er's background, they now recognized him as just another third-generation disciple. What of the senior brother? The scene erupted into chaos as numerous disciples joined in the clamor, showing little regard for the presence of Lu'er. Lu'er, with a smile still adorning his face, keenly observed the most boisterous among them. His gaze fell upon a particular disciple, whose hair resembled vermilion and whose face was akin to a melon, radiating an aura thick with karmic retribution. Clearly, he was no virtuous individual. Lu'er's heart settled on him. Today, he would be the target, Gripping the Panlong staff, he swiftly darted to the side of this disciple and struck directly at his head, shattering it as one would a watermelon. Following this, a purple lightning bolt surged forth from the Xidian hammer, obliterating the very essence of the disciple's soul. After executing this decisive act, Lu Er continued to gaze at the remaining disciples with a smile, and the noise abruptly ceased, though the disciples had been engaged in a brawl. They had maintained a measure of restraint, inflicting injuries without causing fatalities. However, the self-proclaimed senior brother, upon his arrival, had eliminated one of their number and extinguished his soul with ruthless efficiency. Witnessing the grotesque sight of a head exploded like a melon, the others were thoroughly subdued. They conceded that if he was indeed so formidable, they would acknowledge him as their senior brother. In truth, Lu Er had acted out of necessity. None among this group of disciples were easy to deal with, and without employing some ruthless tactics, he could not hope to command their respect. Furthermore, the chosen target bore the weight of karmic sins, unmistakably a being who had caused untold suffering. Allowing such a person to persist would only invite further calamity. Thus, this opportunity for removal was fortuitously seized. One could say that Tontian was indeed reckless to admit such individuals into his fold. It was no wonder that Yuanshi held disdain for this. Lu Er himself could not abide by it. Yet, with Tontian as his master, and in light of the impending calamity of the Fengshen, Lu Er pondered deeply until a strategy began to take shape. Lu Er's plan was straightforward: to lead the core disciples of the Jie sect away from the impending slaughter. Given Lu Er's rapport with Haoyan, combined with his formidable presence, he intended to take the core disciples to the heavenly court to serve in official capacities. The very premise of the Fengshen calamity stemmed from the lack of capable hands in the heavenly court. Why not seize the opportunity to assume positions of authority there, especially when it was unlikely they would be summarily executed before being appointed to the Fengshen list? If the Jie sect disciples were unwilling, Lu Er would not hesitate to remind them of an old adage: the ultimate goal of the universe is to secure a position. Those who dared to be obstinate would first need to contend with Lu Er's staff. As for the remaining disciples, it was unfortunate, but their willingness to engage in wrongdoing would come at a price. Those fortunate enough might find themselves on the list, while the less fortunate would be reduced to nothingness. Serving merely as a means for the Jie sect to evolve and optimize itself, as for opposing Taishang and Yuanshi to assist the Jie sect in victory, such a notion was unfathomable. For Lu Er maintained an excellent relationship with both of his masters. Moreover, the Chan sect was sparse in numbers. It sufficed to eliminate Ran Deng at an opportune moment, while those wishing to betray the sect could do so unimpeded. Such traitors should depart swiftly. Lingering would serve no purpose. The Western sect, however, would undoubtedly be drawn into this matter. The revitalization of the heavenly court was a collective responsibility. Why should the disciples of the Western sect be exempt from undergoing tribulation? Was this to imply a form of discrimination? Thus was Lu Er's plan concerning the Fengshen calamity, simple yet pragmatic, for reliable strategies are often devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Looking at the now subdued disciples, Lu Er nodded and said, "Now, those who wish to lead, step forward." Zhao Gongming, noticing that Taba was absent, took the initiative as the senior outer disciple and boldly stepped forward, declaring, "I am Zhao Gongming, and I shall take the lead this time. You may do as you please with me, but do not harm my brothers." At this moment, the three sisters could no longer remain seated and stood together, despite having just emerged from an internal conflict. Yunxiao maintained her grace and said, "What are you saying, brother? The four of us share both fortune and adversity. We face challenges together, and we are all leaders here." Zhengxiao and Bixiao nodded in agreement, while Bixiao added, "It's merely a matter of heads exploding like watermelons. I fear it not." As she spoke, she cast furtive glances at Lu Er, clearly apprehensive. Following suit, the likes of Jin Ling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, Goei Ling Xingmu, the 10 heavenly lords, and others stepped forward, affirming their willingness to share in the burden, declaring that they were all leaders and should face whatever fate awaited them together, leaving Zhao Gongming to shoulder no responsibility alone. What Lu Er found most regrettable was that Chang Erdingwang, the traitor, had shrunk back. "Consider yourself fortunate. Had you dared to step forward, I would have seized the chance to eliminate you." Lu Er observed the assembled disciples with irony, saying, "Oh, how loyal you all seem. Very well, those who have stepped forward shall be counted." He then turned to the other side, where Guang Chengzi and the others, being few in number, totaled no more than 14. Guang Chengzi was the first to step forward, followed by Nanji Xianwang, Yunzongzi, and Yuding. Lu Er nodded at those who had emerged from both sides. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he gathered them all within. Turning his attention, he manifested a second avatar, declaring, "The remainder shall reflect in isolation for 3,000 years. Should any dare to step beyond their dwelling, the first infraction will result in a broken leg, and the second will see them stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect, with my avatar overseeing their confinement." With that, he paid no further heed to them and departed from Kunlun Mountain. With his disciples tucked away in his sleeve, Lu Er produced the Rui Baoilu, transforming it into a flying vessel, and set off towards the edge of the primordial wasteland. This area, known as the Sea of Beasts, was not a true sea but a gathering place for savage creatures. Lu Er had heard of it during conversations with Zhenyuanzi in the primordial age, when the world was first formed. The land was teeming with these beasts, creatures devoid of intelligence yet possessed of immense strength and brutality, ruling the wasteland for countless ages. That it was only with the rise of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans that most of the savage beasts were slaughtered, with the remnants driven to the edges of the wasteland, thus exiting the stage of primordial existence. Lu Er's journey to this place served a dual purpose: to hone the skills of his disciples and to forge bonds among them. The three great tenets of life are to shoulder burdens together, to leap through windows together, and to engage in shared experiences. By casting his disciples into the Sea of Beasts, he aimed to cultivate solidarity through shared adversity. Come the time of the Fengshen calamity, would they truly need to fight to the death? One must commend Lu Er for his myriad strategies, with the speed of a flying vessel of innate spiritual treasure caliber. It took Lu Er a little over 3 months to reach the Sea of Beasts. His disciples had been confined within his sleeve for that duration, effectively serving a period of detention. Various savage creatures thrived in this realm, seemingly aware that their time in the spotlight had come to an end. Regardless of this understanding, they remained fiercely aggressive and combative. Upon releasing his disciples into the Sea of Beasts, Lu Er observed their bewilderment and cheerfully proclaimed, "Each of you must bring back the heads of 1,000 beasts, and they must exceed your own cultivation level. Accomplish this, and return to Kunlun Mountain to report. Should you fail, depart and forfeit your entire cultivation, expelled from the mystical door. Take heed, my friends, among the savage beasts within the sea, some possessed cultivation levels that reached the great Luo realm, while the highest among Lu Er's disciples had only attained the golden immortal stage. It was certain that the demand for each to procure 1,000 heads would compel them to cooperate earnestly. As for danger, it was non-existent. If they perished, it would merely indicate that their fortunes were too meager. These disciples wielded innate spiritual treasures bestowed by Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Should they fall to the beasts, it would be akin to seeking death by colliding with a block of tofu. Having issued his decree, Lu Er turned to leave, harboring no concerns about the possibility of his disciples fleeing. If anyone dared to escape, what of expulsion from the sect? Though Lu Er lacked the authority to do so. Having spent countless years alongside the three pure ones, they had long regarded him as family, far surpassing any meager disciple. Nonetheless, on his return journey, Lu Er found himself troubled that it was a significant risk to cast the most outstanding disciples of his masters into such a perilous environment for training. This would be difficult to justify. At the time of the conflict between the two groups of disciples, Tong Tian had been away on a journey, while Yuanshi had retreated to Wuzhuang Temple to enjoy tea with Zhenyuanzi. Both masters had been absent, which allowed the disciples to clash. Yet, upon their return and discovering that the core disciples were missing, wouldn't that cause a commotion? Perhaps it would be best to lay low for a while and retreat to the Star Island, waiting a few millennia before returning. After all, Lu Er had his second avatar stationed at Kunlun Mountain, ensuring he would be informed of any developments. It had been many years since Lu Er last visited the Star Island. Despite the presence of his avatar, it was a different experience altogether. This return would also serve as an opportunity to lay everything out before his subordinates, a cautious maneuver that had surprisingly remained concealed for so long. One must hope that he would not encounter anyone in the primordial realm who failed to recognize their own leader. Moreover, he had sensed that Zhao Gongming's gaze upon him had been peculiar. Could it be that he had recognized him? It is indeed possible. After all, during the time at the Starry Isles, the Dao ancestor made an appearance. Without an identity, how could one possibly recognize the Dao ancestor? Lu Er retracted his flying boat, and, no longer in haste, glided leisurely upon the clouds towards the eastern sea. Lying upon the clouds and gazing at the cerulean sky was Lu Er's favorite pastime. He could float aimlessly for an extended period, relaxing his mind and savoring a life markedly different from the bustling existence of his past life. Unfortunately, the chaos of the primordial era was overwhelming. With the conflicts between the witch and demon clans deepening, today you kill me, tomorrow I kill you. Entire tribes were slaughtered at the slightest provocation, and the two clans had gradually transformed their struggle for resources into a festering hatred. This primordial world was on the brink of utter turmoil. The disarray of the primordial era extinguished Lu Er's desire for leisurely travel, prompting him to hasten his pace towards the Eastern Sea. Upon entering the Eastern Sea region, tranquility finally descended. Since the calamity involving the dragons and phoenixes, the dragon clan had been remarkably low-key, incessantly contracting their influence. They relinquished all territories beyond the four seas, indicating that there were formidable figures among them. As he pondered this, Lu Er gradually ventured deeper into the Eastern Sea, drawing ever closer to the Starry Isles. Slowly, he sensed something amiss. This expanse of ocean had always been calm, not a convergence of currents. Yet today it roiled with tumultuous waves. Hastily, he released his primordial spirit to investigate, and indeed, signs of battle were evident 100,000 miles away. Concerned, Lu Er accelerated his progress. For this area was perilously close to his lair, and he could not afford any mishaps. The further he advanced, the more turbulent the waves became. Suddenly, a fearsome avian creature appeared on the horizon. A peacock of unparalleled ferocity. Although this peacock's cultivation was merely at the golden immortal level, its enormous form obscured the sun as it soared through the sky, with a flap of its wings. It summoned a gale akin to a tempest upon the sea. Following the peacock was a throng of 10 or so golden immortal dragons accompanied by countless aquatic troops, their momentum rivaling that of the peacock. Upon realizing that this was not the emergence of the Starry Isles, Lu Er felt a wave of relief wash over him. That a moment's contemplation led him to recognize that this peacock was none other than Kongxian, the first peacock of heaven and earth, and the offspring of the primordial phoenix. In his past life, Lu Er had held Kongxian in high regard for his formidable strength and audacious spirit. Even daring to contend with saints, he resolved to rescue him. Immediately donning his demon-slaying armor and wielding the Panlong staff, he positioned himself in their path, emanating an imposing aura as he bellowed. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in the waters of my Starry Isles? Cease at once." Upon encountering an obstruction, Kongxian let out an enraged cry, his tail feathers igniting with a kaleidoscope of brilliance. And swiftly surged forward. Lu Er observed the five-colored divine light hurtling toward him, green, yellow, red, black, and white. With great enthusiasm, he raised his Panlong staff to meet it, knowing well that this signature technique of Kongxian's was renowned. As the Panlong staff made contact with the five-colored divine light, Lu Er felt a sense of detachment from his weapon, prompting him to channel more of his spiritual energy to stabilize it, thereby successfully enduring the onslaught of the five-colored divine light. Indeed, Kongxian's reputation was well-deserved. As a dignified Tai Golden Immortal, Lu Er had nearly been overpowered by the Golden Immortal's might. Realizing that his five-colored divine light had failed to yield results, Kongxian recognized that the individual before him possessed profound cultivation, far exceeding his own. However, with the pursuing forces pressing relentlessly behind him, he gritted his teeth and charged at Lu Er. Observing Kongxian's refusal to relent, even attempting to collide with him, Lu Er's ire flared. It evoked the image of a mischievous child in need of discipline. Utilizing the divine power of heaven and earth, Lu Er's form rapidly expanded, transforming him into a colossal giant towering 10,000 feet tall, and he extended his hands to grasp Kongxian firmly. The captured Kongxian, filled with shock and fear, struggled in vain. It was his first experience of being seized in such a manner since his birth. As he witnessed Kongxian's continued resistance, Lu Er gradually tightened his grip, exerting immense pressure that compelled Kongxian to cry out incessantly. Still defiant, Kongxian proved to be quite obstinate. Lu Er continued to tighten his grasp, and after several rounds, Kongxian finally ceased his struggles to this moment. The dragon and aquatic forces pursuing Kongxian halted in their tracks, observing the unfolding scene. Among the foremost ranks of the dragon clan, a young dragon stepped forward and addressed the turtle minister beside him. "Did that monkey just mention the Starry Isles?" The turtle minister nodded affirmatively. "Your Highness, many millennia ago, the Starry Isles were indeed located nearby. But they vanished overnight, allegedly due to an invasion from the demon realm, prompting even the Tao ancestor to descend. Over the past several millennia, There have been occasional encounters with those claiming the name of the Starry Isles. Yet they remained low-key and mysterious. The Dragon Prince nodded. It appears to be a faction of some significance. Let us observe the situation for now. Lu Er, noticing that Kong Xian had ceased to struggle, but bore a resolute gaze, then directed his attention towards the Dragon Clan and inquired, "Why have you invaded the territory of the Starry Isles and engaged in conflict here?" The Dragon Prince stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am Ao Guang, the Prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, son of Ao Hai, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, that we inadvertently trespassed upon your esteemed domain while pursuing this remnant of the Phoenix clan. I implore you, esteemed elder, to grant us the courtesy of allowing us to take this remnant away, and we shall express our gratitude in due time." His words were delivered with reason and composure, embodying the dignity befitting a dragon prince. Regrettably, Lu Er could not acquiesce to such a request. The calamity of the dragons and phoenixes has long passed, and the Phoenix clan is on the brink of extinction. Why must you pursue such relentless extermination? I have decided to protect this peacock. Ao Guang smiled slightly and replied, "Since esteemed elder is so insistent, I wonder how I shall explain this matter to my father upon returning to the Dragon Palace. May I kindly request your name?" Ao Guang displayed remarkable decorum and composure, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. It was no wonder he would later ascend to the role of Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Lu Er responded, then released his divine power of heaven and earth, carrying Kong Xian away with grace. "I am Lu Er, a disciple of the Three Pure Ones from Kunlun Mountain, a descendant of the Tao ancestor and the leader of the Starry Gang. I shall visit the Dragon Palace in due time as your neighbor." The members of the Dragon Clan were momentarily struck silent. Who in the primordial world did not know of the Tao ancestor and the Three Pure Ones? Fortunately, Ao Guang had not offended anyone. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. As Ao Guang watched Lu Er depart, he sighed, "Alas, the Demon Clan has repeatedly pressured my Dragon Clan to unite, and now we have a neighbor with a profound background in the Eastern Sea. Who knows whether this is a blessing or a curse?" Shaking his head, Ao Guang led his army back to the Dragon Palace to report. After Lu Er departed, he sought out a desolate island and set Kong Xian down, having overheard the conversation between Lu Er and the Dragon Clan while being held. Kong Xian immediately prostrated himself upon his release, exclaiming, "I shall forever remember the life-saving grace of my esteemed elder. Kong Xian will repay this debt in the future." Lu Er nonchalantly replied, "I could not bear to witness the bloodline of the Phoenix clan continue to perish. And besides, you were not in an unavoidable predicament. Let us put this aside. What are your plans moving forward?" Kong Xian shook his head and said, "I do not know. I have nowhere to go. I have a younger brother, but I do not know where he is. Would you be willing to take me in?" Lu Er considered for a moment and replied, "Very well. You may accompany me and assist in training troops at the Starry Isles." Kong Xian promptly bowed again. Disciple Kong Xian pays respects to master. Lu Er smiled as he helped Kong Xian to his feet. While he was not particularly interested in taking on a disciple, he appreciated Kong Xian's capabilities. In the primordial world, a master was either a nurturing figure or someone like the Chan sect, used to ward off disasters. Taking Kong Xian as a disciple was a matter of admiration rather than obligation. Yet, having accepted a disciple, Lu Er felt it was essential to provide a token of acknowledgement. Although he possessed some wealth, most of his treasures were of practical use. He decided to gift Kong Xian a Fangtian painting halberd. Upon receiving this Fangtian painting halberd, Kong Xian felt a profound sense of relief. If Lu Er had ulterior motives, he would not have offered a weapon of innate spiritual treasure caliber as bait. He was not that significant. Seeing Kong Xian accept the Fangtian painting halberd, Lu Er continued, "Master, I am a disciple of the Tongtian Taoist, and Taishang and Yuanshi are my uncles. You are the foremost disciple among the fourth generation of the Qianmen. Cultivate diligently and do not tarnish the reputation of the Qianmen. This is the 8-9 Qian Gong, a divine technique for protecting the Tao, specializing in the physical body, with astonishing power. You must practice it assiduously. Once I inform my master, I will transmit to you the fundamental great method of our sect, the Shanqing Immortal method." Kong Xian beamed as he regarded the esoteric 8-9 Qian Gong within his mind. He felt fortunate to have found such a master. Having spent some time recuperating on the desolate island, Lu Er observed that Kong Xian had absorbed the 8-9 Qian Gong before guiding him toward the Starry Isles. This time, instead of sneaking in, he arranged for his avatar to openly escort Lu Er into the island of Zhaoguang. It was time to reveal the truth, for prolonging the concealment was no longer feasible. Instead, it tends to result in misunderstandings and unnecessary troubles. Accompanied by Kong Xian, they arrived at Zhaoguang Island, summoning the core members, observing the stark contrast between the tall and the short monkeys. The crowd speculated that perhaps the leader's impoverished relatives had come to seek favors. Lu Er, gazing at his longtime brothers, noted how they had undergone a remarkable transformation, now entirely different beings. Yu Jingzi had achieved the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation, while Gui Da, Hu Li, and Shan were at the early stage. The small demons and spirits they had casually recruited back then had, without exception, attained immortality as golden immortals, leaving Lu Er to marvel at his fortunate luck. Although the development of the Starry Sky Gang had reached a bottleneck due to spatial and territorial constraints, it had nonetheless made significant strides in refining details. The military comprised 800,000 troops, while the magical department had 300,000. These numbers were fixed, yet soldiers were not bound for life. Regular assessments were conducted, and the unfit would be discharged, while those severely injured or weary could voluntarily retire. With no coercion involved, the outer members had already surpassed 1 billion, compelling Lu Er to implement family planning measures. As there was simply no other choice, the Starry Sky Islands resembled a world akin to a paradise, devoid of war, oppression, or the rampant slaughter of the weak by the strong. Every individual could secure a job, at least to sustain themselves, without the constant fear of losing their lives and becoming prey or an outlet for the powerful. Under such circumstances, the population grew swiftly. Lu Er felt a sense of pride. For at least in this primordial realm, he could shelter a region, truly a meritorious achievement. Since entering the Starry Sky Islands, Kong Xian had witnessed a scene starkly different from the primordial world. Akin to a Wu Ling person stepping into the peach blossom spring, completely in awe of his master. The current Starry Sky Gang, rather than being merely a gang, resembled a nation. Lu Er, apart from offering ideas and determining the direction of development, largely left the rest to his subordinates to manage. Concerns about insurrections from his subordinates, such thoughts were unfounded. This was the primordial realm, where great power resided within oneself. Being a leader was no simple task. Without formidable strength to safeguard oneself, everything would be but a castle in the air. However, the day would eventually come when the Starry Sky Islands would open up, and he would be strong enough to face it. With all the core members present, Jiu Ying deliberated before slowly speaking. Brothers, there's something I do not wish to conceal from you, but rather it has come about by a twist of fate that has brought us to this day. Yu Jingzi covered her mouth and chuckled softly, gazing at Jiu Ying with affectionate eyes. Leader, what could be so serious? My real name is not Jiu Ying, nor do I appear as I do now. I merely donned this guise at the beginning, never anticipating it would last until today. Yu Jingzi playfully tapped Jiu Ying's arm, teasingly saying, You startled me. I thought you were about to say something significant. Gueda and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Er spoke up. My true name is Lu Er, a disciple of the Taoist of the Three Pure Ones. For these years, I have been guarding this place in the guise of my avatar. With that, Lu Er waved his hand, drawing Jiu Ying into his body to give everyone time to absorb this revelation. Shan was the first to speak. I don't comprehend the complexities. The leader is the leader. What he looks like is of no consequence. Hu Li nodded vigorously in agreement. Yu Jingzi, with a charming smile, playfully tossed her hair. Leader, your true self is far more delightful than your avatar. What shall I do if I find myself preferring you? Perhaps you should just marry me. This Yu Jingzi, seemingly serious and unyielding before outsiders, was known as the Ice Mountain among her subordinates, yet she was irresistibly tempting in front of him, especially with her mastery of the Starry Sky technique. Had she practiced a charm-based cultivation method, it would have been quite a predicament. Old Tree and Gui Da's eyes lit up, with Gui Da hastily inquiring. The Three Pure Ones you mentioned are indeed the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Does that mean you are a grand disciple of the Tao ancestor? Lu Er nodded. Indeed so. Otherwise, I would not have been able to summon the Tao ancestor so swiftly during the invasion of the demon realm. Noting the indifference of the crowd towards this revelation, Lu Er took his seat at the head and began to listen to their reports. Old Tree stepped forward first. Leader, the logistics department, which oversees the People's Hall and Military Logistics Hall, is operating smoothly. The medicinal pills and spiritual treasures produced by the People's Hall are in high demand, and we shall continue to expand production capacity. The Military Logistics Hall is now able to produce golden immortal level medicinal pills consistently. However, As there are only a few of us at the golden immortal realm, the demand is not substantial. Thus, we are not mass-producing them. In terms of weaponry and spiritual treasures, we can produce a limited quantity of postnatal supreme spiritual treasures and can mass-produce postnatal high-quality spiritual treasures. All personnel have been fully outfitted. Lu Er could not help but marvel. Unbeknownst to him, the Starry Sky Gang had transformed into a considerable force that Yu Jingzi and Hu Li then continued their reports, with Yu Jingzi's gentle voice resounding. Leader, the military and magical departments have begun to merge training as per your request, preparing for reorganization. Lu Er nodded. Initially, the separation of the military and magical departments was for better management, but now their continued division hindered their effectiveness. Thus Lu Er planned for reorganization. The million-strong army would be divided into 4 to 5 regiments, with each regiment featuring warriors skilled in physical enhancement, long-range attackers proficient in spells and magical treasures, and medical personnel specialized in wood-type healing. Looking at Kong Xian beside him, he decided to divide into 4 regiments, with Kong Xian, Yu Jingzi, Hu Li, and Shi Shan each leading one. Returning to Kunlun Mountain would only lead to being influenced by his junior brothers. It was better to remain here and cultivate diligently. Guo provided the final report, noting that due to the isolation of the Starry Sky Islands, most intelligence operations were focused on the demon realm. After several millennia of research and with the support of Tai Shang, the Starry Sky Gang had developed a method to disguise demonic energy, while it could not be said to fully mimic it. As long as they did not encounter overly powerful demons, they need not fear exposure. Thus, the demon realm gradually shed its mysterious veil in the eyes of the Starry Sky Gang, based on the intelligence gathered. The demon realm was vast and boundless, with 4 demon lords governing the corners and the demon emperor occupying the center. It was said that the demon emperor was a disciple of Luo Ho, possessing quasi-saint cultivation and wielding the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, unmatched in slaughter, able to contend with the 4 swords of extinguishing immortals. However, the authenticity of this was uncertain. Among the 4 demon lords, Qi Ming ranked 3rd, a quasi-saint, ruling over the southern demon kingdom, with countless demons under his command, all armed to the teeth. Unfortunately, those of too high a cultivation level could not pass through spatial rifts. Otherwise, they would have garnered more detailed intelligence. However, it mattered not. One day, he would venture into the demon realm and reap its rewards. Supporting characters merely needed to exist. They need not be overly powerful. Moreover, Lu Er had sworn an oath to never coexist peacefully with the demon realm. Kong Xian had listened attentively throughout, now numb with shock. It seemed the information he had absorbed today would take a while to digest. Once the reports were concluded, Lu Er introduced Kong Xian and clearly established the military and magical department reforms into 4 armies. Hu Li would lead the 1st army, Yu Jingzi the 2nd army, Shi Shan the 3rd army, and Kong Xian the 4th army. Kong Xian was also at the golden immortal level. His cultivation matched that of Hu Li and the others. Naturally, the members welcomed the leader's disciple with utmost respect, pledging to assist Kong Xian in familiarizing himself promptly. After the meeting, Lu Er temporarily dismissed everyone and took Kong Xian to the garden. The garden was adorned with numerous exotic flowers and plants, all collected by Lu Er during his time in the primordial realm, intended to during his leisure, serving as a means of cultivating his character. At the center of the garden, a separate area was designated as a tea garden, featuring a mother tree of Dahong Pao, an innate spiritual root, with a cluster of offspring trees flourishing behind it, all nurtured over the years. In the tea garden, an elderly farmer was diligently observing the growth of the mother tree. Lu Er chuckled heartily, hastening a few steps toward the farmer, calling out from a distance, "Old brother, this mother tree owes you much. Without you, I fear I would not have been able to sustain it." The old farmer smiled and shook his head. "Monkey, you just emerged from seclusion and rushed here. Why not stay with your master and uncle for a while longer and get closer to your good junior brothers?" Upon hearing his master and uncle mentioned, Lu Er suddenly realized that Yuan Shi had returned to Kunlun Mountain. When he emerged from seclusion, Yuan Shi was off to find Zhenyuanzi for tea. Now that Zhenyuanzi was in the Starry Sky Islands, it meant Yuan Shi must have returned to Kunlun Mountain. Upon returning, he discovered that he had cast his disciple into the sea of wild beasts. Still oblivious to the consequences that might ensue, Yuan Shi has returned, and it is only a matter of time before Tong Tian follows suit, considering the greater number of disciples Tong Tian has sent forth. The thought of their reactions leaves Lu Er with a throbbing headache that a thorough reprimand seems inevitable. However, Lu Er harbors no regrets. The disciples of both sects have forged a bond of combat camaraderie, which will facilitate the subsequent celestial tribulations. Moreover, it was his esteemed master uncle who entrusted him with this task, so there is little to fear. For now, he intends to linger on the Starry Isles, biding his time until the tempers of his master and master uncle have cooled. Lu Er thus remains on the Starry Isles, engaging in leisurely discourse over tea with Zhenyuanzi, while mentoring Kong Xian. Days pass in tranquil ease. With the aid of Zhenyuanzi's ginseng fruit, Kong Xian swiftly grasps the essence of the 8-9 profound ART to in stark contrast to Lu Er's leisurely existence. The likes of Guang Qingzi and Zhao Gongming find themselves ensnared in dire straits. Within a dim and narrow cave of the Sea of Wild Beasts, the disciples of both sects sit in dejected silence. Yu Ding, with an innocent demeanor, suggests, "Why not cultivate right here? If we persist, surely one day we shall slay 1,000 wild beasts." The others fall into a contemplative silence, while Wu Yunxian sharply retorts, "Are you foolish? The spiritual energy here is scarce, devoid of elixirs, and without guidance from mentors. What efficacy can our cultivation possibly yield? By the time you manage to slay 1,000 beasts, the primordial world may well face extinction." Feeling both wronged and indignant, Yu Ding protests, "What are we to do? We cannot even defeat a single beast, with so many wild beasts around. If we strike one, a horde will descend upon us. This predicament is a direct result of your meddling." Just as Wu Yunxian prepares to counter, Guang Qingzi and Zhao Gongming hastily intervene to quell the escalating tension. At this juncture, Nanji Shenwing interjects, "As brothers of the Xianmen, it is indeed regrettable that we have reached such a state. However, since we acknowledge our punishment, we must devise a means to fulfill Lu Er's task." Yun Xiao nods in agreement, stating, "Nanji's words hold merit. As members of the Xianmen, we are all prodigies of heaven. United in our efforts, what challenge can the wild beast truly pose?" The assembly finds inspiration in Yun Xiao's unexpected resolve, with morale significantly bolstered. The eldest of the 10 heavenly monarchs, Qian, is the first to speak. "Our 10 brothers have long been fascinated by formations since our initiation. Since we cannot overpower these wild beasts, why not experiment with formations?" Guang Qingzi nods in approval. Indeed, within the Sea of Wild Beasts, the sheer number of beasts startled us at first, leading to a fierce onslaught that could even send a Luo fleeing. However, if we employ formations to mask our combat noises, I am confident we can hunt the beasts even in one-on-one encounters. Zhao Gongming summarizes, "In that case, Yun Xiao, you shall lead the disciples skilled in formations to devise a few comparable strategies, and we shall refine them together. Regardless of our previous conflicts, we must now unite our strengths to swiftly complete Lu Er's task and return to Kunlun. Lest we disappoint our brother." The group unanimously agrees and begins to divide their responsibilities. Meanwhile, Yuanshi listens to his disciples recount the events, his brow furrowed in silence. Tai Zhenren and Zhu Lu Sun mistakenly assume Yuanshi's frown is directed at Lu Er, embellishing their accounts to depict Lu Er as tyrannical and excessively partial towards Tong Tian's disciples. Yet, Yuanshi's concern is not for Lu Er. After millennia of companionship, does he not understand his own disciple? Were it not for the egregious actions of his fellow masters, in their absence, Lu Er would hardly have intervened. What troubles Yuanshi is the superficiality of his disciples' behavior. These chosen students, who should embody excellence, are now brazenly slandering Lu Er and distorting the truth. The incessant chatter of his disciples grates on his ears, prompting him to exclaim, "Silence! Your lack of virtue and poor character is appalling. Lu Er serves as the protector of the Xianmen and shall adjudicate fairly. Where lies the favoritism? To harm one's own kin is to invite just punishment. You shall return and reflect in isolation for 5,000 years. Every millennium, you may emerge to hear my teachings, but during the remainder, you are forbidden from venturing out." Tai Zhenren and the others are utterly taken aback. Their typically lenient master has transformed. The once favored Lu Er now holds a position of significant esteem in Yuanshi's heart. As he watches his departing disciples, Yuanshi sighs in resignation, hoping that the 5 millennia of introspection will yield some enlightenment. Just as Yuanshi concludes his deliberations, Tong Tian returns to Kunlun with a cadre of newly accepted disciples. Upon learning the details of the conflict among the disciples, Tong Tian remains aloof. While he may accept disciples with casualness, he is certainly no fooled as one of the three pure ones. The esteemed Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan is not easily deceived. However, the newly accepted disciples have committed no transgressions. The vast expanse of Kunlun has swiftly become their playground. They engage in the slaughter of spiritual beasts, ravaging spiritual roots, and even squabbling amongst themselves, causing Kunlun, which had only recently regained its tranquility, to descend once more into chaos. Witnessing such a scene, Yuanshi nearly chokes in anger, yet ultimately refrains from acting out of respect for the bonds of brotherhood that is for Lu Er's avatar. Sensing the turmoil, it promptly retreats into seclusion. Upon receiving news from the avatar, Lu Er resolves not to return to Kunlun for the next 10 millennia, even after informing Tong Tian of his acceptance of disciples. He withdraws his avatar entirely. It is evident that a division among the three pure ones is now inevitable. Indeed, Lu Er has never contemplated preventing the separation of the three pure ones. While a forcibly united entity may quench thirst, it offers no sweetness. The division of the three pure ones is an inevitable trend. As their realms ascend, differing ideologies will unavoidably arise. Such divergences in philosophy and path cannot be forcibly reconciled. Thus, Lu Er's enduring plan has always been to safeguard the core disciples of the Zixiao during the celestial tribulations. Transforming misfortune into fortune during the tribulations, he seeks to eliminate malign influences, optimizing the Zixiao in the process. This is the rightful path that as for the narratives from previous lives that speak of thwarting the division of the three pure ones and aiding the Zixiao to emerge victorious from the tribulations. They are mere distractions. While certain core disciples of the Zixiao possess merit, the rest are merely a rabble, comprising all manner of individuals, with many capable of heinous acts. During the tribulations, Lu Yu poisoned countless citizens in the waters. And Ma Yuan, whom Lu Er executed as a scapegoat, tore Wu Rong's heart out on the battlefield. Can such individuals truly be deemed disciples of saints? Yet, it is inconceivable for Lu Er to halt Tong Tian from accepting disciples, as it contradicts Tong Tian's philosophy. Therefore, Lu Er's only recourse is to act during the tribulations to safeguard the core disciples of the Zixiao. This is the best solution he can conceive. In contrast to the chaos of Kunlun, the Starry Isles bustle with fervent activity. The restructuring of the army may sound simple, yet the myriad tasks involved are exceedingly complex, leaving Yu Jingzi with no time to engage Lu Er. Kong Xian is equally inundated with responsibilities, leading a substantial number of disciples for the first time without any prior experience, resulting in numerous missteps. He must also cultivate the 8-9 profound art while converting his internal powers into the Shangqing Immortal method. A level of busyness that is readily apparent. Despite the hectic pace, Kong Xian finds joy in his endeavors. The support of his peers and the attentive guidance of his master provide warmth to Kong Xian, who has known solitude since his birth. In stark contrast to the frenetic activity of others, Lu Er enjoys a leisurely existence. Beyond addressing Kong Xian's queries and engaging in tea-time conversations with Zhenyuanzi, he finds little else to occupy his time. However, with Zhenyuanzi's departure, Lu Er can no longer remain idle. He resolves to journey to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to clarify matters with the Dragon Clan regarding Kong Xian. While animosity undoubtedly exists between their two clans, the great calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix had long since concluded before Kong Xian's emergence. Thus, the enmity hardly pertains to him. Kong Xian's feelings towards the Dragon Clan are rather neutral. As he often states, "I know nothing of this, so what is there to hate?" Having departed from the Starry Isles, Lu Er arrived at a region abundant with loose cultivators, where he inquired about directions from one of them. After clarifying the precise location of the Dragon Palace, Lu Er plunged into the water. With his remarkable speed, he submerged for quite a while before finally reaching the seabed where the Dragon Palace resides. The East Sea Dragon Palace, rather than being aptly named a palace, might as well be referred to as a grand city. The ancient Dragon Clan, during the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, was immensely powerful. Their physical forms terrifyingly vast, often stretching thousands of zheng in length. If the Dragon Palace were truly as cramped as depicted in television dramas, how could the Dragon Clan possibly reside there? Spanning an area of millions of li, locating the main entrance of the Dragon Palace was no simple task. Upon arriving at the resplendent gates, Lu Er observed the array of guards outside. Setting aside their prowess, their uniformity was immediately striking. Flanking both sides were shrimp soldiers and crab generals, alongside sharks and whales, and squids and octopuses, all arranged in pairs. Luer's purpose for visiting was to transform conflict into harmony. He had no intention of engaging in juvenile games of deceit, thus he revealed his Tai cultivation level, clad in black demon-slaying armor and wielding the 6 harmonies coiling dragon staff, despite his modest stature. He emanated an imposing presence that even the foolish would recognize as formidable. Upon seeing Luer, several shrimp soldiers and crab generals approached, with the leading mantis shrimp respectfully inquiring, "Esteemed Immortal, may I know your illustrious name? What brings you to the Dragon Palace? Shall I notify the Dragon King?" Luer nodded. "I am Luer, the leader of the Starry Gang, here to discuss a matter with the Dragon King. Kindly relay my request." The mantis shrimp dared not delay, swiftly mounting a nearby seahorse and darting inside to report. The remaining guards courteously invited Luer to take a seat on a nearby bench. Throughout the encounter, they exhibited politeness and decorum, neither servile nor arrogant, showcasing the depth of the Dragon Clan's heritage. Before long, an imposing elder dressed in resplendent attire, adorned with dragon horns and a mane of fiery red hair, strode towards Luer with a commanding gait. Even before his arrival, his laughter echoed, exuding a sense of grandeur. "I had a premonition today, and it seems it was indeed a noble guest at my door. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Luer, yet regrettably, I have never had the fortune to meet you until now. What a remarkable stroke of luck." Luer felt a swell of joy at such flattering recognition. Who would not be pleased by such esteem? In the spirit of reciprocity, he smiled and replied, "Your Excellency, please do not flatter me, so we are of comparable cultivation. It would be more fitting to address each other as fellow Taoists." Indeed, the EC Dragon King Ao Lai was at the Tai level, not a small feat in the current primordial realm. Ao Lai welcomed Luer and promptly invited him inside, engaging in conversation as they walked. "Recently, my son Ao Guang mentioned encountering a fellow Taoist, and I realized that our Dragon Palace is indeed neighbors with you. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Given our proximity, it is rather remiss of you not to visit." Luer responded, "Please do not take offense. The Starry Isles bear significant responsibilities, and I cannot act recklessly." Ao Lai nodded in understanding, aware of the Dragon Clan's intelligence network and refraining from further inquiries. Inside the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, Ao Lai warmly hosted Luer, offering exquisite delicacies, fine wines, and an array of oceanic delicacies. Accompanied by numerous aquatic beauties singing and dancing, reminiscent of KTV from Luer's past life, Luer indulged heartily, relishing both the culinary and visual delights, while the ingredients were not extraordinarily rare. At this level of cultivation, one could procure anything. What was truly precious was the skill of the chefs and the Dragon Clan's culinary heritage accumulated over countless years. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Luer sensed it was time to address the matter at hand. Ao Lai, perceptive to the shift in mood, promptly dismissed the entertainment and adopted a posture of attentive listening. Luer began. "To speak candidly, my purpose for visiting the Dragon Palace is to discuss the relationship between your clan and Kong Qian. Although Kong Qian is the son of the Phoenix, he emerged after the calamity of dragons and phoenixes had concluded, and thus holds no animosity towards the Dragon Clan. Why not turn conflict into cooperation?" Ao Lai sighed. "It is not that I wish to pursue him relentlessly. Our clan has suffered immensely, and the price paid has been too great. Our kin harbor deep-seated hatred, which compels us to pursue the son of the Phoenix relentlessly." Luer acknowledged the Dragon Clan's suffering. From once being the sovereign of the primordial world to being so disrespected that even a monkey dared to wreak havoc in the Dragon Palace during the journey to the west. The decline was evident. Endless karma corroded the clan, and the once mighty dragon ancestors fell one by one, while the talents of the next generations waned. Now, the strongest among the Dragon Clan is merely this Tai golden immortal. Luer was taken aback by this revelation. Such matters were not typically disclosed, especially to one meeting for the first time. Moreover, to claim that the strongest in the Dragon Clan was a Tai was hard for Luer to believe. Surely there were still ancient figures hidden away within the clan. "Do not lose heart, my friend. The Dragon Clan's profound heritage ensures it will eventually regain its strength." Luer reassured. "As for Kong Qian, I must confess that I have already taken him as my disciple." A flicker of understanding crossed Ao Lai's eyes as he struggled to express his thoughts. "Very well, let us consider this a favor to our neighbor. We shall put an end to our grievances with Kong Qian. However, I have a humble request that I am uncertain about how to phrase." Luer gestured for him to continue. "Please, Dragon King, Speak freely to him. My son Ao Guang has often expressed a desire to seek you as his master after witnessing your demeanor. Might he have such fortune? The notion of accepting Ao Guang as a disciple immediately struck Lu Er as cumbersome and, frankly, his qualifications seemed rather mediocre. Yet, upon reflection, the Dragon Clan had its merits. Whether it be the future Taoist site of Jiao Island or the Starry Isles, both were situated in the East Sea. Furthermore, Lu Er's aspirations would undoubtedly benefit from the involvement of the Dragon Clan. However, Lu Er understood that Ao Lai's eagerness for Ao Guang to become his disciple must be rooted in a deeper motive. My friend, shall we speak candidly? Has the Dragon Clan encountered some difficulties? Ao Lai sighed. To speak without reservation, for a millennium, Emperor Jun has sent envoys multiple times, hoping to integrate the Dragon Clan into the Demon Clan, but if their intentions were sincere, it would be one matter. However, I am aware that their motivations are far from pure. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is escalating, and they are in dire need of cannon fodder, with our vast population of aquatic beings. We have naturally become their target. Coupled with the internal strife within the Demon Clan, coveting the resources of the seas, the Dragon Clan's fate within the Demon Clan would be dire. Lu Er pondered the feasibility of leveraging the three purities to stand against the Demon Clan. But the cost of such an endeavor remained unspoken. Ao Lai, being the astute East Sea Dragon King, was certainly aware of Lu Er's intentions and quickly added, "If my son can become your disciple, every 100 years we shall present rare treasures from the four seas to your sect, and our Dragon Clan shall heed your command henceforth." Having heard tales of the Dragon Clan's wealth, the prospect of 100-yearly tribute was indeed appealing. With his starry gang and numerous disciples under Tongtian, the need for various resources was ever present. Subduing the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages in the future. As for the Demon Clan, Lu Er was eager to test his mettle against those below the quasi-saint level. When it came to quasi-saints, he wondered if he could withstand the onslaught of the extermination sword array. Could Dong Huang Tai endure? What if one added the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram? Resolute in his decision, Lu Er agreed without hesitation. Ao Lai, overjoyed, immediately enlivened the atmosphere at the banquet, calling out, "Let the music play on, let the dance continue." He also arranged for Ao Guang to be summoned to join the feast. Having only caught a fleeting glimpse of him previously, Lu Er took this opportunity to examine him closely. And regretfully, a headache began to form. Ao Guang indeed possessed striking features, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, resembling a youthful hero. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Er discerned a troubling issue. It seemed that Ao Guang's golden immortal cultivation was likely a product of accumulated heavenly treasures rather than foundational strength. Noticing Lu Er's frown, Ao Lai hastily explained, "To be candid, my son Ao Guang's cultivation is largely reliant on heavenly materials and treasures. Unfortunately, he is burdened by karma and possesses rather poor innate talent." Lu Er nodded, reflecting that his primary interest lay with the Dragon Clan, and Ao Guang was merely a means to that end. That a slight deficiency could be overlooked. Seeing Lu Er nod, Ao Guang quickly bowed deeply. "Ao Guang pays respects to my master." Lu Er helped him to his feet, stating, "As you enter my fold, you must commit to diligent cultivation, so that one day you may restore the glory of the Dragon Clan." Ao Guang nodded resolutely, while Aili beside him laughed heartily and clapped his hands. 3 maidens emerged, each bearing a tray. Upon the trays lay embroidered silk cloths, yet they could not conceal the radiant treasures beneath, which were evidently extraordinary. Aili approached the first tray, lifted the silk covering, and introduced to Lu Er, "Friend, this first pouch is a tribute from my son to our sect, to be offered once every century." Lu Er nodded, picking up the pouch and probing it with his consciousness. Indeed, it was filled to the brim with various celestial materials and earthly treasures. Aili then unveiled the second tray, causing Lu Er to momentarily hold his breath before bursting into hearty laughter. "I have succeeded in my path." Upon this tray gleamed the last 12 Dinghai pearls, shimmering with a resplendent 5-colored glow. Truly a serendipitous find that required no effort. Initially, upon visiting the treasure rock, Lu Er had thought himself fated to be without these remaining pearls. Yet fate had smiled upon him in the end. Noticing Aili's beaming gaze directed at him, Lu Er understood fully, his heart swelling with gratitude. Indeed, the essence of gift-giving lies in aligning with the recipient's desires. One might wonder how the Dragon Clan discerned his need for the Dinghai pearls. After all, during his battle with the 9-headed serpent, were they not surrounded by aquatic beings? The third tray held a piece of innate spiritual treasure known as the Dunlong Post. It was a golden stake adorned with 3 golden rings and a golden lotus at its base. When activated, it would automatically ensnare adversaries within its golden embrace, rendering them unable to escape. Luer refrained from taking this treasure. Instead, he addressed Wang, saying, "I have taken you as my disciple without bestowing any treasures upon you. So today, I shall present this Dunlong Post to you for your protection. This spiritual treasure is precious for its quality rather than quantity. The key lies in thorough understanding. Akin to the Dinghai Pearls. One day, Luer aspired to transcend and evolve into the 36 heavens. With the power of the 36 heavens backing him, surpassing challenges would become as effortless as eating or drinking. Once the treasures were bestowed, the atmosphere of the banquet grew even more vibrant as the 3 of them exchanged cups and toasts. Reveling in merriment, suddenly, a crab-like attendant rushed into the grand hall, kneeling to announce, reporting to the Dragon King, the demon clan's Saint Jiu Ying requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Aoli and Luer exchanged a glance. An unspoken understanding passing between them. Aoli waved his hand grandly. "Quickly, invite him in." Before long, a somewhat effeminate man entered the hall. It was none other than the demon clan's Saint Jiu Ying. Aoli promptly stood to greet him, expressing a hint of apology. "I have a distinguished guest here and could not welcome the demon saint personally. I hope for your understanding." Jiu Ying sneered. "Aoli, you would honor this unknown monkey as a distinguished guest. The threshold of your dragon clan grows ever lower. Luer, not one to be easily intimidated, silent yet formidable, like a dog that does not bark before biting. Allow the demonic armor to manifest upon his body." Concealing his robe that he brandished the Panlong staff, pointing it at Jiu Ying. "I have faced a creature with 9 heads before and shattered its skull. Should you wish to test your mettle, feel free to come forth." As Jiu Ying scrutinized Luer more closely, he recognized him as the one who had wounded the 9-headed serpent. "Oh, it was you who harmed my son, the 9-headed serpent. What a twist of fate. Today, I shall shatter your skull." With that, Jiu Ying produced the Sun Essence Wheel and the Moon Essence Wheel, a formidable pair of innate spiritual treasures. Luer rested the Panlong staff on his shoulder. "Do you dare to step outside for a duel? Just be careful not to damage the host's abode." With that, Luer shot out of the Dragon Palace, ascending above the ocean into the heavens. Jiu Ying, a Deluo Golden Immortal, had recently broken through. Luer, eager to test his limits, issued a challenge. Jiu Ying, being a creature of both water and fire, held the advantage in the ocean, making Luer's decision to engage in a challenge seemingly reckless. Luer hovered above the sea, channeling his strength and preparing for Jiu Ying's approach. Just 2 breaths later, the Sun and Moon Essence wheels surged towards Luer from the sea below. Luer swung his staff downwards, striking the 2 treasures, only to be met with an overwhelming force that caused his hands to explode with blood. The tremendous power propelled Luo upwards, and as he struggled to regain his balance, he released the apricot yellow flag. The moment the flag appeared, Jiu Ying materialized beside him, launching a crescent-shaped attack imbued with azure brilliance. In terms of combat experience, Luer was no less adept than Jiu Ying, having weathered countless battles. Yet, the disparity in their realms was too vast. Although he anticipated Jiu Ying's assault, he found it difficult to defend against it. The crescent-shaped attack did not breach the apricot yellow flag, yet its sheer force reverberated through Luer's body. Had he not cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art to proficiency, this blow could have severely injured him. After a series of tumultuous exchanges, Luer finally stabilized himself in midair. Indeed, the Luo Golden Immortals were extraordinary. Their comprehension of the rules allowed them to influence the stable space of the primordial world within a limited range, enabling instantaneous movement. For cultivators who primarily focused on physical prowess in close combat, such mobility was a lethal weapon. Nevertheless, Luer was not without recourse. Having dared to issue a challenge, he possessed a measure of confidence. With the apricot yellow flag hovering above him and myriad golden lotuses cascading downward, it was a farce to think that Jiu Ying could conclude the battle with just a few moves. Taking a deep breath, Luer prepared to channel the immense power of the heavens, invoking the 12 heavens and directly drawing upon the strength of the 10 heavens. Fortunately, Luer's mastery of the 8-9 profound art has reached the 6th transformation. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to withstand such overwhelming force. A colossal power descended, causing the surrounding space to ripple ominously, compelling the concealed Jiu Ying, who lurked in the shadows, to reveal itself. Upon witnessing Jiu Ying's emergence, Lu Er pushed his speed to the limit, approaching the threshold of instantaneous movement, and engaged in combat with Jiu Ying. The might of the 10 heavens was indeed extraordinary, with a mere swing of his staff. Lu Er shattered the very fabric of space, which then rapidly restored itself. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Lu Er felt as though he could obliterate the primordial chaos with a single punch. Jiu Ying, faced with the dual threat of Lu Er's relentless assault and the potential for spatial collapse, had to defend against both. The sun and moon divine wheel orbited around him, shielding him from Lu Er's lethal strikes. However, when it came to offense, he found it impossible to lock onto Lu Er's movements. The latter was simply too swift at present. Lu Er was a tempest of speed and strength, capable of inflicting destruction that even a great Luo golden immortal could not achieve. Indeed, Lu Er relied solely on brute force. Despite Jiu Ying's superior realm, he was unwavering in his resolve, determined to shatter any defenses through sheer strength, without a hint of reason, with the innate supreme spiritual treasure. The Wu Ji Xing Huang banner, shielding him like a turtle shell, Lu Er relentlessly pounded Jiu Ying, who found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Here was a dignified great Luo golden immortal, unable to best a mere Tai Yi in this moment. Both combatants sought a method to break the deadlock. Lu Er, despite appearing to hold the upper hand, was acutely aware of the adage that the strong cannot endure indefinitely. The pressure exerted by the 10 heavens' power on his physical form was immense. He could not afford a prolonged contest against Jiu Ying. That it was imperative to swiftly conclude the battle. Sensing Lu Er's inability to sustain such overwhelming power for long, Jiu Ying shifted from a direct confrontation to a strategy of attrition, seeking to exhaust Lu Er instead. Currently, the disparity in power between Lu Er and Jiu Ying was minimal. Lu Er's strength was bolstered by the 10 heavens, granting him absolute power that exceeded Jiu Ying's. Conversely, Jiu Ying excelled in the fluidity of his strength, unlike Lu Er, who could not maintain the intensity for long. Thus, the situation unfolded with Lu Er desperately attacking, aiming to resolve the conflict as quickly as possible, while Jiu Ying evaded and conserved his energy, faced with a determined great Luo golden immortal intent on engaging him in a war of attrition. Lu Er found himself at a loss for effective strategies, enduring the tremendous strain on his physical body. Even Lu Er, whose strength was formidable, felt a flicker of anxiety. He could not afford to prolong this any further. The situation would only worsen with time. Resolute in his decision, Lu Er seized the opportunity as Jiu Ying evaded to execute the Qi Hua Sanqing divine ability, summoning Zhu Yin and his second avatar. Each of the two avatars wielded the Qian Kun and the Zidian Shui, respectively, as they simultaneously set up the Sankai formation, encircling Jiu Ying within. This Sankai formation was no ordinary construct. It had been meticulously crafted by his master, Tong Tian, specifically for Lu Er. When the three individuals operating the formation shared a mutual understanding, its potency could be tripled. This elevated a simple Sankai formation into something extraordinary in Lu Er's hands. Recognizing the perilous turn of events, Jiu Ying dispatched the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to attack Lu Er while wielding the Crescent Shovel against Zhu Yin. Lu Er, benefiting from immense enhancements, effortlessly countered the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel with his pan-long staff, sending the spiritual treasure reeling backward. Zhu Yin, wielding the Zidian Shui, barely managed to deflect the shovel's strike thanks to the formation's power. Lu Er, fully aware that the Sankai formation could not contain a great Luo golden immortal, swiftly unleashed his true trump card, the Luo Bao Jin Qian. Activating the money can communicate with the divine ability. The sound of clinking coins resonated crisply, echoing with a distinct clarity. The sound, Jiu Ying's primordial spirit froze for the briefest moment, and in that fleeting instant, Zhu Yin swung the Zidian Shui, releasing a bolt of purple lightning that appeared without trajectory, striking Jiu Ying directly. Simultaneously, the second avatar hurled the Qian Kun, equally striking true. The two innate spiritual treasures collided with Jiu Ying's form, causing his armor to shatter piece by piece. Were it not for the robust constitution of the demon race, this concentrated assault would have obliterated Jiu Ying's physical form. Without hesitation, Lu Er capitalized on the moment, relentlessly attacking the beleaguered Jiu Ying. His main body wielded the pan-long staff, while his avatars brandished the Zidian Shui and the Qian Kun, utilizing the formation to bombard Jiu Ying. It was a pitiable sight. A great Luo golden immortal was being mercilessly beaten down by a mere Tai. The sun and moon divine wheel and the crescent shovel continued to assault. Yet even these could not hold their ground, with the Luo Bao Jin Qian being activated intermittently. Although it could only momentarily immobilize Jiu Ying's primordial spirit, that brief moment wreaked havoc on Jiu Ying's already battered body. His flesh sustained continuous injuries, yet the formidable self-healing abilities of a great Luo golden immortal allowed him to recover swiftly. It was then that Jiu Ying, in a state of panic, realized he was no match for this Tai youth. As one of the 10 demon saints, Jiu Ying was no stranger to decisive action. If he did not fight with all his might, he would surely perish from exhaustion. Suddenly, Jiu Ying's body began to swell, transforming into his true form, a towering behemoth with 9 heads. Surrounding him, cycles of water and fire swirled, providing a protective barrier. Each of his 9 heads spewed forth vibrant flames, corrosive acids, and venomous toxins. In an instant, Lu Er's Sankai formation was shattered, yet he remained unfazed. The larger his opponent grew, the larger the target became. Confronted with an opponent wielding supreme spiritual treasures, growing larger was not an advantageous strategy. Seizing the Zijian Shui from his avatar, Lu Er unleashed a barrage of purple lightning without restraint. To his surprise, Jiu Ying employed a cunning maneuver. Rather than fighting desperately in his true form, he aimed to escape the formation. In a flash, Jiu Ying shrank back down, employing his escape technique to flee towards the heavenly court. Lu Er's influence extended only for 1,000 miles. Once Jiu Ying crossed that threshold, he could utilize instantaneous movement to evade capture, making it impossible for Lu Er to pursue. Jiu Ying's stratagem momentarily caught Lu Er off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile creeping to his lips. While killing him was unnecessary, inflicting pain was imperative. As the saying goes, a single blow may prevent a multitude of strikes. Lu Er hurled the Zijian Shui, Qian Kun, and even the Panlong staff. But it was the Zijian Shui that ultimately struck true, delivering a bolt of purple lightning to Jiu Ying's back. This time was different. Jiu Ying was fleeing with all his might, and his defenses had naturally diminished. The lightning bolt even wounded Jiu Ying's primordial spirit. Lu Er was not one to let Jiu Ying escape merely after inflicting injury. He pursued relentlessly. The unfortunate Jiu Ying could not flee beyond the 1,000-mile radius. Despite the significant disparity in their realms, Lu Er's adept escape techniques and Jiu Ying's injuries resulted in a relentless chase for survival. The most pressing concern was Lu Er's intent to mentally torment Jiu Ying. Rather than allowing him to flee to the heavenly court, Lu Er drove him towards the wild expanse, intending to humiliate him. Many races in the primordial realm witnessed a great Luo golden immortal of the demon race being chased to the point of desperation by Lu Er. Gradually, Jiu Ying began to comprehend that Lu Er likely did not wish for his death. Resolute in his decision, he disregarded Lu Er's spiritual treasures, single-mindedly making a break for the heavenly court. Lu Er, however, found himself in a quandary. He had no desire to sever ties with the demon race, and he bore no deep-seated grudge against Jiu Ying. As Jiu Ying fled towards the heavenly court, Lu Er's mind raced with ideas that he had yet to settle the score from their previous encounter. Lu Er was not one to suffer losses in this unforgiving primordial realm. A little ruthlessness was essential. Lu Er continued to trail Jiu Ying until they arrived at the southern heaven gate. The gate was guarded by Gui Che, one of the 10 demon saints, whose true form was a 9-headed bird. Upon seeing Jiu Ying in a severely weakened state, Gui Che swiftly commanded his subordinates to clear the way, allowing Jiu Ying entry. He also dispatched messengers to sound the alarm. After all, Jiu Ying was one of the few great Luo masters among the 10 demon saints, and it was alarming that he had been so brutally beaten. Gui Che, a mere Tai golden immortal, knew he stood no chance against Lu Er and hoped desperately to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Though much time seemed to pass, it was merely an instant before Lu Er arrived at the southern heaven gate, observing the vigilant demon race and the reinforcements rushing from a distance. Lu Er remained unperturbed, brandishing his Panlong staff and boldly proclaiming, "Hand over that villain with 9 heads, lest you be warned of dire consequences." Gui Che understood that his role was to stall until reinforcements arrived. So he replied with feigned nonchalance, "Might I inquire if the villain you speak of is none other than Jiu Ying?" Lu Er cast a glance at Gui Che, noting that he too possessed 9 heads. and nodded. Indeed, it is Jiu Ying. This villain is utterly deranged, intent on taking my life. You must hand him over immediately. Gui Che regarded Lu Er, who stood vigorous and imposing, and then recalled the severely injured Jiu Ying. He thought to himself, could this be my long-lost brother playing tricks on me? Just as he was at a loss for words, Dong Huang Tai arrived, his voice echoing before his form appeared. Lu Er, why have you injured Jiu Ying? I have tolerated you on several occasions. If you truly wish for death, simply say so. Lu Er curled his lip, realizing it was wise to remain low-key in the presence of the formidable Dong Huang Tai. I engaged in a spar with Jiu Ying. Yet this Jiu Ying resorted to lethal force, seeking to bring about my demise. Is it not a blatant display of tyranny for a Deluo Jinsien to bully a Tai Jinsien? You demon clan truly overstep your bounds. You think I am easily trifled with. Your arrival is fortuitous. Accompany me to seek justice from Dao ancestor. In an instant, the ire of Dong Huang Tai was extinguished. He had initially prepared to teach this fellow a lesson, but now the Dao ancestor was invoked. One must admit, the disciples of the 3 generations of the Xianmen indeed had their names registered with the Dao ancestor. Having received the bestowed Wu Ji Xing Huang banner, an innate supreme protective spiritual treasure, moreover, Lu Er, with his Tai realm, boldly opposing a Deluo Jinsien, was truly remarkable, a fact Dong Huang Tai could not help but admire. However, he could not afford to show this shameless individual any leniency. There is no need to disturb the Dao ancestor over such trivial matters. I will recount the events and administer justice myself. Upon hearing Dong Huang Tai's somewhat softened response, Lu Er mused that the Dao ancestor's authority was indeed effective. Since Dong Huang Tai had softened, he would naturally take a firmer stance. Your demon clan resorts to ambushes and bullies the weak. As a great clan of the Hong Huang, you exhibit no sense of decency. I have sustained grave injuries. I shall fetch my master and my uncle, as well as Dao ancestor and Dao friend Zhenyuanzi. To come forth, I am eager to see whether there is any justice left in the Hong Huang. Dong Huang Tai, he could only laugh in anger at Lu Er's words. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent, distorting the truth, calling a deer a horse, and threatening under the guise of a powerful figure. He was disinclined to engage further with this impudent thief, and stated plainly, how do you wish to resolve this matter? Speak plainly. Dong Huang Tai's directness left Lu Er somewhat unfulfilled. However, he knew better than to push this fierce individual too hard, lest he provoke him and suffer the consequences. Thus, he replied, first and foremost, compensation is in order. Given the severity of my injuries, I will require several innate spiritual treasures as restitution. Tai tossed forth a pearl and impatiently remarked, this is it. I have no more. Lu Er received it, and, upon inspection, discovered it was a fire spirit pearl. If the demon clan possessed 4 or 5 such spirit pearls, it would be prudent to strategize. Gathering a complete set for Kongxian would surely be a significant boon. Lu Er tucked away the pearl and continued, secondly, my master, Tong Tian Daorun, holds the dragon clan in high regard and has instructed me to take Ao Lai's eldest son, Ao Guang, as my disciple. Henceforth, you must cease your recruitment of the dragon clan. Without hesitation, Dong Huang Tai replied, agreed. Lu Er recognized the lack of sincerity in Dong Huang Tai's words. It was merely a casual remark devoid of any binding power. As for the heavenly Dao oath, Lu Er was not yet worthy that he was indifferent to this, for he sought only nominal acknowledgement. When it came to actual combat, he was not one to shy away. With matters settled, Lu Er turned to leave, while Dong Huang Tai contemplated Lu Er's retreating figure. This youth, capable of opposing a Deluo with his Tai prowess and a disciple of the 3 pure ones, was destined for immeasurable achievements. Attaining the status of quasi-saint was all but assured. When would the demon clan produce such a talent? As Lu Er departed from the heavenly court and arrived at the eastern sea, he was greeted by Ao Lai, accompanied by a throng of dragons. That Ao Lai, along with Ao Guang, approached him, exclaiming, fellow Taoist, your prowess is truly remarkable. Even a Deluo Jinsien is no match for you. Having chased the demon clan as Jiu Ying to the southern heavenly gate, this news has spread throughout the entire Hong Huang. Lu Er was not surprised. He had deliberately driven Jiu Ying toward the Hong Huang for this very purpose. It was not a matter of seeking fame, but rather a necessity to establish his own reputation as a disciple of the 3 pure ones and the foremost student of the Xianmen. Why should he remain so low-key? Lu Er smiled nonchalantly. Low-key, low-key. There is nothing particularly impressive about it. Ao Lai and the others chuckled in admiration as they returned to the Dragon Palace, where a grand feast commenced once more. The exuberant Ao Lai insisted on hosting Lu'er for an entire month. It was only after Lu'er expressed his desire to mentor Ao Guang that Ao Lai finally relented. With this, the Dragon Clan could enjoy a period of tranquility as Lu'er left the Dragon Palace. Accompanied by Ao Guang, he prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain. After all, such significant matters concerning the Dragon Clan warranted a report to Tongtia. Furthermore, Lu'er had observed that Ao Guang's aptitude was not truly lacking, but rather suppressed by karma. Lu'er intended to seek out Yuan Shi Tong Tian to explore potential methods for dispelling this karma. Although his decision to accept Ao Guang as a disciple was motivated by self-interest, once he assumed the role of a mentor, he naturally felt compelled to invest effort into his guidance. Lastly, Lu'er pondered the fate of the group at the Wild Beast Sea and whether it was time to bring them back, in the depths of the Wild Beast Sea, amidst a dense jungle. A colossal rock beast, the size of a mountain, leisurely strolled. Each step it took caused tremors across the land, startling numerous smaller wild beasts. Its fearsome head was smeared with blood and remnants of flesh, clearly indicating it had just finished a meal. Suddenly, the strolling giant vanished, leaving the surrounding small beasts bewildered as they glanced around in confusion. Lacking intelligence, they could not fathom the cause of this occurrence and soon resumed their aimless existence. Within the formation, a giant rock beast materialized out of thin air, only to be met by an onslaught of over a dozen spiritual treasures, including the falling soul bell, the dragon and tiger jade rui, and the golden dragon scissors. The unfortunate giant rock beast, ranked at least as a Tai Jinseng in strength, was unexpectedly vanquished in a single encounter. In truth, although this group of Xianmen disciples currently lacked formidable power, their innate talent, comprehension, and foundations were exceptional. Coupled with the spiritual treasures bestowed by Yuan Shi Tong Tian, subduing the wild beasts was hardly a challenge, as long as they cooperated sincerely and discovered a breakthrough. It would be swift work. Following the defeat of the giant rock beast, Yu Ding and Bai Xiao gleefully emerged to witness the enormous creature, which piled up resembled a small mountain. Guang Qingzi gave a thumbs up to Yun Xiao, while Wu Yunxian and Yun Zhongzi embraced each other in laughter. Zhao Gongming and the 10 heavenly lords smiled contentedly. The disciples from both sects utilized the formation to isolate the wild beasts, defeating them one by one, which enabled them to swiftly complete their astronomical task of slaying 1,000 each. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, they insisted on hunting a more formidable foe as a trophy, which led to the pursuit of the giant rock beast. Yu Ding took the initiative, wielding the sword of slaying immortals, and decapitated the giant rock beast, intending to present the head to Lu Er. Do you not think that only you, Lu Er, possess greatness? Casting us into this place does not intimidate anyone. As the group dismantled the formation and prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain, an unexpected event transpired. The ground trembled violently, resembling an earthquake, causing the wild beasts of the jungle to flee in terror. The group quickly ascended into the sky to investigate, only to see a towering giant rock beast charging toward their direction, flattening mountains and forests in its wake. Yu Ding cried out, "We haven't killed its offspring." "Have we?" Guang Chengzi slapped Yu Ding on the head. "You ravenous mouth." Yun Xiao, filled with concern, remarked, "Though I wish to deny it, I believe Yu Ding's words hold some truth." Zhao Gongming assessed the speed of the giant rock beast and decisively shouted, "Run!" The group hastily turned to flee, employing various escape techniques that illuminated the sky. Zhao Gongming, the one who had shouted to run, however, remained rooted in place, pulling out his golden whip and gazing into the distance. Muttering to himself, "Without anyone to hold back the rear, how can we hope to escape?" Guang Chengzi was the first to sense something amiss. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming not follow suit, he rushed back, saying, "I will stay behind. You all flee." Witnessing their 2 senior brothers preparing to hold the line, the others refused to abandon them and turned back. Qinwan Tian Jun shook his head, stating, "You cannot withstand it. Based on the size of this wild beast, its sheer strength should rival that of a Luo. It is better for us 10 heavenly lords to remain behind and use the formation to delay it." The group erupted in objections, each insisting on staying behind. As the giant rock beast drew nearer, its fearsome head exhaled an unknown flame, seemingly venting its wrath. and incinerating everything in its path to ashes. At this moment, Wu Yunxian, who had remained silent, brandished the Hunyuan hammer. Seizing the opportunity amidst the group's quarrel, he charged toward the giant rock beast, seemingly willing to sacrifice himself to buy time for the others to escape. As he faced the retreating Wu Yunxian, the only words left in the air were, "Tell the master." Wu Yunxian did not bring shame upon him. Guang Chengzi laughed heartily. Turning to Yun Zhongzi, "Take good care of the junior brothers and sisters. The disciples of Yuan Shi are not inferior to anyone." Upon uttering these words, they followed the cloud Immortal into the fray. While others yearned to join, only to be halted by the rational Yun Shao, helplessly watching their brothers march towards certain doom as the cloud Immortal and Guang Chengzi soared into the vast expanse surrounding the colossal beast. They were enveloped by an almost viscous force, which impeded their movements as if they had entered a realm of glue. Before long, they found themselves unable even to summon their spiritual treasures. With a flick of its tail, the giant beast sent them hurtling away, leaving them grievously wounded. It seemed the creature intended to savor their torment, seeking vengeance for the loss of its offspring. Which was why it refrained from obliterating them outright. From afar, the onlookers, witnessing their comrades being tossed about like rag dolls, could no longer restrain themselves. Zhenyuanzi declared, "My master has proclaimed my abundant fortune. There is no need for concern," and dashed towards the two, intent on rescuing them. The others could hardly contain themselves any longer. Sanxiao, Zhao Gongming, the 10 heavenly sovereigns, the Golden Spirit Mother, the Mother of No End, the Mother of Turtle Spirit. The South Pole Immortal and Jiu Ying, one after another, surged towards the colossal beast. In that moment, the disciples of the two sects truly cast aside their own lives, driven solely by the desire to save their brothers. The giant beast mocked them, using its tail to strike down each individual, inflicting grievous injuries as it relished the slow torment of its adversaries, avenging the death of its child. Eventually, weary of the game, the beast lowered its head, intent on swallowing the gathered crowd whole. The injured Yun Shao struggled to shield Qiongxiao and Bixiao beneath him, while the 10 heavenly sovereigns exchanged glances, laughing heartily, exclaiming they would die together, ensuring their lives would not be in vain. Zhao Gongming and Guang Chengzi shared a moment of mutual admiration, while Jiu Ying held his head high with pride. At that critical juncture, a hammer appeared from thin air, surrounded by swirling purple lightning, swelling in size before striking the giant beast squarely on the face. The resounding thud echoed, evoking a sense of poignancy. As the hammer rebounded, it was caught by a monkey clad in black armor, wielding a staff, none other than Lu Er. Observing the multitude of injured on the ground, Lu Er clicked his tongue in astonishment. Fortuitously, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have missed this touching display of brotherhood. Truly moving. I find myself shedding tears. He pretended to wipe away tears with exaggerated gestures. Lu Er's comments. The crowd felt a mix of frustration and admiration. His timely arrival had lifted their spirits, sparing them from death, and their admiration for him soared. Yet his barbed jests made them yearn to give him a good thrashing. Without delay, Lu Er unleashed his formidable powers, channeling the strength of the 10 heavenly realms. The sudden surge of energy destabilized the surrounding space. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Ao Guang hastily led Zhao Gongming and the others to safety, retreating miles away in one breath. Seeing his fellow disciples safely withdraw, Lu Er felt a sense of relief. Had even one fallen, it would have weighed heavily on his conscience. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the giant beast's formidable nature, its power surpassing even that of the 9 infants. He mused on why he was always compelled to confront foes beyond his realm instead of facing an opponent of the Tai level. Shaking his head, he focused intently and initiated the attack. Brandishing his coiling dragon staff with unwavering resolve, there was no probing or flamboyance, just a straightforward clash. With each strike, flesh met flesh, as these towering titans engaged in the most primal form of combat amidst the wilderness. The sheer force shattered the once stable fabric of the primordial realm, only to rapidly mend itself in the surrounding expanse. All matter dissolved with the fragmentation of space. In that moment, Lu Er reveled in the battle. Unlike the 9 infants, this mindless beast charged head-on, engaging in a brutal contest of strength. Lu Er, bolstered by the power of the heavens, gained a slight upper hand. Miles away, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, finally grasping the vast chasm that lay between them and Lu Er. They now comprehended the true might he wielded. As the battle raged on, even the robust giant beast began to falter under the relentless assault. Lu Er, clad in his demon-slaying armor, fared slightly better, yet his internal energy dwindled to nearly half. For safety's sake, Lu Er struck the beast back with a staff blow, activating the wealth born from the hard ability of his treasure. The falling treasure money. Instantly, half of his energy vanished, only to be replenished in full. Now revitalized, Lu Er steeled himself for a decisive conclusion to the conflict. Connecting with the sea-calming pearl, he drew upon the strength of 12 heavenly realms for the first time. Exhaling deeply, he leaped high into the air, bringing the coiling dragon staff down with tremendous force. As the staff descended, the space along its trajectory obliterated, creating a vast void. The giant beast, realizing its impending doom, unleashed its full power in a defiant roar. The coiling dragon staff descended with unstoppable might, shattering the beast's claws before landing mercilessly atop its head. In an instant, its skull exploded like a watermelon. Darkening the sky, miles away, Ao Guang conjured a shield of energy, shielding against the falling remnants from the heavens. All present were left speechless. This divine spectacle would forever be etched in their memories. With the fall of the giant beast, the entire wilderness echoed with mournful wails, marking the end of the once dominant race of primordial beasts, extinguished with the death of the last great Luo master. No one could predict how long the wilderness would endure. Such was the nature of existence, with countless races rising and falling in an eternal cycle. After rescuing his fellow disciples, Lu Er chose not to linger, leading them back to Kunlun Mountain, where he would henceforth refrain from further involvement. Following this harrowing experience, the bonds among the group deepened significantly. Meanwhile, with other brothers engaged in introspection, the relationships between Zhao Gongming, Guang Chengzi, and their companions grew even closer than those of biological siblings. Lu Er, accompanied by Ao Guang, then paid a visit to Tonton. Outside the grand hall, the water and fire youth stood in quiet contemplation, while Ao Guang anxiously awaited inside. Despite knowing the chances of complications were slim, he could not quell his worries, for the fate of countless dragon kin hung in the balance. The water and fire youth lifted an eyelid and calmly reassured him. Do not fret. Lu Er has accepted you, so the Lord will not object. Though it seemed a mere consolation, it hinted at Lu Er's significant standing in Tontian's eyes, a sentiment afforded to Ao Guang due to his offering of rare treasures from the deep sea. Inside the hall, Lu Er savored celestial fruits while engaging in conversation with Tontian. Master, upon hearing you acquired an island in the eastern sea, I swiftly enlisted the dragon kin as my followers, who shall deliver tributes of rare treasures every century. How's that for filial piety? Tontian rolled his eyes in response. Enough of that. It's clear you have ulterior motives that don't drag me into this. I've received quite a few treasures from your disciples lately. Lu Er presented the pouch given by Ao Lai to Tontian, saying with a grin, well, I've already taken Ao Guang as my disciple. It's up to you. The demon race has indeed been causing quite a stir, so a reprimand might be in order. Nodding, Lu Er then broached the subject of the dragon kin's karmic burdens. Master, how can one eliminate the karma associated with the dragon kin? I noticed that the disciple of second master, the Huanglong, is also of dragon lineage, yet he bears no such burdens, Tontian explained. At that time, you were in seclusion. Your second brother initially hesitated to take on this disciple, but he had no choice after passing the 12 arrays. He ultimately had to accept him, and it appears the karma was purified through merit. Lu Er finally grasped the solution. Merit could indeed resolve the issue. This was fortuitous, as he had accumulated considerable merit during his conquest of the falling treasure money, making it perfectly applicable. However, merit, while beneficial for enhancing cultivation and dissuading others from killing you, was of little use to Lu Er. His cultivation was solely the result of his diligent efforts for the notion of others refraining from killing him. That was absurd. He was more inclined to avoid killing others altogether. What Lu Er truly desired was to transform the coiling dragon staff into a treasure of merit, yet he lacked the necessary resources. Thus, he resolved to assist Ao Guang, for he was indeed his disciple. Thus, Lu Er reaffirmed his conviction that being a master in the primordial realm was no easy task, solidifying his decision against accepting any more disciples. Master, might I trouble you to lend a hand? I shall provide the merit to refine your disciple. Tontian replied coolly, with the scant merit you possess, it would be a struggle to refine even a toe. Bring him in. You need not worry. With a sense of elation, Lu'er nodded enthusiastically and promptly conveyed the message outside the hall. Upon receiving the news, Shui Huatengzi allowed Ao Guang to enter. As Ao Guang gazed upon the slowly opening doors, he was acutely aware that he was in the presence of one of the most formidable beings in the current primordial world. A destined future saint, a figure even more powerful than the ancestral dragon. Anxiously stepping into the grand hall, he beheld a dignified young man seated upon a cloud bed at the center, his eyes appearing to be half closed. Meanwhile, Lu'er lounged on a low bench, casually crossing his legs and munching on celestial fruits. With a mere glance from Lu'er, Ao Guang hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. Disciple Ao Guang pays homage to the Grandmaster Tontian. Observing the prostrate Ao Guang, Tontian spoke in a calm tone. Rise. Now that you have entered my fold, you must devote yourself to your cultivation. Ao Guang lifted his head and nodded fervently. Yes, Grandmaster, your innate talent is commendable. Yet the karmic burdens of the Dragon Clan have shackled your potential, resulting in your slow progress. Your master has implored me to purify your karma with merit, hoping that you shall not disappoint his expectations. Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang's eyes instantly glistened with tears. He had always perceived their master-disciple relationship as a mere transaction, never having genuinely respected Lu'er. The superficial reverence he displayed was merely a product of his upbringing. Life was like a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. How could a prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace be an ordinary individual? Yet, in this moment, Ao Guang felt a profound sense of gratitude for having a master who treated him with such sincerity. Lu'er winked at Ao Guang while observing Tongtian's actions. Tongtian extended his hand towards Ao Guang, and countless golden merits burst forth, enveloping Ao Guang's entire being. The merits intertwined with the karma within Ao Guang, gradually nullifying it until the karmic burdens were completely dissipated. Only then did Tongtian retract the excess merits. Witnessing his master's effortless demeanor, Lu'er quickly exclaimed, Master, your realm has elevated once more. It seems that the attainment of sainthood is not far off. Lu'er congratulates you. Tongtian chuckled and nodded at Lu'er. Your flattery has diminished. Ao Guang, having been reborn, felt an unprecedented sense of self, filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Lu'er led Ao Guang away to the thatched cottage atop Kunlun Mountain. Lu'er meticulously packaged the Shanqing Celestial Technique and imparted it to Ao Guang, advising him, the Shanqing Celestial Technique is vast and profound. You must practice diligently. First, convert the magical energy within your body. Then solidify your foundation. As for the physical cultivation methods, you should continue with the Dragon Clan's techniques. The ancestral dragon's physical prowess dominates the world. This method is undoubtedly extraordinary and more suited to the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang nodded resolutely. With no prior options, the vast expanse of the world lay before him. What reason was there not to strive? After directing Ao Guang to find a cave dwelling on Kunlun Mountain, Lu'er began his seclusion for cultivation. The recent battles against the formidable Jiu Ying and the giant rock beast had proven immensely beneficial. Although one was newly initiated into the realm of Deluo, and the other merely possessed Deluo's power. Achieving remarkable progress at his current golden immortal stage was already astounding. Particularly during the confrontation with the giant rock beast, the extreme pressure on his physical form led Lu'er to sense a breakthrough to the 7th transformation of the 8-9 profound art. Gradually feeling the burgeoning strength of his body, Lu'er understood that he was but a breath away from a breakthrough, with the assistance of the powers from the 12 heavenly worlds. His physique endured the pressure, and Lu'er felt the barriers hindering his breakthrough begin to crumble. In a sudden moment, as if a mirror had shattered, Lu'er's 8-9 profound art transcended to the 7th transformation. With his physical strength reaching the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. In that instant, Lu'er experienced an illusion as though he could obliterate the primordial realm with a single punch. However, this was merely the realm of physical prowess. He still had a long journey ahead to truly become a Deluo Golden Immortal. After a brief period of seclusion, Lu'er emerged from the thatched cottage to find the 3 pure ones engaged in a discussion over tea at a nearby pavilion. As he approached, he overheard Taishang expounding on his philosophy. The sage engages in non-action, teaching without words. All things arise, yet do not begin, are born yet do not possess, act yet do not rely. Achieve success yet do not dwell upon it. It is precisely because one does not dwell that one does not depart. This encapsulated the principle of non-action, and Lu'er then heard Taishang continue. Is the space between heaven and earth not like a bellows? Empty yet unyielding, it produces more with movement. Speaking excessively leads to exhaustion. Better to maintain the center. As Taishang elaborated, a purple aura surrounded him, emanating an eternal presence. Lu Er was taken aback. His master's understanding of the way of non-action was profound. Feeling that he was but a step away from sainthood. Yet Lu Er comprehended that Taishang could not attain sainthood at this moment, for regardless of how non-action is practiced, it ultimately remains a path of teaching. With humanity yet to emerge, who would there be to educate? Once Taishang concluded, Yuanshi expounded his own doctrine, advocating alignment with the heavenly way, categorizing all things into tiers and teaching according to their capabilities. Tantian, upon hearing this, shook his head and retorted, "The way is natural, heaven and humanity in unity. The upper way lacks virtue, while the lower way solely relies on virtue. The great way has 50 transformations. 49 are constants. A thread of opportunity slips away. That if one can seize that thread of opportunity, anyone can attain the way." Yuanshi countered, "This is absurd. Do you understand what it means to align with heaven? Can one truly attend to beings that are hair-covered and horned, born in moisture and laid in eggs?" Tongtian snorted coldly. "I know my second brother does not favor my disciple, but this is my path. That thread of opportunity is precisely what the Great Way leaves behind, accessible to all. So why should there be distinctions? Without ranks, without classes, how could one exercise teaching? Different tiers naturally require different methods of education. How could one conflate the innate and the acquired?" Yuanshi, equally incensed, replied. Tongtian rose, sweeping his sleeve in anger, declaring, "Our paths diverge. There is no collaboration between us. Let Kunlun Mountain remain yours. I shall take my leave to avoid offending your eyes." With that, he prepared to depart. Seeing this, Lu Er hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Tongtian. "Grandmaster, Master Uncle, may I have a word?" With red lotus, white lotus, and green lotus leaves, the three pure ones were once united. Since there are ideological conflicts, separation is inevitable. However, in parting, why must Master and Master Uncle be so enraged? Are we not still the three pure ones despite our differences? Can the bond of countless years truly vanish? I implore you both to reconsider." Upon hearing Lu Er's words, Taishang, who had been stern-faced due to the quarrel between Yuanshi and Tongtian, softened slightly and decisively stated, "I shall heed Lu Er's words. I prefer tranquility and am prepared to leave Kunlun Mountain. I will notify you once I establish my new place of practice." Yuanshi nodded in silence. Tongtian then remarked, "I have found a place. Jixiao Island, above the Eastern Sea, suitable for a practice site. If my two elder brothers have the leisure, you are welcome to visit." With that, he vanished from sight. Observing this scene, Lu Er felt he had done his utmost. He then turned to Taishang and Yuanshi, who remained silent, and tentatively suggested, "Master Uncle, I have heard that there is a mountain called Shouyang in the Primordial realm, a rare celestial mountain and blessed land." Taishang waved his dust whisk and replied, "Let us go and see." Before vanishing with Lu Er, Yuanshi, watching the scene unfold, sighed deeply and drained his cup of tea. Taishang, accompanying Lu Er, arrived at Shouyang Mountain in mere moments. Standing atop the mountain and gazing at the swirling sea of clouds, Lu Er cautiously inquired, "Master Uncle, you are on the verge of attaining sainthood, are you not?" Taishang nodded, "A step away, yet the time has not yet come." Lu Er then deeply comprehended the profound and inscrutable nature of Taishang. Unlike Lu Er, who seemed to have taken shortcuts, Taishang was still merely a quasi-saint. Lu Er even suspected that Taishang was waiting for humanity to emerge. Shaking his head, casting aside these chaotic speculations, Lu Er pitifully said, "Master Uncle, I have also taken on disciples now. Could you spare me 1,000 or 800 golden elixirs?" This remark elicited amusement from Taishang, who playfully scolded Lu Er, "You little monkey, do you understand the toil involved in alchemy? If you do not come to stoke the fire, that is one thing, but to be so greedy is another." With that, he tossed a gourd to Lu Er. Upon receiving it, Lu Er opened it to find not just 1,000 or 800 elixirs, but 36 8th transformation golden elixirs, 108 7th transformation golden elixirs, and a plethora of lower-grade golden elixirs totaling in the thousands. Lu Er joyfully stored the gourd away, exclaiming, "Thank you for the generous gift, Master Uncle." Taishang shook his head and continued, "Your Master Uncle Yuanshi is likely feeling rather unsettled at this moment. Go visit Zhenyuanzi and share tea and philosophy with him." Without waiting for Lu Er's response, Taishang waved his sleeve, and Lu Er felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before the gates of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Calculating the time, it seemed the ginseng fruit tree had just ripened. It was time to enjoy the autumn breeze once more. With thoughts of the ginseng fruit in mind, Lu Er hurriedly dashed into Wuzhuang Temple, bursting into the backyard, calling out, "Brother, brother, are the ginseng fruits ripe yet?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he beheld Zhenyuanzi seated across from a regal lady adorned in palace attire, engaged in profound discussions of the Tao. The lady's countenance radiated warmth, exuding an aura of compassion and empathy for the world. A closer examination revealed a vibrant life force enveloping her, imbued with boundless creative energy. Indeed, it was the illustrious Enhua. Lu Er hastily bowed, declaring, "Lu Er pays respects to Master Enhua." Enhua smiled gently and replied, "You seem quite familiar with Zhenyuanzi, yet here with your master, you maintain an air of formality. Come, take a seat. Just now, Zhenyuanzi was introducing me to the tea you discovered. Please, share your insights." Once seated, Lu Er recounted in detail the process of discovering the tea leaves and their efficacy. Simultaneously, he produced the tea set and brewed a fine de Hong Pao for Enhua. Zhenyuanzi contributed a few ginseng fruits. The trio savored the tea and fruits, engaging in leisurely conversations about the intriguing tales of the primordial realm. Zhenyuanzi lifted a fairness cup to refill Enhua's empty teacup and then transitioned to the matter at hand. "Dear Taoist Enhua, I perceive that your current realm surpasses that of a quasi-saint. I surmise you are not far from achieving sainthood." Upon hearing this, Enhua sighed, expressing her helplessness. "I resonate deeply with the Tao of creation and have been aided by the primordial purple energy, allowing for rapid advancement. Yet, when it comes to attaining sainthood, I remain at a loss. My visit to you today is to seek enlightenment through our exchange." Zhenyuanzi pondered for a moment before responding. "My understanding of the Tao of flora and earth indeed shares a connection with the Tao of creation. Allow me to demonstrate my insights." With that, a vast auspicious cloud appeared above Zhenyuanzi's head, upon which light shifted and coalesced into 3 ethereal white flowers, a spectral ginseng fruit tree, and the accompanying earthly script, all floating in a mesmerizing dance. The Tao of flora and the Tao of earth manifested successively atop the auspicious cloud, evolving in a manner both profound and enigmatic. Lu Er looked on with admiration. Although his elder brother lacked the primordial purple energy, his elevated realm was truly remarkable. After Enhua attentively observed, her brow furrowed slightly, and she shook her head in disappointment. Recognizing the lack of substantial insights, Lu Er's mind turned. Realizing the potential for his own merits and treasures, he ventured to speak. "Not long ago, I studied the Tao of non-action from my master uncle, who remarked that the time was not yet ripe. I ponder endlessly. What exactly is this timing?" Upon hearing Lu Er's inquiry, both Enhua and Zhenyuanzi turned their gazes toward him. He further reflected on the teachings of his master and senior brother, noting that all 3 adhered to the Tao of enlightenment. Contemplating the moment when the Tao ancestor attained sainthood, the first act was to deliver teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace to enlightened beings like us. I dare to speculate. Could it be that the opportunity my master uncle awaits is the very creation of beings by you, Master Enhua? Lu Er's conjecture opened a plethora of possibilities, relying heavily on speculation. However, upon further reflection, Enhua found it to be both reasonable and poignant, and no matter how adept one is in the Tao of creation, it ultimately hinges upon the beings created. Should one cultivate a race of limitless potential, it could stand firm in the primordial realm in the future. The more Enhua contemplated, the more she agreed, yet numerous details required quiet contemplation. Suddenly rising, she swept away her confusion and despondency, exclaiming with renewed vigor, "Thank you, dear nephew. Should I achieve the Tao with this insight, you shall receive the foremost credit." Lu Er quickly replied with humility, "Oh no, no, I dare not take credit." Enhua then turned to Zhenyuanzi, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Zhenyuanzi, for your demonstration of the Tao. Today, my thoughts abound, and I must take my leave." Zhenyuanzi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter, I was unable to assist you, but I wish you swift success in attaining sainthood." Enhua nodded, hastily departing to meticulously ponder the path to sainthood. Once Enhua had left, Zhenyuanzi jested, "Lu Er, the great immortal, possesses vast insights. Why not enlighten your elder brother on the path to sainthood?" Lu Er laughed heartily, gesturing dramatically, and cryptically proclaimed, "As I gaze at the stars, I calculate, your fate is entwined with mine. Yet the timing is not yet ripe. Do not rush. Zhenyuanzi took Lu Er's antics lightly, dismissing them without concern. After exchanging light-hearted banter, Lu Er broached the topic of the separation of the three purities. Zhenyuanzi showed no surprise, seeming to have anticipated it. As the saying goes, those of differing Dao do not conspire together. The paths of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian are not merely different. They are fundamentally opposed, making separation an inevitable outcome. Lu Er nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this. However, as long as they did not completely sever ties, it was acceptable. He then invited Zhenyuanzi to Kunlun and, before departing, secured a few ginseng fruits. With the absence of Tong Tian's numerous disciples, Kunlun Mountain finally regained its former tranquility, the essence of a blessed celestial abode returning once more. Lu Er led Zhenyuanzi to a thatched cottage atop the mountain, where they found Yuan Shi sipping tea alone in a pavilion outside. Lu Er entered the pavilion, took a sip of tea, and remarked, "Master Uncle, your mastery of the tea arts has flourished. This tea is undoubtedly the finest brewed by you." Yuan Shi shook his head in resignation. "You mischievous monkey." Lu Er laughed merrily, saying, "Master Uncle, the great master has settled at Shouyang Mountain. It is a splendid place with picturesque scenery. My master has taken residence at Golden Ao Island. Although I have not yet visited, I have heard my master speak of it, and it seems quite pleasant, nestled in the Eastern Sea, neighboring my home." Yuan Shi nodded and poured tea for Zhenyuanzi and Lu Er. Zhenyuanzi offered words of comfort. "You must have foreseen this day, dear friend." Yuan Shi confirmed, "Since my elevation to quasi-saint, I anticipated this. My path diverges significantly from that of my brother Tong Tian. Thus, cohabiting Kunlun would be challenging. Tong Tian likely foresaw this as well." Zhenyuanzi nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the topic, turning instead to discussions of the tea arts. The two conversed with great delight, while Lu Er, disinterested, sought out his disciples. Arriving at Ao Guang's secluded dwelling, Lu Er found him immersed in arduous cultivation, diligently transforming the magic power within. As Ao Guang neared the completion of his transformation, Lu Er patiently waited, fishing in the small river at the entrance to the cave. Suddenly, a cloud drifted by overhead before reversing its course. That a young cultivator descended from the cloud, approaching Lu Er with utmost respect. "Yu Ding pays respects to senior brother." Lu Er glanced at Yu Ding, appreciating this loyal young fellow, and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Lu Er fishing, Yu Ding refrained from disturbing him, standing quietly by his side. After a few hours, sounds emanated from within the cave, signaling that Ao Guang had completed his transformation. Upon exiting the cave, he spotted his master fishing by the river, with Yu Ding standing nearby. Lu Er, noticing Ao Guang's emergence, reeled in his fishing line and turned to Yu Ding, asking, "Yu Ding, have you been here for quite some time? Is there something you need?" Yu Ding gazed at Lu Er with admiration and replied, "Senior brother Lu Er, that day I witnessed you battling the colossal rock beasts in the Beast Sea alone, and I was inspired. I wish to learn the art of close combat. I humbly request your guidance." Lu Er had not anticipated gaining a devoted little disciple. It seemed the impression he left that day was profound. After pondering briefly, Lu Er declared, "The art of close combat requires a robust physique. Master has a set of profound techniques. You may learn from him. Once you have grasped the fundamentals, come find me at the Eastern Sea Star Island." Yu Ding nodded eagerly and departed. Lu Er and Ao Guang strolled through Kunlun Mountain, a tinge of melancholy in his gaze as he took in every blade of grass and every tree. Indeed, Lu Er was also preparing to depart. With the three purities now separated, Kunlun Mountain would no longer be his home, but rather the stronghold of the Chan teaching. Reflecting on the countless years spent in the primordial realm, he had transformed from a precarious little monkey into a being capable of challenging De Luo. The journey in pursuit of the Tao had been fraught with challenges and hardships. It was time for him to embrace independence. Lu Er had no intention of permanently residing at Golden Ao Island. With his temperament, he would surely find fault with some of Tong Tian's less than stellar disciples, so why subject himself to such frustration? Henceforth, he would be known as Lu Er of the Star Island. Accompanied by Ao Guang, they bid farewell to Yuan Shi and departed from Kunlun Mountain. On their journey, they made a stop at Shouyang Mountain, where they discovered an additional palace, its plaque inscribed with the words 8th Scenery Palace. The palace was desolate, inhabited solely by two young attendants tending the fire. However, the Taishang had always preferred tranquility, and this suited him perfectly. Lu Er remained at Shouyang Mountain for a month, excavating a substantial amount of Shou Mountain copper. a material renowned later for its utility in crafting artifacts, thus necessitating ample storage. Upon reaching the East Sea, Lu Er granted Ao Guang a holiday, allowing him to return to the East Sea Dragon Palace for a family visit, while he himself proceeded to Jiao Island. Upon arriving at Jiao Island, he beheld its vastness, resembling a colossal turtle. Atop the island stood the Buzhou Palace, a sacred place for celestial teachings. Mist and haze coalesced into auspicious clouds, while the sun and moon radiated their brilliance. Celestial peaches and fruits gleamed like golden elixirs. Green willows swayed, their branches akin to strands of jade. What a paradisiacal abode it was, rivaling even Kunlun. Before the entrance of Buzhou Palace, the water and fire attendants stood guard. Yet before they could announce his arrival, the palace doors swung open of their own accord and a voice resonated from within. "Come in, monkey." Lu Er entered with delight, while the water and fire attendants regarded him with admiration. After enlightening the water and fire attendants, Lu Er seldom returned to Kunlun, or if he did, it was only for seclusion. Yet, the water and fire attendants were acutely aware of Lu Er's esteemed position in Tongtian's heart, not merely as a disciple, but more akin to kin. This sentiment extended beyond Tongtian to Taishang and Yuanshi as well. Inside Buzhou Palace, Lu Er jestingly remarked, "Master, you've found a splendid place. This Jiao Island is scarcely inferior to Kunlun Mount. How regrettable it is that I did not discover this locale during my time in the East Sea." Tongtian chuckled, "I sought to be your neighbor, which is why I toiled to find a dwelling here in the East Sea." Lu Er rolled his eyes, expressing skepticism that he then extended an invitation. "Master, shall we visit my cave abode? It has been quite the endeavor." Tongtian laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let us pay you a visit," and summoned Duo Bao, Zhao Gongming, and the others to familiarize themselves with the place. Lu Er nodded in agreement. Such is the tender heart of a master. Tongtian invited his disciples, hoping they would grow closer to Lu Er. Historically, Lu Er had not been particularly fond of Tongtian's disciples, partly due to the lackluster qualities of some, which Lu Er found unimpressive. Moreover, he felt a generational gap, as the current disciples of Yuanshi and Tongtian were mostly at the Golden Immortal realm. While Lu Er, a Tai Golden Immortal, had already made a name for himself in the realm by challenging the Deluo Golden Immortals, Lu Er had even attended lectures at the Zixiao Palace. As one of the 3001 worldly guests, the crux of the matter was that Lu Er had entered the fold too early, rendering him feeling a half-generation apart from them. However, the master's intentions were well-meaning, and there was no need for refusal, for later disciples like Duo Bao, Yun Shao, and Zhao Gongming were indeed formidable figures, especially Yun Shao, the sole disciple of the 3 generations of the Xiamen who had severed the 3 corpses. Tongtian summoned several of his close disciples, including Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Zhao Gongming, Sen Shao, the 10 Heavenly Lords, and the Immortal of Dark Clouds. That a large entourage set forth towards the Starry Sea Islands. As for Ao Guang, Lu Er had previously arranged for him to return directly to the island after his family visit. Soon, they arrived at the Starry Sea, and upon witnessing the familiar sights, Zhao Gongming and San Shao instantly understood. They turned simultaneously towards Lu Er, with Zhao Gongming wearing an expression of realization. "That I told you. How could there be so many extraordinary monkeys in this world?" All wielding staffs, Lu Er smiled and replied, "At that time, you had yet to join the sect. It was not my intention to conceal anything." The others promptly inquired further, and Zhao Gongming recounted how the 4 had already known Lu Er and had fought against the demon realm together. Lu Er also shared the events that transpired after Zhao Gongming and the others were sent away by the Tao ancestor. With the context clarified, the disciples regarded Lu Er with newfound respect. While they were diligently cultivating in obscurity, Lu Er had already been battling the demon realm and safeguarding this land for countless years. Duo Bao stepped forward, declaring that if the demon realm were to invade again, they could seek his assistance, and Zhao Gongming and the others readily concurred. Lu Er graciously expressed his thanks. Although it was highly unlikely he would require their help, their goodwill was appreciated, for the disciples visiting the Starry Sea Islands for the first time. It was akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Everything appeared wondrous to them. The skies were bustling with large public flying vessels, cargo ships, and private craft, creating a hive of activity above the Starry Sea Islands. Various orchards and medicinal gardens operated under a hiring system. Workshops churned out spiritual treasures, weapons, and armor on assembly lines. Independent professional armies were also present. Most alarming, however, was the population, despite the implementation of family planning. The Starry Sea Islands offered a comfortable existence, with few instances of unnatural deaths, compounded by the limited land available. The result was a burgeoning population over generations. To alleviate the pressure, Lu'er was even contemplating land reclamation. Do not dismiss this as exaggeration. In the world of the Primordial, such endeavors were comparatively easier. All that was needed was to enlist Zhenyuanzi's assistance to untangle the Earth's veins and spiritual channels. Of course, this was merely a temporary measure, failing to address the root of the problem. Yet, leaving the Starry Sea Islands was not feasible at this moment, with the conflict between the Wu and Lich clans escalating. Lu'er's army of over 100,000 was hardly sufficient, leading everyone to Zhoguang Island. A grand feast awaited them. Indeed, it was a wine banquet. Although Lu'er was not well versed in the intricacies of brewing, he understood the basic process, starting with the simplest fruit wines. Given the abundance of spiritual fruits, which constituted the staple of the Starry Sea Islands, he felt free to experiment. Recently, he had finally succeeded. Although the wine was low in alcohol content, the quality of the ingredients was exceptional, brewed from various celestial fruits, rich in spiritual energy, capable of inebriating even the Qian immortals, with the wine flowing at the banquet. The atmosphere turned chaotic, the 10 heavenly lords all intoxicated, clamoring to vanquish the demon realm. The holy mothers of Golden Spirit and Wudong, who normally appeared quite dignified, became boisterous after drinking, dragging the holy mother of Turtle Spirit and Sanshao into a jubilant dance. Duo Bao, the future Buddha of the West, also became restless after imbibing, boasting endlessly, unable to stop talking, much to the dismay of the tiger spirit beside him, who was splattered with saliva. The most outrageous, however, was the Immortal of Dark Clouds, who, after drinking too much, transformed into his true form, a golden-mustached Ao fish bounding around the hall, while the turtle spirit chased after him, shouting, "Immortal of Dark Clouds, reign in your powers." Tongtian observed the chaotic scene of his disciples with amusement rather than anger. Lu'er approached Tongtian, raising a cup of wine in salute, and casually asked, "Do you regret it?" Tongtian glanced at Lu'er and downed his drink, not in the least. After countless years of companionship, the thought of parting was not one he cherished. Yet, the Tao is the Tao. Regardless of the myriad difficulties, I shall pursue it. That I suspect that one day, I shall meet my second brother in battle. For our paths are entirely divergent. Should circumstances prove insurmountable, I hope you will do your utmost to safeguard your fellow disciples. Listening to Tongtian's words, Lu'er felt a whirlwind of emotions. Among the primordial sacred ones and great beings, who truly remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, from Taishang to Tongtian, one could glean from their brief exchanges that many matters had long been anticipated. Their unwavering resolve stemmed from an obligation that compelled them to act. Lu'er shook his head and replied, "As long as I am here, they shall not encounter danger." Tongtian chuckled. Protecting too well may not necessarily be a good thing. The following day, as the intoxicated individuals gradually awoke from their stupor, they began to explore the celestial islands, particularly the spatial rift leading to the demon realm. Observing the occasional fiends emerging from the rift, launching suicidal assaults infused with demonic energy, they could not help but click their tongues in astonishment. Their horizons broadened. In the garden of the Zhoguang Island, Lu'er entertained the group with tea, engaging in leisurely conversation while savoring the nourishing and elevating qualities of the tea leaves, evoking a wave of envy among them. During this time, Tongtian also took the opportunity to impart teachings to his disciples and grand-disciples, offering them a private lesson. With an increasing number of disciples, the frequency of his teachings had been reduced to once every millennium. After a tumultuous half-year, Tongtian returned with his disciples to Jiao Island, marking the conclusion of this familial visit. At last, Lu'er found the time to assess the cultivation levels of his two disciples. Kongxian, son of the Yuan Feng, demonstrated impressive potential and deep foundations. Within a short span of apprenticeship, he had advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm. His mastery of the 8-9 profound art also progressed swiftly, reaching the second transformation. As for his magical abilities, the 5-color divine light was gradually revealing its nascent form. Regarding the cultivation of this particular magical skill, Lu'er unhesitatingly suggested integrating it into his tail feathers. The true strength of a magical ability lies in its embodiment within oneself, akin to the golden-winged Dapeng, who, despite being a child of the Yuan Feng, managed to refine the dual energies of yin and yang into a vessel. Unfortunately, when the vessel was shattered, he lost the yin and yang energies, a tragic waste of celestial resources. The other disciple, Ao Guang, after having his karmic burdens refined, also exhibited extraordinary talent. However, his foundational skills were lacking. When attempting to convert his internal magical power into the pure celestial energy of the upper clarity, he nearly fell short of the golden immortal realm. Ultimately, he managed to complete the transformation. But he still needed to solidify his foundation before aspiring to any advancements in the near future. Lu Er presented each of them with a ginseng fruit, one for each disciple, after consuming it. Kongxian advanced to the third transformation of the 8-9 profound art, while Ao Guang solidified his foundation and also made headway in mastering the ART.IN, guiding his disciples. Lu Er primarily focused on close combat, with the upper clarity celestial techniques relying largely on their own comprehension, allowing for queries only when necessary. Close combat was straightforward and unrefined. Lu Er suppressed his realm to the mystical immortal stage, taking on two opponents simultaneously with overwhelming force. Kongxian wielded a Fangtian Huaji, a preeminent innate spiritual treasure that he had become quite adept with. The Ao Guang brandished a spear, though not an innate spiritual treasure. Lu Er found it comparable to the Pan Longstaff before its upgrade. Both disciples possessed a tenacious spirit, and with Lu Er suppressing his realm to the mystical immortal stage, they felt compelled to rise to the challenge. Yu Jingzi, finding the spectacle amusing, seized a treasured sword and insisted on joining, turning the bout into a 1-against-3 scenario. Fortunately, the trio finally managed to hold their ground against Lu Er. Soon after, Yu Jing approached, having heard that Lu Er was present. Yuan Shi granted permission without hesitation, and he arrived without incident. Yu Jing, being a true immortal with only a nascent understanding of the 8-9 profound art, contributed to the melee, transforming the sparring session into a chaotic brawl. With many joining forces to confront Lu Er alone. In this scenario, Lu Er found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure. Suppressing two major realms while refraining from unleashing his full might was no small feat. In a moment of exasperation, Lu Er proposed a free-for-all. Whoever remained standing at the end would be declared the victor, inviting Hu Li and Shi Shan to join as well. However, it didn't take long for the focus to shift to eliminating Lu Er first, as he was the strongest contender and quickly became the target of concentrated assaults. With no prior experience in such chaotic encounters, Lu Er was compelled to unleash a myriad of grand and subtle magical techniques, moving mountains and filling seas, conjuring winds and shifting stones, manipulating space, and disappearing without a trace, allowing everyone to witness his formidable prowess and mastery of various magical skills. Following this, a renewed fervor for the cultivation of magical techniques ensued. As they learned, listened to teachings, and sparred, time flew by, and centuries passed in the blink of an eye, with everyone experiencing rapid growth. Setting aside their realms, at the very least, their combat experience and abilities had significantly enhanced. One day, Lu Er calculated that it was time to visit Buzhou Palace for teachings. Naturally, Kongxian and Ao Guang accompanied him, and upon glancing at Yu Jing, he decided to bring him along as well. For the three pure ones were indeed one family. As for Yu Jingzi, Hu Li, and the others, they were deemed unsuitable for the journey. Upon arriving at Jiao Island, Lu Er was taken aback by the increasing number of Tongtian's disciples. Resembling a gathering at an animal sanctuary with various incomplete transformations. Of course, Lu Er couldn't claim to be much better off, and it was indeed a challenge for Yu Jingzi, who seemed infatuated with this character. Lu Er now awaited the day he would achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal to undergo a transformation of his own, just as he settled down with his two disciples and Yu Jing. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming began exchanging knowing glances, signaling that it was time to indulge and drink until dawn. Lu Er ignored their antics, focusing on listening to Tongtian's teachings. At present, Lu Er was at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Beyond the necessary accumulation of magical power, the more paramount pursuit was the understanding of the Tao. The arduous journey toward ascending to the Great Luo was fraught with challenges. Having thwarted countless Tai Golden Immortals. In essence, it boiled down to a single word. Tao.1 must grasp their own path and decipher the heavenly principles independently. However, as the Tao manifests in myriad forms, each individual's path is unique. Attempting to ascend by imitating another's Tao is fundamentally futile. So, what purpose does teaching serve? In reality, The teachings of the mighty serve primarily to showcase their own Tao, allowing disciples to resonate with and draw parallels from their experiences. This is encapsulated in the adage, "Those who follow me thrive, while those who imitate me perish." Thus, when the great beings impart teachings, it cannot be recorded but must be felt and comprehended. Of course, the teachings also encompass specific content, such as methods of cultivation, the refinement of spells and magical techniques, addressing queries encountered during practice, array formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. In summary, it covers a vast array of topics. Luer's current focus had shifted from techniques and magical abilities to the understanding of the Tao. However, upon hearing Tontian mention the intricacies of lightning and fire techniques, Luer's interest was piqued. Reflecting on his confrontations, he realized that he primarily engaged in close combat, with various magical techniques serving as mere adjuncts. Unlike other immortals, who could summon celestial energies with a mere gesture, calling down bolts of lightning to obliterate foes, or unleashing the true fire of samadhi to incinerate adversaries, he recognized a need to fortify this aspect of his abilities. After all, if he faced an opponent adept in lightning techniques, would he dare to engage in close combat while bearing the brunt of their strikes? The thought of raising the Panlong staff only to attract lightning upon himself was utterly humiliating. Moreover, both lightning and fire techniques were specialties of his own lineage: Taiching Divine Thunder, Yuqing Divine Thunder, and Shangqing Divine Thunder. Any of these were of unparalleled caliber. As for fire techniques, the essence lay in the accumulation of various high-quality flames. After all, wielding mundane fire against an opponent hardly instilled fear. Fortunately, his lineage possessed an abundance of exceptional flames, such as the burning heaven purple fire within the 8 scenic palace lamp of his granduncle, said to possess the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Additionally, the 6 ding divine fire from the purple gold 8 trigram furnace, a refinement of the true fire of samadhi through the combination of literary and martial flames, had undergone a rigorous process of refinement over 49 days. His second granduncle possessed a lamp from the Jade Void Palace, containing an ancient flame of all spirits. Coupling this with the foundational true fire of samadhi, should they amalgamate into a singular entity, the resultant power would undoubtedly be formidable. In the future, should he acquire the true fire of the sun, the Red Lotus Karma fire, or the Zhurong Divine Fire, he would have ample opportunities for further enhancement, showcasing immense potential. Thus, he resolved to gather his thoughts and attentively absorb the profound principles of lightning techniques as elucidated by Tongtian. 20 years elapsed in this manner, with the teachings proving prolonged and rich in content, gradually progressing from the fundamental to the intricate, catering to all disciples. Given that they convened once every millennium, it was only fitting that the material be sufficiently comprehensive. After the teachings concluded, individuals dispersed in varying directions. As Luer rose, he was promptly seized by Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming. Observing their beaming expressions, he could hardly be oblivious to their intentions of dragging him into a drinking spree. It seemed he had unwittingly nurtured a cadre of imbibers in the primordial chaos. Should Duo Bao ascend to become the Buddha of enlightenment, his greatest vexation might very well be abstaining from alcohol. Luer produced a selection of wines, preparing to indulge, only to realize something was amiss. Where had the 10 heavenly lords gone? He quickly inquired of Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming hastily clarified. They have ventured out in search of materials, seemingly to forge a unique array. Luer furrowed his brow. When did they depart? Did they not return from Master's teachings? Upon this revelation, Zhao Gongming too recognized the inconsistency. Exchanging a glance with Duo Bao before promptly responding, they left 30 years prior to Master's teachings. We paid little mind to it, as it is not uncommon for them to embark on lengthy journeys. Luer shook his head, expressing his discontent. Something is amiss. Normally, an outing of a century or two is of little consequence, yet now Master speaks only once every millennium. If there were no extraordinary circumstances, he would never fail to appear. What materials could possibly hold such significance? Duo Bao reflected momentarily and replied, "It seems to be the Red Sand Formation, requiring the Firewu Divine Sand, which can be found in the Zixiao Mountain, a place I have visited." Luer rose to his feet and uttered a command to lead the way, setting off first towards the exit. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming hurriedly followed, as Luer hastened onward. Instructing Zhao Gongming, Summon some of our junior brothers and sisters. Should anyone go missing, it will be easier to search with a larger group. Duobao, and I shall proceed ahead. There is certainly trouble afoot. Upon exiting Duobao's cave dwelling and arriving at an open area, Lu Er produced the Rui treasure gourd, transforming it into a flying vessel as he and Duobao hastened towards the Six-Yang Mountain. The situation with the 10 heavenly lords had undoubtedly turned dire. Duobao and Zhao Gongming were still too young, lacking the necessary sensitivity to the unfolding crisis. One could only hope that it was not too late. The 10 heavenly lords were well-versed in formations and were known for their loyalty. They were integral to the sect. Their demise would be a tragic loss. After a swift journey, they finally reached the Six-Yang Mountain, a majestic range of peaks stretching endlessly before them. The flying vessel made no stops, plunging directly into the heart of the mountain, where they began their search. In an unnamed valley, a towering tree stood at the center, adorned with numerous oval-shaped fruits the size of thumbs, their vibrant red hue contrasting beautifully against the monotonous green leaves. Centered around this tree was a natural formation that radiated outward, encompassing the entire valley. Zhenyuanzi, the heavenly lord, sat despondently beneath the tree, listening to the thunderous sounds of assault echoing from the valley's entrance. Feeling the formation teetering on the brink of collapse, he glanced at the 9 exhausted companions. Sighing, who would have thought that for this ridiculous yang-enhancing spiritual route, our 10 heavenly lords would meet their end here? Bai Li, the heavenly lord, struggled to rise, supporting himself against the trunk, and declared, "To die together is no regret." Zhao Jiang, the heavenly lord, spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to speak. "Elder brother, cease maintaining the formation. Catch your breath, we will slay a few of those Wu tribe brats to recoup our losses." Zhenyuanzi nodded, laboriously getting to his feet, plucking a few fruits to swallow, staving off the surging yang energy within him. Before beginning to meditate, it turned out that the 10 heavenly lords had ventured to the Six-Yang Mountain to gather fire Wu divine sand to forge the red sand formation. Inadvertently, they discovered the innate spiritual root, the Six-Yang tree, which had thrived in the valley for countless ages, protected and concealed by an innate formation. While this formation had eluded others, it could not escape the keen eyes of the 10 heavenly lords. Masters of formations themselves, captivated by the intricacies of this primordial array, the 10 heavenly lords devoted themselves to unraveling its secrets, ultimately breaching the formation and entering its confines. Yet, as is often the case in this world, misfortune loomed. The formation's activation unveiled the innate spiritual root, sending forth radiant light that attracted the surrounding Wu tribe. Drawn by the luminous spectacle, the Wu tribe could hardly resist seizing the opportunity. A clash erupted, but alas, the Wu tribe outnumbered them and had a formidable presence akin to the Tai golden immortals among their ranks. Despite their prestigious lineage, the 10 heavenly lords found themselves outmatched and took refuge within the primordial formation, using its defenses to withstand the onslaught of the Wu tribe for over 20 years. Regrettably, the overwhelming numbers of the Wu tribe, coupled with their relentless assaults, wore down the formation's limits. The 10 heavenly lords were compelled to channel their own magical power into the formation, extending its resilience for another decade. Yet now, they were utterly spent. Barring unforeseen events, their demise was imminent. With a resounding crack, the primordial formation shattered, and the Wu tribe surged into the valley. After more than 30 years of effort, how could the Wu tribe remain unperturbed? Without uttering a single word, they seized their weapons and charged at the 10 heavenly lords. The 10 heavenly lords, summoning their last reserves of power, unleashed their respective spiritual treasures against the Wu tribe. Alas, their efforts were in vain. The treasures were effortlessly repelled by the Wu warriors. The 10 heavenly lords faced imminent death at the hands of the Wu tribe. A golden-hued banner floated gracefully into the fray, showering them with myriad golden lotuses, blocking the Wu tribe's advance. Moments later, Lu Er descended from the heavens, wielding the Panlong staff, positioning himself before the encroaching Wu tribe. The sight of this scene stirred an inexplicable familiarity within the 10 heavenly lords. Their eyes brimming with tears, their senior brother had arrived. Much like that fateful encounter in the beastly sea, they were safe once more. With the weight lifted from their spirits, one by one, the 10 heavenly lords succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing the plight of the 10 heavenly lords, Lu Er's fury ignited. Even a swift death would be preferable to this torment. The 10 heavenly lords were nearly drained of their essence, a fate akin to being executed through slow slicing. Raising the panlong staff, Lu Er uttered not a single word before plunging into battle. A mighty Wu warrior, wielding a colossal axe, met Lu Er's charge, while others assailed the golden banner. Lu Er paid no heed to the foolish minions of the Wu tribe attempting to breach the banner. Focusing solely on the formidable Wu warrior before him, standing at 3 meters tall, bare-chested, he resembled the Zhou Wu Lu Er had faced in the past, yet there was a vast chasm separating their strengths. Marked by a significant difference in realms and an overwhelming aura, employing his immense strength, Lu Er clashed with the Wu warrior. After a few exchanges, Lu Er discerned his opponent's weaknesses. He was simply too weak. Indeed, too weak. Though Lu Er was only in the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, his power was formidable, and his experience in combat was extensive. His physical form had reached the level of the Deluo. Coupled with his previous victories over Deluo-level adversaries, he was virtually invincible among the Tai. How could an ordinary Wu warrior stand a chance against Lu Er? Yet, Lu Er was unwilling to relent. Observing the grave condition of the 10 heavenly lords, he could not suppress his rage. With each strike of his staff, he unleashed a torrent of blows, each more forceful than the last, causing the Wu warrior to tremble. His grip on the colossal axe faltering. Though the Wu tribe possessed various secret techniques, they were mere jokes in the face of absolute power. Channeling the strength of the 12 heavens, Lu Er prepared for a swift resolution. He felt his already formidable aura intensify, growing increasingly fierce. The Wu warrior sensed the impending danger, biting his tongue and spitting forth a mouthful of blood, which coalesced into an unusual pattern in midair. The Wu warrior then cried out, "Chief, save me." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Er smashed the pattern with a single stroke. Surprised to discover it was a distress signal, Lu Er had assumed it was yet another bizarre secret technique. Unfortunately, the signal had already been sent. However, Lu Er was unfazed. Even if reinforcements arrived, he was prepared to fight. The Wu tribe was indeed powerful, but his backing was formidable enough. With a decisive blow, Lu Er vanquished the Wu warrior, shattering his true spirit and releasing his pent-up fury. Turning his gaze, he saw Duobao engaged in combat with the Wu tribe's minions. Lu Er swiftly intervened, resolving the skirmish in an instant, handing the flying vessel to Duobao. He instructed, "That Wu warrior sent out a distress signal. Powerful foes will soon arrive. Take our junior brothers and sisters and leave at once, I will hold them off." Understanding the urgency of the situation, Duobao nodded solemnly. With the 10 heavenly lords grievously wounded and more enemies approaching, he recognized his presence would only hinder their escape. After a final nod, he boarded the flying vessel with the 10 heavenly lords. Departing swiftly, Lu Er remained beneath the tree, quietly awaiting the approach of the Wu tribe's elite. The Wu warrior was no weakling. He was a formidable opponent in the tribe as the object of the distress signal. The one who would come to their aid was likely a great Wu warrior. Lu Er silently readied himself for battle, having faced the Yao Saint before. Today, he would test his mettle against a great Wu warrior. Before long, the ground trembled, and a tremendous force approached rapidly. That a colossal figure, towering 10,000 feet high, wielded a staff in one hand as it traversed the mountains. Lu Er immediately summoned the power of heaven and earth. Transforming into a gigantic monkey, brandishing the panlong staff, and charging towards the giant, upon seeing Lu Er, bellowed, "I am Kwa Fu. Are you the one who has slain my Wu tribe's kin?" Lu Er, maintaining a facade of calm, nodded nonchalantly, and if so, yet internally, he was shaken. Kwa Fu was a name renowned in later generations, even known to 3-year-old children through the tale of Kwa Fu chasing the sun. As the saying goes, a man of great renown is not without merit, and today's battle would undoubtedly be challenging. Kwa Fu, having located his target, swung his staff towards Lu Er. Lu Er gripped the staff with both hands. Attempting to block the strike, the immense force sent him staggering back several steps, flattening the peaks along his path. Thankfully, Lu Er had not overestimated himself. Kwa Fu's strength far surpassed that of the 9 infants and the giant rock beast. Regaining his composure, Lu Er summoned the power of the 12 heavens and re-engaged Kwa Fu in combat. With the celestial strength bolstering him, the situation improved significantly. He no longer struggled to withstand Kwa Fu's strikes. Kwa Fu, slightly taken aback, noted the sudden increase in the monkey's strength. However, Kwa Fu remained unfazed, recognizing that his opponent was merely relying on external forces which could not be sustained. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. each wielding their respective weapons with equal prowess. As the saying goes, great skill appears clumsy. With their extensive combat experience, their techniques became surprisingly simple. Lu'er showcased the demeanor of a master of staff techniques with each move, while Kuafu's staff, a remarkable weapon of the arcane, exhibited an eerie yet formidable style. Their clash was so intense that the majestic Luyang Mountains suffered greatly, as the continuous range of mountains was flattened or destroyed by their confrontation. As the battle progressed, Kuafu grew increasingly impatient. After all, he was merely facing a monkey of the Yuwu realm, yet it had taken so long to subdue him. With a flick of his hand, two serpents coiled around his arm fell to the ground, a green serpent and a yellow serpent. Upon landing, they quickly grew in size, joining Kuafu in the assault against Lu'er, accustomed to overwhelming odds. Lu'er had not experienced such a coordinated attack in quite some time. Immediately, he employed the Qi Hua Sanqing divine ability, summoning two doppelgangers to combat Kuafu's serpents. The confrontation reverted to a one-on-one duel, and Lu'er was prepared to unleash his true capabilities. Having reached the Deluo realm, his capacity to endure the power of the sea-calming pearl had significantly increased. He could withstand the force of 24 celestial powers, meaning that Lu'er was now capable of wielding the full might of celestial energy, allowing him to contend even with quasi-saints. Lu'er forced Kuafu back with a powerful strike, activating his strength augmentation as an overwhelming force surged from the void into his being. Feeling the immense power within him, Lu'er's spirit soared with boundless ambition. He raised the Panlong staff, pointing it at Kuafu. "Let us battle once more." Kuafu gazed at the monkey before him with astonishment, finally revealing a serious expression. This monkey had grown stronger time and again. Now, its power had even surpassed his in certain respects, naturally competitive. Kuafu refused to back down, throwing his head back in a mighty roar as his robust upper body muscles bulged and intricate, mysterious patterns emerged upon his bronze skin. Following the appearance of these patterns, Kuafu's strength surged dramatically that a series of earthy waves radiated outward from Kuafu, extending to a diameter of 100,000 miles. The ground beneath him began to shift, moving as if alive. Creeping up his legs in an instant, a suit of earthen armor enveloped Kuafu entirely. Lu'er's expression grew grave. This opponent was unlike any he had faced before. This was not a recently ascended Deluo golden immortal, nor a mindless savage beast, but a genuine master of sorcery. This moment, Kuafu had evidently exhausted all his tricks and unleashed his ultimate weapon at the Deluo level. The Deluo realm was intertwined with rules. Each Deluo master could exert a localized influence over the rules, creating an environment favorable to themselves. Kuafu was adept in the manipulation of earth-related rules, and the area within 100,000 miles was under his sway. Essentially his home turf. Within the bounds of the earthy aura, Kuafu would experience tremendous enhancements, while Lu'er would face the opposite effect. After establishing his domain of rules, Kuafu continued his relentless assault with the staff. The nature of his attacks had transformed drastically. Lu'er sensed that the power of the earth was augmenting each of Kuafu's strikes, while the ground beneath him seemed to conspire against him, subtly exerting a force that hindered his movements. Though faint, in a contest between masters, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. It was imperative to alter the current state of affairs. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Lu'er struggled to withstand Kuafu's onslaught, and in a short time, he had endured 3 strikes. While these blows did not shatter the demon-slaying armor, the innate treasure had dimmed significantly, clearly nearing its limit. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Lu'er swiftly deployed the apricot yellow flag to block Kuafu's attack and subsequently conjured the purple lightning hammer, unleashing bolts of purple lightning upon Kuafu. The purple lightning struck Kuafu's earthen armor with remarkable effect, shattering it piece by piece, revealing charred flesh beneath. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu'er seized the opportunity to press the attack, relentlessly discharging lightning from the purple lightning hammer, forcing Kuafu to retreat repeatedly. After a flurry of concentrated lightning strikes, Kuafu's body was left bloodied and burnt. Nevertheless, the formidable self-healing abilities of the Master of Sorcery visibly mended his wounds. Lu'er capitalized on this moment, hurling the purple lightning hammer, but Kuafu deftly dodged, though he was still struck on the shoulder, causing flesh to burst forth, exposing bone. With both hands gripping the staff, Lu Er summoned a fierce strike imbued with the might of 24 celestial powers, aiming for Kuo Fu. Just as the blow seemed destined to connect, Lu Er's instincts warned him of impending danger, prompting him to restrain his full force. Indeed, at the critical moment, Kuo Fu flickered and unexpectedly teleported to Lu Er's side, swinging his staff towards Lu Er's head. Fortunately, Lu Er had heeded his intuition and retained some strength. Otherwise, even he, with his formidable prowess, might have met a tragic end. Utilizing the downward momentum, Lu Er swung the Panlong staff to the right and shifted his position to evade the staff strike. Regrettably, he did not entirely escape. The staff still connected with his shoulder, breaking through the apricot yellow flag and subsequently penetrating the demon-slaying armor, landing heavily on Lu Er's shoulder, causing blood to splatter profusely. Yet, Lu Er's Panlong staff did not go astray, striking Kuo Fu's waist with tremendous force, causing him to spit blood and suffer significant injury. Both combatants, having sustained such severe injuries, could no longer maintain their celestial abilities. Their forms shrank rapidly, reverting to their original states as they collapsed to the ground. Although Lu Er was gravely wounded, the apricot yellow flag had only been breached momentarily, swiftly returning to its formidable state. Kuo Fu, on the other hand, rapidly utilized the power of the earth to heal his injuries. At this moment, Lu Er could not allow him to recover unimpeded. He summoned the purple lightning hammer, unleashing a barrage of lightning to hinder Kuo Fu's restoration. Kuo Fu found himself powerless against the apricot yellow flag, forced to endure Lu Er's relentless assault while he frantically channeled the power of the earth to create a thick earthen barrier against the lightning strikes. Lu Er, too, was left with little strength, desperately wielding the purple lightning hammer, unwilling to grant Kuo Fu even a moment's respite. As both warriors reached the brink of exhaustion, an enormous fire dragon materialized from thin air, radiating an overwhelming heat as it advanced towards Lu Er. The space around the fire dragon warped, and even the air seemed to ignite. This fire dragon was far beyond the capabilities of a master of sorcery. Was this to be the end? In despair, Lu Er stared at the fire dragon, yet his eyes burned with an intense refusal to succumb as the fire dragon approached. It seemed Lu Er was on the verge of his demise. Suddenly, an unforeseen twist occurred. Lu Er felt himself being drawn away from the fire dragon, which continued its relentless advance. While he stood still, the distance between them widening. Then, a sword materialized before Lu Er, emanating a blue light, and without hesitation, it cleaved through the fire dragon. The Qingping sword, a figure clad in a deep blue robe, emerged, commanding authority as he proclaimed, "Zhu Rong, dare to harm my disciple. You seek death." In the distance, a colossal fireball descended, and as the flames dissipated, a beastly figure with a human face emerged, a member of the Wu clan, with flaming red hair and 2 fire snakes adorning his ears. It was the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong. Upon landing, Zhu Rong furiously exclaimed, "Tong Tian, it has been years since we last met, yet you remain so arrogant. Do you think I fear you? Oh, have you forgotten what transpired 80,000 years ago? Do you require a reminder?" Tong Tian replied with a hint of amusement. Zhu Rong, upon hearing this, became even more enraged, his crimson hair igniting into a blazing inferno as he clenched his fists tightly. "I was just looking to test your skills." With that, he unleashed 2 fire dragons from his arms, surging forward toward Tong Tian. The 2 fire dragons from his ears detached and swelled in size, intertwining as they charged at Tong Tian. Tong Tian remained unhurried, wielding the Qingping sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that dismantled Zhu Rong's assault, taunting, 80,000 years have passed, and you have made no progress. Allow me to show you some of my newly acquired swords." As the words left his lips, 4 treasured swords materialized around Tong Tian, hovering in midair. He casually plucked one, his fingers gliding over the blade. "This sword slays immortals." Upon uttering those words, wielding the legendary Shuxian sword, he executed a swift, aerial strike, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that surged toward Zhu Rong. The sword energy sliced through the air, leaving behind a dark fissure, shattering the very fabric of space. Zhu Rong, with a grave expression, gazed upon the oncoming sword energy, cursing inwardly. "This monster has grown even stronger. Why must I face him again?" He tirelessly gathered the divine fire of Zhu Rong, this time foregoing the flamboyant form of a fire dragon. Instead, he summoned multiple blooms of divine fire, layering them to gradually consume the sword energy. Though formidable, the The sword energy had its limits, and under Zhurong's relentless efforts, it was ultimately dissipated, seeing that the Zhuxian sword had failed to achieve its purpose. Tong Tian shook his head and plucked another sword from the air. This sword ensnares immortals. He casually slashed, and a torrent of sword energy erupted forth. This sword slays immortals. Another strike followed. This sword obliterates immortals. A third slash ensued. 3 waves of sword energy radiating a sense of destruction advanced toward Zhurong at that moment. Zhurong unleashed all his might, merging the piercing little serpent into a singular entity, exuding a ferocious aura. The vicinity transformed into a sea of flames within 100 miles. Zhurong, wielding his profound understanding of the laws of fire, summoned forth an array of potent flames from the primordial world, including the true fire of the sun, the purple fire of destruction, the red lotus inferno, and the true fire of Samadhi, among others. Six-Ear, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming prowess of the quasi-saint. The various flames collided with the 3 waves of sword energy, resulting in exceptionally powerful explosions. Six-Ear hastily unleashed the apricot yellow flag, as the golden lotus continuously shattered and regenerated, exerting tremendous effort to barely withstand the residual force. Once the dust settled, the entirety of Luyang Mountain had been reduced to nothingness, the epicenter of the explosion completely fragmented, with the power of space slowly mending itself. Fortunately, this transpired in the primordial realm. Had it occurred on Blue Star, the entire solar system would likely have been annihilated. Tong Tian remained composed, disdainfully inquiring, "Shall we continue?" Zhurong spat a mouthful of blood, indignantly retorting, "This time, I've been defeated. You shall see in the future." With that, he turned to leave with Quafu. "You think it will be that simple to depart? Leave behind a bloom of Zhurong's divine fire." Zhurong raised his hand, casting forth a palm-sized bloom of divine fire, and departed with Quafu without looking back. Tong Tian guided the divine fire to Six-Ear, saying, "Take this. I noticed your keen interest in the path of fire during our last discourse." Moved, Six-Ear quickly accepted the Zhurong divine fire. It is well known that the more divine fire one integrates, the stronger the resultant flame becomes. This marked a promising beginning. After a brief recovery, Six-Ear approached the Six-Sun Tree in the midst of such a fierce battle. The Six-Sun Tree remained unscathed, leaving Six-Ear in disbelief. Observing the fruit resembling goji berries, he plucked 2 and tasted them, finding their sweet and sour flavor delightful. Immediately, his internal mana rejuvenated rapidly, and a wave of warmth surged from his lower abdomen. Akin to the effects of goji berries in later generations, in a wonder the 10 heavenly lords nearly depleted their essence while guarding this tree of spiritual fruit. Using this to replenish mana might well lead to self-immolation. After securing the Six-Sun Tree, Six-Ear intended to plant it on Zhaoguang Island. Hoping it would bring him good fortune, he then departed with Tong Tian. Gazing at the devastated Luyang Mountain, Six-Ear seemed to grasp something profound. Following Tong Tian back to the Eastern Sea, the master and disciple took their time returning, leisurely collecting celestial materials and treasures, savoring the scenery, and enjoying their tranquility. One day, they encountered an island dominated by a colossal volcano. Six-Ear descended, eager to discover any unique flames that might exist. However, upon reaching the volcano's mouth, he observed dark clouds rolling in from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not mere clouds, but a massive gathering of demonic energy. To amass such a vast amount of demonic energy, an unfathomable number of demon clans would be required. Rushing to Tong Tian's side, he exclaimed, "Master, has the demon clan emerged in full force?" Tong Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "That direction leads to Palai Fairy Island." Palai Fairy Island, isn't that the domain of the Eastern King? Indeed, the demon clan seeks to challenge the Eastern King. Since the emergence of the Heavenly Court, the Eastern King has been in contention with Zhenyuanzi. Although he suffered defeat, he remains a formidable force. More importantly, the Eastern King is the male immortal designated by the Tao ancestor. As long as he lives, Zhenyuanzi's Heavenly Court cannot claim legitimacy. After all, the concept of the male immortal's primacy encompasses a vast scope. The rolling demonic energy gradually receded until it was no longer visible. Tong Tian shook his head, stating, "The primordial realm is becoming unstable. Zhenyuanzi has utilized the Heavenly Court to consolidate the demon clan, with the Eastern King as his target for establishing authority." Six-Ear nodded in agreement. However, the demon clan's greatest adversary remains the witch clan. Without subduing them, Zhenyuanzi cannot hope to unify the primordial realm. Despite Tong Tian's seemingly effortless defeat of Zhurong, it is crucial to remember that Zhurong is a legitimate ancestral witch with quasi-saint cultivation. And there are 12 witch clans, each with their own quasi-saint. The thought alone filled Six-Eared with despair and a newfound respect for Dijuan. Indeed, those who ascend to the throne are resolute individuals. If Dijuan truly manages to conquer the witch clan, he would be worthy of a sacred position, yet alas, fate has already been sealed that it is essential to recognize that while minor forces within the primordial realm may shift, the major forces remain unchangeable. The witch and demon clans are destined to fade from the annals of history, and humanity will emerge as the ordained protagonists. Let us depart. There is nothing more to see. The Eastern King is doomed. Six-Eared suddenly recalled the plight of the Dragon Clan. Master, will the Demon Clan next target the Dragon Clan? Had you not taken Ao Guang as a disciple, the Demon Clan would have set their sights on the Dragon Clan next. However, for now, it should not be an issue. It would be unwise to provoke us and establish 3 formidable enemies. If the Demon Clan were to triumph over the Witch Clan, they would have no reason to fear the Dragon Clan's departure. Six-Eared nodded and returned with Tong Tian to Jiao Island. The 10 heavenly lords had nearly recovered, having suffered minimal injuries, though their mana had been severely depleted to the extent of damaging their foundation. Unfortunately, there was no remedy for this. They could only recuperate gradually for the 6 Sun Tree. The 10 heavenly lords looked upon it with anguish, having endured decades of hardship for this spiritual root. Missing the once-in-a-thousand-year discourse and nearly losing their life, was it worth it? Ultimately, they gifted it to Six-Eared as a token of gratitude for saving their life, seeing that the 10 heavenly lords were well. Six-Eared took Kong Xian and Yu Ying back to the Starry Islands for Ao Guang. He returned home to reassure the frightened Dragon Clan. Upon arriving at the Starry Islands, Six-Eared quickly received intelligence from Turtle Great, reporting that the Eastern King had fallen, resulting in the dissolution of his forces, and even Puglai Fairy Island had been shattered by the Dong Wang Bell. Dijuan, however, spared the Western Queen Mother, perhaps deeming her no longer a threat, thereby showcasing his benevolent side. Upon hearing the news, Six-Eared felt a pang of regret. He had yet to visit the legendary Fairy Island, and as the vast primordial realm shrank over time, it was all due to relentless strife. After reflecting for a moment, Six-Eared entered seclusion. The recent battle with Quafu had proven immensely beneficial, as he sensed signs of breaking through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Indeed, in the primordial realm, those akin to monkeys thrive through conflict, growing stronger with each battle. In the extreme north of the sea, Kunlun sat cross-legged in his cave, surrounded by walls adorned with various symbols. Suddenly, Kunlun opened his eyes and inscribed a symbol in the air with his finger, watching as it came to life and imprinted itself upon the wall. Rising, Kunlun laughed heartily toward the heavens. At last, it is complete. The script of the Demon Clan. Ha! My path is accomplished. No sooner had he spoken than the symbols on the wall emitted a brilliant radiance, gradually converging and embedding themselves within Kunlun's being. Subsequently, a colossal golden beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Kunlun. Merit? Ha! Heaven aids me. Quasi-saint, break. The Kunlun extracted a piece of innate spiritual treasure, leveraging the merit to instantaneously slay the benevolent corpse, thus breaking through to the initial stage of a quasi-saint. The Purple Cloud Palace, with its 3,001 guests, now welcomed an additional quasi-saint. Although Kunlun's lair lay at the remote fringes of the northern sea, the commotion it caused was undeniably immense. First, the creation of demonic script, followed by the emergence of merit, making it nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. Even all demon clans at the golden immortal level and above swiftly comprehended the demonic script, realizing it was Kunlun who had birthed it, and they all bowed in gratitude. The significance of written language to a race needs no elaboration. Kunlun's singular achievement was sufficient to earn him the title of teacher to the demon clan. In the Eastern Heavenly Court, the great deity Dongwang Tai appeared at the entrance of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, then immediately rushed into the Grand Hall, exclaiming urgently, "Elder brother, that rascal Kunlun has created demonic script. What shall we do?" Emperor Jun, unfazed, rose from his throne and descended the steps, soothing Dongwang Tai. The emergence of demonic script is a momentous event for our demon clan. Why the haste? Yet, with Kunlun's burgeoning reputation now shining like the sun at noon, Dongwang Tai expressed his concern. Emperor Jun raised his hand to interrupt. A reputation that soars is precisely what I desire. If our demon clan is to unify the myriad tribes of the wilderness, we must possess great ambition. How can we casually suppress our talents? He declared his intention to formally enshrine Kunlun as the teacher of the demon clan, second only to himself and Dongwang. Prepare the ceremonial retinue. I shall personally invite the demon master to assume his position. Dongwang Tai, filled with admiration, complied and set out to prepare the ceremonial arrangements. The efficiency of the demon clan was astounding. Within less than an hour, the entire ceremonial entourage was ready. Leading the procession were the guiding officials, comprised of the three great demon saints, Beis, Jiu, and Yingzhao, followed by a guard of 50,000 elite demons. Clad in armor and exuding an impressive aura, at the center was the magnificent jade chariot in which Emperor Jun rode, personally driven by Dongwang Tai, drawn by 108 dragon serpents. The rear was flanked by another 50,000 elite demons. They soared through the demon clouds towards the northern sea. The Kunlun was still solidifying his recently attained level, blissfully unaware of the upheaval his creation of demonic script had caused. Emperor Jun made his journey without any subterfuge, boldly attracting the attention of countless powerful beings in the wilderness, many of whom awaited the unfolding drama, pondering how Emperor Jun would respond to the emergence of Kunlun. Would he annihilate him? As Emperor Jun and his entourage approached the northern sea, Kunlun noticed them and hurriedly exited his lair. Upon seeing Kunlun, Emperor Jun immediately halted the procession, dismounted his chariot, and approached Kunlun with a warm grasp of his arm, his face brimming with excitement. Dear friend Kunlun, your creation of demonic script is a monumental contribution to our demon clan that I wish to honor you as the master of demons, second only to myself and Dongwang. Initially taken aback, Kunlun's thoughts rapidly coalesced, and he soon found himself equally exhilarated, even shedding tears. For the sake of the demon clan, such honors are beyond my merit. I have merely accomplished what is within my capabilities. How could I possibly seek to repay such kindness? Emperor Jun feigned seriousness and declared sternly, our demon clan is clear in its rewards and punishments. Your monumental achievement must be acknowledged, lest it sadden the hearts of countless demons. Kunlun, reluctantly acquiescing, ultimately joined Emperor Jun in the chariot as they returned to the heavenly court together. This turn of events left the powerful onlookers astonished, akin to having swallowed a fly. For if there were an Oscar in the wilderness, these two would undoubtedly be its recipients. Upon their return to the heavenly court, Emperor Jun formally appointed Kunlun as the demon master, elevating his status significantly. This action further solidified Emperor Jun's dominion over the demon clan, uniting them with renewed vigor. The conflict between the witch and demon tribes intensified, evolving from minor skirmishes into grand battles, often involving millions, even billions, of troops. They began to slaughter each other's tribes. Today you annihilate mine, and tomorrow I eradicate yours. A great war loomed on the horizon. On the Starry Islands, Lu'er successfully broke through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He was now poised to prepare for the breakthrough to the Deluo. When one thinks of the Deluo Golden Immortal, the first images that come to mind are the gathering of the three flowers at the crown and the five energies converging towards the origin. The gathering of the three flowers, also known as the Triflower Convergence, refers to the unification of spirit, energy, and essence, converging at the head. The three flowers denote the jade flower, golden flower, and 9 flowers, which are indeed synonymous with essence, energy, and spirit. The 5 energies converging towards the origin involve condensing the innate 5 elemental energies within the practitioner's chest. What are the 5 elemental energies? They are the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen, respectively. Only after the 5 energies converge can one advance to the Tai Golden Immortal, a stage Lu'er had already achieved at AS for the Triflower Convergence. It was not difficult for Lu'er, who had been cultivating the premier mystical techniques since his initiation and was guided by 3 formidable mentors. However, merely achieving the Triflower Convergence and the 5 energies converging does not guarantee a promotion to the Deluo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, countless seekers of the Tao would not be stuck at this juncture to ascend to the Deluo Golden Immortal. The most crucial requirement is the comprehension of the laws. At least one law must be grasped at an introductory level. Only by understanding the laws can one qualify to delve deeper into the wilderness, thereby continuing their journey in pursuit of the Tao. Lu Er assessed that he had achieved the convergence of the 5 energies and could likely attain the Triflower convergence before reaching the pinnacle of Tai. As for the laws, his understanding of the law of power posed no significant issues. Under the enhancement of the 24 heavenly worlds, he had several times felt he was on the threshold of grasping the law of power. The possibility of comprehending the law of battle was also high, as most of his time in the wilderness had been spent engaging in challenges beyond his level, as long as the intensity of battle was maximized. Understanding the law of battle would merely be a matter of time. Moreover, the chaotic demon ape was the progenitor of the law of battle, providing Lu Er with an inherent advantage in comprehension due to his bloodline. Regarding the other laws, he could utilize the purple thunder hammer and the divine thunders of his sect, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing, to comprehend the law of lightning, while the law of fire could be understood through the Zhurong, divine fire, and several other flames from his sect. Considering all this, he felt confident in mastering 4 laws, making his promotion to the Deluo Golden Immortal a matter of time. Once he reached the Deluo realm, he would be able to navigate the chaos. And with the Xinghuang banner, he anticipated safety. As for the common concern of getting lost, he was unconcerned. Let us not forget the fragments of the creation jade disc. He possessed a map. Lu Er planned to venture into the chaos upon attaining the Deluo realm, seeking the worlds within the fragments of the creation jade disc. Although the quasi-saint realm would be more secure, who could predict how many years it would take to achieve that? What if he had not attained it by the time of the Fengshen calamity? Lu Er felt an instinctive urge that his fortune lay in the external worlds. These fragments had certainly not appeared without reason. Having concluded his retreat, Lu Er decided to visit his grandmaster. His second grandmaster, and Zhenyuanzi. One visit was to collect fire seeds, while the other was to seek guidance on the cultivation of the laws. The division of the 3 pure ones had become a hassle. In the past, he could visit Kunlun Mountain and meet all 3 mentors in one trip, but now he had to traverse multiple locations. Accompanying him were Kong Xian and Ao Guang, and the 3 set forth towards Shouyang Mountain. As they departed the eastern sea, they encountered a scene thick with smoke. Kong Xian gazed at the conflict between the witch and demon tribes and asked with a sigh, "Master, during the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, was the situation similar?" Lu Er regarded Kong Xian and nodded. "Indeed, though I was not born then, I have heard my master and grandmasters recount it. Much of what transpires in this world is merely cyclical. Learning from history allows one to understand the rise and fall of powers, yet there will always be those with ambitious hearts. Back then, the ancestral dragon and now Emperor Jun are both formidable sovereigns. Yet regrettably, they have embarked on the path of unifying the wilderness. They believe in their capacity to achieve greatness and become saints. Alas," Ao Guang inquired curiously, "how can Master be so certain that Emperor Jun will fail?" Lu Er smiled appreciatively at the question. "That is an astute inquiry. Should Emperor Jun unify the wilderness and attain sainthood, bolstered by a powerful demon clan, how would the Dao ancestor find his place? What of the heavenly Dao? Is the wilderness truly Emperor Jun's domain? Or does it belong to all?" Kong Xian and Ao Guang inhaled sharply, realizing the harsh reality for the first time. If that is the case, why does Emperor Jun persist in his folly to unify the wilderness? Surely such an endeavor is doomed to fail with so many powerful beings, even the Dao ancestor and the heavenly Dao opposing him. Lu Er shook his head. He has no choice. Without the primordial purple energy, he can only pursue this most arduous path. It is his fate. Should he break through, the world expands before him. If not, he will merely fall. Individuals like Emperor Jun would never live in a state of mere survival. They are destined to shine the brightest. Ao Guang retorted, "Master, he still has a path." Hongjun. Lu Er chuckled. "Indeed, the primordial purple energy of Hongjun can be seized, but who said that seizing it guarantees ascension to sainthood? The Tao is 50, and the heavens are 49. Yes, that primordial purple energy represents a sliver of hope. But do you truly understand what a sliver of hope entails? I dare say, no one can achieve sainthood solely through this primordial purple energy. Jun understands this as well, which is why he is certain to seize it. Yet he harbors no grand expectations, regardless of how Kong Xian and Ao Guang perceive it. Jun has no chance of victory and can only shake his head in resignation, even in the face of obscured paths. Jun still refuses to concede. Instead, he believes in his own success. We, as cultivators, ought to possess such unwavering determination. Revived in spirit, the 3 of them no longer lingered. hastening their way to Shouyang Mountain. Upon arriving at Shouyang Mountain, Lu Er surveyed the surroundings, noting little had changed since his last departure. The 8 scenery palace stood solitary atop Shouyang Mountain, and within the palace, aside from the Taishang, only 2 young acolytes tended the fire, perfectly complementing the Taishang's doctrine of non-action. With Lu Er's arrival, the palace doors swung open automatically, revealing an empty interior. Lu Er, well acquainted with the path, made his way to the alchemy chamber, where indeed the Taishang awaited, the alchemical furnace ablaze with roaring flames. While the 2 acolytes diligently fanned the fire, the Taishang raised an eyebrow, speaking with mild annoyance. "What brings you here again, little monkey?" Lu Er rubbed his hands together, grinning. "It has been a while. I missed you, Master Uncle, so I brought my disciple to visit." The Taishang raised a hand, chuckling as he acknowledged Lu Er, then with a flick of his dust whisk, a flame erupted from the alchemical furnace, revealing the 6-ding divine fire. From a lamp by the furnace, a purple flame soared forth, none other than the celestial purple fire. The Taishang suspended the 2 flames before Lu Er, saying, "You came for these, did you not?" Lu Er wasted no time in collecting the powerful flames, beaming as he remarked, "Master Uncle, your prowess is unparalleled. You knew I was in need of fire seeds." The Taishang shook his head, chuckling at Lu Er's audacity. "Here, take the method for refining the 6-ding divine fire as well, for your reference. How has your comprehension of the laws progressed? The laws of strength, the laws of battle, the laws of fire, the laws of thunder. I can grasp at least one of them. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I shall reach the great Luo stage without issue." However, just as he finished speaking, the Taishang flicked his dust whisk, striking Lu Er's face and causing him to stumble. "What a failure! With such an unworthy ascent to great Luo, do you wish to sever your path?" Lu Er stood bewildered, hastily inquiring, "Master Uncle, is there more to this than meets the eye? How does Tong Tian teach his disciples? Has he not informed you?" Embarrassed, Lu Er replied, "I merely came to visit after my recent breakthrough. So it is not entirely Master S' fault. Please do not be angry." Upon hearing Lu Er had come directly after his breakthrough, the Taishang's clouded expression cleared, and he began to explain, "You know but one side of the coin. While comprehending the laws is sufficient for ascending to great Luo, such an ascent makes further progress exceedingly difficult, and your combat strength would be lacking, akin to the 9 infants of the demon race, who cannot even best a single Tai. The deeper your understanding of the laws, the more stable your foundation post-ascent to great Luo, allowing you to venture further in the future." Lu Er nodded in understanding, and then asked, "Master Uncle, to what extent should one comprehend these laws?" The Taishang gently stroked his beard, stating, "Let me set a standard for you. You must comprehend at least 5 laws, with the laws of battle and strength requiring at least 50% comprehension, while the remaining 3 should reach 30%. Upon achieving this standard, you may ascend to great Luo." Lu Er knew without asking that this standard far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, the Taishang's arrangement held profound meaning and would surely not be to his detriment. Thus, he resolved to focus on diligent effort, aiming to meet this standard and ascend to the golden immortal of great Luo. After conversing for a while longer, Lu Er summoned his 2 disciples to present them to the Taishang. Upon entering, the 2 hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "Kong Xian, Ao Guang, pays respects to Master Uncle." The Taishang observed the 2, noting their extraordinary lineage and exceptional talents. The 4 generations of disciples of the Xianmen were indeed remarkable, which pleased the Taishang immensely as he smiled. "Well done. Cultivate diligently and uphold the prestige of our Xianmen. Ao Guang, your foundation is lacking. I have a golden elixir that can reinforce your foundation. Remember to be steady and steadfast in your future endeavors." Upon finishing his words, a purple gold gourd flew from the wall and a golden elixir soared forth, landing in Ao Guang's hands. Overjoyed with the elixir, Ao Guang repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Having consumed a ginseng fruit previously, which had restored much of his foundation, and now with the addition of this golden elixir, he felt no reservations and was determined to forge ahead. After bestowing the golden elixir, the Taishang turned to Kong Xian, saying, "Your integration of the 5-color divine light into your tail feathers is indeed correct. Given time, you shall achieve great success. Today, I shall expedite your progress." With that, he waved his dust whisk, and Kong Xian was cast into the adjacent Bagua furnace. Lu Er quickly interjected, "Master Uncle, do exercise caution. Do not inadvertently turn my disciple into an elixir." the Taishang disregarded Lu Er's nonsensical remarks. Focusing intently on controlling the furnace's flames, this Bagua furnace was no ordinary vessel. It was a congenital spiritual treasure acquired by the Taishang in his early years, after countless years of alchemical practice. It contained a potent aura of creation, and placing Kong Xian within it harnessed this aura to accelerate the cultivation of the five-color divine light. This experience would save Kong Xian countless years of arduous training, marking a significant opportunity for him. Before the incense could burn out, the Taishang released Kong Xian. Such a minor acceleration could be deemed an opportunity, while a drastic increase would merely be a case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. What one earns through their own efforts is truly theirs. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door. The cultivation is up to the individual, and this is precisely the essence of it. Lu Er remained at Shouyang Mountain for a time, just as Ao Guang consumed the golden elixir, reinforcing his foundation. Before departing, Lu Er made quite a fuss, feeling that it would be remiss not to take something back. Considering it a local specialty, leaving Shouyang Mountain, Lu Er set off for Kunlun Mountain, while Kong Xian and Ao Guang were sent back. Yuan Shi was known to disfavor those with fur and horns. When the time came, he would likely treat Kong Xian and Ao Guang poorly, placing Lu Er in an uncomfortable position. The journey to Kunlun Mountain was uneventful, and they did not disturb anyone. Observing the three thatched cottages atop Kunlun Mountain, Lu Er fell silent for a moment. Turning back, he spotted the figure seated in the pavilion, leisurely brewing tea, none other than his master uncle, Yuan Shi. Casting aside his emotions, Lu Er hurried into the pavilion, seized a teacup from the stone table, and drank it in one gulp. After finishing, he could not help but praise, "What splendid tea! This brew is undoubtedly the best made by second master uncle." Yuan Shi, with an air of pride, replied, "Do not be deceived by the fact that this tea was discovered and created by you. When it comes to the way of tea, I shall not yield." Together with my brother Zhenyuanzi, we deduced and discovered that there exists more than just a Hong Pao in this world. There are other varieties as well. Subsequently, we utilized the power of the Earth Book and the Pango Banner to calculate and found two different species of tea trees, both of which are congenital spiritual roots now transplanted within the five. Lu Er listened in astonishment, pondering how they could use the Earth Book and Pango Banner to calculate tea trees. One was a congenital supreme treasure, and the other an exceptional congenital spiritual treasure. How obsessed must they be? Furthermore, they discovered that tea leaves could be processed in ways beyond just a Hong Pao, through natural withering and drying. They produced a tea that, when brewed, yielded a clear yellow-green infusion with a light, sweet aftertaste. Good heavens, they have even invented white tea. Second master uncle can indeed be called the saint of tea. Yet, what perplexed Lu Er was that he had yet to attain sainthood. Shouldn't second master uncle be focusing on researching the primordial purple energy instead? Engaging daily in the intricacies of tea leaves may seem somewhat frivolous. Yuan Shi himself expressed a sense of dissatisfaction, seeking the counsel of Lu Er. This compelled Lu Er to hastily recall his knowledge regarding tea. In theory, it is indeed possible for the leaves of various teas, such as Longjing, Biluakun, Tea Guanyin, Dahongpo, and black tea to originate from the same tea tree, or even the same plant. All tea leaves can be utilized to create any variety of tea. The classifications of tea trees can generally be divided into tree type, small tree type, and shrub type. The Dahongpo tea tree falls under the shrub category, while the ones discovered by Yuan Shi and Zhenyuanzi should pertain to the tree and small tree types. After several hours of discussion with Yuan Shi, Lu Er finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief and broached the topic of the divine fire. Without hesitation, Yuan Shi produced the lamp of Yushu Palace, handing Lu Er a petal of the ancient divine flame. That he also suggested that Lu Er seek out Di Jun, who possesses genuine sunlight fire, to capitalize on an opportunity against the demon clan. Alternatively, they could persuade Tontian to block the river of the underworld at the Blood Sea and burrow a red lotus of karmic fire. Lu Er was quite intrigued by these ideas, and the two proceeded to discuss further details. Just as their conversation reached a fervent pitch, Yuan Shi's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he regained his usual stern demeanor. With a wave of his hand, a portal of light appeared, connecting to the entrance of Yushu Palace. A familiar figure stepped through the portal and approached them. It was Shi Wangmu, adorned in an ample purple robe with black embellishments, revealing a hint of crimson beneath. She appeared to be in her 30s, captivating and graceful. Upon her arrival, Shi Wangmu covered her mouth and smiled. "Ah, Lu'er, you are also here. Lu'er quickly rose to respond. I cannot accept such a title from a senior. Why not? She retorted. Isn't Zhenyuanzi also referred to as your peer? From now on, I shall call you that. Yuan Shi, observing silently, said nothing, but Lu'er heard the voice of Yuan Shi in his mind, which briefly elucidated the situation. Allowing Lu'er to understand the context, it turned out that Shi Wangmu's birthplace was the western Kunlun, adjacent to Kunlun Mountain, but she had since joined forces with Dong Wanggong and moved to the island of Ponlai. Now that Dong Wanggong's power had been vanquished by the demon clan, his followers had scattered, but Shi Wangmu returned to the western Kunlun, seeking refuge not only in her homeland, but also under the auspices of the Three Purities. After all, the demon clan claimed to target only Dong Wanggong, who could guarantee they would not act treacherously behind the scenes. Even with her quasi-saint cultivation, Shi Wangmu could not withstand the demon clan's might. Yuan Shi, recalling their neighborly ties and their shared status as guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, tacitly accepted Shi Wangmu's presence. Understanding the circumstances, Shi Wangmu's behavior became more explicable. Referring to herself as a peer indicated her intention to lower her status in Yuan Shi's presence and curry favor. A solitary female cultivator, even one as formidable as a quasi-saint, faces considerable challenges that in recent times, Shi Wangmu frequently sought out Yuan Shi, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with a potential future sage. However, Yuan Shi remained indifferent, leaving her uncertain. Upon unexpectedly encountering Lu'er today, she devised a plan to approach him as a means of indirectly establishing relations with the Three Purities. Thus, Shi Wangmu engaged Lu'er in conversation. Insisting he visit her in the western Kunlun, Yuan Shi, pleased that Shi Wangmu would not pester him, resignedly followed Lu'er to the western Kunlun. Although both belonged to Kunlun Mountain, its vast expanse meant that the Three Purities could not occupy all of it. And Lu'er had never before visited the western Kunlun. Rather than utilizing instantaneous movement, Shi Wangmu leisurely rode on clouds. Guiding Lu'er as they conversed along the way, Lu'er found Shi Wangmu to be quite amiable. Her extroverted nature devoid of pretension. Despite both being Kunlun, the distance between them was considerable, and it took a while for them to arrive. Upon reaching the western Kunlun, they beheld a celestial paradise, where cranes carried divine fruits. Mist swirled around the mountains, and the landscape was adorned with perennial celestial fruits, with various spiritual beasts frolicking about. A veritable utopia. Shi Wangmu led Lu'er directly to the mountaintop, where a vast expanse was covered in diverse flora, at the center of which lay a massive pool known as the Yaoqi. This Yaoqi was distinct from the one belonging to the Queen Mother of the West, which resided in the heavenly court. Adjacent to the Yaoqi stood a grand palace, the residence of Shi Wangmu, the palace of the Queen Mother. Upon their arrival at the palace entrance, the attendant, Sanqing Bird, hurried out to greet them. After a brief respite, Shi Wangmu organized a banquet to entertain Lu'er. They chose a spot by the Yaoqi, which exuded a rustic charm that a group of attendants performed a dance, their movements enchanting, while another ensemble played melodious tunes on unknown instruments, their sounds lingering in the air. The mist rose around them, creating an ethereal atmosphere. In such a splendid setting, how could there be no wine? Lu'er produced some fruit wine, inviting Shi Wangmu and the attendants to partake. The wine indeed served as an excellent catalyst for emotions. The attendees, unaware of their limits, succumbed to the effects of the drink. And before long, they were all feeling tipsy. Even Shi Wangmu's complexion flushed, her eyes glimmering with intoxication. In her inebriated state, thoughts of Dong Wanggong's demise and the destruction of Ponlai weighed heavily on her heart, compounded by the looming threat of the demon clan's machinations. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she drank excessively, and a melancholic atmosphere enveloped the gathering. In response to this emotional tide, Lu'er, reminiscing about his homeland and uncertain of when he might return, opted for a stronger liquor, choosing to drink deeply until he reached a stupor at some point. The attendants had quietly withdrawn. Under the starry sky, the two inebriated figures leaned against one another. As the saying goes, when the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. In the warmth of the hibiscus-draped chamber, with the harmonious melodies of the Qian and Se, their joy was perhaps too intimate to share with outsiders. The morning at the western Kunlun was enchanting, with the sun still nestled among the clouds, casting a rosy glow, while the crisp chirping of birds shattered the tranquility of dawn. Lu Er gazed at the Yaoqi with a wry smile. Lost in thought, the effects of the wine were indeed troublesome. Given his cultivation level, even celestial wine should not have been able to intoxicate him, much less Zhiwangmu. Yet, as the saying goes, wine does not intoxicate. But one is intoxicated by emotions to eye in the throes of such feelings, who would focus on resisting the effects of alcohol. Shaking his head, he acknowledged he must confront the situation. Lu Er approached the entrance of the palace of the Queen Mother. Seeking an audience, Sanqing Bird emerged with a peculiar expression, delivering the message. The Queen Mother says this is a misunderstanding and requests you forget what transpired last night. When we meet again, it shall still be as peers. Upon hearing this, Lu Er felt a wave of relief wash over him and responded, please convey to the Queen Mother that she may reside here in the western Kunlun without worry. I will inform my master to ensure her safety, and the demon clan will likely not dare to act recklessly. With that, he hurriedly departed, making his way towards Kunlun Mountain. Riding on clouds, Lu Er quieted his thoughts for contemplation. In his previous life, he had not been inexperienced in matters of the heart, having navigated numerous relationships. However, in this primordial realm, he found little inclination to ponder such matters. As the cycle of cause and effect continued and calamities loomed, his pursuit remained steadfast in diligent cultivation in the quest for eternal freedom. Upon arriving at Yushu Palace, Yuanshi looked at Lu Er with a mix of astonishment, noticing his master's expression. Lu Er felt a surge of embarrassment and quickly explained, Master, this is a misunderstanding, truly. Yuanshi nodded knowingly. No matter. Tongtian's celestial techniques do not impose requirements on Yuanyang. However, you must remember not to become overly immersed in matters. I lack experience in this regard and cannot offer much assistance. As for Zhiwangmu, I shall protect her and ensure her safety, so you need not worry. Observing Yuanshi's serious demeanor as he made arrangements, Lu Er felt increasingly awkward and opted to steer the conversation back to the unfinished business. Lu Er produced the copper from Shou Mountain and said, Master, I acquired this material from Shouyang Mountain through my grandmaster, and I thought I might trouble you for armor for my 2 disciples. Yuanshi accepted the copper. I am familiar with this material. My elder brother sent me some, and it is indeed an excellent crafting material. However, while it possesses great pliability, it lacks sufficient hardness for armor, and will require the addition of other materials. Lu Er nodded in understanding, gazing eagerly at Yuanshi. His demeanor was clear to Yuanshi, who smiled and gestured dismissively before producing a sizable block of Feiyun Bishuan iron. Take this. Return in 100 days. Lu Er hurriedly nodded, and, upon exiting the Yushu Palace, sought out the White Crane Boy for an inquiry, only to learn that his acquaintances, such as Guangqingzi and others, were all engrossed in closed-door cultivation. With nothing to occupy his time, Lu Er decided to visit Wuzhuang Temple to engage in conversation with his elder brother, Zhenyuanzi. This time, Qingfeng and Mingyue were not guarding the entrance. Instead, 2 unfamiliar outer disciples stood watch. However, Zhenyuanzi's disciples recognized Lu Er and promptly invited him inside. Zhenyuanzi had no inner disciples, but had accepted numerous outer disciples. Many wandering cultivators came seeking him, for Zhenyuanzi welcomed all visitors, delivering lectures every century without reservation, sharing all knowledge except for the fundamental teachings. Gradually, Wanshou Mountain became a haven for many wandering cultivators, who not only came to listen to his teachings but also sought refuge from the increasingly fierce conflict between the witch and the demon. Upon entering Wuzhuang Temple, Lu Er found Zhenyuanzi inspecting the ginseng fruit tree. Approaching, he observed the tree, which was lush and vibrant, thriving splendidly. Brother, this ginseng fruit tree is growing ever more splendidly. Next time, it may bear 3 to 5 more fruits, Lu Er remarked. Zhenyuanzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should be so. This left Lu Er astonished, for the ginseng fruit tree had consistently produced only 30 fruits at a time for many years that he realized he had spoken casually. Yet Zhenyuanzi took him seriously. Brother, I was merely joking. I am not jesting, Zhenyuanzi replied, turning to Lu Er with a smile. Ever since I transplanted the mother plant of the Dahongpo, the ginseng fruit tree has flourished day by day. It seems that the spiritual roots have a synergistic effect. Lu Er then understood, so that's how it is. It truly seems possible he was suddenly reminded of the Luyang tree, which he had forgotten to transplant during his last return to the Starry Isles. Hastily, he took it out. Upon seeing the Luyang tree, Zhenyuanzi's eyes sparkled. This was another innate spiritual root. With a hint of envy, Zhenyuanzi remarked, You little monkey, how fortunate you are. How many innate spiritual roots have you obtained? Since my emergence, I have only acquired one ginseng fruit tree. Lu'er then recounted the process of discovering and obtaining the Luyang tree. Zhenyuanzi, intrigued, plucked several Luyang fruits, which indeed emitted the essence of yang energy, as Lu'er had described. Noting Zhenyuanzi's interest and the potential to promote the growth of the ginseng fruit tree, Lu'er suggested, "Let this tree be planted here with you. Brother, it may yield even more ginseng fruits in the future." Zhenyuanzi nodded in agreement. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." They chose a spot in the garden with fertile soil and planted the Luyang tree. Lu'er harvested a substantial portion of the ripe fruits, which he later dried to brew into tea. After completing their tasks, the two sat leisurely in a pavilion, chatting. "Monkey, how is your comprehension of the laws progressing?" Zhenyuanzi inquired. "Don't mention it. My grandmaster has set a standard for me. I must comprehend 50% of the laws of battle and strength. Yet I have barely made a start. I still need to grasp 3 more laws at 30% each. At this rate, it feels like it will take an eternity," Lu'er replied. Zhenyuanzi poured tea for Lu'er, chuckling. "Your grandmaster is only looking out for your best interests. Little monkey, you may not know, but when one ascends to Great Luo, there is a rare opportunity to comprehend the heavenly laws. Seizing this chance will save you countless hardships in the future. We have traversed this winding path, and I hope you do not repeat our mistakes." Curiously, Lu'er asked, "Oh, could you elaborate, brother?" Zhenyuanzi set down his teacup and reminisced. In the past, during the conflict between the Tao and the demon, during the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, we, the innate beings of this generation, were still weak in cultivation. The battles were exceptionally brutal. The experts of the 3 races suffered grievous losses, and with our level of cultivation, we dared not show our faces. Later, we learned that it was Rahu who instigated the calamity, and the Tao ancestor battled him in the west, shattering the earth and causing unspeakable suffering, leaving it almost desolate, a state that has yet to recover. Many powerful figures from the Tao ancestors' side, such as Yangmei Laozu and Wuxing Laozu, perished in that battle. After slaying Rahu, the Tao ancestor exiled his followers to the demon realm and then disappeared without a trace. Only then did it become our turn to emerge alongside your master and grandmaster, who was there to guide us through these trials. When we ascended to Great Luo, we regrettably missed that precious opportunity. Spending countless years to comprehend the laws at the Tai level, grasping 5 laws is already the limit, and after ascending to Great Luo, it depends on each individual's cultivation path. Lu'er listened to Zhenyuanzi's words, finding them consistent with the legends from his past life. Nearly identical, he then asked, "Brother, is there any trick to comprehending the laws?" Zhenyuanzi nodded. "Of course there is. Your laws of battle and strength are quite simple. Just engage in combat. The more you fight, the more you will understand. Moreover, with your Chaos Demon Ape bloodline, you have an advantage in this aspect as for the other laws, such as the laws of the 5 elements. You may follow the principles of mutual generation and restraint." Lu'er's interest was piqued. "Brother, I have gathered several divine fires, preparing to comprehend the laws of flame, hoping to gain more means in future battles." Zhenyuanzi, somewhat surprised, chuckled. "If it is the laws of flame, I can indeed assist you. I can use wood-based magic power as fuel to help you ignite the divine fire to its utmost, making comprehension of the laws much easier. My grandmaster imparted to me the method to refine the 6-ding divine fire, and I plan to merge several types of divine fire to create an entirely new flame, using that to comprehend the laws." Zhenyuanzi nodded in approval. Indeed, Dao friend Tai Ching is exceptionally gifted. He managed to refine ordinary Samadhi true fire into 6-ding divine fire. With this method, your chances of success will increase greatly. If challenges arise, I will ensure your safety. Do not worry. Just remember, the essence of flame is to burn. If you encounter obstacles in merging, utilize my magic power to let the flames burn to their fullest. At that moment, everything will fall into place." Lu'er nodded in agreement. The two then ventured outside Wuzhuang Temple to a secluded area, preparing for the fusion. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lu'er and Zhenyuanzi began their endeavor. A flame arose from Lu'er's hand, manifesting as the Zhu Rong divine fire. Though the flame was no larger than a palm, it radiated intense heat, warping the surrounding air. The vegetation within 100 miles evaporated, wilting under the overwhelming power of the fire. Such terrifying might necessitated their choice of a remote location, for once the fusion commenced, neither Lu'er nor Zhenyuanzi could afford to be distracted or lessen the flame's temperature. If it were to unfold at Wuzhuangwen, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Lu'er, Utilizing the divine fire of Zhu Rong as the sovereign flame would treat the other flames as auxiliary fires to achieve a harmonious fusion. One by one, he would unleash the burning heaven purple fire, violet, the six-ding divine fire, crimson, and the ancient flame of all spirits, golden. The Zhu Rong divine fire would reside at the center, with the other three flames encircling it. The so-called fusion is not a mere crude amalgamation of the four flames, integrating all characteristics, for that would result in a grotesque chimera. True fusion involves leveraging the attributes of the three auxiliary flames to enhance the sovereign flame's qualities, elevating its potency to unprecedented heights. Zhenyuanzi began to convert his inner magical energy into the wood element, transmitting it to Lu Er. Lu Er would then use this wood-based magical energy as kindling, allowing the Zhu Rong divine fire to blaze fiercely. After a period of adaptation, Zhenyuanzi intensified the flow of magical energy. The Zhu Rong divine fire appeared to be utterly ignited, exhibiting a trend of wild combustion, causing the moisture within a 1,000-mile radius to evaporate instantaneously and igniting the parched vegetation into a sea of flames. This was merely the residual might of the Zhu Rong divine fire. Zhenyuanzi and Lu Er were genuinely astonished by the formidable power that the quasi-saint level would element magical energy possessed in conjunction with the Zhu Rong divine fire. Zhenyuanzi promptly released the Earth Book, enveloping a 1,000-mile area to isolate the fire's formidable energy. It would be quite amusing if they were to play with fire and inadvertently set their own abode ablaze. Once the Earth Book was deployed, the two felt no further trepidation. Zhenyuanzi unleashed a torrent of magical energy while Lu Er merely served as a conduit, still able to endure. The Zhu Rong divine fire blazed fiercely, while Lu Er sequentially ignited the three auxiliary fires. Lu Er remained steadfast in remembering Zhenyuanzi's teachings regarding the true essence of flames, to burn completely, and to burn without restraint. The four divine fires blazed wildly, as if fueled by an inexhaustible reservoir of wood element magical energy, allowing them to reach their utmost potential. Each of the four roaring flames radiated a distinct luminescence. Amidst the distorted air, Lu Er felt the flames, and gradually, the flames before him seemed to transform, losing their ferocity and scorching heat. Lu Er felt as if he had become one with the flames. They were his arms, they were his legs, as if he wielded them with effortless grace. With a flick of his hand, the burning heaven purple fire returned to Lu Er. This time, he refrained from using magical energy to isolate the flames, for his intuition assured him that the flames before him would not harm him. The burning heaven purple fire seemed an extension of Lu Er himself, effortlessly shifting forms under his command, and no longer exhibiting any awkwardness. Upon closer examination, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanated, befitting the name Burning Heaven. He summoned the six-ding divine fire, whose crimson flames possessed extraordinary profundity, seemingly embodying the ability to cleanse the marrow through the principles of the I Ching. The ancient flame of all spirits, radiating a golden glow, seemed capable of probing the essence of all beings. Lu Er understood that he had begun to grasp the principles of flame, and the next step was to fuse these flames. The foremost characteristic of the Zhu Rong divine fire is its dominance. As the flame of the fire deity Zhu Rong, it exudes an unparalleled majesty. As the burning heaven purple fire drew near, the two dominant flames could not coexist, immediately repelling each other. No matter how Lu Er tried to control them, he could not achieve their fusion. Shifting his approach, he attempted to merge the other two divine fires, yet still met with failure. All four flames were divine in nature. How could they so easily intermingle? At that moment, Lu Er comprehended that he had been overly simplistic in his thinking, and no matter the lofty techniques at his disposal, these divine flames could not even begin to touch one another. Regaining his composure, Lu Er refused to concede defeat so easily, holding fast to Zhenyuanzi's teachings on combustion. Since there was no solution at hand, he resolved to continue burning. Seeking a breakthrough through the flames, he signaled Zhenyuanzi to amplify his magical energy output. The quasi-saint level energy was incredibly potent. Fortunately, his physical form had reached the great Luo realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand it. With such a vast reservoir of wood element magical energy serving as fuel, the four divine fires burned even more intensely, creating an unsettling instability in the surrounding space. Once again, he attempted to merge the divine fires, yet to no avail. Each flame seemed to proclaim its own pride. Lu Er could not help but ponder, are all flames like this symbols of destruction? Proud and domineering? He recalled various memories from his past life, of ancient times when humanity's ancestors used fire to roast animals for sustenance, to keep warm, to scare off beasts, and to sow seeds in barren lands. In feudal times, a scholar sat in a dilapidated thatched hut as the light of the flame dwindled. The scholar gently prodded the dim oil lamp beside him. The burning oil produced a foul odor. Yet the scholar remained oblivious, engrossed in his studies by the flickering light. Lu Er's mind filled with recollections from his past life, from humanity's primitive farming to the launch of rockets into the sky. Fire represents not only destruction but also hope. As Lu Er's understanding deepened, his comprehension of the principles of flame surged to 50%. Simultaneously, a flame ignited at his heart, appearing unremarkable and burning with mild intensity, yet brimming with vitality. This was the flame of hope that Lu Er had realized. By harmonizing with the flame of hope, the 5 divine fires seamlessly merged into one. Subsequently, Lu Er employed the method of divine fire refinement to extract the characteristics of the 4 divine flames as fuel, facilitating the elevation of the Jiu Ying divine fire. Everything unfolded naturally. The new divine fire radiated an orange-red glow, accompanied by a subtle sense of oppression. Lu Er rose, casting the divine fire into the sky. The moment the divine fire left his grasp, it expanded rapidly, its power erupting forth, shattering the space it traversed before swiftly mending, evoking a sense of annihilation. Lu Er joyfully exclaimed, "The divine fire is complete." Zhenyuanzi retracted the earth book, congratulating Lu Er. Not only had the divine fire been successfully formed, but the principles of flame had also reached 50% in one fell swoop. Your aptitude is exceptional. However, I am even more curious about the flame that has arisen from your heart. It appears quite remarkable. Lu Er flicked his wrist, revealing the flame of hope in his palm, gently burning. Initially, Lu Er believed that once fused, the other flames would vanish. To his surprise, upon attaining a certain depth of understanding regarding the principles of flame, any previously refined flame could reignite, even without a fire seed. Thus, Lu Er now possessed 6 flames: the newly formed divine fire, the Jiu Ying divine fire, the burning heaven purple fire, the 6 Ding divine fire, the ancient flame of all spirits, and the flame of hope. In an instant, he had acquired a systematic approach to confront adversaries. These 6 flames could handle most foes. Lu Er presented the flame of hope to Zhenyuanzi. Flame symbolizes not only destruction but also rebirth and hope. I shall call it the flame of hope. Zhenyuanzi did not fully grasp the connection between flame and hope, having never experienced the tribulations of humanity in later generations as an innate mighty being. Nevertheless, Zhenyuanzi chose not to delve further, recognizing that there must be profound truths beyond his understanding. In a wonder, Lu Er's comprehension of the principles of flame had surged to 50% so swiftly. Monkey, what will you name the newly fused flame? Lu Er hesitated for a moment. Let us call it the 5 mystical true fire. There will always be room for renaming as more flames are added in the future. Zhenyuanzi chuckled. Ah, monkey, your ambitions are not small. The more protective measures, the better. Haha. And I must thank you for your assistance. Between us, there is no need for such formality. Come, let us return to the pavilion to enjoy some fruits. Lu Er replied, I will only partake of ginseng fruit. Anything else makes me cough. They navigated the familiar paths to the Jade Void Palace, where they paid their respects to Yuan Shi. Upon seeing Lu Er, Yuan Shi's eyes lit up. Monkey, your understanding of the principles of flame has reached such heights in such a short time. How long has it been? Lu Er chuckled, holding the 5 mystical true fire in his left hand and the flame of hope in his right. A bit of opportunity. I've made a leap forward. Yuan Shi paid no heed to the 5 mystical true fire, but instead scrutinized the flame of hope for a prolonged moment, solemnly stating, with just this flame, you have already embarked on an unprecedented path in the realm of flames. In the future, you must diligently study. Do not become complacent. Lu Er nodded earnestly, acknowledging that his opportunities stem from future insights and should therefore be cherished. After observing Lu Er's flames, Yuan Shi produced 2 orb-like spheres resembling marbles and handed them to Lu Er. Lu Er's eyes brightened. These must be the armor. However, as he examined them closely, he found no means to unfold them. Yuan Shi, quite pleased with himself, proclaimed, after ritual refinement, they will naturally unfurl. Take them back for your disciple. This was another breakthrough in artifact forging. Yuan Shi was evidently showing off. Lu Er refrained from engaging further, simply storing the spheres away. Suddenly, a young white crane entered to announce, Master, envoys from the demon clan have arrived, claiming to deliver invitations. Yuan sure nodded. Let them in. A dapper middle-aged monk entered the room. Bowing respectfully to the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Buzhou pays his respects to the primordial heavenly sovereign, he declared, nodding towards the side at Lu Er. It was then that Lu Er realized who he was. The last time they met, he had still been in his tiger-headed form, and it seemed he had now ascended to the great Luo realm. The primordial heavenly sovereign invited Buzhou to take a seat. And Buzhou, without any pretense, produced a jade tablet and stated his purpose. Our Emperor Jun shall wed the moon goddess, he in the heavenly court in a century's time, and we humbly request your esteemed presence at the celestial marriage. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign calculated for a moment, then nodded in understanding, saying, I am already aware. Subsequently, Buzhou turned to Lu Er and remarked, Lu Er, my friend, your presence here has spared me a journey, as I can conveniently hand you the invitation. That he likewise produced a jade tablet and handed it to Lu Er. Upon examining the tablet, Lu Er noted that it detailed the time and place of the celestial marriage, with nothing particularly extraordinary in its contents. However, what caught Lu Er's attention was the invitation itself, crafted entirely from supreme, ethereal jade, which was truly opulent, a prime material for refining artifacts. Merely incorporating a fragment during the forging process could bestow the spiritual treasure with the ability to nourish the primordial spirit. Just imagine, with the spiritual treasure residing within you, it nourishes your primordial spirit in tandem. An incredible synergy indeed. It was no wonder that was so formidable, their resources vast, after delivering the invitation. Buzhou prepared to take his leave, and Lu Er made a token gesture to retain him, saying, Friend Buzhou, having journeyed from afar, why not stay for a couple of days? It would be a pleasure to host you. Buzhou politely declined, stating, Alas, my friend, I truly cannot linger, as I must also make a trip to the western Kunlun to deliver an invitation to the western Queen Mother. Lu Er's pupils constricted at this, and he probed further. The primordial heavenly sovereign calmly interjected, The invitation to the western Queen Mother can remain here. You may withdraw now. After casting a deep glance at the primordial heavenly sovereign, Buzhou smiled and said, Very well. Then I shall take my leave. As Buzhou departed, Lu Er could not help but express to the primordial, He appears courteous on the surface, yet beneath lies considerable pride. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed master. The primordial smiled and replied, There is no need for thanks. I had already made that promise long ago. For the, not to mention their population, their armed forces are countless, providing them ample grounds for pride. Lu Er nodded, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Master, what exactly is this celestial marriage? The so-called celestial marriage refers to the union of man and woman as husband and wife, to bear offspring and establish familial order, thus serving to perfect the heavenly path. Emperor Jun's hosting of this celestial marriage serves two purposes. Firstly, by pioneering this institution of marriage, he shall accrue merit. Secondly, it firmly aligns the quasi-saint Shi with the, enhancing their elite combat capabilities. One must consider that the Wu boasts 12 ancestral shamans, each a quasi-saint powerhouse, while the has Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai Yi, Kuan Peng, and Fu Shi. How can they compete? 1 against 3. Lu Er, perplexed, asked, Is Fu Shi also part of the, and what of our esteemed Master Nu Hua? The primordial shook his head, saying, What kind of lineage do the innate deities possess? They are all born of primordial essence. Their forms may resemble those of the, leading many to regard them as kin, thus finding a stronghold. Emperor Jun and the others are merely leveraging this to expand their influence. In time, few will question the origins that if Fu Shi is considered part of the, it goes without saying that Nu Hua is as well. However, as Nu Hua is a recognized disciple of the Tao ancestor, she will not partake in the conflicts between the Wu, and hence her absence from the count of elite forces. Lu Er, finally enlightened, felt a long-standing confusion dissipate. The third purpose is to manifest the authority of the within the heavenly court, further strengthening their cohesion. Lu Er nodded in understanding, realizing why the innate powers were so eager to marry. After conversing for a while longer, Lu Er took his leave from the Jade Void Palace and retreated to his thatched cottage for seclusion. As a century was too brief for unnecessary travel, a century later, during this time, Lu Er did not remain idle. He had mastered the laws of fire, yet other aspects were still unresolved. The laws of battle and strength necessitated combat. But Lu'er could not find a suitable opponent, so he decided to focus on the laws of lightning that he had learned: the Taiqing Divine Thunder, the Yuqing Divine Thunder, and the Shanqing Divine Thunder. While he was not yet proficient, he had at least grasped the fundamentals and would refine his skills gradually. Arriving at the Jade Void Palace, he joined the Primordial and heading to the Heavenly Court. Observing the Primordial beside him, Lu'er noted that, at this time, there were no 4 notions and no 9 dragon incense palanquin. He was simply walking alongside him. However, their speed was remarkable, and soon they arrived at the Heavenly Court. Buzhou, accompanied by numerous, awaited them at the southern Heavenly Gate. As the chief strategist of his standing was second only to Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, known for his astute and seasoned demeanor. Truly the ideal candidate for this undertaking. As for Kunping, Emperor Jun held little regard for him, as his status paled in comparison to Buzhou's, despite his title of. Upon welcoming the Primordial and Lu'er into the Qianghua Palace, they found that many guests had already arrived, with over half of the 3,000 Purple Clouds guests present. The Qianghua Palace was an immense circular edifice, with a ring of tables and chairs set along the outer wall, laden with various rare celestial fruits. The 3 pure ones, Lu'er and Zhenyuanzi, were seated together, while Taishang and Tong Tian had already taken their places. Zhenyuanzi was conversing leisurely with the upside-down ancestor from afar. Lu'er promptly paid his respects to Taishang and Tong Tian, who greeted him with friendly smiles, showing no signs of estrangement. Though the paths of the 3 had their conflicts, they had not escalated to the point of mutual disregard. Distance had, in fact, fostered a certain grace, easing their relations. That it was only during the period of the Fengxian when Taishang and Yuan Shi joined forces with the Western teachings to confront the Jie sect that the 3 would ultimately sever their ties. Lu'er and the Primordial arrived a bit later. After they settled in, most guests had already gathered. The celestial marriage was officially underway. A procession of 9-tailed fox palace maidens entered the Qianghua Palace, holding fresh flowers, followed closely by a group of female officials unfurling red silk across the ground. Dressed in a golden robe adorned with a 3-legged golden crow, Emperor Jun entered the palace with measured steps. His attire vividly embroidered. Beside him, Shihi, equally resplendent, exuded an ethereal aura that complemented her breathtaking features, akin to an ice mountain goddess. Together, they stepped onto the red silk and made their way to the center of the grand hall, where the assembled powers discreetly returned to their seats. At this moment, Nuwa stepped forward, producing the spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, and proclaimed, "Under the heavens, today Emperor Jun and Shihi are united as one, establishing yin and yang, binding this celestial marriage. May the heavenly path witness this." Emperor Jun and Shihi jointly held the red embroidered ball, first bowing to heaven and earth, then to one another. As Nuwa declared the ceremony complete, a shower of merit descended from the heavens. The most substantial merit enveloped Emperor Jun and Shihi in a radiant golden light, while a slightly smaller aura surrounded Nuwa and the spiritual treasure red embroidered ball. This celestial marriage solidified the 3 principles, echoing throughout the primordial realm, further perfecting the heavenly path, hence the merit bestowed, just as the assembled powers believed the celestial marriage to have concluded smoothly. An unexpected disturbance arose. The heavenly court trembled violently, as though an earthquake had struck. Emperor Jun's expression darkened as he turned and swiftly departed for the southern heavenly gate. The great powers, having experienced countless years, were no fools. In the current climate, who would dare to attack the if not the Wu? Each of them, eager for spectacle, hurried to the southern heavenly gate to witness the unfolding drama. At the southern heavenly gate, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai wore expressions dark enough to drip water. Outside the southern heavenly gate loomed vast, ink-black clouds, forming an impenetrable mass. The elite forces of the Wu, led by the 12 ancestral shamans, shouted with fervor. Among them, a figure with a human face and a serpent body, sporting crimson hair, emerged boldly, declaring, "Emperor Jun, I hear you are hosting a celestial marriage today. Yet you did not extend an invitation to us. In no matter, we come bearing a grand gift. Ha ha." Emperor Jun's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. Dong Huang Tai, not one to suffer fools gladly, bellowed, "Gong gong, prepare to meet your end." He then soared from the southern heavenly gate, unleashing a torrent of solar flames that transformed into a myriad of fiery dragons, hurtling towards Gong Gong. Unperturbed, Gong Gong raised his hand slightly, conjuring countless water snakes to intercept the oncoming flames. After deflecting Dong Huang Taiyi's attack, Gong Gong taunted, "Dong Huang Taiyi, is that all you've got?" Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes widened in fury, his hair bristling with rage as he retrieved the Dong Huang bell. Wielding it like a hammer to strike its surface, the melodious chime resonated forth, yet the demon clan at the South Heaven Gate remained blissfully unaware. However, upon hearing the bell's toll, the weaker members of the Wu clan immediately cried out in agony, tormented beyond endurance. The ancestral shaman, Zhu Mang, quickly stepped forward, his form a blend of human and avian. With one foot poised atop a dragon, with a flourish of his hands, a verdant barrier materialized, shielding against the sonic assault. Seeing the sound waves repelled, Dong Huang Tai exhibited no surprise. He charged towards Gong Gong, the Dong Huang bell in hand. Gong Gong conjured layers of water screens to defend himself, attempting to thwart Dong Huang Tai's onslaught. Yet, as the Dong Huang bell made contact with the water barrier, it sliced through with an ease akin to a knife through soft tofu, obliterating layer after layer. It was only then that Gong Gong comprehended the bell's terrifying potency, hastily channeling his magical essence to summon more water screens. However, it was too late. The Dong Huang bell breached the watery defenses and crashed down upon Gong Gong. The impact sent Gong Gong hurtling away, and despite the formidable resilience of his ancestral shaman form, he was left battered and breathless, bones shattered. Dong Huang Tai disdainfully curled his lip, flicking away the bloodstains that marred the Dong Huang bell. Such was the fearsome nature of this innate treasure. Upon witnessing Gong Gong's grievous wounds, the ancestral shaman seethed with rage, and Zhu Mang rushed to his aid. Zhu Rong and Zhu Ying confronted Dong Huang Tai, with Zhu Rong unleashing his most potent attack. Summoning a dazzling array of divine flames, the sky ignited with golden, crimson, violet, and orange hues, radiating an overwhelming heat, culminating in the formation of a colossal fiery giant centered around Zhu Rong, who struck out at Dong Huang Tai. Zhu Ying manipulated time, hastening the fiery giant's movements while constraining Dong Huang Tai's actions. Dong Huang Tai swung his fist once more at the Dong Huang bell, and as the ancient chime echoed, time froze momentarily. He raised the Dong Huang bell again to strike the fiery giant. Realizing his assault was futile, Zhu Ying lifted his hands high, summoning an extraordinarily brilliant river of time that enveloped Dong Huang Tai. Tai attempted to smash through the temporal flow with the Dong Huang bell, but to his astonishment, the bell passed effortlessly through the river of time. In an instant, the river of time enveloped Tai. And as its current surged, his cultivation swiftly plummeted, effectively reversing time itself. Within mere breaths, he descended to the quasi-saint level, regressing to the Delua realm. Lu Er, witnessing this from behind, was left agape. How formidable was Zhu Ying's river of time? Who could possibly contend with such power? It would effortlessly revert everyone to their weaker states, paving the way for a fatal strike. Lu Er pondered. Dong Huang Tai's cultivation had already dwindled to the Tai realm. Seizing the opportunity, the fiery giant conjured by Zhu Rong struck at Dong Huang Tai. The force of this blow, infused with divine flames, was utterly insurmountable for one at the Tai level. Poised to deliver a swift demise, Lu Er turned to look at Di Jun, only to find him unfazed, exuding not a hint of panic. Upon glancing back at the battlefield, he observed the Dong Huang bell, now enlarged, looming over Dong Huang Tai, emanating a mysterious golden aura. The fiery giant's colossal fist struck the Dong Huang bell, producing a dull resonance, yet the bell remained unmoved, impervious to the swirling divine flames that filled the sky. With the ancestral shaman's attacks proving ineffective, Dong Huang Tai launched another offensive. The Dong Huang bell swelled with incredible speed, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the river of time. Zhu Ying struggled to maintain control, expanding the river in an attempt to restrain Dong Huang Tai. Regrettably, the river of time was a force of nature. Zhu Ying's ability to summon it was already at its limit, and to wield it with precision was but a distant dream. At last, with a gentle chime, the river of time dissipated as if it had never existed. Dong Huang Tai's cultivation was restored to its former glory. Lu Er, puzzled, turned to Tong Tian. Had the river of time truly vanished? Tong Tian clarified that it was merely a projection. Now understanding this, Lu Er grasped the gravity of the situation, free from confinement. Dong Huang Tai faced no rivals. With the Dong Huang bell in hand, capable of both offense and defense, he forced Zhu Rong and Zhu Ying into a position of near survival. Sensing the dire circumstances, Xian Ming joined the fray, collaborating with Zhu Rong and Zhu Ying to fend off Dong Huangtai.3 against 1, an unfortunate necessity. The mighty beings present felt the overwhelming might of the innate treasure. Offensively, none could withstand it. Gong Gong's protective water screens crumbled like paper. Defensively, standing undefeated, even the combined efforts of the two ancestral shamans could not shake Dong Huangtai. The assembled powers glanced at Dong Huangtai. Then at the Sanqing that if a single innate treasure was this formidable, how many would it take to contend with 3? Di Jiang, the foremost of the ancestral shamans, gently flapped his wings, contemplating the unfolding situation. With 3 ancestral shamans already besieging Dong Huangtai, it was unbecoming to continue the assault. Thus, he resolved to expand the battlefield. Chang Liang stepped forth to issue a challenge, met by Kunping in response. Chang Liang, the ancestral shaman of thunder, bore serpents in his mouth and hand, his form a blend of tiger and human, with 4-hooved limbs and elongated arms that in contrast, Kunping, lacking a suitable spiritual treasure. Reverted to his original form to engage in battle. At times, he transformed into the majestic Kun, and at others, the powerful Peng, matching the formidable strength of Qiangliang in a battle of equals, the ancestral witch. Ru Shou stepped forth to challenge, and Fuxi took over the mantle. Although Fuxi held a greater advantage overall, it did not amount to an overwhelming force. At this moment, Di Jun's expression darkened once more. As the scene he most dreaded unfolded before him, the lack of high-end combat power was the greatest dilemma for the demon race. This issue, however, was only exacerbated by their encounter with the Witch clan, whose 12 quasi-saint warriors truly overshadowed all in the primordial realm. Subsequently, the ancestral witch, Shizi, also emerged to issue a challenge. At this juncture, the demon race's quasi-saint combatants were reduced to Di Jun and Shihi. He faced the dilemma of sending Shi into battle, thereby losing face, or taking the field himself while Di Jiang lurked nearby, ready to pounce. Caught in this apparent impasse, Di Jun chose neither option and instead overturned the table. He commanded Buzhou to mobilize all available forces of the demon race from the heavenly court to engage in a full-scale war against the Witch clan, while the quasi-saint warriors clashed. The demon race had already dispatched troops from the heavenly court through the other 3 gates, converging with the primordial demons to encircle the provocateurs from the Witch clan, due to the vastness of the encirclement and their distraction by the quasi-saint skirmishes. The Witch clan remained blissfully unaware. One could not help but admire Di Jun. Not only did he possess the ambition to unify the primordial realm, but his corresponding capabilities were equally remarkable. However, the Witch clan was not entirely unprepared, as a large contingent stationed on the ground swiftly rushed to reinforce their kin. Thus, the two races commenced a chaotic and tumultuous battle, marking the first time such a grand conflict erupted between them. The vast and grand primordial realm was thus set into motion. For the first time, Luer witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle of warfare up close. As the sovereigns of the primordial world, the populations of the witch and demon clans were not merely in the billions, but rather in the trillions and quadrillions. Even constrained by resources, their actual fighting forces numbered in the hundreds of billions. Such a massive campaign was not something that could be swiftly concluded. The powerful beings observing the heavenly nuptials withdrew from the heavenly court once the war between the witch and demon clans began in earnest. A few, who had no taste for conflict, such as the inverted ancestor, departed outright, while the majority retreated to the mountains 100,000 miles away to spectate in terms of high-end combat power. Dong Huang Tai wielded the Dong Huang Bell, engaging in a solitary battle against the four ancestral witches, Zhu Rong, Zhu Jiu-Ying, Xian Ming, and Shizi. Kunping remained locked in combat with Qiangliang. Their duel intensifying, Fuxi, one of the few innate great powers of the primordial realm and the brother of Nu Hua, reluctantly took on the weaker Zhu Meng after Ru Shou, facing two opponents alone. Although Nu Hua did not directly intervene, she closely monitored the situation, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. That he, as one of the rare female quasi-saints, was enraged at the disruption of the heavenly nuptials and engaged in a fierce struggle with Ho Tuesday. Though Gong Gong had sustained injuries, he was no longer in dire straits, yet he suffered significant losses. His combat ability diminished, leaving him restrained by the 10 great demon saints. In the end, Di Jun, wielding the He Tu and Luo Shu, confronted Di Jiang, Shi Bai, and Tian Wu, taking on 3 opponents simultaneously, showcasing his imperial might. Despite managing to withstand the 12 ancestral witches, the undeniable truth remained. The lack of high-end combat power produced severe consequences. Without the restraint of the 10 great demon saints, The great witches wreaked havoc, slaying indiscriminately, with hardly any capable adversaries to contest them, significantly depleting the core strength of the demon race, including the Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals. This battle truly descended into chaos, shrouding the land in darkness, devoid of light both day and night. The war between the two races raged for a full 300 years, during which countless skirmishes occurred. And casualties were beyond reckoning, with losses amounting to at least hundreds of billions. The heavenly court was breached multiple times, only to be reclaimed by the demon race. Blood flowed like rivers as the two races clashed over the course of 3 centuries, saturating the southern heavenly gate until it was entirely stained red. The battlefield, spanning 1,000,000 miles, became a sea of crimson clouds formed from the evaporation of spilled blood. The mountains, forests, and great rivers within this expanse were reduced to rubble. In terms of high-end combat power, aside from Gong Gong's severe injuries, the others were largely unscathed. After centuries of warfare, both factions became intimately familiar with each other's tactics, experimenting with various combat formations. Although the ancestral witches did not unleash their full strength and did not fight to the utmost, the demon race paid a heavy price. Yet the outcome remained that Di Jun and his comrades withstood the ancestral witches. Lu Er observed this spectacle for 300 years without departing. Beyond the engaging clashes at the quasi-saint level, the intricate strategies and troop movements employed by both races surpassed the so-called military tactics of previous eras, demonstrating a depth far beyond anything in human history. As circumstances would have it, while others meditated for millennia, Lu Er gleaned substantial insights into tactics and military strategy. What lingered most in Lu Er's memory, however, was Jiu Ying's manipulation of the laws of time, which conjured a projection of the river of time. Though merely a shadow, it was still astonishingly powerful. Had Dong Huang Tai not possessed the Dong Huang bell for protection, he would have faced severe injury or even death. In accordance with past teachings, the laws of time and space were deemed the most formidable, and Lu Er resolved to pursue the 5th law he needed to comprehend in his Tai realm as the law of time. Though daunting, who could say what the outcome would be without endeavoring? Lu Er shared his thoughts with Tong Tian, who pondered for a moment before responding. In the primordial realm, none are more adept in the laws of time than the Taoist of time. However, since the great battle between the Tao and the demons, the Taoist of time has not been seen again. Next in line was Jiu Ying, every which was innately proficient in a particular law, Zhu Rong in the law of flames, Gong Gong in the law of water, and Jiu Ying in the law of time. Below these two, the only one mastering the law of time would be your grandmaster. Lu Er, filled with curiosity and surprise, asked, "Grandmaster?" Tong Tian affirmed with a nod. "Your elder brother possesses immense strength and profound cultivation, excelling not only in the law of time, but also in the laws of space, fire, and many others." Lu Er could not help but marvel at the depths of Taishang, realizing that just when one thought they understood his full capabilities, there remained even greater depths yet to be revealed. Lu Er even speculated that Taishang had long known how to attain sanctity, merely waiting for Nu Hua to create humanity. This seemed highly plausible. Gazing toward the distant battlefield, the war was drawing to a close. Yet, the strife between the two clans was only just beginning, and they were bound to engage in further martial endeavors, preparing for the next clash until one side was annihilated or both perished together. Taishang and Yuan Shi had already departed. Few were the mighty beings willing to witness 300 years of conflict, mostly comprising those with a penchant for battle. Shaking his head, Lu Er prepared to return to the Eastern Sea with Tong Tian. Unexpectedly, Nu Hua approached, greeting them before smilingly stating, "Tong Tian, may I borrow Lu Er for a while in 10,000 years? Oh, after our last meeting at Wuzhuangguan, I was inspired by Lu Er and have made some progress in these years. In 10,000 years, I should be nearly ready." Tong Tian looked deeply at Nu Hua. "Sister, have you nearly taken that step?" Nu Hua nodded with a smile. "In another 10,000 years. It should be quite close. Lu Er's clear insights have greatly inspired me, and I may require his assistance then." Tong Tian nodded in understanding and turned to Lu Er. Naturally, Lu Er was eager to participate in Nu Hua's ascension, as this presented a golden opportunity to acquire substantial merit, intertwining his fate with hers, leading to the cause for enlightenment. With this cause, Lu Er would have greater confidence in the future battle of the gods. Lu Er promptly nodded, stating, "If my master invites, I shall exert every effort." "Then I thank you, brother and nephew," Nu Hua said, before departing to seek Fushi in the demon race South Heavenly Court. Lu Er and Tong Tian also made their way back to the Eastern Sea. Having concluded his observation of the Starry Isles, Lu Er refrained from wandering aimlessly this time, returning straight home to resume his secluded cultivation. Lu Er intended to utilize the next 10,000 years to comprehend the law of lightning and master it to a third of its potential. He would then strategize regarding the laws of warfare and strength, leaving the law of time for last, as it might prove the most challenging. Ever since the first war between the witches and demons, the primordial realm unexpectedly entered a rare period of tranquility. Both clans, having suffered significant losses, were now busy training their armies, forging armor and weapons, and concocting various elixirs in preparation for the next conflict. Occasionally, minor skirmishes arose due to resource competition. Yet these did not escalate into full-scale wars. The time had not yet come. One day, Kong Xian was sparring with Ao Guang, both refraining from using their divine powers, engaging solely in a test of technique, resulting in a fiercely contested match. Suddenly, a subordinate entered to announce, "Great One Ao Guang, the water tribe of the Eastern Sea requests an audience." The two combatants paused their sparring, sheathing their weapons as the purplish-red armor enveloping them melted away like flowing water. Transforming into orbs that were then stored away, Ao Guang instructed his subordinates, "Please invite him in." Shortly thereafter, the Tortoise Prime Minister entered, bowing deeply upon seeing Ao Guang. Little Tortoise pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Ao Guang, not one to be arrogant, promptly helped the Tortoise Prime Minister to his feet, for this was someone who had watched him grow since childhood. "What brings you here, Prime Minister Tortoise? Did my father summon me for some matter?" The Prime Minister sighed deeply and replied slowly, "For decades now, our dragon clan of the East Sea has been in turmoil. Though, what has transpired?" With the Prime Minister's narration, Ao Guang and Kong Xian gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that decades ago, a monster had appeared in the East Sea, its true form that of a golden-winged great pong. Upon its arrival, this monster voraciously devoured the aquatic creatures of the East Sea, even consuming several branches of the dragon lineage. The dragon clan, upon learning of this, was filled with righteous indignation. Though they had always acted discreetly, they could not allow themselves to be bullied without retaliation. They organized a large force to hunt down the monster, only to discover that it was exceedingly swift, particularly when it transformed into its true form, the golden-winged great pong. No one could keep pace with it. And its cultivation was formidable, having already reached the golden immortal realm. Perhaps incited by the dragon clan's pursuit, this creature had wreaked havoc in the East Sea for decades, devouring its aquatic denizens without restraint. Moreover, this monster was cunning, changing locations after every attack, driving the dragon clan to exasperation. In desperation, Ao Lai sought the assistance of a senior dragon clan elder of the Tai realm to subdue the CI. After a fierce battle, they were poised to capture the monster, but unforeseen complications arose. The golden-winged great ping produced a white bottle and, in an instant, captured the elder. At this point, Ao Lai truly began to panic. The elders of the dragon clan had suppressed the CI to atone for their sins, to eliminate the clan's karma. They could not be disturbed so frequently, if even a Tai golden immortal could not subdue this monster. What hope did Ao Lai have? Was he to summon the great Luo dragon clan? In his quandary, the Prime Minister proposed a solution, to seek assistance from Ao Guang's master if they could summon Lu Er. What mere monster could withstand him? After understanding the gravity of the situation, Ao Guang sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling to seek my master's aid, but he has entered seclusion for cultivation. Having instructed me beforehand that this retreat would last a considerable time, the Prime Minister was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Could it be that they truly had to disturb the elder of the great Luo dragon clan?" Just then, Kong Xian chuckled confidently, saying, "Is it really necessary to disturb our master for such a trivial matter? Allow me to handle it. I shall subdue this monster myself." Ao Guang felt a surge of hope upon hearing this and nodded. "Brother, with your 5-color divine light, nothing can withstand you. Even if it is an exotic creature from the primordial wilderness, it should not pose a challenge to you. That I shall accompany you for support." Kong Xian shook his head with a smile. "You should wait at the Starry Archipelago. I will take care of this little monster myself." "Where is this little monster now?" The Prime Minister, seeing Kong Xian take the lead, quickly replied, "It is on Lu Ding Island." This little monster had been hiding, but after capturing the Tai elder, it has grown increasingly audacious, settling down on Lu Ding Island, not far from the Dragon Palace. After confirming the location on the map, Kong Xian took to the skies, The Prime Minister knew of Kong Xian's extraordinary lineage, being the son of Yuan Feng, and with the careful guidance of Lu Er, there was a good chance he could resolve this issue. Without delay, he hurried back to the Dragon Palace to report the situation. Kong Xian raced onward and soon arrived at Lu Ding Island. The island was expansive yet desolate. A deserted island is quite advantageous, Kong Xian thought, as it minimizes concerns about collateral damage during the ensuing battle. That he immediately employed his divine ability to transform into a colossal figure towering 3,000 zhang. Brandishing his Fang Tianhua halberd and striking down upon the island, intending to rattle the monster as the halberd descended, the immense force shook the island as if it were an earthquake. From within a cave on the island, a young man clad in white emerged, holding a precious bottle, and upon seeing the devastation, shouted furiously, "Who did this? Are you seeking death? I'll send you off." Turning around, he was startled by the sight of the 3,000 zhang Kong Xian, causing him to jump with fright. Is that all you can do? Watch this. With that, he swiftly enlarged himself to match Kong Xian's height. Kong Xian, uninterested in the monster's petty tirades, brandished his halberd and engaged in combat. He executed the halberd techniques with fluid grace, thrusts, sweeps, and slashes, all seamlessly integrated, showcasing his nearly perfected skill. In contrast, the golden-winged Great Peng wielded a spear with mediocre proficiency, easily subdued by Kong Xian. After a few exchanges, Kong Xian had discerned the monster's capabilities. Just as he prepared to capture the creature, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The little monster turned tail and fled, covering a distance of 100 miles before emanating a golden light. The light gradually coalesced into feather-like projectiles that shot toward Kong Xian like arrows. Realizing that the monster was not fleeing, but rather preparing for a ranged attack, Kong Xian remained unperturbed. He wielded his halberd with precision, shattering all of the golden feathers. The little monster's martial prowess was mediocre, its magical abilities unremarkable. Its only advantage was its remarkable speed. Yet, how could such a minor golden immortal creature have caused decades of unrest for the Dragon Clan? Kong Xian shook his head, reflecting on the apparent decline of the Dragon Clan. He resolved to keep a closer eye on his junior disciple, diligently encouraging him to avoid becoming like the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. The golden-winged Great Peng, realizing its spells had been effortlessly thwarted, understood it had encountered a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, it produced the white bottle artifact, removed the cork, and aimed the opening at Kong Xian. Releasing a torrent of black and white gas. In that instant, Kong Xian felt an acute sense of danger and recalled what the Prime Minister had said about the bottle artifact. Realizing he had been targeted, he swiftly unleashed his five-color divine light, not directed at the black and white gas, but aimed squarely at the bottle artifact itself. In a flash, the 5 colors of light struck the bottle down, enveloping it and bringing it into Kong Xian's grasp. He pointed the bottle's opening at the black and white gas, drawing it in. Observing the artifact in his hand, he found it to be of ordinary material, poorly crafted, yet the black and white gas emanating from it instilled a profound sense of peril within him, leaving him puzzled as to how such a contradictory treasure could exist. The golden-winged Great Peng, witnessing Kong Xian so effortlessly seize the artifact it had relied upon, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Abandoning the artifact, it transformed back into its original avian form, flapping its wings and fleeing. Kong Xian, disregarding the examination of the artifact, hurriedly pursued. Although the golden-winged Great Peng was not particularly powerful, its speed was not to be underestimated. Kong Xian, exerting himself to the utmost, relentlessly chased after it, barely managing to keep up. Unfortunately, although Kong Xian was a flying creature, he was never particularly renowned for his speed. Thus, the chase continued, gradually pulling them further away from the East Sea and towards the primordial continent. The golden-winged Great Peng, fully aware that it had angered the Dragon Clan and that capture would spell its doom, fled desperately. Kong Xian, intent on permanently resolving the threat posed by the golden-winged Great Peng for the Dragon Clan's sake, remained steadfast in his pursuit, neither willing to relent nor abandon the chase. Fortunately, during the pursuit, Kong Xian released the captured Dragon Clan members from the artifact, where they might have met an untimely end. Thus, the chase continued for 3 years. One day, as they pursued each other, they arrived at a colossal volcano. The volcano loomed large, reaching into the clouds, yet it appeared to have long been dormant, surrounded by lush vegetation and a temperate climate. As the golden-winged Great Peng seemingly panicked and darted into the volcano's mouth, Kong Xian scoffed, Do you think such tricks will fool me? Little bird, not even the Tao ancestor could save you today. As I, Kong Xian, declare. Without hesitation, he plunged into the volcano. Upon entering, Kong Xian was met not with volcanic rocks or hidden traps as anticipated, but rather a wondrous realm. It was as though he had entered a new world. Though not vast. It contained skies, earth, sunlight, jungles, and towering mountains. Could this be a miniature thousand worlds? Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the center of the world, prompting Kong Xian to follow the sound. There, he beheld the magnificent golden-winged rock ensnared tightly by two fiery ropes. Rendered completely immobile, beside it stood a middle-aged woman of exquisite beauty, her countenance radiating kindness as she gazed upon him with a gentle smile. Kong Xian regarded this woman with caution. An instinctive warning told him that her power far surpassed his own, rendering her immensely dangerous. As if with a mere gesture, she could bring about his annihilation. Much like the first encounter he had with his revered ancestor, the middle-aged woman spoke with a smile. "What is this, my son? Have you failed to recognize your own mother?" Kong Xian furrowed his brow, replying, "Mother?" The woman nodded and declared, "I am your mother, Yuan Feng." At that moment, Kong Xian could scarcely believe his ears. Was not his mother lost during the calamity of the dragon and phoenix? How could she possibly stand before him now? Observing the confusion etched on his face, Yuan Feng patiently recounted the sequence of events. In the primordial epoch, when the heavens and earth were newly formed and chaos reigned, the avian creatures were ruled by the phoenix, residing in the immortal volcano. The terrestrial beast revered the Qian, dwelling upon the unyielding celestial mountain, and the aquatic beings, along with the serpentine creatures, acknowledged the dragon as their sovereign, dominating the vast oceans. These three races were known as the ancient three clans. The mightiest factions within the wilderness, blessed by nature, they were born with extraordinary powers, with the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qian reigning supreme. Thus, mutual friction ensued, exacerbated by the struggle for resources and territory, ultimately culminating in the outbreak of a great war. The three clans, accompanied by their respective followers, engaged in a chaotic battle, shrouding the heavens and earth in darkness, the sun and moon obscured, and countless lives lost. This was the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. As the catastrophe descended, calamity energy permeated the realm, and under its influence, all parties lost their rationality, engaging in a frenzied slaughter that led to the annihilation of countless races, leaving no trace of their existence. Even the primordial land was left in ruins by the devastation wrought by the three clans. By the time the clans regained their senses, it was far too late. The Qian and Phoenix clans were nearly extinguished, while the Dragon clan fared slightly better, yet remained on the brink of extinction. The most terrifying consequence was the relentless arrival of boundless karmic retribution, causing the remaining members of the three clans to dwindle in numbers. Without intervention, their inevitable demise loomed. In desperation, Yuan Feng chose to suppress the immortal volcano, halting its cataclysmic eruptions to accrue merit and offset the karmic burden, thus ensuring the Phoenix clan's survival. Yet, this act condemned Yuan Feng to remain in that place eternally, unable to find relief. Meanwhile, the Dragon clan, having lost their ancestral dragon, could only channel their collective strength to suppress the ocean's eye, maintaining calm across the seas to mitigate their karmic debt and secure the continuation of their race. The primordial Qian, in turn, stabilized the land itself, fortifying the wilderness. Thus, the calamity of the dragon and phoenix drew to a close, and the energy of calamity dissipated. As for Kong Xian's origin, it was through Yuan Feng's perception of the cosmic yin and yang energies that she laid two eggs, one containing Kong Xian and the other the golden-winged rock. However, at the time of their birth, the calamity was upon them, and Kong Xian was abducted by the enemies of the Phoenix clan, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the golden-winged rock behind. After the calamity, Yuan Feng kept the rock by her side, but due to her obligation to suppress the immortal volcano, she had no time to guide or discipline it. Thus, upon hatching, the rock acted with reckless abandon, even fleeing the immortal volcano to roam the wilderness. This return was prompted by Kong Xian's relentless pursuit, leaving the rock with no choice but to return home, hoping for Yuan Feng's salvation. Ironically, this led to the reunion of Kong Xian and Yuan Feng, evoking a sense of wonder at the intricacies of fate. Having learned the truth, Kong Xian felt no hesitation as he prostrated himself before her, exclaiming, "Kong Xian pays his respects to esteemed mother, Yuan Feng. overwhelmed with joy, quickly helped him to his feet. My son, these years must have brought you considerable hardship. Fear not. Since your birth, you have wandered the wilderness, without a place to call home. Until you were inadvertently discovered by the Dragon Clan, you have been evading their pursuit while striving to enhance your cultivation. Thankfully, you were rescued by your master, resolving your entanglement with the Dragon Clan. Though there were trials, you emerged unscathed. Upon learning of Kong Xian's favorable circumstances, Yuan Feng felt a sense of relief and inquired, "Who is your esteemed master?" "My master is the Six-Eared Macaque, one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, who learned from the Taoist Tontian of the 3 pure ones, while the ancestor is the Taoist Hongjun. Thus, I am now a 3rd-generation disciple of the Xianmen." The cascade of illustrious titles brought nods of acknowledgement from Yuan Feng. Though she remained bound to the immortal volcano, she was not entirely ignorant of the outside world, recognizing the names of Taoist Hongjun and the 3 pure ones. While unfamiliar with the Six-Eared Macaque, she surmised that such a formidable lineage would ensure her son was not easily bullied. Kong Xian then recounted his encounter with the golden-winged roc, and upon learning of its reckless behavior, Yuan Feng sighed and turned to the roc, saying, "From now on, you shall remain here at the immortal volcano to cultivate in peace, without venturing outside, that I will establish restrictions, given the current plight of the Phoenix clan. Should you cause trouble outside, I will be unable to protect you. Thus, it would be wise for you to temper your nature here." Kong Xian, in agreement, acknowledged that despite the roc being his brother, he held little regard for its conduct. Suddenly, Kong Xian remembered the bottle of spiritual treasure and hastily produced it, feeling it inappropriate to claim his brother's belongings as his own. Upon seeing the treasure, Yuan Feng's eyes widened in ire. Prodigal, truly blind to the value of what you possess." Confused, Kong Xian asked, "Why are you so enraged, mother?" Yuan Feng sighed, explaining, "You are unaware, my son, that since I birthed the 2 of you, one bears the essence of the 5 elements, while the other embodies the energies of yin and yang. Although not innate spiritual treasures, if utilized correctly, they surpass even innate treasures. For instance, you could refine the essence of the 5 elements into your tail feathers, transforming them into 5-colored divine light, rendering you impervious within the realm of the 5 elements. However, your short-sighted brother has foolishly confined the yin and yang energies into a mere bottle, such a crude vessel. Should you find yourself in conflict and that bottle shatters, the energies will dissipate, rendering it all for naught. Such waste is nothing short of sacrilege." Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, Kong Xian felt immense relief that he had not squandered the essence of the 5 elements. Subsequently, he chose to reside in this small world, receiving Yuan Feng's nurturing guidance. As the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, her power was that of a quasi-saint, although her true form was bound to the immortal volcano. Allowing only fleeting moments to manifest her avatar, she was more than capable of teaching Kong Xian. In truth, Kong Xian was already quite formidable. He possessed the foundational techniques of the Shangqing celestial arts, had mastered numerous profound physical cultivation methods, wielded the innate spiritual treasure, the Fangtian Huaji, and commanded the 5-colored divine light that rendered him almost invincible. Aside from a slightly lower realm, he was truly a versatile warrior. If one were to critique, he might lack potent innate spiritual treasures. Regrettably, the Phoenix clan had suffered greatly during the calamity, and Yuan Feng, bound for countless ages, possessed no treasures to offer in her predicament. Yuan Feng could only impart the divine abilities of the Phoenix clan and presented Kong Xian with 2 flames of nirvana. My son, the divine abilities of the Phoenix clan have been fully bestowed upon you, and I hope they prove beneficial. I am now bereft of possessions to aid you further. Please accept these 2 flames of nirvana, one for your use, and the other to present to your master. A small token of my affection." Feeling the profound love of his mother, Kong Xian was already content and paid little heed to anything else. However, to spare her sorrow, he accepted the divine flames. "My son, remember to exercise caution in the outside world and refrain from entangling yourself in karma. Should you encounter difficulties, return to your mother. Though I am suppressed, I can still ensure your safety here. Rest assured, mother, that I shall remain vigilant and avoid provoking conflict." Yuan Feng nodded with a sense of relief. Although one son had proven to be unremarkable, the other distinguished himself, with a promising future ahead, which provided some comfort. Alas, the Feng clan had long since fallen from grace, and her own son still needed to seek guidance from others. It had been some time since he had emerged. Kong Xian, fearing the concerns of the inhabitants of the Starry Isles, could only depart with a heavy heart. Yuan Feng felt a similar reluctance, yet there was little she could do, as her avatar could not remain in existence for too long. After establishing sufficient restraints to confine the golden-winged Great Peng, she could only watch as Kong Xian departed. Once he had left, Kong Xian cast a backward glance at the immortal volcano, his once lonely heart now ablaze with fervor. Accustomed to solitude, he now found himself part of a lineage, with a master and fellow disciples, not to mention comrades. Now, with family, he would no longer walk alone. This feeling was truly delightful. A millennium later, Luo opened his eyes amidst the Starry Isles, arcs of lightning crackling around him as he seemed to transform into a master of thunder. Under his control, the lightning danced about him like a docile pet. Never inflicting harm upon its master, the decade-long retreat had greatly enhanced Luo's strength. With the aid of the purple thunderhammer, he had grasped the rudiments of the thunderous laws, further advancing his understanding through the three pure divine thunders, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing, bringing his comprehension of the thunder laws to a remarkable 30%. These three forms of thunder were born from the remnants of the celestial thunder recorded in the memories of Pangu and the teachings of Hongjun. Ingeniously combined by the three purities in terms of potency, they were among the most formidable thunder techniques in the primordial world, capable of cataclysmic destruction, with their effectiveness amplifying with the wielder's depth of power. Throughout the later tales of the investiture of the gods, disciples from the Qian and Jie sects frequently employed thunder techniques to break formations and vanquish foes. Luo's mastery of the thunder laws granted him yet another means of protection, gradually aligning him with the archetype of a hexagonal warrior. Beyond the thunder laws, Luo's cultivation had also progressed, reaching the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. In this world, many laws are interconnected. One law leads to the understanding of myriad laws. Luo's accumulation and breakthroughs in the laws of fire and thunder facilitated his ascension, resulting in a natural progression. Feeling the surging power within him, Luo found himself one step closer to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. During his retreat, he had fully refined the last 12 stabilizing pearls. However, as anticipated, at the Tai level, transforming the 24 stabilizing pearls into celestial treasures was already his limit. To transmute the final 12 pearls, he would have to wait until reaching the great Luo realm. Nonetheless, Luo remained undeterred. It was merely a matter of time. Once he attained the great Luo realm, empowering 36 stabilizing pearls, he would likely be able to contend with even the quasi-saints. Upon exiting his secluded chamber, Luo summoned his subordinates and disciples, eager to see their progress over the millennia. To his surprise, as soon as the word was sent out, Guida hurried over, breathlessly exclaiming, "My lord, the goddess Nuwa has arrived and is waiting outside the ocean, seeking you. Fool, why did you not invite her in?" "Never mind, I shall go to greet her." Luo was well aware of Nuwa's intentions. Having arranged this meeting a millennium prior, upon reaching the outer sea of the Starry Isles, he found Nuwa standing amidst the clouds. He hurried to her, bowing respectfully. "Nephew pays his respects to Aunt Nuwa." Nuwa smiled warmly. "Nephew is too courteous. I must trouble you once more." Luo, with a righteous demeanor, replied, "Aunt, you speak as if we were strangers. As fellow practitioners of the mystical way, what trouble is there? Your matters are my own." Nuwa nodded, inviting Luo to her side as they ascended together on a cloud, drifting serenely. It had been countless ages since their last parting at Wuzhuang Temple, yet Luo's words lingered vividly in her mind. No matter how profound one's mastery of the way of creation, it ultimately depends on the nature of the creations themselves. Over the years, she had pondered deeply on what to create. "What are your thoughts, nephew?" Luo pondered for a moment. The question was deceptively simple, yet profoundly complex. With a single statement, he could shatter the barrier of uncertainty, but the implications were significant, relating to Nuwa's ascension. Hence, she had to tread carefully, inevitably leading to indecision and hesitation. "Aunt, let us set aside that discussion for now and instead deliberate on the current state of the primordial world." Nuwa nodded, signaling for Luo to proceed. "I have two disciples. My eldest disciple, Kong Xian, is the son of Yuan Feng, born with the essence of the five elements. My second disciple, Ao Guang, is the eldest prince of the East Sea Dragon King, destined to become the future leader of the Dragon Clan." Though Nuwa did not yet grasp Luo's intent, she listened patiently. The former Dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans once flourished, undeniably the protagonists of the primordial world. Yet, After the calamity, the Phoenix and Qian clans were nearly exterminated, while the Dragon clan languished in obscurity across the four seas. Presently, the true protagonists of the primordial world were the witch and demon clans. Vying for supremacy. It was as if the primordial realm were a grand stage, where one performance concluded and another commenced. Who do you believe will emerge victorious among the witch and demon clans? And Nuwa replied in a calm tone, naturally, I hope for the victory of the demon clan. Lua shook his head. The likelihood of mutual destruction is the greatest. Regardless of who prevails, both clans will unify the primordial world. But with their strengths, how could the innate powers permit it? How could the Tao ancestor acquiesce? Thus, the only outcome for the witch and demon clans is mutual devastation. A being of innate power. How could Nuwa fail to understand? However, as a member of the demon clan, with her brother even serving in the demon court, she, being embroiled in the situation, was reluctant to acknowledge the truth, confronted with reality. She could not help but concede that Luer's reasoning held merit. Supposing the witch and demon clans truly fell to mutual destruction, it would mirror the fate of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans. What race does Ant believe will next ascend the stage of the primordial world? Or rather, what kind of race would you wish to see as the next protagonist of the primordial realm? At this juncture, Nuwa could no longer feign ignorance and suddenly realized, do you mean for me to create a race to succeed the witch and demon clans as the protagonists of the primordial world? How could that be possible? Even if I were to become a saint, it would likely remain unattainable. Nuwa believed that the way of creation was not something to be taken lightly. Could one simply create a race at will? Moreover, she had misunderstood. Who said that the protagonists of the primordial realm must be innately powerful? Even the likes of the witch and demon clans could not be created by the Tao ancestor. Listening to Luer, Nuwa closed her eyes in contemplation, remaining silent for a long time. Luer chose not to elaborate further. He had revealed enough, and the rest would be left for Nuwa to discern. This exchange would likely yield considerable merit for him. As day turned to night, time flowed on, with Nuwa and Luer drifting upon the clouds. Nuwa remained deep in thought, and Luer dared not disturb her. Patiently awaiting her insight, the clouds gradually floated away from the East Sea, carried by the winds toward the continent. One day, as the clouds hovered above a valley, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes and smiled at Luer, saying, I have attained enlightenment. No sooner had she spoken than Luer sensed a profound change in her aura, radiating with the vibrant life force of the way of creation. The clouds then descended into the ordinary valley, where Nuwa, with unwavering focus, produced a ball of black soil. This must be the shirong, Luer thought to himself. Nuwa, after extracting the shirong, took a small piece and began to mold it in her hands. In no time, a lifelike clay figure emerged, resembling an innate Tao body, presumably inspired by Panga's form, a robust man, imposing and extraordinary. Subsequently, Nuwa dripped her essence into the figure, which burst forth with radiant light as she cast it down to the ground. Upon landing, the clay figure swiftly transformed into a towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, who looked around in bewilderment. Without pausing, Nuwa created another figure, this time a female, again adding her essence before releasing it to the ground. Thus, she continued molding a dozen or so clay figures, her speed ever increasing, her hands moving with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers. Feeling the urgency, Nuwa accelerated further. At that moment, Luer hurriedly offered the pre-prepared innate gourd vine. Upon receiving the vine, Nuwa seemed to awaken from a dream, tossing the shirong and striking it with the gourd vine. Instantly, the shirong shattered, scattering into countless clay particles that fell to the ground, transforming into myriad beings. Once her supply of shirong was exhausted, Nuwa finally ceased her actions, observing her creations in silence. She casually returned the gourd vine to Luer and said softly, You are small and weak, yet also strong. That I hope you will support one another, facing each crisis together. Henceforth, you shall be called. Luer was suddenly enlightened, realizing that the character for person held such profound meaning. The strokes resembled 2 figures standing back to back. His understanding had deepened. As Nuwa bestowed names upon humanity, a tempestuous aura enveloped the scene, and a colossal golden beam of light descended, shrouding Nuwa. The divine merit of creating humanity fell from the heavens, and Nuwa attained sainthood through this merit. Simultaneously, 2 golden beams, one large and one small, descended upon Luer and the gourd vine. Shortly thereafter, a purple mist surged from the east for 30,000 miles. accompanied by ethereal sounds that echoed through the clouds. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and myriad exotic birds and beasts soared through the sky and raced across the land. The celestial phenomena grew increasingly magnificent. Countless beings were stirred, instinctively prostrating themselves in reverence for the saint, feeling a natural yearning for the primordial path. Thus, among the disciples of Daozu Hongjun, Nuwa became the first to attain sainthood at that moment. Beyond the 33 heavens, within the chaos, the grand purple cloud palace stood. Hongjun, seated upon a mat, was contemplating the mysteries of the heavenly path when he suddenly opened his eyes, smiled gently, and mused, "The first saint of the heavenly path has returned to her rightful place." He then vanished from the purple cloud palace, heading towards the primordial realm. In the primordial world, numerous powerful beings gathered in the nameless valley, including the three purities, Jiu Ying, Hongjun, Zhenyuanzi, the inverted ancestor, Dijuan, and Dongwang Tai, among others. Upon witnessing Nuwa's attainment of sainthood, they felt that everything had changed. The saint represented the heavenly path and deserved utmost respect. For the first time, the thought that all beneath the saint were but ants arose in the hearts of these mighty beings. They bent slightly and spoke in unison. "We bow before Saint Nuwa." Nuwa nodded and said, "Fellow Taoists, please rise. I shall establish a place of teaching amidst the chaos and expound for 3,000 years. All of you are welcome to listen. Moreover, humanity is a race I have created, and I shall protect them for 30,000 years, should anyone recklessly slay members of humanity within these 30,000 years. Do not say I did not warn you. Luer, would you take it upon yourself to guard them for 3,000 years? Lua's spirit was invigorated as he responded loudly, "I shall faithfully adhere to the wishes of Saint Nuwa." Suddenly, another wave of purple mist surged from the east, signaling the arrival of yet another saint, perfectly timed as Nuwa concluded her arrangements. This time, including Nuwa, all the powerful beings present bowed in unison. "We greet our master." Daozu nodded and addressed Nuwa. Now that Nuwa has achieved the saintly position, the others must diligently cultivate. The mighty beings nodded in agreement. After Nuwa completed her teachings, she planned to visit the purple cloud palace. With that, she did not linger and vanished from sight. Subsequently, Nuwa led the powerful beings into the chaos to establish the place of teaching and expound for 3,000 years. Luer remained behind. Having promised Nuwa to protect humanity for 3,000 years, he had no desire to interfere excessively with humanity, so he sought out the first human, a robust figure resembling Pangu. "I am Luer Darin, and I shall guard you for 3,000 years. If any issues arise that cannot be resolved, seek me out." The robust figure, now devoid of confusion, looked curiously at Luer and the surroundings, while his stomach emitted rumbling sounds. Observing the other humans, who were naked and bewildered, Luer shook his head in resignation. He led the robust figure to a fruit tree in the valley, picked several fruits, and demonstrated how to eat. Though the robust figure was newly born and knew nothing, he was not foolish. He imitated Luer's actions and began to consume the fruits. After devouring more than 10, he gradually ceased eating. Luer gestured for him to lead the other humans to partake in the fruits as well. After spending half a day, he finally taught them how to eat, and then he truly stepped back. Allowing things to unfold naturally, Luer resolved to intervene only if there were reckless slaughter or threats to humanity's existence. As long as they were not exterminated, he would let them develop on their own. After all, they had learned to eat and would not starve. As the saying goes, the sharpness of a sword comes from being honed, and the fragrance of the plum blossom arises from bitter cold. Without enduring trials and tribulations, how could one grow? He would provide necessary assistance without acting as a caretaker for humanity, watching the humans evolve from confusion to curiosity. And finally, to learning survival skills, Luer felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to his own gains. First and foremost was the innate gourd vine, which had been granted merit simply by Nuwa as flick of her wrist. After being infused with the merit of creating humanity, it transformed into a treasure of merit, a rather good acquisition to keep for future gifting. The bulk of his gains came from participating in the merit of creating humanity, a far greater reward than the previous windfall of gold. He had long since devised plans for utilizing this merit. Taking out the 6 harmonies coiling dragon staff, he caressed this old companion that had accompanied him for countless years, feeling a deep bond. Even when he had acquired the innate level treasure, the Feng Tian Huaji, at Finbao Rock, he had given it away to Kong Xian without hesitation. The bond between Luer and the coiling dragon staff needed no further elaboration. "Old friend, Today I shall upgrade you once more, he declared, infusing it with merit to achieve the status of a postnatal treasure of merit. Whether it could revert to its innate form would depend on fate. The coiling dragon staff floated away from Luer, soaring around joyfully, as if expressing its delight. Luer observed this scene with a faint smile, capturing the coiling dragon staff with his right hand, and soon the merit surged into it. Upon reaching a critical point, the coiling dragon staff underwent a complete transformation, becoming a postnatal treasure of merit, forever free from karmic retribution for slaying. Its appearance remained unchanged. Yet it emanated a subtle dark golden glow, instilling a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. Upon examining the merit within himself, he found that he still retained a small portion. Luer decided to transform it into a golden wheel of merit that stood behind him, a decorative touch for leisure. Time flew swiftly. The first batch of over 3,000 humans settled in this valley. The firstborn robust figure observed the humans enduring the elements, suffering from the hardships of exposure and pestilence. Inspired by the bird nests he saw in the trees, he conceived the idea of constructing shelters for humanity. Using branches, the robust figure gradually built a rudimentary dwelling for them. Though simple, it was far better than sleeping exposed outdoors that in no time. The humans began to imitate him, and the robust figure continuously improved the shelter. Gradually, the dwellings became capable of shielding them from wind and rain, and in the process, the robust figure earned the respect of humanity and was elected as their leader, honored with the title of Yichao. Luer watched with great interest as humanity developed. This robust figure was indeed Yichao, and he felt a sense of participation in history. After becoming the leader of humanity, Yichao led them in constructing houses and foraging for wild fruits. Busily engaged in their endeavors, the quality of life for humanity improved significantly with the advent of shelters. Yet, life is often fraught with ups and downs. Just as humanity began to flourish, a heavy snowfall descended, erasing their progress. The physical constitution of the primordial humans far surpassed that of later generations. However, the harshness of the snowfall in the primordial world was unparalleled in such frigid conditions, even with shelters. Humanity succumbed to the cold. The blizzard claimed the lives of over 300 individuals. For a population of just over 3,000, this was a tremendous loss. Luer found himself on the verge of intervening multiple times, but ultimately restrained himself. A moment of assistance could not ensure a lifetime of support, nor could a lifetime of aid guarantee eternity. That if humanity wished to survive in the primordial realm, they must rely on their own strength. Resolute in his decision, Luer observed patiently as humanity sought solutions to this crisis. Remarkably, merely 3 days after the widespread casualties, humanity effectively addressed their need for warmth. They fashioned clothing, following the deaths of over 300. A female human stumbled upon a wild beast that had perished in the snow. Dragging the carcass back to the tribe, she caressed its soft fur, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. This sparked a brilliant idea in her mind. Could she not drape the fur over herself? Thus, the warmth could be sustained indefinitely. She sought out the mightiest male among the human race, Yichao. With his immense physical strength, Yichao forcefully tore the hide from the carcass of a deer. Observing the bloodied pelt, it was evident that they could not don it immediately. The female members of the tribe promptly took the hide outside to cleanse it of the bloodstains using the accumulated snow. Once the hide was thoroughly cleaned, the women draped it over themselves in no time. They felt a swift warmth enveloping them. She conveyed this revelation to the other members of the human tribe. Consequently, the humans seized the opportunity presented by the heavy snowfall, leading to the demise of numerous wild beasts and the collection of ample pelts. Furthermore, the flesh of these beasts provided sustenance, compensating for the scarcity of stored fruits during the winter. Armed with warm pelts and animal meat, the remaining members of the human tribe safely weathered the winter. Simultaneously, this female member of the tribe acquired a name, Zixiao. Observing the human tribe overcome this challenge, Luer felt a swell of admiration. The ancient ancestors, through their arduous endeavors, had sketched the outlines of civilization, which later blossomed into the resplendent tapestry of human culture. Time, ever fleeting, passed unnoticed, and 30 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 decades, the human race underwent a profound transformation. The initial 3,000 humans had multiplied to over 10,000, with houses arranged in orderly rows throughout the valley. The present-day humans had learned to harness fire. In the midst of a forest fire, they successfully procured fire and preserved it to this day. The advent of fire significantly enhanced the quality of life for the humans. They could now warm themselves in the cold, roast the flesh of wild beasts for consumption, illuminate the nights, and ward off predators. Fire swiftly became an indispensable tool for the human tribe. Yet, misfortune struck. A torrential summer rain caused the humans to lose their precious fire. Due to the valley's low terrain, rainwater could not drain promptly, rising above their knees and extinguishing the fire. In such dire circumstances, the quality of life for the humans plummeted. One human, gnawing at raw meat, pondered how splendid it would be if we could always have fire at our disposal. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by inspiration, and hurried back home to retrieve 2 pieces of dark stone. These stones had been collected during a previous hunting expedition, and when struck together, they sparked. Intrigued, he had kept them. Remembering the fire, he had a sudden thought. If stone striking could produce sparks, could he ignite fire himself? He gathered dry grass and other materials to kindle a flame, then held the 2 stones in hand, beginning to strike them against each other. The sparks flew from the collision, a sight to behold. However, he was not in the mood to admire the display. He continued striking with determination, attempting to ignite the dry grass. Persistence bore fruit, and finally, a spark caught the grass, spreading from a tiny ember to engulf the entire bundle. The human quickly fetched branches and fully kindled the flames. Overjoyed, he danced in celebration before the roaring fire. The other members of the tribe were soon drawn to the scene, and witnessing the sudden emergence of flames, they rejoiced together, celebrating the rekindling of their fire. They danced and shouted around the fire, roasting meat, oblivious to the summer's heat. Filled with joy and hope, they reveled deep into the night. After the humans had fallen asleep, Lu Er approached the fire. Gazing at the crackling flames, he fell into contemplation. This was surely the first time the humans had mastered fire. Instinctively, Lu Er felt that this fire was no ordinary phenomenon, quietly attuning himself to the flames. He extended the principles of fire unto this blaze. Suddenly, the fire of hope within Lu Er surged violently, yearning to break free. Thus, he summoned forth the fire of hope. His surprise, as soon as it manifested. The fire of hope dove into the flames like a fledgling returning to its nest. With the entry of the fire of hope, the flames flickered momentarily before settling into tranquility. Lu Er extended his hand once more, and a new flame of hope emerged from the fire, returning to Lu Er's grasp. Compared to before, this flame possessed a more grandiose aura, yet Lu Er remained uncertain of its purpose. In truth, he had never fully understood the significance of the fire of hope. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. It was, after all, not detrimental, and he could explore its mysteries later. Ever since the human tribe regained their fire and the means to ignite it, the one who had utilized flint to create fire became known as Sui Run. Thus, the 3 progenitors of humanity were established: Yu Chao, Ji Sheng, and Sui Ren. Witnessing the daily growth of the human tribe, Lu Er felt a profound sense of witnessing and becoming intertwined with history. The struggles of the ancient human race, of which he was the sole witness, evoked an indescribable sentiment within Lu Er. Strictly speaking, these humans were his ancestors. Time passed inexorably in the toil of the human tribe, 3,000 years slipping away in an instant. The initial batch of humans had long since perished. Including the 3 progenitors, the human race had proliferated through countless generations. Although the wilderness was fraught with danger, the population of humans had reached staggering numbers. Lu Er estimated that this number was in the hundreds of millions. The footsteps of humanity had long since ventured beyond the valley, stepping into the wilderness, with some even reaching the shores of the eastern sea. Lu Er had secretly resolved numerous crises faced by the humans, each capable of annihilating the entire race. After all, those aware of Nu Wa's edicts were the great clans, formidable powers, and mighty beings. They would naturally extend respect to the saints, and such a weak race posed no threat to them. They regarded them merely as playthings of the saints. However, those who perpetuate malevolence are always the unrefined and lower echelons. Lu Er dealt with such matters, which was the significance of his 3 millennia here. Now, after 3,000 years, Lu Er had completed his task. The emissary of the Nu Wa, the 9 Nether Pure Maiden, arrived as scheduled. The Edict of Nu Wa commanded that Lu Er, the Taoist, safeguard the newly emerged human race for 3,000 years. And having fulfilled his duty, he may now withdraw. Lu Er dutifully complied. As soon as Lu Er's voice fell, a golden light of merit descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Er. Upon receiving this merit, Lu Er suddenly sensed something amiss. He had inexplicably gained a portion of the human race's fortune. Although it was but a mere 10%, it was a permanent endowment that could not be reclaimed unless Lu Er chose to sever it. This was the reason Nu Hua had tasked him with safeguarding humanity for 3 millennia. Logically, as a disciple, and one who aided Nu Hua on her path to sanctity, it would have sufficed for her not to invite him to partake in the teachings. Instead, she assigned him this arduous task for 3,000 years, which seemed quite unjust. Little did he expect the benefit to manifest here, though Lu Er's original intent was not for personal gain. Any reward was undoubtedly welcome. He could only hope that Nu Hua would not regret her decision in the future. Indeed, for the future of humanity, this 10% of fortune was immensely significant. Everyone had underestimated humanity, including Nu W. My dear Lu Er, you have toiled for many years. I shall take over from here. Pure maiden, you are too courteous. I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Er departed without looking back. During these 3 millennia, Lu Er had not done much, nor did he consider it a hardship. Yet, for humanity, these 3,000 years were of utmost importance, as it was a time of great vulnerability, fraught with perils that could obliterate the human race in the wilderness. This was also the reason Lu Er could enjoy a portion of their fortune. Fortune was not something Nu Hua could bestow upon anyone at will. The humans remained unaware, but the heavenly principles acknowledged it. After leaving humanity, Lu Er did not return to the Starry Isles, but instead journeyed to Kunlun Mountain. He had previously received word that his master and uncle awaited him there. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the 4 of them sat together in a pavilion as they had long ago. A stone table was adorned with tea utensils, and Yuan-Shi Tianzun brewed tea with an air of ethereal elegance. The aroma wafted and the steam curled, elevating the art of tea to new heights. Tong Tian, disinterested in tea, preferred wine. Once Yuan-Shi finished brewing, Tong Tian inquired, "Monkey, how did you assist Nu Hua in attaining sainthood?" Upon hearing this, Lu Er nearly choked on his tea. Disciple possesses neither the virtue nor the capability to aid Nu Hua in her ascension. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Do not feign modesty. You undoubtedly contributed to Nu Hua's attainment of sainthood, and significantly so. Speak truthfully. Tai Shang and Yuan-Shi gazed intently at Lu Er, their formidable presence weighing heavily upon him. Feeling the immense pressure, Lu Er hastily confessed, I merely shared my conjectures and suggestions with my esteemed master, Nu Hua. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is likely to result in mutual destruction, since Master Nu Hua is well versed in the principles of creation. I suggested that she forge a new race to become the protagonists of the future Honglong. Nothing more. Upon hearing Lu Er's words, Tai Shang's expression remained impassive, while Yuan-Shi's hand trembled slightly around his teacup. Tong Tian asked bluntly, how do you know that the so-called human race created by Nu Hua can indeed become the protagonist of Honglong? Lu Er replied, Master, I am merely speculating. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans, as well as the Wu and Yao clans, are all immensely powerful, yet did they achieve favorable outcomes. Furthermore, would the myriad formidable beings of Honglong, including our esteemed masters, permit the emergence of another race that could rival them? Thus, I believe that the next protagonist of Honglong will not be overly strong, but must possess great potential. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of the role that it seems that Master Nu Hua also concurred. Leading her to create the human race and attain sainthood, my conjecture was not unfounded. Although Lu Er's reasoning was somewhat tenuous, it held water. He could not simply claim to have come from the future. The Sanqing reluctantly accepted this line of reasoning. Yuan-Shi remarked, so, this human race is indeed of utmost importance. Tai Shang nodded. It concerns our path to enlightenment, and you both must contemplate and reflect upon it seriously. Seeing Tai Shang's affirmation, Yuan-Shi and Tong Tian finally believed. Shortly thereafter, Tai Shang continued, Monkey, Sister Nu Hua has bestowed upon you the fortune of the human race. You should express your gratitude. The causal relationship of achieving enlightenment must be acknowledged. Does one fortune suffice? Lu Er nodded in agreement. Upon your return from the palace of Nu Hua, we shall venture together to the realm of humanity. Be cautious on your journey to the chaos. I shall lend you the Taiji diagram for protection. Lu Er accepted this primordial treasure, witnessing the Taiji diagram radiating with myriad glimmers and auspicious colors, encircled by the great Tao prophecy on its exterior, and the heavenly Tao symbols subtly manifesting within. The 5-colored radiance illuminated the mountains and rivers, while the nine-colored auspice reverberated throughout the heavens and the universe, possessing the power to quell the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, transform the principles of yin and yang, unravel the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and encompass countless phenomena. Experiencing the primordial treasure at such close proximity was truly extraordinary. Lu Er hastened towards the palace of Nuwa beyond the chaos. After smoothly traversing the starry sky of Hongwang, he entered the chaos. Although Lu Er was merely at the level of Tai Golden Immortal, the protection of the Taiji diagram allowed him to navigate the chaos with ease. Before long, he beheld a landmass floating beyond the chaos, complete with mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers, as well as a grand palace at its center, adorned in lavish splendor. This must be the heavenly abode of Nuwa and the palace of Nuwa. Approaching the palace unimpeded, he found Nuwa's attendant, Huame, already waiting at the entrance. Immortal Lu Er, the Empress has instructed me to wait for you here. Lu Er nodded and followed the charming attendant into the palace of Nuwa. Upon laying eyes on Nuwa for the first time, Lu Er finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, beneath the saint, all are but ants. A profound sense of oppression enveloped him, akin to a mortal standing before an ancient, insurmountable mountain. The disparity was as vast as a chasm. In comparison to the previous Nuwa, one seemed to dwell in the heavens while the other resided underground. Soon after, the oppressive aura dissipated as Nuwa retracted her imposing presence. It was not intended to intimidate her disciple, but to convey the essence of what it means to be a saint. Lu Er nodded, comprehending Nuwa's intent. I in the presence of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Everyone maintained a deep sense of reverence, and since it was their first encounter, the aura of sanctity was not as overwhelming, especially since Tao ancestor typically restrained his saintly presence, leaving others without a clear conception of sainthood. Nuwa's demeanor allowed Lu Er to truly experience what it means to be a saint. I am aware of your intentions for coming. Disciple, feel free to voice your desires. Things were indeed different. Saints were truly remarkable. Even before Lu Er could speak, she had already discerned his purpose. After much contemplation, Lu Er finally articulated his long-held request. Nuwa listened in silence for a considerable time, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The implications of achieving enlightenment were monumental. Although Lu Er's request posed a challenge for Nuwa, it was not entirely unfeasible. With the objective accomplished, Lu Er chose not to linger unnecessarily and took his leave from the palace of Nuwa. Upon returning to Kunlun, Lu Er did not disclose the details of his encounter with Nuwa, and the Sanqing did not inquire further. Taishang then led Lu Er to the realm of humanity. Monkey, do not frighten the human race with your appearance. Hearing this, Lu Er felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, contemplating how to present himself. Perhaps I should transform into a youthful boy, with the directive from his esteemed master. There was little choice but to comply. Lu Er transformed into a charming lad of 8 or 9 years, following Taishang with youthful exuberance. Taishang also assumed the guise of an elderly man in his 60s, wielding a bamboo staff. Thus, the two commenced their journey through the human realm. The human race was born from an unnamed valley, and as their population swelled, the surrounding resources gradually became insufficient. Consequently, some ventured forth, forming new tribes. Due to their limited strength, the tribes of humanity were not far apart. Each tribe they visited, Taishang imparted the principle of Wu W, in Wu Wei. There is nothing that cannot be managed. Those who act will inevitably fail. Those who cling will lose. The benefits of Wu Wei are sought by all under heaven. Why practicing Wu Wei, one can achieve everything to govern the world. It is often through non-interference. When there is interference, it is insufficient to govern the world. The still weak human race instinctively thirsted for knowledge, holding those who possessed it in deep reverence. In every tribe, they were treated as honored guests, receiving the finest meats and freshest fruits. Taishang encountered various individuals in different tribes, gradually refining his teachings. The two continued their exploration, tribe by tribe, until one tribe skilled in taming wild beasts presented a blue ox to Taishang for transportation. Observing the blue ox before him, Lu Er realized this would become Taishang's future steed, the blue-horned ox. Riding the blue ox, Taishang led Lu Er onward, and the two continued their journey through humanity. One day, as they prepared to depart for the next tribe, a young man from the human race suddenly blocked their path. Disciple yearns for the Tao and wishes to take you as my master. Serving by your side, that I beseech you to show me compassion. With that, he knelt on the ground, refusing to rise. Lu Er, accustomed to such encounters, approached to assist the young man to his feet, intending to leave swiftly, as he had seen many seek to become disciples along the way. However, when he glanced at Taishang, he found him silent, a frown creasing his brow. Lu Er was taken aback, observing this unusual scene. Pondering whether his esteemed master truly intended to accept a disciple, Taishang had only one disciple, the future Xuandu master. Rumor had it that the Xuandu master was of human descent. Could this young man before him be the one? Intrigued, Lu Er scrutinized the young man, who, despite kneeling, bore a calm expression, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Taishang remained silent and frowning, while the kneeling youth dared not move, and Lu Er, uncertain of his master's thoughts, refrained from speaking. After a lengthy pause, Taishang finally spoke. Very well. There exists a fateful connection between us as master and disciple. I shall accept you. Upon hearing this, Lu Er was convinced that this was indeed the Xuandu master. What is your name? I am Xuandu, from a nearby tribe. My parents have passed away, and I have no siblings, standing alone in this world. Taishang nodded, saying no more. Their journey continued with the three of them and the ox. Thus, Taishang spent a decade traversing the majority of the human tribes. Some tribes lingered for a long time, while others departed swiftly, spreading the philosophy of non-action and various life skills throughout the myriad clans of humanity. On this day, Taishang and his entourage arrived at a tribe called Suiren, founded by the descendants of Suiren, one of the three ancestors of humankind. The tribe, with a population exceeding 30,000, thrived by the banks of a great river. Taishang's renown had long since permeated the human realm, and upon their arrival, the group was met with a warm welcome, inviting them to stay. Each day, Taishang would sit cross-legged on a wooden stump at the center of the tribe, elucidating the principles of non-action or imparting essential life skills to the people. On this particular day, just as he was explaining how to catch fish in the river, a cacophony erupted from outside the tribe. With keen eyes, Lu Er observed as a fish demon, towering 3 zhang high, leapt from the river, effortlessly vaulting over the low fence of the Suiren tribe and rampaging within, indiscriminately devouring the humans. Panic ensued, and the people scattered in all directions. The hunting party, hastily assembled, wielding stone axes and wooden shields, stood defiantly before the fish demon, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Though the fish demon's cultivation was not formidable and it had yet to attain the path of immortality, its transformation was incomplete, possessing a fish's head, a fish's body, and limbs covered in scales. Yet, this very visage appeared exceedingly ferocious. The demon, relying on its brute strength, swatted a hunter holding a wooden shield into the air, sending him soaring 3 zhang high. When the hunter fell, his bones shattered and tendons torn. Nevertheless, this did not quell the determination of the hunters to resist, even though their stone axes inflicted merely superficial wounds. None faltered. They fought bravely to protect their kin behind them. After suffering the loss of over 30 hunters, the humans finally managed to drive the fish demon back into the river. Those who survived bore no joy. With the abysmal medical conditions of the primordial wilderness, the injured could only rely on luck to survive, as most met with death. Lu Er, having witnessed such scenes countless times over his 3 millennia of watching over humanity, had grown numb to the cruelty of it all. Yet, this was the primordial wilderness, harshly unforgiving yet starkly real. To survive, one must be stronger than others, lest they become prey themselves. The law of the jungle prevailed. Lu Er had once contemplated whether to impart the cultivation methods to humanity. However, after much deliberation, he chose to refrain. The human race was still young, without enduring hardship. They could not forge the indomitable resilience that defined them. Furthermore, the path of cultivation should not be taught by him. Taishang quietly observed the fish demon's assault and the human's valiant resistance, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Xuandu remained detached, neither sorrowful nor joyful, which irked Lu Er. After all, Xuandu hailed from humanity. How could he be so unfeeling? Had he already learned to adopt Taishang's aloofness before even beginning his cultivation? Of course, it was possible that Xuandu was simply that kind of person. With such a temperament, Lu Er was uncertain, but it did not prevent him from disliking Xuandu. Taishang, in an uncharacteristic manner, did not retire to his quarters after dinner, but instead continued to sit cross-legged on the wooden stump at the center of the tribe. Xuandu remained by Taishang's side. Lu Er observed his master's demeanor, sensing he was in deep contemplation. His master had always been inscrutable. Lu Er found no inclination to speculate. After all, he knew the ultimate outcome. Yet, What Luer did not anticipate was that Taishang's meditation would last for over a month. During this month, Taishang remained motionless, and golden rays of light would occasionally appear around him, illuminating the people and curing their ailments. The tribe of Suiren revered Taishang as a deity, nearly elevating him to the status of an object of worship. Finally, Taishang opened his eyes. His aura surged dramatically, stirring the winds and clouds for miles around. Slowly, he rose, one hand resting behind his back, the other pointing skyward, softly uttering, "Steel, come forth." Instantaneously, the sky darkened with dense clouds. Forming a swirling vortex above, the vortex spun rapidly, exuding a formidable presence. Suddenly, accompanied by a beam of golden light, a stone stele descended straight down, crashing into the center of the tribe before Taishang. The stele stood a zhang tall, appearing unremarkable in grayish white, devoid of any inscriptions. Taishang raised his hand and pointed at the stele, a golden beam of light penetrating it, after which the extraordinary phenomena vanished. Having completed this, Taishang did not pause, but continued, "I, Taishang of the Three Pure Ones, am moved by the hardships faced by humanity. Yet, they persist in self-improvement. Today, I establish the teachings for humanity, to enlighten them with the Taiji diagram and the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth to stabilize their fortunes." The doctrine of humanity is established. As Taishang's words resonated, thunder rumbled from the heavens, and a colossal pillar of merit descended, enveloping Taishang. Simultaneously, three minuscule pillars of merit fell upon Luer, Xuandu, and Ban Jiaoqing Niu, perhaps signifying the notion that when one achieves enlightenment, even their kin prosper. This was not the end. From within Taishang's being surged a flow of merit far greater than that from establishing the teachings. This was the immense merit of creation hidden within him. In truth, the Three Pure Ones merely needed to draw forth the vast merit of creation within themselves to directly attain enlightenment. However, without a merit of equal magnitude to serve as a catalyst to release it, they too could not achieve enlightenment. Thus, Taishang, by establishing teachings to gain merit and coupled with the hidden merit of creation, positioned the Three Pure Ones ahead of Niuhua from the very outset. The two immense merits intertwined, aiding Taishang in ascending to the holy position. Purple mist billowed from the east for 30,000 miles. Heavenly rain poured down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, blooming resplendently. Divine radiance filled the heavens, dragons soared, and phoenixes danced. The sound of great music was subtle, and the grand way formless. Heaven and earth rejoiced together. Across the primordial wilderness, countless sentient beings became aware that yet another sage had emerged. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi paused, cup in hand, muttering to himself, "My elder brother has attained sainthood." He then drained his cup and rose. "Let me see what marvels this small human race possesses." On Gold Turtle Island in the East Sea, Tong Tian, who had been lounging leisurely on his cloud bed, suddenly found himself standing in the great hall as the cloud bed vanished. Is humanity truly so extraordinary, capable of enabling both Niuhua and my elder brother to attain sainthood in succession? On the western Shumi Mountain, the previously meditative Kunti abruptly stood up, anxiously exclaiming, "Senior brother, now Taishang has also attained sainthood. What shall we do?" The sorrowful Jane shook his head and uttered, "Let us observe how it unfolds." In the fire cloud cave, Hongjun, who had been struggling to comprehend the primordial purple energy, could not help but sigh. The pressure was overwhelming. The Three Pure Ones, Niuhua, Jane, and Kunti, regardless of their circumstances, were all recognized disciples of the Tao ancestor. Yet, he alone was not only solitary, but without any status. In the current primordial wilderness, all those with ambition eyed him covetously. This moment, Taishang floated above the Suiren tribe, exuding the majesty of a sage, as various phenomena swirled in the sky, ceaselessly manifesting. Luer gazed at the celestial spectacle, his heart filled with myriad emotions. This was the ultimate pursuit of countless sentient beings in the primordial wilderness, sainthood. He wondered if he would ever attain such a state. Gradually, the great powers arrived. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, Jane and Kunti, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, Zhenyuanzi, Hongyun, and the old ancestor of the underworld river, all united in reverence for the newly ascended sage. Proclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the sage of Taiji." Taishang nodded, "You need not bow, my fellow Taoists." The final arrival was Niuhua, who said, "Senior brother, the younger sister pays her respects." Taishang smiled gently. Sister, you are too courteous. What puzzled everyone was the absence of the Tao ancestor. Dai was known that during Nuwa's ascension, the Tao ancestor had personally attended. Now, as Taishang, the favored disciple, attained sainthood, a matter of such significance. Why did the Tao ancestor not come? The thoughts of the crowd varied. Taishang quietly surveyed those present, finally turning to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian with a slight smile, saying, if not now, then when? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian felt a jolt in their spirits. As though enlightened by a profound truth. Yuan Shi of the Three Pure Ones wished to expound upon the heavenly way on behalf of the heavens, to enlighten all beings, using the banner of Pangu to stabilize fortunes. Let the teachings be established. The three purities, transcend the heavens. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial transformations total 49. I wish to seize this slender thread of life for all beings, employing the four swords of Jinxian and the Jinxian array to suppress the flow of fate, and thereby establish the sect of the intercepting teachings. With the declarations of the primordial beginning and the transcendent heaven, the world once again became turbulent, with purple chi arising from the east. Enormous golden clouds, accompanied by vast expanses of purple chi, gathered above the entirety of the human tribes, the commotion caused by the two saints far surpassing that of the Supreme, being more than thrice as intense. The primordial beginning and the transcendent heaven attained sainthood, while the attention of the crowd was focused on them. Three exceedingly vague phantoms appeared around the Supreme, only to vanish in an instant. Unnoticed by all, only the Six-Eared Macaque, due to his proximity and mastery of the art of transforming into the three purities, sensed a hint of anomaly when the Six-Eared Macaque turned to glance at the Supreme. He observed nothing unusual, casting doubt on his own perception, suppressing his thoughts. He reminded himself that this was not the moment for such considerations. Witnessing the ascension of the two saints from such a close distance stirred a myriad of emotions within the onlookers. It was indeed a rare opportunity to observe such a moment up close, a chance that might never come again in one's lifetime. Yet, as the foremost powers of the primordial chaos, they could do nothing but watch helplessly as others achieved sainthood. The experience was akin to a person drinking water, knowing the warmth or chill by oneself. Among those most anxious were Jiu Ying and Zhenyuanzi, as they were the only remaining beings with the innate purple chi of chaos yet to attain sainthood. Alongside Hongjun, the great powers of the primordial chaos were not known for their kindness. If the two remained inactive, it was not unthinkable that the allure of sainthood would compel others to conspire against them and seize their innate chi. In a state of urgency, Zhenyuanzi turned to Jin, communicating through their spiritual connection. Brother, we must make a resolute decision. We can wait no longer. Jane nodded in agreement, and together they proclaimed, Heavenly Tao above. We are the Western intercepting Taoist and the Zhuani Taoist. Sensing the barrenness of the West, we desire to enlighten its lands, granting the beings of the West the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Suppressing the flow of fate with the 12-petaled golden lotus, thus, we establish the Western sect. As their words echoed, an immeasurable power of merit began to coalesce in the sky. This power transformed into two portions, crashing down into the bodies of Jin and Zhuani. However, after the merit descended, there was no subsequent movement. The purple chi of sainthood and the golden lotus emerging from the earth remained concealed. The assembly of great powers regarded this scene with confusion, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Dai was the Six-Eared Macaque who broke the silence. It is a matter of insufficient merit. Jane and Zhenyuanzi exchanged glances. Gritting their teeth as if having made a monumental decision, they then directly levitated into the air, sitting cross-legged as they began to voice grand aspirations. Should I achieve the state of no bodhi and attain true enlightenment, the Buddha realm I inhabit shall possess immeasurable and inconceivable merit and grandeur. When I become a Buddha, all sentient beings born in my realm will possess the innate knowledge of their destinies and deeds accumulated over countless eons. Able to perceive the past, present, and future, with each grand aspiration uttered, a wave of merit descended from the heavens. Each descent propelled Jin and Zhenyuanzi one step closer to the realm of sainthood. After jointly proclaiming a total of 48 grand aspirations, the heavenly Tao bestowed upon them 48 portions of merit. As the purple chi arose from the east for 30,000 miles and the golden lotus emerged from the earth, Jin and Zhenyuanzi finally achieved sainthood after their 48 declarations. Before the celestial phenomena had even dissipated, yet another wave of purple chi surged forth as Tao ancestor Hongjun appeared before the assembly. The Tao ancestor, rare in his smile, remarked, The saints beneath the mystic gate have all assumed their positions. The others should be encouraged. With that, it seemed he cast a glance at Hongjun. After establishing the Chaos Taoist temple, come to the Violet Mist Palace to see me. Upon finishing his words, the Tao ancestor vanished from sight. Following their reverence for the newly ascended saints, the great powers departed in unison, for the events of that day were too numerous to absorb all at once. In a single day, the primordial chaos had gained 5 new saints. What an extraordinary shift, together with Niuhua, that amounted to 6 saints. Initially, there had only been Hongjun, their teacher, which everyone could accept. Now, however, there were 6 additional figures. The landscape of the primordial chaos had changed overnight. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai arrived at the Lingxiao Hall. In just one day, the primordial chaos had transformed dramatically. 6 saints, indeed 6. How could we compare to this? Listening to Dongwang Tai's outburst, Emperor Jun frowned. Enough? Why are you so restless? If you falter at the first setback, how can you become a great figure in the future? After being chastised by Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai calmed down. Brother, what shall we do now? If we wait until we eradicate the witch clan before seizing the fate of the primordial chaos to attain sainthood, it may be too late. Regarding the previously planned matter, might it be time to implement it? After a moment of silence, Emperor Jun's gaze grew resolute. Summoned by Zhe and Kunpeng, but do not alert Fushi. He would surely oppose it. Back in the Blood Sea, the river of underworld sat in the Blood Sea Palace, deeply contemplating. Niuhua's creation of humanity had garnered merit for sainthood, while the 3 purities in Jiu Ying and Zhenyuanzi established their teachings to attain merit for sainthood. Fundamentally, reaching sainthood relied on merit. In the past, Hongjun had spoken of validating the Tao through strength, severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment, and achieving the Tao through merit. All 6 had chosen the path of merit to attain sainthood. Why? Simply because this method is the most straightforward. The path of validating the Tao through strength is not worth mentioning. The severing of the 3 corpses is likely not as simple as I envision. It involves the severance of the good, the evil, and the self, before finally merging into one. Without the right opportunities, one could spend countless eons failing to sever the 3 corpses. The good and evil corpses may still have traces to follow. Yet the self-corpse remains utterly elusive. They must lack the confidence to sever the self-corpse, which is why they chose to attain sainthood through merit. Alas, if that is the case, why should I cling so tightly to the idea of severing the 3 corpses to achieve sainthood? Attaining sainthood first is the true principle. When it comes to the way of creation, I am not much inferior to Niuhua. Let me first attempt to create a race if the merit proves insufficient. I will then establish a teaching to supplement it. Resolving to act, the river of underworld wasted no time. Arriving at the depths of the dark blood sea, the 12-petaled karma fire red lotus hovered in the air as the river of underworld sat upon it. Calming his mind, he began to sense the murky essence of the blood sea, gradually extracting its quintessence. This essence, the purest form of the blood sea's murky energy, could corrupt one's path and destroy one's soul and body. Truly formidable. However, this substance has a drawback. It cannot endure for long. If not utilized within a day after extraction, it will dissipate, thus remaining obscure. Although the river of underworld cannot preserve the blood sea essence, he can extract it whenever needed. Now, as he embarks on the path of creation, the quality of materials determines success or failure. Naturally, he thought of this exceptional material. After absorbing it for a full 81 years, he obtained a piece of blood sea essence the size of a human head. Yet, the river of underworld was not satisfied. He continued to refine it with karma fire, ultimately resulting in a piece no larger than a fist before he ceased. Gazing at the viscous, blood-black essence before him, the river of underworld revealed a satisfied smile that he plucked a piece, carefully shaping it, and dripped a drop of his own blood onto it before casting it into the sky. The karma fire red lotus below erupted with flames, refining the creation into existence. The being that emerged was exceedingly ugly yet remarkably strong, possessing impressive power, already at the true immortal level upon birth. Truly extraordinary. The river of underworld then repeated the process, crafting several hundred such beings. Observing the multitude of creations he had brought forth, the river of underworld felt akin to a proud father, whether it was a lack of aesthetic sense or a penchant for the grotesque. All newly created beings were male and ugly, while the females were beautiful. You are the race created by me, the river of underworld. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Azura. No sooner had he spoken than a tempest arose, and a colossal golden pillar of light appeared in the sky. Merit rained down from above. The river of underworld laughed maniacally at the sight. Yet, after the merit descended, there was no further development. The phenomena of attaining sainthood, the golden lotus emerging from the earth, the purple chi arising for 30,000 miles, were nowhere to be found. His cultivation remained unchanged, still at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. However, the river of underworld remained unperturbed, for everything unfolded as anticipated. Heavenly Tao above. Today I, the river of underworld, with the Azura as my disciples, established the Azura sect, embracing slaughter as our doctrine. All things born must be permissible to slay. With the 12-petaled karma fire red lotus, I shall suppress the Azura sect's flow of fate, alleviating the karmic burdens of slaughter. Thus, the Azura sect is established, as the words of the river of the underworld echoed. A myriad of phenomena began to manifest in succession, and once again, a pillar of merit appeared above the sea of blood. The river of the underworld, filled with anticipation, gathered the merit, yet still received no response. The calculations had come to naught. Once more, the river of the underworld faced failure in attaining sainthood. Whether through the path of creation or the establishment of teachings, neither proved effective. This disillusionment also led the powerful beings observing the river of the underworld to resign themselves to despair. It was not merely the act of creating beings that could lead to sainthood, nor was it solely the establishment of a doctrine. Upon reflection, the onlookers discerned that the most significant difference lay in the absence of the primordial purple aura surrounding the river of the underworld. At present, only a single trace of the primordial purple aura remained. Moreover, the red cloud had always been a solitary figure in this vast wilderness. Although he had many friends, none could be considered a true confidant. Originally, the red cloud was meant to share a profound bond with the Zhenyuanzi, but unexpectedly, the Six-Eared Macaque intervened, severing that camaraderie. In his desperation, the ancestor of the river of the underworld, realizing he had no means to achieve sainthood, harbored malicious thoughts towards the red cloud. In the primordial chaos, within the heavenly purity, the three pure ones, having returned from the purple cloud palace, were now gathered with Zhenyuanzi and the Six-Eared Macaque. After listening to Tongtian's account of the river of the underworld's pursuit of enlightenment, the Six-Eared Macaque scoffed disdainfully. Zhenyuanzi sighed and remarked, "Though the actions of our friend from the river of the underworld may be considered beneath us, his heart in seeking the Tao is indeed steadfast." The Six-Eared Macaque, upon hearing this, also chuckled, acknowledging that regardless of the outcome, the river of the underworld had at least made an attempt, while he himself had merely ridiculed a great being, relying on his own foresight. Indeed, the spirit of the senior from the river of the underworld was commendable and worthy of emulation. Yuanshi nodded and inquired, "Monkey, how have you fared in comprehending the laws of time? All three of us brothers have attained sainthood, yet you, my foremost disciple, have not even achieved the great Luo, which truly brings disgrace upon us." The Six-Eared Macaque nodded in agreement, but inwardly scoffed. "Great Luo? Do you believe I am like you, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, achieving great Luo as effortlessly as eating and drinking? Were it not for my own efforts, I would scarcely have attained even the golden immortal status." Seizing the moment, the Six-Eared Macaque spoke up, "Master Uncle, I wish to comprehend the laws of time. I humbly request your guidance." The Supreme One, pleased, nodded. "The laws of time are exceedingly difficult to grasp. Your earnestness is commendable. I shall assist you and take you to traverse the river of time." Upon hearing the Supreme One mention the river of time, the Six-Eared Macaque felt a wave of confusion. Was this truly a place he could visit? Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Zhenyuanzi exchanged surprised glances at the Supreme One. The Supreme One calmly explained, "If I cannot protect the monkey before he attains sainthood, it would be a challenge. However, afterwards, there will be no issues." Zhenyuanzi sighed again. Such extraordinary power resides within a saint. Alas, he is fated not to ascend to such heights. Tongtian produced a jar of exquisite wine crafted from the Starry Islands and smashed it onto the table with a resounding clatter. "Why must you all act so childishly? If the opportunity arises in the future, we shall surely strive to assist you in achieving sainthood. For now, why not indulge in this fine drink?" Zhenyuanzi, invigorated by his words, slammed his palm upon the table and proclaimed, "Excellent." The Supreme One and Yuanshi both expressed their approval, and the Six-Eared Macaque, grinning, began pouring the wine. After a feast of merriment, the six-eared macaque took a few days to sober up before preparing to embark on his journey to the river of time. Though it was called a banquet, in truth, the Supreme One and Yuan Shi partook only sparingly, while Zhenyuanzi consumed a few cups, leaving the bulk of the drinking to the six-eared macaque and Tongta. Despite their formidable cultivation, the strength of the wine was formidable. It was brewed from an array of rare celestial fruits, and overindulgence could prove overwhelming even for the great Luo golden immortals. In a fit of exhilaration, Tongtian boasted about using ginseng fruit for brewing the next batch of wine. Once fully awake, the six-eared macaque approached the grand hall, where the Supreme One awaited to traverse the river of time. He would need to ensure the six-eared macaque did not lose his way, requiring even the Supreme One to adjust his state. The six-eared macaque appeared somewhat anxious, despite having reached the Tai golden immortal level. The mysteries of time remained elusive, compounded by the ingrained impressions from his past life. The Supreme One smiled gently, reassuring him, "Do not fret, monkey. While there may be minor dangers, your master uncle will safeguard you." Upon entering the river of time, time could flow forward or backward. If it moved forward, it would reveal potential future events. However, do not let the future confuse your mind. It is not fixed and holds countless possibilities beyond what you see. If time flows backward, it merely reflects past events. Think of it as a mere recollection. Remember, whether time advances or retreats, refrain from touching anything. Merely observe as a spectator. I shall entrust you with the celestial treasure of the universe and the earth for your protection. Should danger arise, activate the treasure, and I will guide you back. If all proceeds smoothly, I shall retrieve you from the primordial wilderness in 10 years' time. Do you understand? The Supreme One articulated his instructions with clarity, and the six-eared macaque nodded in comprehension, signaling his readiness. The Supreme One raised his hand, and the celestial treasure of the universe and the earth descended into the six-eared macaque's being. That a surge of merit energy enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of safety. Satisfied with the preparations, the Supreme One waved his hand, and a passageway materialized. On the other side lay an endless river flowing ceaselessly. The six-eared macaque understood that the opposite side was indeed the river of time. Cautiously, he stepped through the passageway, and upon reaching the other side, the passage instantly constricted to the size of a human head, a measure taken by the Supreme One to conserve his divine power and spirit. When the six-eared macaque returned, the passage would expand once more. The six-eared macaque took his time, quietly observing the seemingly ethereal world before him, shrouded in mist, devoid of any living beings, barren of even the slightest vegetation. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even the roaring waters of the river of time emitted no sound, resembling a still, silent old film. As his feet made contact with the soft, fine sand beneath him, the sound echoed sharply in the stillness. The bright yellow sand on the ground was a rare treasure of the primordial wilderness, the sand of time in the vast expanse. Only a handful of time-related paradises produced this precious material, making it extraordinarily valuable. Now, these coveted sands lay scattered by the riverside like common river sands. With a sweep of his grand sleeve, the six-eared macaque utilized the universe in his sleeve to gather a modest amount of the sand of time. Mindful not to be greedy, for such celestial treasures should not be taken in excess, lest calamity befall him. Having collected the precious material, the six-eared macaque approached the riverbank, took a deep breath, and stepped into the legendary river of time. As soon as he entered the river, he sensed something was amiss. The river water bore no power, as if an illusion passed through his body. Continuing onward, the water deepened, reaching the level of his chest. At this moment, the six-eared macaque hesitated. Should he proceed further? If he did, the water would surely engulf him. Suddenly, he heard the Supreme One's voice whispering in his ear, "Go with the flow," reassured by the guidance. The six-eared macaque relaxed, lightly pressing his toes to spring upward, allowing his body to go limp. In an instant, everything transformed. The tranquil river of time vanished, replaced by a thunderous roar of rushing waters. The river no longer flowed through the six-eared macaque's body, but instead took on a tangible quality, sweeping him downstream. That moment, he felt akin to an ordinary person devoid of power. Tumbling and struggling within the river, his internal strength sealed by the waters of time, rendering him unable to resist and merely carried along by the current. After being swept along for some distance, the six-eared macaque gradually acclimated to his current state. However, he soon felt his consciousness being stripped away, and the world before him became increasingly hazy. When his awareness returned, the six-eared macaque was bewildered to find himself immobile. No, it was not immobility, but rather, he existed solely as consciousness, entirely detached from his physical form. Yet, his awareness could move freely, akin to a miniature drone, adjusting angles and heights, advancing and retreating. Looking around, he found himself back at the banquet preceding his entrance. The three pure ones, Zhenyuanzi, and another version of the six-eared macaque were seated together, conversing. Observing his other self, the six-eared macaque found the situation quite amusing that he maneuvered his consciousness, soaring up and down, glancing left and right. At one moment, he hovered before Tong Tian, and at another, he floated in front of Zhenyuanzi, who remained entirely oblivious. It was only when he reached the Supreme One that the latter cast a seemingly indifferent glance at him. At that moment, the six-eared macaque felt a jolt. His master uncle had noticed his consciousness. Both the primordial beginning and the heavenly passage, being saints themselves, were utterly oblivious to their surroundings, save for the Supreme One, who alone possessed the ability to sense them. Do not be misled into thinking that the Supreme One merely cast a fleeting glance. At such a level of existence, the concept of randomness becomes non-existent. Before Lu'er could delve deeper into his thoughts, time suddenly began to stir. Indeed, the once normal scene appeared as though it had been rewound, everything rapidly retreating into the past, evoking an extraordinarily bizarre sense of contrast. A brief contemplation led Lu'er to conclude that this was precisely what his master had referred to as time reversing. Yet, regardless of how time flowed backward or how the scenes transformed, Lu'er's consciousness remained tethered closely to his own essence, unable to stray far. Before long, time had regressed to the moment when the three pure ones attained sainthood. The several decades that transpired during this regression seemed to pass in the mere duration of an incense stick burning. At the very juncture of the three pure ones' ascension to sainthood, the descending Tao ancestor also detected Lu'er's consciousness, as Lu'er sensed the Tao ancestor's gaze upon him, though no words were exchanged. Time continued to rewind, arriving at the instant of the primordial beginning and heavenly passage's ascension. This time, with a watchful eye, Lu'er distinctly perceived the three ethereal figures of the Supreme One. Faint and elusive, unnoticed by all present, his initial intuition had proven correct. Indeed, something was amiss. As Lu'er replayed this scene in his mind, he scrutinized it closely, confirming his suspicions, coupled with what he had witnessed. Lu'er boldly speculated about the actions of the Supreme One at that time. However, the conclusion was so absurd that he could scarcely believe it himself. Undoubtedly, if true, it would be profoundly shocking. Yes, Lu'er suspected that the Supreme One had achieved sainthood twice, first through meritorious deeds, and second, through the anomalous manifestation of the primordial beginning and heavenly passage, culminating in the unification of the three corpses into a singular saintly existence. Two testimonies of the saintly Tao fruit. If he were to voice this, few would believe him. Yet, Lu'er felt this was the undeniable truth. The Supreme One was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Time continued its retreat, accelerating with each passing moment. However, Lu'er's journey back to the primordial era spanned an eternity, countless years. Even with the rapidity of time's regression, fully traversing, it would still require an extensive duration. Amidst this relentless backward flow, Lu'er naturally grasped the laws of time, deepening his understanding step by step. The ascension of Nuwa, the battle between the witch and the demon, the separation of the three pure ones, the apprenticeship of Kong Xian and Ao Guang, his own numerous battles, and the gradual development of the Starry Island. All these scenes enriched Lu'er's comprehension of time, until time regressed to the moment he first arrived at Kunlun. Lu'er had already mastered 3/10 of the laws of time. Having successfully fulfilled his predetermined objective, Lu'er prepared to withdraw from the regression of time. As time continued to retreat, it eventually reached the moment of Lu'er's initial crossing. Ready to exit, Lu'er awaited silently, only to be met with an unforeseen upheaval. The entire river of time trembled violently, as if beset by colossal waves and a tempest. No, it was a terror 100-fold greater. Amidst the violent convulsions, Lu'er was cast out of the time regression. Yet the tumultuous river of time left him disoriented, the monstrous waves crashing against him with reckless abandon, and Lu'er was certain that this was far from normal. For even a being as robust as he felt an imminent threat of being shattered if traversing the river of time was this harrowing, the Supreme One would never have allowed him to enter. Just as Lu'er endured this torment, suddenly, a tributary appeared out of nowhere within the river of time. Just then, a wave surged forth, propelling Lu'er into the tributary, which swiftly whisked him away, leaving him uncertain of his destination. Meanwhile, within the Doshui Palace, the Supreme One sensed Lu'er's essence diverging from the river of time, causing his expression to shift abruptly, and he hastily calculated with his fingers. After a prolonged moment, he released his fingers, muttering in bewilderment, "From disaster comes fortune. What a clever lad. Such remarkable opportunity." Following this, he closed his eyes, drifting into a state that was neither fully asleep nor fully awake. At this moment, Lu'er, having been swept into the tributary, lost consciousness, unaware of how long he drifted within it, until he eventually opened his eyes again, finding himself gazing at a familiar plaster ceiling. The bed, the arrangement, all were unmistakably recognizable. Was this blue star? Had he traversed back, or was it merely a dream? Observing his own palm, devoid of hair, he quickly sprang from the bed and rushed to the mirror, where he beheld a visage he had not seen in countless millennia, yet one that felt utterly familiar. Tears welled in Lu'er's eyes. Was it truly Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? Or was it the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? After a prolonged moment, Lu'er managed to regain his composure. Carefully contemplating his current predicament, he concluded that it was impossible for this to be a dream. Every detail of the primordial realm was vivid in his memory, and all the techniques he had mastered were undeniably real. This he was unequivocally certain of, especially after feeling the presence of the earth and heaven mystical yellow Linglong pagoda within him. Since the primordial realm was authentic, then the present reality must be illusory, an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. It had to be time. Before losing consciousness, he had been in the river of time. Observing the furnishings and decor of his home, it became evident that he was situated in a temporal node reminiscent of his school days, specifically middle school. Once Lu'er regained his calm, he meticulously unraveled the situation. First, he recalled the last scene, being swept into a somewhat narrow channel by a colossal wave, akin to a tributary. Yes, a tributary. Secondly, everything within the river of time was distinct from an illusion. If it were a retrogression of time, then it pertained to events that had previously occurred. Conversely, if it were a progression of time, it would relate to potential occurrences. However, there would be no arbitrary emergence, which differentiated it from an illusion. Moreover, it was impossible for anything from the primordial realm to manifest within the Blue Star's timeline. Therefore, was he within the river of time of Blue Star? While it seemed utterly implausible, eliminating all impossibilities left only the veritable truth. Thus, the narrow tributary must connect to the river of time of Blue Star. Why had this tributary appeared? Because his regression through time had not returned to the moment of his true birth. Hence, the river of primordial time had automatically linked itself to the river of time of Blue Star. Consequently, he had arrived here. Lu'er felt an inkling that this was the essence of the truth. The greatest dilemma Lu'er faced now was how to return. Though Blue Star was his homeland, the human lifespan was exceedingly brief, in contrast to the endless lifespan of the primordial realm. What difference was there between living a fleeting life and one that was born and perished in a day? Moreover, this was merely the river of time of the Blue Star world, not the genuine Blue Star. He could not possibly return to Blue Star through this. He lacked the ability. After much contemplation, Lu'er concluded that the only potential solution lay within the earth and heaven mystical yellow Linglong pagoda. As a primordial treasure of merit, it possessed immense power, likely exerting a restraining effect on the laws of time. If he could locate that tributary, he would be able to return to the river of time of the primordial realm. Furthermore, prior to his journey, his master had advised him that should he encounter danger, he should activate the pagoda, which would guide him back. Resolute in his decision, Lu'er activated the earth and heaven mystical yellow Linglong pagoda, which promptly soared from within him, positioning itself above his head. The pagoda radiated a golden brilliance, cascading streams of mysterious yellow aura, enveloping Lu'er's entire being. After waiting for a while without a response, it seemed his master was too distant, beyond effective range. Abandoning the hope for rescue, Lu'er continued to channel the earth and heaven mystical yellow Linglong pagoda, which rapidly expanded, piercing the heavens. As the pagoda's power gradually manifested, the scenes constructed by the river of time trembled violently, culminating in a resounding crash as the scene shattered, and Lu'er found himself amidst a cerulean river. He had emerged. This was the river of time of Blue Star. Compared to the river of time of the primordial realm, The blue stars flowed more gently and harmoniously. It resembled a rugged giant juxtaposed against a gentle mother within the boundless expanse of the river. The azure waters flowed at a tranquil pace, neither hurried nor anxious. At this moment, Lu'er could have paused his actions to search for the tributary. However, Lu'er sensed that continuing to propel the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda might bring about further changes. Thus, the pagoda expanded, seemingly intent on shattering the river of time itself. Though the river of time was vast and lengthy, it nonetheless possessed limits, whereas the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda appeared boundless, perpetually inflating. Until a certain moment, when it seemed to shatter something, the river of time before Lu'er became hazy and translucent. Lu'er's vision seemed to heighten in an instant, allowing him to encompass the entirety of the time river within his gaze. Deep within the river, a resplendent light captured Lu'er's attention. He meticulously controlled the pagoda to shield himself as he approached the source of the brilliance. As he drew closer, the radiance intensified, blinding Lu'er and making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Squinting slightly, he grasped the treasure. As soon as it came into his possession, the brilliance diminished significantly, leaving only a gentle, soft glow. Upon closer inspection, Lu'er realized it was a key. The key, radiating a pale blue hue, resembled a naturally formed gemstone, and within its center, it appeared as though a river flowed gently. Upon touching the key with his divine consciousness, Lu'er was immediately transported into a series of astonishing visions, akin to scenes from a science fiction film. There were cosmic explosions, the birth of galaxies, black holes, stars, alien warships, and the blue star, among others. Even with Lu'er's status as a Tai Golden Immortal, it took him considerable time to process it all. Simultaneously, he comprehended everything. He was indeed situated within the river of time of the blue star world. When Lu'er had previously traversed backward through the river of time in the primordial era, he had unwittingly returned to the moment of his own crossing. The consciousness of the time river realized that it had not reverted to its origin, but could not continue to regress. This created a bug that nearly caused the time river to crash. However, it seemed that destiny had its own design, as there were always inexplicable connections between the systems of time. Thus, it automatically linked with the river of time of the blue star. Yet, the blue star world was a vast realm, and its hierarchical structure placed Lu'er akin to a dinosaur entering a pond. Moreover, due to the world's hierarchical nature, the river of time in the blue star did not possess any consciousness. By a stroke of luck, Lu'er navigated through layers of fog and ultimately acquired the core of the blue star's river of time, the key of time. Lu'er was now the master of the blue star's river of time, and his understanding of the laws of time reached a perfect tenfold in an instant. If he were to augment the power of the key of time, his command over the laws of time could further ascend. However, the key of time was not a spiritual treasure, merely a control center, and the enhancement of the laws of time was merely an ancillary ability. Upon suddenly grasping this extraordinary power, Lu'er naturally yearned to attempt a return to the blue star. If he could return, the title of his book would need to be changed to Tai Golden Immortal in the city. Regrettably, the system of time, in some respects, remained relatively independent of the system of worlds. Given Lu'er's current strength, he was insufficient to return to the blue star, estimating that he would require at least the power of a saint. Thus, a return to the blue star in the near future was impossible. Nevertheless, Lu'er's gains were still considerable. First and foremost, having mastered the river of time of the blue star, he easily located the tributary upon returning to the primordial era, signifying that he could return at any time. After his return, Lu'er could anchor himself to the primordial world, enabling him to traverse the river of time of the blue star without utilizing the tributary, and he could even obliterate the tributary to prevent anyone from accidentally stumbling upon it. Secondly, he had achieved a complete understanding of the laws of time and, with the aid of the key of time, could continue to enhance its potency. It could be said that Lu'er's mastery of the laws of time, apart from the likes of the timekeeper, Jiu Ying, and the Grand Supreme, positioned him as the fourth among the primordial beings. Furthermore, he could summon 2 projections of the rivers of time to aid him in battle. Lastly, this might also involve secrets concerning the rivers of time from more worlds, requiring Lu'er's patient exploration. This was not something to be accomplished in a day, but at least he had some leads. Overall, this journey through the river of time yielded abundant rewards for Lu'er, further enhancing his strength. Before departing, Lu'er cast one last glance at the blue star, with the firm belief that he would return one day. Following the tributary, Lu'er successfully returned to the river of time of the primordial world. With a thought, he destroyed the tributary, once more activating the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. He watched as it soared forth, swiftly carrying Lu'er back to his point of entry. The passage he had entered expanded, allowing Lu'er to return to the primordial realm smoothly. The Grand Supreme, observing the markedly different Lu'er, smiled and said, "It is good to be back." With that single statement, Lu'er held back the words he had prepared. He nodded solemnly and bid farewell to the Grand Supreme. A genuine and heartfelt regard for one's mentor transcends concerns about the opportunities one has gained. The only requirement is a safe return. Although this journey through the river of time was brief, it could be considered a pilgrimage of the heart. Time, by its very nature, is shrouded in mystery, and the chance to engage intimately with the river of time itself is a rare gift. Whether reflecting on the past through the regression of time or contemplating the infinite possibilities of the future through its progression, both experiences elevate the cultivator's state of mind and cultivation. Although the cultivation of one's state of mind is not as tangible as magical power or primordial spirit, it undeniably exists. After departing from Taiching Heaven, Lu'er proceeded to Yuqing Heaven of Yuanshi and Shanqing Heaven of Tongtian, paying respects to both mentors before preparing to return to the Starry Isles. The gains were substantial, necessitating time for gradual assimilation. In terms of laws, he had achieved 50% mastery over the fire law, 30% over the lightning law, and a complete understanding of the time law. He was merely short of the laws of power and battle to reach his predetermined goal. If he could attain 50% mastery in both of these laws before breaking through to Deluo, it was unimaginable how powerful Lu'er would become. Presently, the primordial world faced an exceedingly intricate situation. The Wu and Yao clans were embroiled in continuous conflicts, with persistent frictions. Although a temporary lull followed the previous Great War, both clans were primarily accumulating strength in preparation for the next confrontation. 6 saints had emerged within the world, and these 6 saints established 4 sects, an undeniable force that could not be overlooked. The primordial purple Qi, once bestowed by the Tao ancestor, now remained only with Hongjun, who had yet to attain sainthood, and Hongjun was utterly at a loss. This directly resulted in numerous quasi-saint powers eyeing Hongjun with covetous intent, scheming to seize the primordial purple Qi. Hongjun was no fool and had naturally sensed the shifting tides. Therefore, since the Sanqing and Zhenyuanzi achieved sainthood, he had concealed himself, no longer returning to the fire cloud cave, vanishing from the eyes of everyone. Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Kuan Peng, and the ancestor of the underworld all dispatched their subordinates, hoping to uncover any trace. Unfortunately, such efforts were destined to be futile. One day, a distinguished guest arrived at Shumi Mountain in the west. In the Grand Hall, Zhenyuanzi remarked with amusement, "Esteemed Dong Huang, what brings you to this secret visit? What wisdom do you offer?" Dong Huang Tai Yi noncommittally replied, "I have come to request the saint's assistance in locating someone. With your vast power over the demon race, why would you need our help in finding someone? The one I seek is Hongjun. A quasi-saint who is intent on hiding is truly difficult to locate. I implore the saint to help deduce his whereabouts." Upon hearing that the target was Hongjun, Zhenyuanzi was not the least bit surprised. After all, who in the primordial realm was unaware of their intentions? Hongjun is a fellow of the Purple Cloud Palace, sharing the same master and teachings that if you seek him, it will cost extra. Dong Huang Tai nodded and tossed 2 storage bags. The West, being impoverished, and Zhenyuanzi seeking to revitalize the West, was naturally in need of funds. Thus, Dong Huang Tai sought the distant rather than the near, opting not to seek Nuwa, but rather to approach Zhenyuanzi. For the demon race, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. After inspecting the contents of the storage bags, Zhenyuanzi exchanged a satisfied glance with Jing. Jane still wore a look of sorrow. Yet he silently began to calculate. Shortly thereafter, Zhenyuanzi revealed Hongyun's precise location to Dong Huang Tai Yi. Dong Huang Tai Yi rose and discreetly departed as he stepped out of Shumi Mountain. He could not help but reveal a disdainful expression. These 2 impoverished fellows had truly diminished the dignity of the saints, yet they were quite convenient to use. "Brother, is this truly the position of our friend Hongjun?" Zhenyuanzi shook his head and replied, "Hongjun will inevitably meet his end. He cannot hide forever. When that time comes, we shall be the lurking yellow birds, seizing the primordial purple Qi at the last moment." And our Western teachings will gain another saint. Point 1 Teacher and 3 saints. Only then may the West hope for revival. Brother, do not be overly compassionate. Whether Red Cloud dies early or late, death is inevitable. Why not utilize him while we can? Alas, that primordial purple chi was bestowed by our master. Thus it would be unwise for us to directly seize it. It is laughable that the Eastern Emperor Tai believes my perception to be so shallow. A day will come when he will rue his arrogance. Upon hearing Zhenyuanzi speak of the West revival, Jiu Ying understood that this was precisely what his younger brother had been yearning for. And given their deep brotherly bond, he chose to remain silent. After exiting Mount Shumi, Eastern Emperor Tai hastily returned to the heavenly court to discuss the ambush of Red Cloud with Dijun. Brother, we have located Red Cloud. When shall we strike? Dijun, upon receiving the news of their target's location, replied with evident delight, there is no time to waste. Informed by Zhe and the others to prepare. The 10 demon saints will stand guard on the periphery. You, I, and Kunlun shall take action together, ensuring that our plans remain undisclosed. Eastern Emperor Tai nodded and proceeded with the preparations. The 10 great demon saints, upon receiving the news, discreetly departed from the heavenly court or their respective tribes. Fei Lian announced his intention to enter seclusion, then stealthily slipped away without alerting anyone. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted unwanted attention. A drop of blood silently trailed behind him, of which Fei Lian remained completely unaware. In the sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river observed the information transmitted by Kunlun, along with the messages relayed by the blood god child, and set off towards the designated location. Mount Lanyun, an unremarkable peak among the myriad mountains of the primordial wilderness, earned its name due to its lofty heights and thick clouds. The summit is perpetually shrouded in dense clouds and, being situated in a remote area, harbors few wise beings. The pinnacle, a cave serves as Red Cloud's refuge. The untrained eye. The cave appears inconspicuous, yet within lies a hidden paradise replete with forests and rivers, a veritable microcosm of serenity. This haven was accidentally discovered by Red Cloud long ago, and it is here that he now seeks to comprehend the primordial purple Qi. The other 6 beings who obtained the primordial purple Qi successively attained sainthood. The pressure on Red Cloud mounted day by day. It would be unrealistic to claim that no one harbored designs upon him. Since acquiring the primordial purple Qi, Red Cloud had diligently sought understanding, exerting himself no less than others, yet he had reaped no rewards. Witnessing the ease with which others achieved sainthood, Red Cloud's mental state inevitably faltered, further complicating his quest for enlightenment. Present, the primordial purple Qi had nearly transformed into a harbinger of doom for him. Red Cloud could easily envision Dijun and the others scouring the world for him. He had contemplated relinquishing the primordial purple Qi in exchange for his life. After all, he had done so before. Yet the purple Qi seemed inexplicably bound to him, utterly inescapable. In his desperation, Red Cloud could only hide and meditate, hoping to evade this calamity or attain enlightenment before it was too late. Regrettably, fate did not favor him, for the demon clan had indeed come in search of him. The 10 demon saints clandestinely established a formation around Mount Lanyun to muffle any disturbances. Dijun, accompanied by Eastern Emperor Tai and Kunlun, boldly approached the entrance. Sensing the formation's power, Red Cloud had already awaited their arrival at the peak. Dijun smiled slightly. Friend Red Cloud, it has been a while. I trust you are well. Dijun, why feign such concern? Since you have come here today, I, Red Cloud, will fight for my life. Do not expect to emerge unscathed. Dijun chuckled nonchalantly. Such treasures naturally belong to the virtuous. If you cannot comprehend it, why not entrust it to me? I assure you, you shall not be wronged. Kunlun also urged, friend, as fellow guests of the purple cloud, though we have had our conflicts, I must still advise you. If we resort to violence, you may lose all that you have cultivated over eons. Red Cloud felt a surge of frustration. Had he been able to part with it, he would have discarded it long ago. This purple Qi was not the primordial purple Qi, but rather a death sentence. Since the primordial purple Qi was intertwined with his very life, words were futile. He might as well fight for it, as there might still be a glimmer of hope. Thus, Red Cloud ceased his chatter and summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scattering soul red gourd. Pulling out the stopper, suddenly, a torrent of crimson mist erupted, mingled with an array of red sand. Its might formidable enough to scatter even the primordial spirit. Jun and the others were taken aback by Red Cloud's audacity to strike first while besieged. An action that starkly contrasted with his usual amiable demeanor. In a moment of urgency, Jun activated the river map and Luo book for self-protection, successfully blocking Red Cloud's attack, while Eastern Emperor Tai wielded the Eastern Emperor bell, rendering him unscathed. Only Kunlun suffered, being the weakest and lacking a suitable innate spiritual treasure, sustaining minor injuries from the blow. Witnessing his treasure's effectiveness, Red Cloud felt a surge of exhilaration and continued to manipulate the 9-9 scattering soul gourd. Focusing his assault on Kunlun, filled with indignation, thought, "Oh, Red Cloud, you choose the softest target to attack. Do you truly believe me, Kunlun, to be so easily bullied? And as for Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, do you truly consider the residual energy of your attack to be worthy of such a cautious defense? Desiring to expend my strength, let us wait and see in this rather passive situation." Kunlun was compelled to reveal his true form, transforming into a colossal Kun, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Hongjun using his most formidable physique to extricate himself. Jun and Donghuang Tai, wary of inflicting excessive harm upon Kunlun, swiftly joined the fray to take his place. As Kunlun withdrew, he hastened to recover. Such a high-stakes battle is fraught with unpredictable changes, and he might be called back to action at any moment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jun and Donghuang Tai were besieging Hongjun. Individually, neither could surpass Hongjun, and with both attacking together, their advantage was undeniable. Donghuang Tai positioned the Eastern Emperor bell above his head, impervious to the relentless assaults of Hongyun's Jiu Hulu. Subsequently, he struck the bell with a clenched fist, sending sound waves surging toward Hongjun, transcending both time and space, momentarily immobilizing him. The two, being brothers, exhibited an extraordinary synergy. Even as Donghuang Tai struck the Eastern Emperor bell, Jun unleashed the true fire of the sun, igniting a pathway amidst the storm of red sand. The He Tu and Luo Shu flew forth from his hands, forming an enigmatic formation that resonated with the myriad stars. A celestial river appeared above them, with countless meteors the size of small mountains hurtling toward Hongyun. At this juncture, Hongyun's Jiu Hulu continued to spew forth red sand, obstructing the duo's assault. Moreover, the Jiu Hulu, a treasure of collective offense, proved inadequate against the meteoric onslaught. Faced with an unfavorable situation and being destitute, Hongyun could muster only a single treasure, the gourd. Reluctantly, he resorted to the mountain-relocating divine power. Summoning the ethereal semblance of a mountain to shield against the meteors, countless meteors cascaded down like raindrops, swiftly tearing through the red sand, striking against the mountain's illusion. The mountain could withstand the meteors for but 3 breaths, which sufficed. Hongyun's laws of cloud and wind were already perfected, allowing him to evade the falling debris in the blink of an eye. Observing Hongyun's slippery maneuvers, Jun and Donghuang Tai dared not hold back. Fearing that excessive commotion might attract other formidable beings lurking nearby, at once, He Tu and Luo Shu transformed yet again, establishing a new formation. With this formation's emergence, 9 golden dragons soared forth, ensnaring Hongyun. These golden dragons, seemingly imbued with metallic attributes, twisted and turned, emanating a sharp, metallic aura that sent the vegetation of Lonyun Mountain flying. Hongyun, undeterred, found himself unable to break the deadlock in the short term. At this moment, Donghuang Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor bell, charged forth. The bell was hurled with tremendous force towards Han. It is worth noting that this was a congenital supreme treasure, should it strike true. Even with Hongyun's quasi-saint cultivation, he would likely suffer severe injury. Evading such a treasure was no simple feat. At this level, it could even disregard time and space, its aim exceedingly precise, rendering escape nearly impossible. Despite Hongyun employing various divine powers and spells, he was unable to resist or evade the Eastern Emperor bell, which struck him with a resounding impact. Both Donghuang Tai and Kunlun rejoiced at this sight. Yet Jun, inherently suspicious, pondered how an ancient powerhouse like Hongyun could be so easily vanquished. In haste, he released his primordial spirit energy to envelop the surroundings. Meanwhile, Donghuang Tai recalled the Eastern Emperor bell, intent on searching for the Hongming purple qi. However, as soon as the bell returned, he was met with the sight where Hongyun's corpse should have been, instead revealing a decoy straw man. Donghuang Tai's face flushed crimson. Whether from embarrassment or anger, one could not tell. Zhenyuanzi, on the other hand, unleashed the true fire of the sun towards an empty space, the intense heat distorting the very fabric of space, from which a figure leapt forth, none other than Hongjun himself. Zhenyuanzi smirked disdainfully, saying, "My friend, do not be in such haste to depart. The Hongming purple chi has yet to be surrendered." Seeing Hongjun reappear, Dongwang Tai and Kunlun quickly surrounded him, their caution heightened. Realizing the ineffectiveness of the straw man, Hongjun abandoned thoughts of retreat and resolved to fight with all his might. This decoy was a rare artifact that Hongjun had fortuitously acquired, so exceptional that even he could scarcely differentiate between the real and the imitation. Coupled with Hongjun's commendable acting skills, he had hoped to escape unscathed, only to encounter Zhenyuanzi, a cautious and suspicious ruler of the demon race. Ultimately, his efforts were in vain. The time for testing had concluded. Now, it was a fight to the death. Dongwang Tai struck first, bringing the Eastern Emperor bell crashing down upon Hongjun. In response, Hongjun gathered the encroaching red sand, forming it into a massive sphere to collide with the bell. Zhenyuanzi hurled forth He Tu and Luo Shu, establishing yet another formation, causing the sky to darken before revealing 7 stars, the Big Dipper. As the saying goes, the Southern Dipper governs life while the Northern Dipper governs death. This was a slaughter formation. Upon the appearance of the Big Dipper, 7 silver-armored giants descended, wielding sharp blades and exuding a formidable presence, their silver light faintly connecting with the stars above, upon their arrival. The silver-armored giants immediately besieged Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun dared not underestimate them. He summoned countless wind blades through the laws of wind to slice at the silver giants. To his astonishment, the silver giants paid no mind to the seemingly space-cutting wind blades. Relentlessly pursuing Hongjun, the wind blades, as anticipated, sliced through the silver giants, reducing them to fragments no larger than a thumb. Yet, in an instant, the giants reformed as if they were liquid. Hongjun cursed under his breath. Recognizing Zhenyuanzi's ploy, he aimed to wear him down, fearing a desperate counterattack. However, the situation was far from straightforward. A manic smile spread across Hongjun's face as he inhaled deeply, summoning the forces of wind and cloud with unrestrained fervor. An immeasurable amount of wind and cloud coalesced, rapidly compressed by Hongjun. The vast expanse of red sand returned to the Jiu Sanhun. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Zhenyuanzi and Dongwang Tai dared not delay further and launched a full-scale offensive. The Eastern Emperor bell came crashing down upon Hongjun once more, while the silver giants launched a frenzied assault. At this point, Hongjun had prepared thoroughly, compressing the boundless wind and cloud into a small palm-sized orb, which he placed within the Jiu Sanhun. Then, holding the gourd, he murmured, "Old friend, farewell." Following that, the immense wind and cloud, accompanied by the red sand, shot forth like cannon fire towards the trio. Everything in its path was effortlessly obliterated. Such a ferocious strike, however, came at a cost. The Jiu Sanhun and Hongjun's grasp shattered into fragments. This formidable congenital treasure was utterly destroyed. Zhenyuanzi and Dongwang Tai had not anticipated Hongjun's desperation. That such a supreme treasure could be annihilated so easily. Dongwang Tai, fortunately, had the Eastern Emperor bell above him, casting a protective layer of profound yellow energy. Zhenyuanzi, in a swift motion, activated He Tu and Luo Shu, illuminating the stars to form layer upon layer of celestial barriers. Yet, hastily erected barriers could hardly withstand such a violent and resolute assault, although he managed to mitigate much of the damage. Zhenyuanzi was still struck, golden blood spewing forth as he fell to the ground, engulfed in flames. Upon witnessing his brother's injury, Dongwang Tai's fury ignited, and he seized the Eastern Emperor bell, hurling it toward Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun could no longer evade Tai's wrathful strike, and the bell struck him on the shoulder, causing blood to gush forth. Meanwhile, Kunlun, who had been standing by, finally took action, transforming into a gigantic Kun. He swung his tail viciously at Hongjun. Whether by chance or design, this blow sent Hongjun flying in the opposite direction of Zhenyuanzi and Dongwang Tai. Suddenly, as Hongjun soared through the air, his exterior was enveloped in a crimson hue. A figure, bearing twin swords, materialized out of thin air, grasping Hongjun firmly. It was none other than the ancestor of the underworld river. The once mighty Hongjun, now severely wounded, found itself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Entirely at the mercy of the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, With his objective achieved, the underworld river wasted no time, swiftly turning to flee. Witnessing this scene, Dongwang Tai was consumed by fury. After casting a fierce glare at Kunpeng, he seized the Dongwang bell and hurriedly joined forces with Kunpeng to intercept. Yet, one side came prepared while the other acted hastily, as the underworld river soared with astonishing speed. It was on the verge of breaking free from the formation laid out by the 10 great demon saints, thus escaping into the vastness of the wilderness, should it succeed in eluding capture. Locating it again would pose a formidable challenge. After all, the wilderness is vast, and a quasi-saint could easily conceal themselves, necessitating the intervention of a saint to unearth them, much like how the demon race had schemed against Hongjun. The underworld river needed no concealment. It simply plunged into the blood sea, rendering any pursuit futile. The blood sea stretched for thousands of miles, its turbulent waves teeming with malice, devoid of fish and shrimp. Birds and insects alike. All the malevolent energies of heaven and earth converged here. That in the wilderness, there existed a saying that as long as the blood sea remained, the underworld river would not perish. Thus, if the underworld river managed to escape, the primordial purple energy would undoubtedly change hands. This moment, the underworld river inadvertently revealed a glimmer of a smile. Unexpectedly, a radiant silver arm materialized before the underworld river, delivering a powerful blow that sent it reeling. As the underworld river staggered back, the figure behind the silver arm emerged, revealing none other than Jiu. Clad in silver armor and helmet, Jiu had fused with the 7 silver-armored giants summoned earlier. Exuding an awe-inspiring aura and a rapidly ascending power, the Big Dipper shone brilliantly in the sky, constantly lending its strength to Jiu, causing his combat prowess to soar. Without further ado, Jiu unleashed a punch aimed squarely at the underworld river. As the leader of the demon race, even after Hongjun had expended his innate spiritual treasure to deliver a formidable strike, it did not diminish Jiu's combat effectiveness, highlighting the sheer magnitude of his strength. However, in terms of overall power, the underworld river far surpassed Hongjun in terms of offense. The Ubijna twin swords, both of which were exceptional innate spiritual treasures, were unparalleled tools of slaughter, capable of killing without incurring karmic repercussions. Wielding tremendous might, defensively, it possessed the 12th grade fiery red lotus, one of the 4 12th-grade lotus platforms, said to be born from the 4 seeds of the Chaos Azure Lotus. This 12th-grade lotus platform excelled in both offense and defense. Representing the pinnacle among all innate spiritual treasures, the fiery red lotus could unleash boundless red lotus karmic flames, annihilating everything with the power of karmic fire. Its defensive capabilities were equally formidable, making it an unmatched bastion. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Jiu might not stand a chance against the ancient ancestor of the underworld river. Back on the battlefield, after being repelled, the underworld river found itself surrounded by Kunpeng and Dongwang Tai, having missed the opportune moment to escape, forcing it to attempt a desperate stand. The lotus platform appeared beneath its feet, and wielding the twin swords, it engaged Jiu in combat, while Dongwang Tai launched a fierce assault with the Dongwang bell. This was the essence of the underworld river. With the 12th grade fiery red lotus shielding it, it could momentarily withstand the assaults of the Dongwang bell. Anyone else would have perished long ago. The relentless onslaught made the underworld river acutely aware of the power of innate treasures, instilling a sense of urgency within it. If this continued, its defenses would surely crumble. Jiu relentlessly pressed. Underworld river. Surrender, Hongjun, and we shall allow you to leave. I promise this in the name of the Demon Emperor. Your fiery red lotus is indeed formidable, but how many strikes from the Dongwang bell can you endure? Underworld river, if you fail this time, there will be future opportunities, but if you vanish now, all will be lost. This tactic employed by Jiu proved effective, while the underworld river was potent in every regard. It possessed one glaring weakness: its wavering resolve. Whether in its attempt to imitate Nuwa in creating humanity or to emulate the 3 pure ones in establishing a sect, this lack of conviction was evident. Realizing the futility of the situation, the underworld river sought to cut its losses before it was too late. Lacking the determination to fight to the bitter end, the Dongwang bell once again descended upon it. The underworld river, indeed, faltered, casting Hongjun towards Dongwang Tai and fleeing. Observing this spectacle, Kunpeng felt his teeth grind in frustration. Not long ago, the underworld river had approached him, proposing a battle after seizing the primordial purple energy to determine their fates. Kunlun had speculated that aligning with Zhenyuanzi would preclude any chance of obtaining the primordial purple energy, thus opting to gamble. Yet now, before the wager had even truly commenced, the underworld river had capitulated, leaving Kunlun not only without a chance to grasp the primordial purple energy but also arousing suspicions in Dong Wang Tai and Zhenyuanzi, rendering his gamble a complete failure. On the battlefield, witnessing Dong Wang Tai poised to catch Hongjun, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The airborne Hongjun had long since regained consciousness, silently accumulating power. Now was the moment of eruption that I have toiled for countless years, sharing the same hall to hear the Tao with you all. Now, you insult me, so let us all turn to ash together. With that proclamation, Hongjun initiated a self-detonation. As a primordial powerhouse and quasi-saint, the owner of the primordial purple energy, the magnitude of Hongjun's self-destruction was incomprehensible. Countless great powers of the wilderness were stirred by this overwhelming force, turning their gazes towards the direction of Longping Mountain. The Dongwang Bell enveloped both Zhenyuanzi and Dongwang Tai, while Zhenyuanzi utilized the river map and Luo book to deploy numerous defensive formations around them. Kunlun transformed into the golden-winged Great Pong, desperately soaring into the sky. The underworld river, shielded by the 12th grade fiery red lotus, also fled in a frenzy. With a thunderous explosion, everything within 1,000,000 miles of Longping Mountain was reduced to nothingness. Zhenyuanzi and Dongwang Tai, closest to the epicenter, emerged relatively unscathed due to the protection of their supreme treasures. Although Kunlun was swift, the time was too brief. He had not escaped far and, lacking spiritual treasure for protection, sustained severe injuries. The underworld river, shielded by the fiery red lotus, only suffered minor wounds. The 10 great demon saints were far enough away and had set up formations early, allowing them to evade disaster. As the dust settled from the explosion, all eyes turned to the battlefield, where not a trace of Hongjun remained. Such a magnitude of self-detonation would leave no chance for survival for either body or soul. As for the primordial purple energy, it too had vanished without a trace. All those who had fought valiantly, employing wit and strategy, ultimately found their efforts in vain, akin to drawing water with a basket. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, at the moment of Hongjun's self-detonation, a figure had pursued the primordial purple energy as it departed. Indeed, the primordial purple energy had detached from Hongjun at the moment of the explosion. Not destroyed but instead fleeing towards the chaos. Only the lurking figure of Zhenyuanzi managed to catch sight of the primordial purple energy's trajectory and set off in pursuit. However, the speed of the primordial purple energy was too great, and due to its unique nature, it repeatedly evaded the saint's attempts to intercept it. Yet Zhenyuanzi remained undeterred, chasing it into the chaos. Yet once the primordial purple energy entered the chaos, it was like a dragon entering the sea, swiftly disappearing without a trace. Zhenyuanzi watched helplessly as the primordial purple energy vanished within the chaos, shaking his head in resignation. Having missed this opportunity, who knows when the West will rise again? Meanwhile, at Longping Mountain, the underworld river, dragging its wounded form, hastily retreated into the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea served as the underworld river's sanctuary. As long as the Blood Sea remained, the underworld river would not perish. However, the underworld river was both empowered and constrained by the Blood Sea. While it offered safety, it also sapped the underworld river's resolve to fight desperately, stalling any potential for further development. Zhenyuanzi and Dongwang Tai, meanwhile, sealed off the area, mobilizing a significant force from the demon race. They were determined to unearth the primordial purple energy, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Taiji and Taishang observed this scene with a sigh. Soon after, they vanished from their location, only to reappear moments later, bearing a true spirit in hand. Having met once, I shall assist you in your reincarnation and return to the path of immortality. Before long, the news of Hongjun's demise and the disappearance of the primordial purple energy spread throughout the wilderness. This outcome took everyone by surprise, yet it was simultaneously understandable. The primordial purple energy, bestowed by the Tao ancestor, served as the foundation for attaining sainthood. Its disappearance could not be rationalized by ordinary logic, thus rendering it more acceptable to the masses. Regrettably, the demon race's schemes yielded no fruit. This undoubtedly turned the demon race into the laughingstock of the great powers of the wilderness and various clans, especially the Wu clan, who laughed the loudest as for Kunlun. Neither Zhenyuanzi nor Dongwang Tai mentioned that day's events in his presence. However, The seeds of doubt and suspicion have already been sown, and it is only a matter of time before they ignite. From the moment of the ambush to his demise, Hongjun has not made a single appearance. And his intentions are all too evident. Many powerful beings have expressed their lamentations, subsequently opting for seclusion. That a millennium has passed in the blink of an eye. The rivalry between the witch and zombie clans has begun to escalate once more. After years of recuperation and an arms race, both factions have visibly grown stronger, with the countdown to the next great war now underway. Lu Er emerged from his secluded chamber after nearly 10,000 years. Having reaped substantial rewards in terms of cultivation, he has reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, with the 3 flowers atop and the 5 Qi returning to their origin fully realized. The next step is the great Luo in the realm of laws. He has mastered 60% of the fire law, achieved perfection in the time law, and grasped 30% of the lightning law. Lu Er received the nirvana fire bestowed by his disciple, which, upon merging with the true fire, has upgraded to the 6-fold true fire, enhancing his comprehension of the laws by 10%. He has also gained preliminary insights into the laws of war and power. Yet he remains far from achieving 50% mastery. In truth, Lu Er could break through to the great Luo at any moment. However, he is mindful of the Supreme's expectations, determined to break through in the strongest possible state. In terms of spiritual treasures, the purple lightning hammer, the Qian Kun, the demon-slaying armor, and the apricot yellow banner have all been long since refined and can be wielded with ease. The 6-harmony coiling dragon staff, a treasure of innate merit, has been infused with the merit of creation by Lu Er, rendering it free from the consequences of killing. The 36 sea stabilizing pearls await the breakthrough to Great Luo, after which they will amplify the powers of the 36 heavens, unleashing their utmost potential. This is currently Lu Er's most formidable spiritual treasure and greatest reliance for divine abilities. Others are not Lu Er's primary means of combat. His main focus remains the enhanced version of the 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Lu Er has used this divine ability sparingly of late, primarily due to the inadequacy of his clone strength. Although his clones possess power equivalent to his true self, the heavenly powers conferred by the sea-stabilizing pearls cannot be replicated onto them. This renders them somewhat ineffective in the heat of battle. Akin to a mere hindrance, if his clones could receive the same heavenly power as his true self, they would be formidable indeed. Lu Er has attempted to manifest clones while in an empowered state, but to no avail to achieve such a condition. The 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones requires further refinement. However, such enhancements likely lie within the capabilities of the Tao Ancestor and the Supreme. Leaving Lu Er to await the opportunity for such advancements, it is worth mentioning the great power divine ability, a rather ordinary skill that those of higher realms tend to disdain. Yet Lu Er, undeterred, employs it as a buff, casually invoking it before battle to gain any slight advantage. Through years of persistent use, Lu Er has truly gleaned some insights, and this great power divine ability has now evolved into what could be called the giant power divine ability.